Welcome to Dead Man Talking. Hawk 2 Niner. Let's get straight into that. Prologue. There's too many monsters and not enough heroes these days. Part 1. A Rude Awakening. I regained consciousness in a combat-filled hospital to a nurse saying, "Talk to me, Captain Tate." Everything was blurry, including my memory. I remembered that we were tasked with locating and capturing Omar al-Kazani, an ISIS bomb maker. When we breached the building, my team took out 3 Hajis on the ground floor. As we made it up the steps, Sergeant Tim Ross was on point directly in front of me. He shouted, "Contact! He has a vest!" And it was Kazani, and I began inching close while telling him the building was surrounded and to make the right decision. Now he started repeating, Allah Akbar. I reminded him about how the Quran addresses people of the book, like me. Kazani again started to repeat, Allah Akbar. I told Ross to get down and I lodged myself with Kazani. I executed a double kick in an attempt to knock him out of the window behind him. As his body started out the window, I was falling on my right side, feet extended in the air, and the vest detonated. The explosion shredded my boots and mangled my legs. By the way, I'm Captain Harrison Tate, the leader of a Delta Force team tasked with capturing high-value targets alive or dead. HVTs. I go by Hawk 2 Niner. After Ranger School, I decided I would get a degree and apply to OCS, Officer Cadet School. And I was stationed at Fort Campbell long enough to finish my first year of college, and then I was sent to Iraq for a year. When I came back to the States, I would be stationed at Fort Benning again. I told my company commander about the plan to get a degree and to be an officer. He said, "Outstanding," and informed me of an accelerated university system program at the local college that was tailored to soldiers. And 1 week later, I was sitting in class working towards a degree in international business. And that was where I met my friend, Tomohiro Suzuki, Tommy for short, aka Tiger. And Tommy was sent here by his father to open a new motorcycle dealer, i.e. the Suzuki name. When Tiger discovered that I was a martial arts practitioner, we began to work out together. And that was the first time I'd ever held a real Japanese samurai sword. And hanging on the wall in Tiger's living room was this awesome mural of samurai in battles with each other and strange creatures. Now he taught me all the curse words in Japanese and would laugh at my pronunciation. Tiger had studied Bushido growing up and showed me the basic kendo moves with a katana. He also told me stories about mystical things in Japan. And unfortunately, my unit was spun up and sent to Afghanistan after only a year. Then a doctor came in and I asked if I would lose my legs, and the doctor said it was too early to tell, but they had to get me into surgery right now. I faded off thinking about my family. My dad was an alcoholic, not abusive, but just an ambitious, lazy drunk. My mom never worked and stayed home to take care of me. I grew up in the foothills of the Smoky Mountains in Hayesville. The Appalachian Trail cut through there. We were poor and didn't have a house with indoor plumbing until I was 10. Hell, everybody was poor. I grew up watching reruns of the TV series Kung Fu, and I had seen every Bill Jack and Bruce Lee movie at least a dozen times. I had a Chuck Norris poster on my wall. I would practice karate in my backyard for hours, even though I had never taken a lesson. When I was 13, a karate instructor came to the school and did a demonstration, and when he asked for volunteers, I was the first one up. And when he saw how intently I listened and how quickly I learned, he invited me to come for a free lesson. He wanted me for a student, but we couldn't afford it. He said that if I would make good grades in school and work for him in a dojo, then he would teach me for free. I woke up in the recovery room with Sergeant Ross sitting there. He said, "Welcome back." I asked if everybody was okay, and he said that thanks to my acrobatics, yes. He went on to say that the doctor told him I would require more surgery and months of therapy, before they would know if my legs, especially the left one, would be okay. I was thinking how I was 34, I had been all over the world, and will my career end like this? I had been at the tip of the spear in the war on terrorism since I was 20 years old. The number of HVTs my team had captured or killed was classified, and I held one of the highest security clearances that you could have. The doc walked in and said, good news, that they had managed to reconnect 85 to 90% of the tendons and connective tissue, but I will be shipped out to a hospital in Germany where I would undergo therapy, one more surgery, and then more therapy. At that time, Colonel Jones entered the room and asked Ross to step out. He told me that the army was going to take good care of me, and that my days as an operator were probably over. When I was 16 years old and I was getting ready to be the first student ever to test for both a black belt in Taekwondo and Hapkido on the same day, my instructor, Mr. Tubbs, said I was the best student he ever had, and he had actually spent a year studying in Asia while he was in the Air Force. I was always fascinated at the stories he told me of being in the Orient, and I made up my mind that I would go one day. I remember the day I tested. My mum was there, but my dad and a friend had just got out of the hospital after pitching a big drunk, where they wound up being arrested also. They were to the sawmill and would start drinking after they got paid on Friday. They were down by the creek trying to get some frogs from the swamp when they claimed a booger with eyes like a snake had attacked them. They were all scratched up and the sheriff said they were just drunk and fighting. My dad swore he wasn't fighting and had these claw marks on his back. And Mum and I were so embarrassed. Anyway, I passed my test with absolute flying colours and became an instructor for Mr. Tubbs. I also joined the army on delayed entry from my senior year in high school. Part 2. Fork in the Road. I had been to Germany a couple of times, but it was always working with intelligence or tracking or locating the target. It was like being on a boring vacation, but I was determined to come back better. I had begun walking around town and found this dojo where they taught Muay Thai and Kendo. I had studied kickboxing and the katana, but had never mastered the two arts. I knew I would be there for 3 or 4 months, so I promptly enrolled. While in physical therapy, I met some other operators who hadn't fared as well as me. They were missing arms or legs and inspired me greatly. I felt like I had to do my best for them. And my Kendo and Muay Thai lessons were going well, and I actually felt that they were helping me. And soon it came time for my MRI to determine what type of surgery that I would need. I was nervous as the doctor came in to give me the report, and he said, "Captain Tate, I don't know what you have been doing, but I don't think you need any further surgery." He said that we can do some skin grafts for the scars, but no further reconstructed surgery was needed. I said, "Thanks, Doc. I'll keep the scars for a tattoo." And the doctor had ordered 2 more months of PT for me, and by then I was really getting into my martial art lessons, especially Kendo. And my instructor, Mr. Yasuo, was from Japan and had travelled to Thailand and China to study different styles. I told him that I had always dreamed of going to Japan to study. He said that because I was such a good student, that he would be willing to write me a letter of recommendation to study at this secluded mountain school. It was world famous for swordsmanship and sword making. I was only a child and my mum had passed, and I really didn't have a reason to go back to Hayesville. I had been studying Japanese terms and phrases, and I began to get excited about going there. The following morning after PT, I was in Special Operations Command, SOC, to meet with Colonel Jones. I asked if the offer was still on the table for me to discharge with full pay and benefits. He said that it was, but tried to talk me into becoming an instructor. I said that there was something that I had always wanted to do while I was still young enough to do it. I told him I wanted to see Japan. He said that he would have some people looking on me in Japan and wish me luck. I was winding down my last 2 weeks of PT and lessons at the dojo. Mr. Yasuo had put me in contact with some people in Japan about a place to live that was not too far from the school. And he and I, and Mr. Akagi, had a Zoom call where we had made arrangements for me to study there. I really intensified my conversational Japanese lessons and practiced every day with Mr. Yasuo. He decided to give me a final exam in both Muay Thai and Kendo. He brought in some former top-level students for a big send-off that left me bruised up but feeling satisfied. We had a big party with all my brothers in arms at the hospital. I had developed a real bond with them. 2 days later, I was sitting in the Army HR office and getting my discharge 16 years, 8 months and 5 days after I reported for basic training. As I waited for them to call my name, I remembered Ranger training, Green Beret and my application to Delta. And most folks don't understand what Delta is. They don't know that Delta pulls from the best of all the Spec Ops. You will find yourself in a selection testing with SEALs, other Green Berets, Marine Recon, and the like. Only about 15% make the cut. It was the most difficult thing that I ever did. I sat there, daydreaming about how I got my degree and a commission. It all seemed like a dream for a little poor boy from the Appalachians. I heard a voice say, "Captain Tate, please." In about 2 hours, I will be a civilian. The admin clerk made her pitch trying to get me to re-enlist. A Green Beret sergeant from European Command came in to try and sell it, but also he could tell my mind was made up. He thanked me, and Colonel Jones entered the room with Lieutenant General Jackson Miles and a few more cadre. They had a bid certificate, and a cake and a plaque. It was a photo op that would be in the Army Times and Military Times. It was an emotional moment as I fought back the tears, thinking of all the great guys that we had lost. My retirement check will be going on an online bank, and all I had to do was go collect my final paycheck in cash. And I would be an official civilian. Part 3. A New Chapter. I boarded the JAL Flight 209 for Osaka, Japan, and here I was, this well-travelled special operator, going to live in a foreign country all on my own without a team to back me up. I must say that despite all of my experience and being aged 34, it was a bit scary. As I settled in on the flight, I began to hear chatter in Japanese and tried to understand what was said. I decided to read an English version of the main newspaper in Osaka, and I read 3 interesting accounts of strange deaths in a mountainous area not far from where I would live and study. These deaths were attributed to animal attacks, and the victims were allegedly members of the Yakuza, or Japanese Mafia. I had noticed this exotically beautiful woman board the plane and sit center aisle 4 rows up from me. She was obviously of an American or European and Asian descent, but there was something both interesting and unusual about her. She had stood up once to put a bag in an overhead compartment, and I noticed a bulge on her well-tailored jacket top that I automatically keyed on. A weapon, I thought. I observed this woman for about an hour, but she displayed no unusual behaviour. I thought, well, maybe she's a Sky Marshal, or maybe it was just some kind of electronic device. But I was very tired and dozed off for a couple of hours. When I woke up, I felt the need to relieve myself and noticed that the woman wasn't in her seat. As I walked by her seat, there lay the Japanese version of the newspaper I was reading with some highlight marks on the very story that I was reading about the strange deaths. At this point, either my curiosity about the story or my desire to meet this woman was piqued. I decided to go introduce myself. I purposely extended my stay in the facilities long enough to hear the door across from me open and then close, and hoping it was her returning to her seat. And sure enough, as I walked back to my seat, there sat this sculpted goddess. And stopped and said, "Pardon me, ma'am. I'm learning Japanese and noticed you were reading the very same story that I was reading." For a split second, she looked a bit surprised and then smiled, saying, "Oh yes, isn't it curious?" I introduced myself as a soldier, not Delta, who had just retired with a lifelong desire to study martial arts in Japan. She said, "My name is Akimi Estrada," and to my surprise asked me to sit in an empty seat next to her. She knew to ask what my MOS, military operational speciality or job was, and I told her I was a combat infantry, which wasn't a lie, and that I had been injured in an explosion and almost lost the use of a leg, and then decided to retire after almost 17 years. She asked my age and I said 34, almost 35. And she said that I looked younger than that, to which I replied, "Thank you." At that point I remarked that her English, it was perfect. But she had a very unique accent. She explained that her dad was a Cuban American in the US Air Force Intelligence and had met her mum while he was stationed in Okinawa. She had lived all over the world and spoke English, Spanish, Japanese, German, Arabic, and some Chinese. I said wow, and responded in my best Arabic that she was unique and beautiful, and she actually blushed a little. When I asked her what her line of work was, she said she had worked as a researcher for Interpol. When I told her that I wondered if she was an air marshal, she looked surprised and asked why. When I told her that I thought she might be carrying a firearm, she seemed genuinely surprised. Akimi asked me how many languages I spoke, and I replied English, Arabic, and a little Farsi, but I am fluent in hillbilly. She looked at me for a second and said, "You mean like Beverly Hillbillies?" And then we both laughed, and I explained where I was from. She also looked a bit surprised when I asked her if she was researching the strange deaths, and she said, just the names and the connections to the victims for the database. I knew that wasn't true because she had highlighted the information about how the victims died. At that point, it was after midnight, and I said I didn't want to wear out my welcome. I asked if there was any way for me to possibly see her again, and she again looked surprised. She wrote down the address and the phone number of the office where she would be working in. I said good night, and maybe we could chat on a bit in the morning, and she nodded yes. And so, back to my seat I went, but could barely sleep for thinking about Akimi. I looked up the meaning of that name in Japanese, and unsurprisingly, it meant bright and beautiful. Part 4. The Arrival. Let's get straight into that. At 0630 hours, I awoke to the sound and smells of the flight attendants serving breakfast. As my vision cleared, I saw Akimi walking back to her seat and toasted her with my coffee cup. She stepped back and said, "Good morning. How did you sleep?" And to that I replied, "Not too well. Kept thinking about something bright and beautiful." She was very modest again and almost blushed and said, "Well, thank you." The seatbelt announcement was made, and she said she would see me when we disembarked. I noticed a couple of times how she casually turned part away to give me a little smile. This woman who got inside my head. During the stampede to get off the plane and into immigration and customs, I got separated from Akimi and noticed that she didn't go through the normal lines but was met by a Japanese man who ushered her to a short line. I could barely see her, but we were able to exchange a quick wave. The immigration agent said, "Welcome to Japan, Captain Tate." I had handed him both my passport and military ID. And when he asked the purpose of my visit, I told him about my dream to study martial arts in Japan. He smiled and seemed to really appreciate that, telling me in Japanese to have safe travels. And with that, I was at the luggage carousel and scanning for Akimi, but I didn't see her again. As I exited the baggage claim, there was a young Japanese man waiting for me with a sign, and to take me to my new home. My chauffeur's name was Goro, and he spoke a little English. His name meant enthusiastic and informative. Boy, was that right. He seemed truly happy to see me and said that he had heard that I was a great warrior. And I replied, Just a soldier, young man. Just a soldier." With traffic, we would be driving almost 3 hours to meet my landlord and sign the lease. During the trip, I noticed how cramped the car was. I was 5'10", 188 pounds, and felt like a sardine. As we chatted, I brought up the subject of the mysterious deaths in the news. Goro went on a tangent, telling how some said it was the Kappa, or evil water spirit. I asked if the police had any suspects, and he said, "Oh no, no suspect. They are the Yakuza. Police won't interfere." I asked if the Yakuza were so common here, and he told me that you only know who the heads of the Yakuza are. You don't know who the lesser members are, the people who they call enemies. He then told me it was not good to discuss this subject because it makes people very nervous. And then we rounded a corner to make a left turn onto a small road with a row of traditional and very small Japanese cottages. And Mr. Kuru was waiting out front when we pulled up. He welcomed me and bowed with hands pressed together in front of his chest in traditional Japanese style. And Mr. Kuru spoke very little English, but between my Japanese and Goro's English, we were able to understand each other for me to sign a 1-year lease. I didn't realize it, but this lease was done as a special favor because most leases are 5 or more years. The cottage was modestly furnished with a loft bedroom and a sleeper sofa. We unloaded my bags and it was off to the Bushido school where I would be studying. We drove mostly straight uphill for about 15 minutes and we came to this huge arched gate and a pebblestone drive leading into a circle surrounding a huge fountain. And as we exited the car, Goro said, "Must stop," and blessed the fountain. He made a prayer gesture with his hands to his chin, facing the fountain. And being a Southern Baptist boy, I loosely emulated his actions. Then we stepped onto the porch and pulled off our shoes, and then bowed and entered to find Mr. Akagi waiting. He smiled, extended his hands, and said welcome, Gakuto, which meant pupil, Harrison Tate. I gave the respectful bow and we shook hands. I asked Mr. Akagi where he learned to speak English so well, and he said that he served in the Japanese army and worked with Americans stationed in Okinawa. He invited me to where a traditional Japanese dinner was waiting. Mr. Akagi asked many questions about my military services and injuries, and he seemed genuinely impressed with me. On the following morning, Goro was driving us back to Osaka so I could buy a car and get a driver's permit. I asked him how many dealers we would visit, and he said, "Dealers?" Mr. Sumiyoshi, the school owner, had arranged an appointment with a motor vehicle agent. Well, I said, "What if I don't like this car?" And he replied, "If you don't buy this car, it will be very disrespectful to Shi Doshi," which was the boss/dojo owner. We arrived at a small building with a small store out front. 2 vehicles were basically sitting on the sidewalk. We entered the building and Hoshi Sankuru, a petite Japanese lady, greeted us. She spoke English to explain that we would drive to the office of the motor vehicle permits to get my temporary permit. She said that helping me to obtain the permit was included in a vehicle price and she would arrange the insurance. I said, "Really?" And she said that Mr. Sumiyoshi had arranged it. I said, "Wow." And Goro said it was time for him to get back to the school and he would see me much later. I told Hoshi that Guru was a good employee, and she said that he was the koboku, or houseboy, or what we would call a servant. I expected some sort of driver's test, but only had to sign forms and had the option to study for a permanent license later. After 5 or 6 hours from the time that I'd left home, I was on my way back in my small Toyota. I wanted to get home and rest because my lessons would begin at 0700 in the morning. I was excited, but also didn't know what to expect. As I drove back, I couldn't help but think about Akimi. I decided to drive by her office in hopes of seeing her. I got there in about 30 minutes and found a place to park. When I entered the plaza, I discovered it was the PSIA, or Public Security Intelligence Agency, and I could not enter. I pressed the buzzer and heard what I think was maybe "welcome you" in Japanese. I gave my name and asked if it was possible to get a message to Akimi Estrada. The lady responded in good English saying, "Sir, if you give us your message, we will determine what to do with it." I thought that was an interesting way to not say Akimi was working there. I wrote a message on a pad outside the office, telling her I was settled in and hoped she was well, and left my number. As I drove up the winding mountain road, the sun was setting, and it reminded me of the dark forests and narrow mountain roads of the Appalachians. I came into my little house ready for a shower and bed. I turned on the small TV, and luckily there was English subtitles available. There was a new story about another mysterious death, and this one was only 3 or 4 kilometers from here. Part 5. A New Journey. Let's get straight into that. 05:30 hours, I had slept like a rock. I quickly rummaged through my cupboards and found various foods that I wasn't quite sure about. I did find a strong tea I was familiar with and ate some egg noodles and bacon, or Japanese bacon. I arrived at school at 06:30 hours, stopping to bow at the fountain, where I sat down and meditated for a few moments, and then began to warm up and stretch my muscles. At 06:55 hours, the doors opened and Goro emerged to tell me Mr. Akagi was ready for me. I was fitted for a traditional karate uniform, or karategi. I was issued protective equipment, a shinai, bamboo practice sword, and an oak bokken, wooden sword. A few minutes later, I was introduced to my sensei, one who has gone before, and Kenjutsu, Master Sensei Jonah Yamamoto. Then we began with the basics and stopped for a small bowl of rice and fish for lunch. Jonah means God's grace in Japanese, and Jonah said, "Gakuto, you already know these things and you have the eye of a hawk for these details." I thanked him and he suggested we should spend the last half of the day on the next level. By the day's end I was exhausted and ready to go home and crash, and Jonah told me that I was a good student and that tomorrow we would move to the next level. And when I got in my car I noticed a missed call. When I played the message, it was Akimi thanking me for coming by and saying to call her after 7 p.m. At 7:05 p.m, I was dialing Akimi. She answered with the sexiest telephone voice that I'd ever heard, and that caused me to hesitate for a second. She said, "Harry, is this you?" I untangled my tongue and said, yes it is, and it's so nice to hear your voice." She said likewise and asked about my first big day at school. I told her that I was exhausted and would be advancing to more difficult classes tomorrow. And to my surprise she said, "I'm looking forward to see your school." I said, "Great, and can we meet this weekend?" And she said that would be nice, and if I didn't hear from her tomorrow, to call her the next day to set the date. She went on to say that she had worked late again and needed to do her workout now. I said I was impressed and maybe we could work out together sometime. And she said that sounded wonderful and wished me a good night. After my shower and dinner, I turned on the TV to hear yet another story about 4 mysterious deaths within a 15-kilometer radius of the home I was now in. One within 5 kilometers. That night, I had a hard time sleeping, thinking about Akimi. When I finally dozed off, I also dreamed of my dad and his famous booger encounter. I was abruptly awoken at 04:15 hours by a shrill sound that sounded like a cross between a screech, owl, and a train whistle. I instinctively grabbed the oak bokken next to my bed and assumed a defensive posture. There was only silence now, and so, after looking around, I went back to bed and only slept for about 15 or 20 minutes before the alarm sounded. At the dojo, I told Sensei Jonah about the sound I had heard, and he seemed genuinely interested. He asked me to describe it again and what was the duration, and whether it started high and went low or low and went high. When I asked if he knew what it was or had heard it, he just shook his head and said, "I am just curious. Time to resume training." The sensei taught me all the sword strikes, but with much more precision and power than Mr. Yazuwa in Germany. At the end of the day, he took me to a room and said, "This is a privilege. Say nothing to anyone." I nodded and bowed, and before my eyes was a room full of ancient swords and samurai armor. There were murals and drawings of samurais in battle with other samurais, and with ninja, and even a few depictions of samurai battling strange creatures. I suddenly remembered Tiger's mural. He said, "Gakuto, tomorrow I will teach you some advanced techniques. If you are proficient, the following day you will face a test." I bowed, saying that I was humbled and honored. He told me that it wasn't my proficiency, but my humble spirit that told him I was right for this. And then he handed me some scrolls and told me to study them. He said to go purify my body and mind and stay in my home this night. I thought I was curious, but agreed and said that I would. I hurriedly checked my phone when I got in the car, but there was no call or message from Akimi. I spent hours going over the scrolls. One of those creatures looked really evil because it had eyes like a snake. This one sword was a brilliant blue. Just before I went to bed, I sent Akimi a text saying that I hope she had a good day and a peaceful night. I awoke to the sound of gunfire. It was in the distance and echoing down the valley. It was 5 or 6 double taps followed by 2 quick full auto bursts. Well, that was unusual in a country not famous for firearms. It was also the first time I had heard gunfire in over 4 months. At 06:15 hours, I went to my car and noticed my neighbour changing out dozens of candles around her house. I really wanted to talk to her about the strange events of the last 2 nights, but I didn't know how to approach the subject with my limited Japanese. I quickly looked at my phone, but there was no message from Akimi. When I saw Goru, I told him I needed to talk to him after training today, and to meet me here at the car. Sensei met me with full combat gear and told me to suit up also. We squared off for some practice strikes, and I was amazed at how fast and fluid Jonah was. We spent the entire morning sparring with light strikes and me learning to defend and counter-strike. During lunch, I told him about hearing gunfire, and he looked at me very seriously and asked if I was sure. I told him that I'd heard enough gunfire to know this sound. He said, could it be fireworks? I told him that there were 2 definite full auto bursts. He seemed concerned and asked what this could be. He said, probably some drug gang came here to fire their illegal weapons. We continued our lessons with Jonah pushing me to attack him and me getting my ass kicked. And after about 2 hours of this, Jonah told me to stop, stand completely still, and control my breathing, and trying to put myself into a meditative state where my mind could see what I was doing while I did it. I was always able to slow my breathing down during water exercises, and once held my breath over 3 minutes, and so I began slowing my breathing and my thoughts. Jonah said, now, with your mind's eye, see every move you made, and make every move with your mind. I had never had an out-of-body experience and wondered if this is how it feels. And Jonah snapped at me and said, open your eyes, Gakuto. Attack me and watch every move with your mind. I saw that I was moving in a fluid manner like Jonah. I was now on the attack, and my blocking and counter-attacks were sharper and faster. Jonah said to take a break and go to a quiet spot and prepare myself. He said I had 30 minutes to visualize my moves and synchronize my mind and body. I discovered that my thoughts and my senses were suddenly heightened. I heard Jonah's voice saying, Gakuto, get ready. He told me to stand in the center of the room and put myself at ease. The side door opened and in walked Master Akagi in full dress with an actual samurai uniform. He looked at me and said, Dai, signifying the moment of contact. He raised his shinai, a bamboo sword, and came at me like lightning, and striking me twice. After I blocked the first strike, he said, remember, see with your mind's eye. I slowed my thoughts and breathed deeply. On his second attack, I blocked both strikes, and he began to approach me with a fluid lateral foot movements, while simultaneously striking at opposite angles. I was totally defensive but did not retreat, and I began to emulate Master Akagi's moves. My mind's eye had photographed each move, and I began to counter with his moves and strikes. I landed a major strike on his shoulder, and he paused and looked at me, stone-faced. And I thought, oh shit. And then he smiled, attacking again. He unleashed the Senpu, or whirlwind, upon me, and I blocked several strikes as he spun and struck. He knelt and struck, and finally he lay back like a limbo contest and struck with a forearm attack right across my ribs. Even though it was a bamboo sword, it hurt. And Master Akagi then said, Moe, ayo oshiagyo. Or enough, my disciple. I had the bewildered look of somebody who just got their ass kicked when Sensei Jonah smiled and said, Ape, or well done. He called me over to the corner where there were 2 bundles wrapped in rice paper. And Master Akagi said, Shicho, attention. Your title is no longer Gakuto. You are now Oshiago. This is the first time in history of our school that we have ever bestowed this title on anybody in only a week. Jonah then presented me with 2 bundles. I was hesitant to unwrap, but Master Akagi nodded in an affirmative. As I opened the bundles, there was the most incredible katana and tanto I'd ever held. My head was down and my eyes started to tear up. Master Akagi said, Hurry, hold your head high. He called me by my first name and said that I had a Musha Rai, a warrior spirit, and was now part of the family and would be welcomed as such. Jonah said that he and Master Akagi saw my brilliance on the first day but had no idea I would progress so fast. They both told me to enjoy my weekend off and study the scrolls continually. I thanked them and went to my car. Part 6. The Awakening. Let's get straight into that. Goro was waiting on me with a big smile and congratulated me. I explained the strange occurrences and told him I needed his help to translate for my neighbour. I also had a text from Akimi that said, "Sorry, worked late and thinking about you." And Goro followed me as we pulled up in front of Mrs. Hitachi's home, which sat about 60 feet from mine. This slight elderly lady answered the door and Goro introduced us. She explained that she was a widow and had lived there for more than 20 years. She said she was very happy to meet me, and I told her in my best Japanese that I was a good neighbour, and that she could call on me any time for help. She smiled again and bowed. And Goro asked her if she had heard the strange sounds or gunfire over the last week. Well, she looked a little concerned and said no. When I tried to describe and emulate the sound, she became frightened. I tried to apologize when Goro asked her what was so wrong, and she said that people who grew up here always spoke of the Mitsuchi, or water spirits, and that's why she always burned so many candles outside. I gave her my cell phone number and asked her to call me if she ever had a problem. She bowed and grasped my hand in a very gracious and appreciative manner. As we walked back to the cars, Goro said, "She's talking about the Kappa." I asked him to swear a sacred oath to never tell and showed him the creature on the scroll. He pointed at it and proclaimed, "Kappa." He also explained some historical and spiritual aspects of the scrolls and said that the Kappa was an evil water demon that could be controlled by a human master. I thanked him and he departed. That night I studied the scrolls again and noticed the unusual blue sword held by the samurai who fought the creature. Within minutes I was on the phone calling Akimi, and to my surprise, she answered. I told her about my new title, and she was silent for 2 or 3 seconds. And I said, "Hello?" She responded that she was still there, and just surprised to hear that anybody, especially a gaijin, earned this title so fast. I said I was excited to see her again, and could we have dinner tomorrow? She said to meet her at 6 p.m. at the Tokyo Grill by the park in Osaka. I proclaimed, "You got a date." She chuckled. We then chatted for a few more minutes and then finally hung up. On the following day at 15:30 hours, I departed for Osaka wearing the best dressed casual clothes. I entered the Tokyo Grill at 17:55 hours and there stood Akimi, dressed impeccably in tailored clothing for a queen. I hesitated and asked, "May I give you a big American hug?" And she said, "Absolutely." And it seemed that neither one of us wanted to let go. I asked her to tell me more about her, and she said she was 28 years old and had only had one serious boyfriend who cheated on her. Her parents lived in Texas, and she had an older brother who was a pilot in the Air Force. Interpol had recruited her for her cyber and multilingual skills, and I confessed to her that I had been a Delta team member, and she said, "I'm not surprised." I laughed and said, "Yeah, you probably already knew," and she chuckled. We ordered drinks and looked at the menu. After dinner, she asked me if I would like to follow her to her apartment for another drink and to watch a movie. To which I replied, "Hoorah!" And she laughed again. She had a very nice upscale apartment on the outskirts of the city. As we entered, I noticed the pictures of her mum and dad who were still alive and living in a dad's home in the state of Texas. I asked her if she was a Cowboys fan and she replied, "Yes, sir." And I chuckled and we sat on the sofa as some movie came on that neither one of us was watching. It was about 2100 hours when I reached over and held her hand. I didn't see it coming, but we were locked up like 2 MMA fighters. She said, "We must slow down," and I said roger that and kissed her again. About then, her damn cell phone started ringing, and she said that she had to get it. She was speaking in Japanese, and the call seemed urgent. She was apologetic and said, "Harry, I must go." I must have looked like a kid with an empty stocking on Christmas morning, and said that I understood. She promised that she would call me tomorrow, and maybe she would come visit me. I said okay, and walked her to her car for a goodnight kiss. As she drove off, I decided to look for a bar. After too many drinks and a bunch of young Japanese girls circling me, it was midnight and I decided to head home. On the way back, the sky was beautiful and clear, and the closer I got to my main road, I noticed a light in the sky over the mountain. As I got closer, I saw what I believed to be a helicopter with a spotlight. Before I reached my turnoff, I saw the helicopter over the trees down by the river, so I turned left down the road to the river to check it out. I had never been down that road, so now was a good time as any. I rounded the last curve in front of a huge house before going downhill to the river. I saw a car that looked like it had collided with the embankment, and its lights were on. It looked like the car Goro drove. I slowed down to a crawl, getting ready to exit the car and investigate. And suddenly, this large man stood up and he towered over the driver's door. For a split second, my headlights illuminated his face and eyes, and I couldn't believe what I saw. There was this face that looked human but not human, and with golden-colored eyes. I was experiencing one of those moments in combat where you hesitate and you will die. I remembered that my katana was in the trunk because I was going to show it to Akimi. I hit the trunk button and quickly exited while trying to keep an eye on this man. But by the time I grabbed my katana, he, or it, was gone. I stood there in silence, trying to listen, when a blur came over to the right side of my car, knocking me to the ground. I rolled and brought myself up onto one knee with my katana overhead in a defensive position. And for some reason, my new training kicked in, and I was breathing slow and allowing my mind's eye, or sixth sense, to guide me. And just out of the light, I could see a faint figure standing motionless, but I could hear its breathing. And I readied myself, and as I did, it was as if this man/thing sensed it, because it charged me. I made a lateral move to the left and a 45-degree strike to the right. As this mass slammed onto my car, it screamed. It was the sound that I had heard the other night, and it was trying to kill me, but I had hurt it. I wasn't sure that I would survive a second attack, so I moved back to put some distance between us and took a defensive posture with the sword overhead at a 90-degree angle. I could see its face better now, and what I saw shocked me to my core. The face was human, but with reptile skin and features. It had claws and vertical eye pupils. It stood there, looking at me, and with blood running down its side. And I suddenly blurted out, "In the name of Jesus, you have no power over me." I honestly think that it was both surprised and angry, and that gave me an idea. I started saying, "Come on, you evil SOB, come on," as I inched my feet both forward and to the right towards my car. Well, it lunged towards me, and I jumped to the right, getting feet on the trunk and striking to the left. I must have hit that thing again because it screamed. At this point, I was on top of my car with a high ground advantage. It turned to look at me and hissed and spoke at the same time. I said, "Come on, motherfucker. You want some more?" It suddenly ran towards the river and was out of sight in 2 or 3 seconds. It took a few seconds for me to grasp what had just happened to me. I remembered that I should check to see if somebody was injured in the car. The car was sitting at an angle with the driver's side bumper sticking into the embankment. I cautiously rounded the corner with the sword raised to find Goro lying on the ground and with his feet still inside the car. And I said, "Goro, Goro, it's Harry." He was bloody and with his clothes slashed. I turned on his interior light and saw some claw marks that I had never seen before. 4 marks, as if a thumb and 3 fingers. His eyes had that look of a life fading from them. I had seen these many times. He was weak but said, "Harry, son, you are family now. Don't allow them to have the sword, please." I started saying, "What sword? Who is they?" But his breathing laboured, and the air was escaping from the punctures to his lungs. I told him to hold on and I would get help. He grasped my arm and said, "The trunk! Quickly! Get the sword!" I agreed and retrieved a bundle with old canvas material from the trunk. I closed the trunk and returned. Goro was dead. I quickly put the bundle in my trunk and called Master Akagi. He answered the phone and I was only able to tell him that I had found Goro in a car accident on the river road and that he was dead. 5 figures emerged from the trees, and I dropped my phone and raised my katana in defense, thinking of 5 of these monsters were about to attack me, and this was probably it. And suddenly, I was hit with tack lights and had weapons pointed at me. A voice with a Japanese accent shouted to put down the sword and get on the ground face first. I was zip-tied and rolled over as a man asked me my name. I identified myself and got the usual questions about who I was and what I was doing here. At that point, the helicopter I'd seen earlier was overhead with a spotlight illuminating the area. The man who was interrogating me shouted, "Inspector, come here. This one is American." As I sat there zip-tied and leaning back against my car, the inspector walked up and I couldn't see his face for all the lights in my eyes. And a familiar voice said, "Oh my God, Harry?" And I responded, "Oh my God, Akimi?" And she told him to take the lights out my eyes and waved off the helicopter. She asked me what I was doing there and said that I could ask the same of her. She reached down and started to cut my zip ties when Agent Jiro Tanaka, PSIA, shouted at her to not do that. They had a heated exchange in Japanese that I could not understand, and Agent Tanaka relented and agreed to allow my zips to be cut. I stood up and faced both Akimi and Tanaka and said, "If I tell you what just happened, you will wish you had left the zips on and put me in a straitjacket." Akimi assured me that they would not and insisted that I tell her what happened. And I told them the entire story, minus the part about the sword Guru had asked me to take. Part 7. Myth versus Reality. Let's get straight into that. Akimi asked Tanaka to allow she and I to talk alone. I said, "So, Inspector, what are you going to do with me?" She was obviously distressed and apologizing. I told her, "Don't apologize, just explain." And she asked if I would please allow her to come to my house as soon as they were finished processing this crime scene. She said I was free to go and please go home and wait for her. I drove off for home, still trying to process all of this. As I pulled up to my house, there was Mr. Akagi standing outside waiting on me. I expressed my grief over Guru, and he asked if we could go inside and have tea. I repeated the entire story again, and he listened intently as I described this battle with this creature. And he said, "Harry, you have proved yourself again." He went on to say that I was now marked and the Kappa will come after me. He also asked where the sword was. I went out and retrieved it from the trunk. Mr. Akagi opened the bundle, and I gasped. This katana was made from a blue steel I had never seen before. It was a cloudy blue with a deep finish that you could almost look into, but there was no reflection. Before I could ask, Mr. Akagi started to explain that this steel comes from within the earth, under the rivers where the Kappa live. There was only a few swords in existence like it. I said that this was like the sword in the scroll, and he said yes, this blade is the most effective against the Kappa. They fear it even more when in the hands of a master. Now, he went on to tell me that Gori was supposed to deliver the sword to Mr. Sumiyoshi, the owner of our school, before the Kappa killed him. He said, "Harry, it is fate that you were there, or the Kappa would now have this blade." My question for Mr. Akagi now was why Goro tried to deliver the sword to Mr. Sumiyoshi. That huge mansion up on the hill from where Goro was attacked with the Sumiyoshi family home. Mr. Akagi said that Goro was trying to make it to that house. And Mr. Akagi paused and said, "Harry, there are things I must tell you." Mr. Sumiyoshi is a member of the second largest Yakuza family in Japan. The Yamaguchi are the largest and want to take over from the Sumiyoshi family business dealings. Mr. Sumiyoshi left the business many years ago to buy our school and start a new life. The Yamaguchi see him as becoming weak and an easy target. All the deaths in the area were junior members of the Sumiyoshi family. They are sending a message to Mr. Sumiyoshi to sign over all of his holdings and persuade the rest of the family in Tokyo to do the same. However, they would refuse this. If the Yamaguchi were caught in the act of killing Sumiyoshi family members, I would start a war with the remaining families, siding with the Sumiyoshi family. Someone within the Yamaguchi family figured out how to invoke the Akurio, powerful evil spirits, to gain control of the Kappa. And I'm sitting there thinking, This is some crazy shit, right out of fantasy, science fiction movies. I asked what I should do with the sword, and Mr. Akagi said to keep it, and that it would be safe with me because nobody would expect a gaijin to have it. He said that Monday would start my training, specific to using this sword and fighting the Kappa. He asked me to follow him to the car where he opened the trunk to what was a rifle case and a large tactical bag. He then said that these are things you already know how to use. He also handed me an ID with a picture, and written on it in both Japanese and English was Personal Security, SEJ. Sumiyoshi Enterprises, Japan. Mr. Akagi left to make arrangements for the cremation and memorial service for Kowoll. I sat there looking at the AR-10 carbine with all the bells and whistles and 520 round mags. There was also a very nice tactical knife and a CZ-45 with 3 10-round mags and enough ammo for an anti-insurgent mission. By then, it was almost 0400, and I needed some sleep. My phone rang at 11:15 hours, and it was Akimi, and she said, "I'm on my way and I'm bringing lunch." She pulled up in about 2 hours. In she walked with jeans and a polo shirt, and I said, "What, no zip ties?" She said, "Please, Harry, can we put that behind us?" I agreed as we sat down to eat, and I said, "So, Lucy, you got some splaining to do." And she said, "Yes, Harry, I hunt monsters." I told her that I was all ears and please continue. And she told me about living in East Texas and growing up with the stories of the Chupacabra, Bigfoot, and Dogman. She became fascinated with it and had done some online research and even posted about it under a pseudonym. Her cyber studies had taught her some skills, and when she was 20, she hacked into a site that turned out to be an obscure cover for Dull Space in the Four Corners area. I said, "Go on, please." And she said that her father had gotten a visit from some alphabet agency wanting to know if this was his doing. He was furious with her, and the next thing she knew, they were sitting in an NSA office. They recruited her, and she became a research assistant. She went on to linguistic schools and was sent overseas to work with various agencies. She didn't like the direction the NSA was going and soon resigned, and then discovered that there was a secret Cryptid unit operating within Interpol's fugitive unit. She applied and had been there for almost 5 years. I said, "You were packing a gun on a plane?" And she nodded yes. She said that she had been as honest as she possibly could with me, and would I do the same with her. I said that for some reason I trusted her almost as much as I would a brother in arms and share what I knew. I recapped my training and told her how when I fought the creature, I was able to use my mind's eye and heard it twice. I shared Mr. Akagi's conversation with her. She already knew about the Yakuza connection. She just didn't know that someone had invoked an evil spirit to control a Kappa. She said, "By the way, this thing isn't a Kappa. It's a reptilian, and they have been here since the beginning of creation." I showed her the weapons Mr. Akagi had brought me along with the scrolls, and finally, the sword. She was fascinated with the scrolls and said that they had given them to me to prepare me. When she examined the sword, she was also amazed. She had only ever seen one before, and it was locked in a secure vault, but this one was better in design and feel. She said that she was actually obligated to confiscate that sword, but the Japanese side of her understood that it was better for me to keep it. And I shared with her how I had seen a mural before with this same depiction. I told her of how I had seen these distinctive scratch marks on my father's back when I was 17. She looked at me and put her index finger on my lips and said, "Harry, do you understand that you being here is fate?" Before I could speak, she kissed me. She really kissed me, and off to the bedroom we went. It was as if many years of loneliness and emptiness were being filled. After making love twice, we just laid there, silent. And I said, "Akimi, you have been in my head since I saw you on the plane, and now you are in my heart." And she said, "Harry, I'm afraid to tell you that I love you." And I responded with, "I'll say it then." And we lay there until we dozed off for a couple of hours. And my phone rang about 17:30 hours, and a voice said, "Captain Tate, this is Lieutenant Ellis with the Army Intelligence. How are you, sir?" I paused and made the joke that somebody must have read my cell number on the bus station wall. He said Colonel Jones had given him my number and asked him to check in and see how I was doing. I thanked him and said I was still adjusting to my new life. He then said something curious. I am sure you'll be able to meet all the challenges you will face, but we're here if you need us. He asked if we could meet sometime and break bread, and I said sure. Let me call you when things settle down a bit. He said roger that and then hung up. Akimi had been listening to the call also and thought it was quite curious. She figured that these Yakuza deaths, being in close proximity to me, had gotten on their radar, and they probably knew some of what happened last night. And she smiled and said, by the way, I brought over an overnight bag, and I rolled over as we made love again. It was about 1900 hours and Akimi said she needed to get her bag. I told her that I would get it and slipped on my pants. As I walked out the door, I got this uneasy feeling. I backed up into the house and grabbed the CZ, and then scanned the yard. I shouted over my shoulder to Akimi that something wasn't right. It was that feeling I had gotten before I feared walking into an ambush. I inched towards Akimi's car when I saw movement in the foliage. One of those creatures burst out heading right at me. By the time I squeezed off 4 or 5 rounds, it was on me and slashed at me, hitting my left arm. I went down onto the ground and turned to take aim at it again when I heard the AR-10 barking. It was Akimi firing from the stoop, but she wasn't firing at the one that attacked me. There was another one closing in from behind me. It rolled out of its way and the one that attacked me had turned its attention to Akimi. It jumped onto the stoop and slashed at her. She raised her rifle in defense, but it knocked it out of her hands. I looked to my left and saw the other one lying on the ground next to me. The force of that thing hitting the rifle put Akimi down onto the stoop. As this thing raised its arms and claws, I emptied the CZ into the side of its head. I let out one of those screeching sounds and fell into the side of my house, and then onto the ground. I quickly checked the one by me, and it appeared to be dead. I ran to Akimi and grabbed the rifle, putting 2 rounds into that thing's skull. And Akimi said, "Oh my God, you're bleeding." We then went inside and she said she would have to clean these wounds now, and that she had to give me an injection ASAP. And she had a kit in the car, and so she brought in her bag and a med kit and explained that the scratch and a bite of these things can cause a deadly infection for humans. Part 8. Sumatai Kaze, a cold wind. Let's get straight into that. As we sat waiting for Agent Jiro Tanaka and his men to arrive, I told Akimi that the sexiest thing I ever saw was her firing that rifle with nothing but her panties and my t-shirt on. She smiled and kissed me, saying that it was no longer safe for me here and that I should come stay with her. I told her that I would love that, but I am obligated to stay here and finish my studies. She said she understood as my phone rang. It was Mr. Akagi asking if I was okay. Mrs. Hitachi had called him and told him what happened. He told me that I must come stay at the school where there is security, and I agreed. He also said he was pleased to see that I had a new friend and asked to speak to Akimi. I handed her the phone and they chatted in Japanese and I understood some of it. She handed the phone back to me and Mr. Akagi said, "After the Gorosuke, thugs, clean up the mess. A room will be ready for you here." Akimi said, "So, Mr. Akagi thinks you are some kind of chosen one?" And I replied with a long, Then 2 sets of headlights lit up the yard. It was Tanaka in an SUV with 3 men and a van with 2 men in hazmat suits. Tanaka was pissed off and got into a heated conversation with Akimi. I didn't like what I heard and was about to interject myself when Akimi put her finger to Tanaka's face and said something to the effect of, "It's none of your business and you should be happy because you now have 2 for study." She turned her back on him and she said she would no longer be able to stay and asked would I give her a rain check. I said sure, but can you go with me to speak with Mrs. Hitachi? She explained to her that she would be safe now because I was going to stay at the school for a while. I told Akimi to tell her that I would come by to check on her, and she smiled, bowed and said, "One ga tashimasu." Thank you, please. I gathered my things and kissed Akimi goodbye. We agreed to talk first thing in the morning. When I pulled into the school, the new servant Kenda was waiting to help carry my things. I discovered that Kenda spoke almost no English, and Mr. Akagi and Jonah were waiting at the front door and ushered me into the dining area, where a meal was prepared. And Jonah said, "Your favorite, southern fried chicken." I thanked them and thanked the cook, and as we sat, they told me that tomorrow I would learn the kanji, Bushido code, that few have been privy to. It was specific to fighting the Kappa. I would also meet the katana mecha, sword maker, who would explain some history. At that time, Kenda entered bowing his head, and everybody quickly rose to their feet and bowed. I followed suit, and there stood a man dressed impeccably in a fine three-piece double-breasted suit and with a fine silk tie. In almost perfect English, he said, "Hello, Captain Tate. I am Alexander Sumiyoshi. Please call me Alex." Well, both Jonah and Mr. Akagi raised an eyebrow, like Mr. Spock when he said that. He sat down across from me and helped himself to a piece of chicken. I said, "May I ask you how you got the name Alexander, sir?" And he said, "Please drop the formalities." And that his father studied Alexander the Great more than any warrior in history, even more so than the great samurai warriors. He wanted me to be like Alexander, but it just wasn't in my DNA. "And about your perfect English?" I asked. He replied, "Harvard, and 1-year internship on Wall Street." I said, "Impressive." He said, "No, it is you who are impressive. I've never risked my life in combat and had my comrades die alongside me, and I certainly never fought and defeated a Kappa." Alex went on to say that a Sumatai Kaze, cold wind, had arrived about 6 months ago, and he had now lost 4 family members and a loyal noble, Kabuku, referring to Goro. "Harry, you are now family, whether you like it or not. And when you fought the Kappa, you became an enemy of the Yamaguchi family. The Ayaro katana is the key to defeating the Kappa. The metal is harmful to them. It is even more harmful when put into a sword, and in the hands of a master, it is terrifying to them. This Yuzadu, or wizard, that has gained control of this clan is not able to control all of them, and he has done this by somehow gaining control of the Alpha, or Alpha. At the Alpha's direction, the clan is attacking my family. There is only 2 ways to stop this. We discover who the wizard is and force him to reverse this spell, or we kill the Alpha. Your new friend, Mrs. Estrada, is also aware of this. PSIA is actively working the wizard angle, and she is researching ways to find and destroy the Alpha, or the entire clan. The problem is these creatures live in caverns under the river, and there is no way to determine their exact numbers or exact location of the Alpha. Legend says that they live in groups of up to 100 or more. About 1/3 of those are warriors, and the rest are the females and the young. I took the liberty of inviting Akimi to come here tomorrow and set up a research office. I am sure you will be pleased that she will have a room here in the house. Her Gorosuki will stay in the guest house. He then rose and said he would go now, and so I could go get some rest and start my training tomorrow. He shook my hand and thanked me, calling me Masuko, son. And after he left, Master Akagi looked at me with a big smile and said, "By the way, my first name is Theodotus, but please call me Theo," which meant given by God. At 0600, I was at the breakfast table, and Kenda put a bowl of eggs, rice and bacon in front of me, and managed to say, "Protein and carbs for you." I smiled and thanked him. At 0630 hours, I was at the fountain, where Jonah came in and said to follow him. And we went behind the school to what looked like a barn or a shop. We entered, and I recognized the smell of forged hot steel. And there stood a plump old, grey-haired man, named Tetsujin, meaning sage or philosopher. He said that he would tell me a story, and Jonah would translate. Well, there was once a noble samurai fighting against a ruthless warlord. His men were ambushed on the bridge by a ninja clan hired by the warlord. After being seriously injured, he fell off the bridge and into the water, and the current swept him away. The ninja were pursuing him on both sides of the bank, when finally, after being completely exhausted, he slipped under the water and was almost unconscious and about to drown, when he felt something grab him and pull him above the surface and into the bushes. He came to and saw this frightening creature, but was too exhausted to do anything. And this Kappa spoke Japanese because he had hid in the forest in shadows and listened to the men talk. He told the samurai that he had a cruel master who had taken his wife and made him a slave. He tried to kill this master, but was severely injured and barely escaped. The samurai said that he was fighting a cruel warlord who also did things like this. And the Kappa talked about the Ayo Hajin, blue steel, in the caverns that could harm the Kappa. He told the samurai that this steel would cut through the other metal. He said that he brought some with him and could get more, and they agreed to become friends and help each other. When the samurai was well, the Kappa taught him how to make a sword from this blue steel. The samurai made 5 swords and went to his men, telling them the story. He demonstrated just how the steel cut through other samurai swords, and he and the 4 best warriors led their men to the territory of the cruel warlord. They began to kill the warlord's men and cut their swords in half. The samurai sent a challenge to the warlord, asking for a battle against his 5 best men, and the warlord accepted. The samurai quickly defeated the warlord's men. They bowed to the samurai and pledged their loyalty. The cruel warlord was put to death, and the samurai became the new warlord. He recruited his best warriors to go with the Kappa and to get more blue steel. Many more swords were made, and it was time to attack the cruel Kappa master. Well, the Kappa taught them how to hold their breath longer, and they went down into the river and entered the cavern entrance. The Kappa had taught the samurai the weakness of the Kappa and how to use blinding powder from a plant against them. The samurai attacked, and 1/4 were killed or seriously injured, and over half the Kappa were killed or seriously injured. Now they arrived at the main chamber, and the Kappa told his brethren to surrender and hand over their cruel master and be free. And to everyone's surprise, they did, and the master was beheaded by the samurai leader. His Kappa friend became the new leader, and for over 2 centuries, the Kappa and the samurai lived in peace, until an evil wizard figured out a way to enchant the Kappa with underground plants that have hallucinogenic effects. And that is apparently what has happened now. Tetsujin had just enough of the blue steel for 2 more swords, 1 for Jonah and 1 for Theo. They lay there almost emitting a light of their own. I noticed a small piece of about 6 or 7 inches along one side of his table. I asked could he make me a knife from that, and he agreed. The swords would be ready by morning, and Tetsujin said that we will practice together and learn to feel the way of these swords. You will learn the Kappa weakness and lead other warriors into their chamber and kill the Alpha. We thanked him and went to the dojo for our training. We rolled out the scrolls on the floor and began reading the sketches and diagrams. We learned that the Kappa had sensitive ears, and eyes were very sensitive to bright light. The skin around the small ear holes were thin and vulnerable. The backs of their legs from the knee to the ankle was extremely vulnerable. Under their arms and close to their waists, the ribs weren't as thick, and you could get the vital organs that way. There was also a powder made from certain plants that would blind them if thrown directly into their eyes. When it was now time for lunch, and the second half of the day would be practicing our attacks. Akimi was at the dining table, and it was a bit awkward, but she stood up and gave me a big hug. I told her what we had studied, and she said she had already had a copy of the scrolls and was studying and researching them, and Tanaka had brought some incendiary grenades. She also said that someone had tipped off the US Army about these incidents, minus all the details, and that I should expect a visit. I shook my head and kissed her cheek, saying, "Are we in this together?" And she nodded yes, and we went back to our training. On the floor of the dojo was a lifelike figure of a Kappa. Mr. Sumiyoshi was there and said, "Gentlemen, you will practice attacking the figure's vulnerable spots." And we repeated this for hours until it was time to stop and the bamboo Kappa was toast. He told us that he had videoed us and we would be critiqued on our moves in the morning. Until then, have dinner and get some rest. And when I went to shower, I discovered Akimi's room was next to mine. Part 9. The task at hand. Let's get straight into that. It was about 1800 hours when I knocked on Akimi's door, and she said, "Enter." And there she was at her computer, and with papers all over the place. She came to me and said, "Harry, I cannot lose you." I stuttered, and before I could say why, she said, "This is a suicide mission, you know." I said, "Huh?" And she explained that the only way this plan would work is for Theo, Jonah, and me, and the Sumiyoshi security force to die. She explained that based on the plan Tanaka shared with her, we would have to fight our way into the tunnels and into the main cavern, where we would set explosives, collapsing everything, and there would be no time for escape. She hugged me tightly and asked me not to go, and I told her I didn't go on suicide missions, and let's go to dinner. Jonah, Theo, me and Akimi sat at the dinner table. There was some expensive sake there, and Theo proposed a toast to our health and success. We drank, and Akimi said, "You need another plan." Alex and Jonah looked surprised, and she said, "You will all die," and told us there was a better way. As she, Theo, and Jonah started to argue, and suddenly I heard, "Damn it, what good will it do for you to all die an honourable death?" And then she ran out. We sat there for a moment, looking at each other, and I slowly walked out. In her room, she was furious and crying. I held her and said, "Okay, what's your plan?" And she said they had tracked the Kappa that I injured back to the river with their infrared and had located a cave under the water. She asked the US government to provide assistance with ground-penetrating radar to map the tunnels and possibly locate the main cavern. She said we could use me to lure them out, and that they had my scent and they hated me. The US military also had a type of seismic bomb that they could drop above the main cavern, and that would panic the reptilians. It's the same one used to either kill or flush out the giants at Kandahar. I asked her how she knew that, and she responded, "Everybody knows about that." "So, you want to use me for bait," I said. And she told me not to worry that, and there will be backup. I said this must be the Latin side coming out, and she locked the door behind me and turned out the light. Back in the dojo at 0700, mounted on a small platform, was one of those Kappas that we killed. It was almost 7 feet tall and stank like hell. If you saw this in an alley, you would piss yourself. And Mr. Sumiyoshi and Agent Jiro Tanaka were there. Tanaka said, "You have this for practice this day only, and we must return it to cold storage." And Tetsujin delivered our swords and my knife. Our katanas were in a scabbard, so our strikes would not totally destroy the Kappa. First went Theo, then Jonah, and then me getting the feel of the sword and striking the Kappa. As we sat down for lunch, Kendo announced that we had guests. It was Lieutenant Ellis, followed by my old teammate Tim Ross. I sprang out of my seat to hug him, and we both teared up. He introduced me to Lieutenant Kobe Ellis, whose mom was from Kobe, Japan. And Tim said, "I heard you been catching spring lizards." We laughed as I pointed to Akimi, saying it was her fault. And Tim said, "So, this is the sculpted Greek goddess you emailed me about." Akimi's face turned beet red, and we all sat down. Lieutenant Ellis said, "I understand you have a wildlife exhibit in the dojo." Theo insisted that they have lunch and would see the Kappa afterwards. And Lieutenant Ellis told us that there was a specialized Navy SEAL unit dedicated to managing these humanoid reptiles, and they would arrive in Osaka around 0:30. Tim said that he was tasked as a liaison between us and the SEALs, and to neutralize these swamp boogers. Now we walked into the dojo, and it was almost a moment of truth for Lieutenant Ellis and Tim, who saw the Kappa for the first time. And Tim mumbled, "Well, fuck me," under his breath. I asked Akimi to explain the scrolls and the blue steel swords while we got back to work. After just a couple of hours, this katana felt like an extension of my arms. It was light but strong, and so well balanced. Theo and Jonah both reminded me of how important it was to allow my mind's eye to direct my movements. For some reason, that seemed easier to do with this sword. I felt this personal connection with it. We convened at a dinner table at 1800 hours, and Kenda had arranged rooms for Lieutenant Ellis and Tim. We discussed strategy and decided that tomorrow we would use the dojo for a dry run, simulating how we would attack the tunnels. Akimi's plan started sounding better as we ironed out the details. At 2000 hours, we decided to call it a night. Akimi lay next to me, clinging to me so tightly. We fell asleep in each other's arms. At 0105 hours, the dojo door's alarm sounded off and gunfire erupted. I sprang up, grabbing my tac vest and AR. I told Akimi to stay here and shoot anything with scales that tried to enter the house. Tim and Kobe were already in the hallway, and with weapons slung, and we headed into the dojo. We hugged the side of the house, moving cautiously, when the men started screaming out, and that hiss or screech, it could be heard. I motioned for Tim to slide right while I pushed forward, and Tim shouted, "Contact, 2 right, 2 o'clock." We opened up, putting one down, and the other ran into the bushes screaming. I heard a scream behind me, and one of those things was slashing Kobe and knocked him to the ground. Before I could fire, Tim put 2 rounds right into its ear and spraying brains and slime onto the wall. Kobe was cut up bad, but didn't have time to check on him when I heard another scream. One of those fuckers just beheaded a security team member at the dojo entrance. Tim and I opened up, simultaneously putting it down. Then I heard gunfire coming from the house and a female scream. Oh God, it was Akimi! Tim and I rounded a corner to the front entrance, and there were 3 of those things, and one had Akimi. It darted down the driveway, and the other 2 charged us. We started putting rounds into their mouth and throat. We sidestepped, ducked and rolled, and went after Akimi, but they were already gone. Tanaka arrived saying that 2 of his men were dead, and we needed to administer the injection immediately to Kobe. Kobe was cut bad and needed medical attention. I started screaming at Tanaka that I was going after Akimi, and he better tell me where that entrance is. He said that we would go after her, but this attack was a diversion to abduct her and pull us in, specifically to pull me into a trap. He said he was sure that she was still alive. While inside the house was carnage. A security guard lay dead in the foyer. Jonah lay bleeding next to the dead Kappa, and Kenda lay there, beheaded. One of Tanaka's men was tending to his wounds, and Jonah said, "Master Akagi, upstairs." I ran up the steps to discover Theo on the floor in front of my room. There was also a decapitated dead Kappa on the floor. Theo looked up to me and said, "Sensei, we put up a good fight. I am so sorry." And then he took his last breath. The window frame inside Akimi's room was destroyed, and another dead Kappa lay with his feet still in the window. There were bullet rounds to the side of his head and neck. Next to the bed was Akimi's pistol. I picked it up, and all I could think was how I shouldn't have told her to stay here, and that this was all my fault. I got on my knees and cried out to God for help. I remember my mum and I praying together when I was young, and I prayed, "Heavenly Father, please show me what to do." I grabbed my sword and all my gear and headed downstairs. Kobe said that the SEAL team was in Osaka and will be here around 0330. He also said an F-22 was scrambling out to Okinawa with percussion bombs. It was almost 0200, and I told him I wasn't wasting any time waiting on the SEALs. "Where's your helicopter?" I said to Tanaka, and he replied, "I can have it here in 15 minutes. And I asked him to gather his men because there was no time to waste. Part 10. Fukushu. Vengeance. Let's get straight into that. I told Tanaka to gather up the carcasses of those fucking lizards and have the helicopter drop them on the bank above the underwater entrance. Tetsujin entered and said in Japanese, "Sensei, how may I serve you?" And I told him to get some rope and go with a helicopter and start cutting a Kappa into big chunks to throw into the river like bait. And Jonah, now bandaged but obviously not so well, told him to take Master Akagi's katana and he would join him so they could cut them up well. I then told Tanaka to have his men drop flares on top of the main cavern coordinates. And I said, Kobe, you good to go? And he replied, affirmative. I said, you got a high-band portable radio, so we can talk to the F-22s and the SEALs? Yes, sir, he snapped. I asked him if he was up for a little swim, and he replied, "Hoorah!" By the time the chopper sat down, it was almost 0300. I jumped off the skids with Tim and Kobe behind me. Jonah and Tetsujin, along with Tanaka, and 3 of his men were ready to join us. They had these sophisticated goggles and 2 had these James Bond-looking spear guns. Kobe will remain there with the 2 security guards. I told Jonah to start chunking bait, and I said, "Kobe, bring the shit." He keyed the mic on his portable and said, "Banger 2-1, this is Angler, make noise." And we heard, "Banger 2-1, Roger." And I prayed silently for God not to let these bombs kill Akimi. And Kobe said, "Cover your ears," in both Japanese and English. In about 30 seconds, we heard this explosion. It was more of a thum, and I saw no column of fire erupt from the site. At about that time, what I can describe as a harmonic shockwave hit us, and you could feel vibrations coming up from the ground under your feet. It threw off our equilibrium for a few seconds. Kobe's radio crackled with, "Angler, copy package delivered. Spearfisher inbound. ETA 25. Kobe acknowledged and said, "Roger, 6 souls about to breach." I told everybody to take a big deep breath, and we went feet wet. Even with the powerful lights, it was hard to find the cave entrance. After 30 or 40 seconds, one of Tanaka's men came over the radio and shouted in Japanese what I think is, "Several Kappa ascending." Damn, can they swim fast. It was then that I got to see what these spear guns would do. The tip was a phosphorus flare that ignited upon contact with a Kappa. The murky water lit up, and you could actually hear the Kappa shriek. 3 or 4 of the Kappa seemed to almost freeze when they came into contact with the bait lines. And that's when I saw Tim swim over and put his tack knife in one of their ears. Tanaka came over the comm shouting, "Konata! This way." And there was a cave entrance illuminated, and he directed everyone to follow him. He paused at the entrance and fired something out of a large blue tube. And in seconds, the passage was illuminated so bright that you had to cover your eyes. It was then that I called over our comms and told Kobe to have the F-22 drop round 2. I started a 30-second countdown as we entered the tunnel. We emerged into an area now dimly lit from Tanaka's flare. We had been underwater for over a minute and I shouted, "Brace!" And we covered our ears and another shockwave hit. This time, it felt like your eyes and ears would pop. I turned around to see that one of Tanaka's men wasn't with us. We got on solid ground and slung weapons. We still had one man with a spear gun and one with an intense light beam. I told them I would take point and brandish my katana to put the fear in them. It apparently worked because within a few seconds, one of the Kappas rushed me and froze, giving me a second to slide under it, severing its leg while the others opened fire. The screeches were deafening and the remaining Kappa retreated. I commented that the Kappa seemed to be sluggish and off balance. As we penetrated further into the passage, I heard a garbled message from Kobe, but couldn't understand it. Above ground, 2 security guards had shot several Kappa coming out of the water, and Jonah, along with Tetsujin, had managed to kill one. The combination of bombs and a blue steel had given us the advantage. A Black Hawk emerged downriver and announced, "Spearfisher on station." And within 2 minutes, 6 SEALs fast roped down with some of that fancy James Bond stuff. Kobe briefed them, and they prepared to get wet. We inched down the passage against the walls using red light. This ear-piercing screech and hissing began to hit us. It was annoying, confusing, and disorientating at the same time. It was as if they were all trying to blast us at once. I stood there and took some deep breaths and remembered Master Akagi and Jonah telling me to use my mind's eye. Tim was right behind me and I told him to close his eyes and breathe. I said, "Imagine a little dot of light in front of you. Concentrate, breathe, and then follow me." And I told Tanaka that we were advancing. He said the SEAL team had entered the passage and directed one man to go back to brief them and bring them. Tanaka told the man with the spear gun to immediately start firing at the first Kappa we see. And we inched further and further, with the hissing getting louder. when suddenly several Kappa rushed forward. The spear gunner managed to fire one round, when another one slammed into him. The phosphorus light illuminated the chamber, and there were about a dozen of those SOBs. Tim opened up and I drew the katana off my back and started striking. Tanaka threw an incendiary grenade and Tim followed suit. A few of them were engulfed in flames, and that was when two side tunnels illuminated, revealing more Kappa than I could count. The Kappa, who were close enough to see the blue steel, hesitated. They were afraid and confused about what next to do. I raised the blade over my head as if I were about to strike, and they backed up. And it was then that I heard a voice in my head saying, "I have her. I am going to kill her." And I shouted out, "Tim, she's alive and he's gonna kill her." And the 20 or so Kappa surrounding us were staying back because there were still flames from the grenades. Tanaka's man was dead with deep cuts to his throat, and Tanaka grabbed the spear gun and started firing into the side passages and shouted, "Go, get her!" And Tim chunked another phosphorus way out in front of us, and we slowly advanced. And I said, "Tim, this ain't your fight. You can lay back and wait for the seals." And Tim responded with, "Captain, with all due respect, shut the fuck up and move out." I nodded, and we moved to the edge of the phosphorus light, where the passage opened up into this huge cavern with rocks and debris lying all around. We inched forward to see the faint outline of many Kappa and what looked like a huge stage or an altar. And I could hear that voice again saying, "Enter, enter." And as I got closer, I could see many Kappa of all sizes in a semicircle around this altar. On the altar were 5 Kappa and the Yafa, holding Akimi with one hand and the claws of another hand to her neck. The ones on the stage were bigger than any I'd seen so far, but this Afa was over 7 feet tall, and there was this aura of pure evil about him. From behind me, Tim whispered, "The air feels like it weighs a ton. I never felt so uneasy." As we got closer, his yellow eyes were difficult to look at. You could see those vertical pupils clearly. I loudly asked, "What do you want?" In the distance behind us, you could hear gunfire, minor explosions, and a symphony of Kappa suffering. I asked Tim if he noticed how afraid the Kappa around the altar looked. I told him to stay ready to toss those phosphorus grenades, that I was about to do something. The Yafa was still holding Akimi, and her beautiful eyes were full of fear. And I shouted, "What do you want?" A voice in my head said it wanted me and the Sumayoshi family dead, along with the rest of us worms. And I said that I would lay this sword down and bow before him in front of his people. I slowly moved forward, displaying the sword in front of me. I said that I know you hear my people approaching behind me, killing all of the Kappa. If you want to save your people and keep your throne, release her and keep me. By then, I was at the edge of the altar. I said, "Look around you. You see the fear in your people's eyes? They know they are about to die. It's up to you to save them." And by now, the other large Kappa on the altar has started to move back in fear. Part 11. A Faithful Gamble. Let's get straight into that. The Yafa was now looking at me with hatred and rage, and I looked around, moving my body from side to side, displaying the sword. And I shouted, "They're afraid. They want to live. You know it is up to you to save them." At that moment, the gunfire from the SEAL team drew ever closer. Many of the Kappa in the crowd flinched and looked in that direction. The young ones hid under their mothers, and I said, "End this now. Allow me to lay down this sword and step on the stage and take her place." The Yafa nodded, and the voice in my head directed me to lay the sword on the altar and step up. I was trying my best to breathe and allow my mind's eye to dictate my next move. You could now hear the voices of the SEAL team calling out. I looked down to Tim and saw that he was now ready to do something. I inched closer to the Kappa, and this SOB towered over me. His teeth were like razors, and his claws were 3 or 4 inches long. I said, "Let me take her place," and inched closer, pulling back my shimak to expose my neck. He loosened his grip on Akimi, and I said, Now, take my neck and do what you will, as long as you release her, now. As she fell forward off the altar, and Tim grabbed her. He now had these huge claws around my neck. My hands were still loosening my clothes, as if to offer him my neck, and I said loudly, "You know what you really fear the most? It's the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost." His body tensed, and a rage came over his face as his eyes burned with pure malice. He picked me up by the neck, and Akimi screamed. He pulled me close and opened that big mouth, showing those razor-sharp teeth. This fucker was now preparing to bite my face off, but I needed him to pull me a little closer. He slowly opened that big nasty mouth full of teeth, and I could smell his putrid breath. I pulled Tetsujin's knife from inside my lapel and thrust it up into his neck. He slashed me with his other hand and I fell backwards. I couldn't see from my right eye for the blood, and the impact of his hand had aided me. Tim screamed, "Roll right!" and threw the phosphorus grenade onto the altar. I rolled as quick as I could and covered my head when I heard a loud bang, followed by the most hideous screeching ever. The next thing I remember is Akimi and the medic tending to me. She was holding me and crying, and I said, "What happened?" She said the SEAL team had secured the place and what was left of the Kappa didn't want to fight anymore. The team had brought somebody with them who was able to communicate with them and was trying to find out the identity of the evil wizard. I was groggy and laughed, and she said, "What?" I laughed again and said, "Ha, wizard rhymes with lizard," and she firmly but lovingly punched me in the chest. Part 12. Dream and Duty. Let's get straight into that. Tanaka had lost 4 men. Mr. Sumiyoshi had lost 4 family members, 3 security guards and 2 servants. But I had found my soulmate. I also thought I had found my new calling after Mr. Sumiyoshi offered me a position as Master Jonas II in command. But wait a minute. 3 days after this was all over, and we had honored our dead, Akimi and I were having dinner at the big house. She said, "Sweetheart, where did you get the idea to cut up the reptilians like a fish bait?" And I said, "Haha, Vlad the Impaler. You know, Dracula." I explained that old Vlad would mount the bodies of slain enemies on pikes and erect them on the battlefield to terrorize an opposing army. He and his men would drink their blood so the opposing forces would see it, and that's how the whole vampire legend got started. She looked at me with this semi-serious look and said, "Well, vampires, they aren't exactly legend," and I just shook my head. Akimi said she had invited some friends for dinner, in hopes that I wouldn't mind. I thought, okay, I still had bandages on the side of my face and I wasn't going anywhere. And a new house servant, Abby, Father's Delight, ushered in Tim, Tanaka, Kobe, General Edwards of the Army Intelligence, and Director Smithwick of Interpol. I leaned over and said, "Honey, what are you up to?" And she squeezed my arm and gave a sheepish smile. And Kobe handled the formal introductions, and then Director Smithwick said, "Captain, bloody good to meet you. Oh, do we have a proposition for you." Epilogue. What threatens us most is what we ignore. Entitled. It's about the blood. Let's get straight into that. Epilogue. Covered by the blood. Part 1. A new life. It had been 18 months since our Lizard Man episode. I had been in the tunnels and sewers of Paris hunting huge leech-like creatures, the Ural Mountains hunting Neanderthals, and the Romanian countryside to hunt vampires. Akimi and I had decided to get married. We were taking a 15-day leave to fly home so I could meet her parents and have the wedding. Oh, and did I mention she's 3 months pregnant? I also needed about 3 days to fly to Hayesville and check out my grandparents' house. They had left it to me in their will, and a good friend from high school was renovating it. On the flight to Amarillo, the news was all about the virus and vaccines. Almost everybody we know was vaxxed except for Akimi and myself. Don't get me wrong, I'm not against vaccines, I'm just not in a hurry to get one that is so new that nobody really knows the effects, much less the real ingredients. I remember taking the bird flu vaccine, getting the flu 3 weeks later, when it was the sickest I ever was. And besides, both of us had the virus and didn't feel the need to get it despite the pressure that had been put on us. Akimi sat next to me on a laptop. She just can't put that damn thing down. And I said, "What are you reading?" And she said she was reading about blood-borne diseases and the effects they can have on people. I glanced over to see some really nasty pics of people. More of that X-Files shit. I said, "Honey, turn that off and let's get some sleep." After a long, overnight flight, we were landing. First customs, then immigration, then baggage. As we walked out into the main concourse, I heard a female voice screaming in Japanese. It was Akimi's mum, Suko, and Dad, Raphael. She threw her arms around me and said, "You brought my baby home." She then put her hands on my face and smiled, saying my grandbaby also. Her dad shook my hand and welcomed me home. Now, Akimi's father had held high-level security clearances, and I knew better than to ask what we were investigating now. And he simply said, "I hope whatever you are currently looking into didn't follow you home." And we had a good laugh. Now, we were watching the evening news, and what they talked about was a spike in the virus cases along the southern border. Hospitals were overflowing. Nothing was really being done to stop the thousands of people crossing illegally. And the drug and human trafficking cartels were dumping dope and human suffering in the country like never before. Raphael said that some of his contacts were saying that things were so bad in some places that south of the border cannibalism was occurring. Akimi piped up and said, "Well, they are seeing the same in some remote European locations, but the government and the media has put a lid on it." And I said, all of this made me think that I would turn my grandparents' place into a fort. I told them that I would need a ride to the airport the day after tomorrow to catch my plane, and they would fly to Chattanooga and drive on down. And we sat down to a big dinner, and I heard all about Akimi's childhood. Later, they showed me pics and home videos. Akimi had been a plain-looking skinny child. I looked over at her and said, "You sure did blossom," and she reacted by pinching me. Part 2. Roots and Memories. I landed in Chattanooga and rented a car. I called Akimi to say I was on the way, and she was planning a big visit with her high school friends. Things had really changed until we got about 45 minutes from home, and familiar scenery started to appear. When I got on the outskirts of town, it looked as if time had stood still, except for some places being closed up and run down. I dialed up my friend JJ from high school, who was in the construction business. He said he would meet me at my house in 30 minutes. As I pulled up, my boyhood came back to me. JJ had gotten fat and bald, and I hardly recognized him until we spoke, and there was no mistaking that mountain accent. We exchanged a big hug and chatted as we looked around the place. I said, "What's that smell?" He informed me that my closest neighbors raised cattle and pigs. JJ had renovated the place and had it looking really good. He handed me the new keys and alarm codes, and then said, "You first." The old furniture was still the same, and there were so many old pictures laying around. I asked JJ to get me somebody to haul off this old junky furniture, and he said he would have a couple of his people come out here first thing. I asked if he was going into the garbage business also, and he informed me that times were tough and he was doing a variety of things to make a living. He said he had to go and asked me to meet him at the restaurant in town at 6 p.m. I looked around and reminisced, and then I decided that Grandpa's old guns probably needed a good cleaning. I rummaged around until I found the key and opened the door. And there sat the guns that my Gramps had told me to hunt with. As I cleaned and polished, my eyes teared up. I held a 30-06 that I killed my first deer with, an old Remington Woodmaster. I took it apart along with 3 magazines and went to work. I even cleaned up the ammo. I had cleaned up his old 12-gauge pump and coach gun the best I could, but the 22 needed a gunsmith. And just as I finished up with his 45 long Colt, I had just enough time for a couple of test fires. It was almost 1700 and I had to call Akimi and get a shower. I pulled up in front of the restaurant to a sign that said, "Welcome home, Harry." In JJ had pulled one on me and my old school friends and a couple of relatives were there. The mayor and the newspaper reporter were there also. I was quite humbled and they asked me to say a few words before we ate. I just said that it was good to be back home and these people were the reason I fought for this country. A few people started to tear up over that. The restaurant's owner's wife showed me an old newspaper clipping where the whole town had been praying for me when I was deployed. I thought, now I'm going to tear up. The sheriff, Donnie Wilkes, was there. He was 2 years ahead of me in school and gave me a card with his personal cell number. We laughed and ate and talked about old times. I asked why the place looked like a ghost town and the mayor spoke about how the virus had impacted the economy. A couple of the factories had closed and several businesses had closed as well. He said that if it weren't for construction, cattle and chickens, well, there wouldn't be much to do around here. And somebody in the crowd spoke up and said, "Yeah, and if the sheriff doesn't catch or kill the varmints killing the livestock, that won't be around for long either." The Sheriff Wilkes assured the crowd that he was working with Fish and Game every day to resolve it. And I must admit that in the back of my mind I thought, WTF. After a great evening, I thanked everybody and said that I would need to be on my way. I needed to get up early and get some furnishings for the house. And JJ said he would see me in the morning. When I got home, I opened up the laptop for some FaceTime with Akimi. I told her about some kind of animal attacking livestock and asked if she would research it. She said she would and made me promise not to go investigating anything. We chatted for a while and I said that I was going to go finish cleaning out a few things so that I could buy some furniture tomorrow. I was fast asleep just after 2000 hours. When at 0311 hours, I woke up to the sound of cattle moaning. This with the sound of cattle in distress. I opened up the window and swore I heard the sound of howling mixed into the noise. I remembered Sheriff Wilkes gave me his number and I called. And he awoke to me, saying who's this and what was going on. And he said, "Stay where you are and I'll be there in 10 or 12 minutes. I threw on some jeans, grabbed a rifle and a pistol and a flashlight. When the sheriff pulled up, I was on the porch waiting. I didn't give him a chance to speak. I just said, "Deputize me, let's go." He said, "Done, jump in." We drove as far as we could towards the noise, and then Donnie called it in on the radio. He asked dispatch to call the cattle farmer and let him know we were approaching on foot. He grabbed his shotgun and a light and then we headed towards what now sounded like a massacre. I told Donnie to kill the light and allow our eyes to adjust, and we moved forward and came to a fence. In the distance, you could make out the cattle pressed up against each other, moving like a big, solid mass. And that was when I saw what I saw for the first time. "Sheriff, is that a wolf?" I swear to God, there were 2 wolves who were as tall as the shoulders of the cows. And then I saw what shouldn't have shocked me, but it did. One wolf stood up on its hind legs and slashed a cow across the back of its neck, dropping it instantly. I could hear the sheriff on his portable talking to somebody, but I was already leaned up on the fence post, controlling my breathing for a shot. I don't think Donnie was expecting me to fire because he jumped when I did. I believe I had hit that wolf right in the side with a long shot. It staggered back and gave out a blood-curdling howl. Rather than finish it off, I turned my attention to the other one that had now dropped on all fours and was coming at us. And I said, "Donnie, get ready." I put 4 rounds into that thing and changed out mags, and Donnie's shotgun started blasting. That wolf finally tumbled and slid to a stop about 15 feet from us. I went back to searching for the other wolf, but it was long gone. I told Donnie to follow me and let's track the blood trail from the other one. We crawled over the fence and I put the 45 round into that thing's skull for good measure. We ran towards where I had shot the other wolf. At about that time, the spotlight of a drone lit us up. I whirled and aimed, but Donnie shouted, "That's probably a game and fish drone." I lowered my gun and the headlights of a 4-wheel truck soon appeared. It was Mr. James, the owner of the cattle. We told him what had just happened and showed him the wolf. And I said, "Come on, I hid the other one. Here's the blood trail." I told Mr. James and his son to stay back a ways in the truck to give me light, and we would head up the hill. It was about a 300 to 400 yard trek up the hill to the tree line. I heard a helicopter in the distance, and Donnie said that was probably a state chopper. He had radioed somebody. We were about 75 to 80 yards from the tree line when there was a distant sound of the Huey approaching. It rolled in about 100 feet above us, and the whole place was suddenly illuminated. I said, "Well, shit." And Donnie was puzzled at this black helicopter, but I knew all too well what was about to happen. 6 men exited and strode towards us, and from the lights of the truck you could tell they were in black BDUs, battle dress uniform, and with tactical vests and weapons slung. When the man in front said, "What brings you gentlemen out this morning?" and I replied, "Hoorah! 1 500-pound wolf dead, and 1 wounded on the run." He asked where was the dead one, and I pointed downhill and said, "About 350 yards by the fence." He wanted to know if any of us had touched it, and we told him we didn't have time to. The sheriff explained what had transpired and told who everybody was. The head dude looked at me and asked just exactly how I was involved in this, and I introduced myself as Captain Harry Tate, U.S. Army Special Forces, retired. His eyes opened and he responded, "Master Sergeant Chuck Wolf, U.S. Army Ranger, on detail with the U.S. Wildlife Service." Part 3. Same show, different channel. Let's get straight into that. Daylight was now breaking, and Sergeant Wolf had called in a big truck to pick up the wolf and cow carcasses. It was the familiar sight of men in hazmats, loading up the dead things. He had apparently put in a call to somebody because he pulled me off to the side and asked if we could talk. He said, "Sir, it would appear you and I are in the same line of work." When we realized we both had basically the same security clearance, we talked. He asked if the hazmat was just a precaution. He explained that after the virus breakout, people were protesting against any research at the CDC, and so they moved their little science project to Oak Ridge, and something managed to get out into the local wildlife population. These dogmen, as we call them, apparently ate something that was infected, and now not only do we have to manage their whereabouts, we have to test all we can find for this freaking virus. That's why I was concerned if you had touched it. I asked if he had the vaccine. He said no. He had the virus and didn't see the need for it, although the DOD was pushing for everybody except the privileged to get it. I told him that me and my fiancée had it and felt the same, and that was when my phone rang and I answered. "Good morning, sweetheart." And I heard, "Don't you sweetheart me. You promised you wouldn't do anything." And then she broke into cursing in Spanish. I said, "Baby, please, I'm here with a fellow operator and everything is okay." And she said, "You tell your fellow operator he can't have my future husband, and in case you haven't forgotten, we're getting married in just a few days." Sergeant Wolf had turned away to hide the smile as I explained that I would be on the plane tomorrow. And she then told me to call her later and we would talk about my little hunting trip. And I said, "Okay, I love you too. Bye." Sergeant Wolf said, "Call me Chuck, please. And that sounds just like my wife." I told him she was a researcher for Interpol and somebody somewhere was probably monitoring this and called her. He said he understood and thanked me. We exchanged phone numbers and I said, "Sergeant, you ever heard of any lizard-like creatures in the swamps or the rivers?" He gave me a curious look and said, "Maybe." And I said, "Oh, one more thing. You seen a Bigfoot?" He smiled, nodded, and turned away. I nodded and headed back to Gramps' house. The sheriff dropped me off and thanked me. He said he couldn't believe what we'd just seen and he headed for a big meeting with a Game of Fish people. JJ's guys were waiting on me with a big truck. I told him I wanted this stuff out by noon so I could buy some new stuff to have delivered. Just before 12, they were headed out and so was I. I called Akimi on the secured app and she already knew everything. She told me that parts of Oak Ridge had been quarantined and the feds had moved in to slaughter infected livestock. She also said that there were reports of people actually attacking each other. And south of the border, people are talking about the chupacabra attacks and vampires. I said I was glad her family lived in northern Texas. I told her to keep me posted and that I was going to buy some furniture and stuff for the house. I went by the local home furnishing store and bought some simple but nice stuff. I also picked up a TV and satellite antenna. The stuff would be delivered by 1600 hours, and I decided to drop by the hardware to buy more ammo, and onto the supermarket to stock up on water and non-perishable food. And the furniture delivery truck rolled up at about 15:45 hours, and I directed them where to put the stuff. Got everything put away and made a bed to sleep in. I took a shower, heated a can of soup, and sat down to watch TV. And the reception was always great on this hill, overlooking 17 acres. The evening news was on, and almost every story was about the virus. My phone rang, and Akimi was on the line, and she said, "Harry, you gotta get a flight now. Air travel is gonna be shut down." I said I hadn't heard that on the news. And she went on to explain the European countries will be making the announcement at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, and the FAA will be following suit by shutting down all international travel. I said no problem, I want a domestic flight, and she said she was afraid that they would close domestic flights very soon afterwards. I told her not to worry, and I'll be on my flight. I woke up at 0400, made some coffee, and then threw my bags into the car. About an hour into my trip, Akimi called saying the FFA was going to ground all domestic airline flights at 6 a.m. I didn't have time to speak when she said that riots were breaking out in the border towns and martial law had been declared along the border. She asked me to pull some strings and see if I could get a military hop to anywhere near Easton. I pulled the car over and said, "I just don't know what to do." And she said to call that operator that I'd met the other night and see if he could help. I said, "Okay, I love you." I turned around and headed back to Hayesville. I called Sergeant Wolf and he answered. I asked what was going on and he told me that the country was about to go into a limited lockdown. I told him what I heard about Oak Ridge and said I'd be heading back to my Gramps' old house. He said he would meet me there in a couple of hours. I had just turned onto the dirt road when the radio broke in with the story that domestic air travel was now grounded. I pulled up to the old place and unloaded my bags. I turned on the TV and decided to finish putting up some curtains. After about an hour, a black SUV pulled up with Sergeant Wolf in a suit. And Chuck introduced his boss, Ray, and I said, "Ray, you got a last name?" And he replied, "Yes, sir, but I'm not authorized to use it." I said no fucking wonder people don't trust the government and invited them in to sit. Ray pulled out an emergency authorization letter from the DOD stating that I had been recalled to active duty for this crisis. I looked up at him for a few seconds considering, and then he spoke up saying, "Now, Captain, I'm quite aware of what you can do to me." I told him to go on and he gave me the usual speech about how my country and humanity itself needed me. My cell rang and it was Akimi. I told her that Sergeant Wolf and a gentleman named Ray were here to put me to work. She asked me to put her on speaker and she said, "Escúchame, hijo de puta. Hazme fiancé, unustra boda, una pizza." Listen to me, SOB. Have my husband at our wedding in one piece. And Chuck said, "Damn, she reminds me of Jeannie." I hung up, but Akimi asked me to call her ASAP. Ray said, "Captain, we are on the verge of a pandemic much worse than the last one. The last one just caused people to fear a virus. This one will have people fearing their own friends and family. There are already documented accounts of both vampirism and cannibalism. And to make things worse, it is affecting both Sasquatch and Dogman. They have gone to war against each other, and even within themselves. And we have had to drop specialized munitions on both the sick and the healthy. We have research teams and kill teams on standby all over the country. We have closed both the northern and southern borders in an attempt to contain this from spreading any further. I don't need to tell you because you already know, but by helping us, you are helping your future wife and child." I nodded my head in agreement and said, "So, what's the plan?" And Chuck said the plan was to pack the necessities and load up with us. I said, "Hey, what about my rental car?" Ray said not to worry, that they would have somebody pick it up. Part 4. The Pendulum Swings. Let's get straight into that. We rolled up to what looked like an abandoned warehouse complex. Inside it looked like a miniature CENTCOM. Well, there were SUVs, trucks, and 2 Hueys parked in the back. A young army lieutenant walked up to me and said, "Raise your hand and repeat after me." I drew uniforms and gear and went to a briefing. Chuck introduced me to his team, including his first cousin, Tommy. He said nobody could track animals like him. And we sat in a makeshift conference room and Ray put up a big map of the breakouts in the United States and a regional map surrounding Oak Ridge. Then he put up something that shocked my senses. He showed us pictures of mutated people, including children. They had this pale skin, bug red eyes, tiny pupils, and their teeth were long, yellow, and sharp. They had long fingernails and big blue veins, and purple spots all over them. He then showed us pics of people that they had attacked with their throats torn out, and then said, "Folks, here comes a video to make you understand what we are facing." He rolled a video of these people attacking other people and each other. It was a cross between a shark feeding frenzy and a pride of lions on a Cape buffalo. He then said, "Now the bad news. Conventional bullets only worked with headshots." I raised my hand and he said, "Yes, Captain. I have some experience with pale-skinned creatures with small pupils and light-sensitive skin. You're gonna need incendiary rounds, grenades, and flamethrowers." He nodded his head. He then asked, "Captain Tate, are you suggesting we napalm these entire affected areas?" And I said, "Absolutely not. We will have to go in with teams and eliminate these vamps one by one and save the people we can." He said, "Very well. Dismiss for lunch. Go join your individual teams and meet here for briefing at 1600 hours. We're going on a night hunt." I called Akimi and briefed her on what I knew. She said that from Houston to San Diego and down, it looked like we were about to invade Mexico. All major roads and interstates had checkpoints. Medical tents and field hospitals were set up. No ships were allowed in or out of the ports. From Galveston to Miami, there was a naval blockade. But here was the most interesting thing. Only mammals were affected by this virus. No fish or reptiles. PSIA and Interpol had turned over all specimens of the reptilians for research. And I said, "Just wait. They want to make a vax from the lizard blood next." She had called Mr. Sumiyoshi to request that some of the elders who knew herbs and plants look at this situation. Then she said something interesting. "Darling, what if those subterranean plants they eat give them immunity?" "Oh, one moment. Ray's name is Raymond Drake and he's tied to the Dulce-based research." I said, "Please keep me posted, sweetheart. We're going on a mission tonight." And she said, "Harry, please." I said, I know. I will. And I love you, baby." Chuck and I had traded a few stories and gotten to be friends. He said he had no idea there was a monster unit within Interpol. I said, "Hell, I didn't know we had one either." He told me about the weak spots in the Dogman, but said there really wasn't any weak spots on the Sasquatch, except for the big eye sockets and the ears. But just like the Dogman, the sense of smell and aversion to bright lights could be used against them. He said, "Let's go. Briefing in 5 minutes." Ray put up the map and said satellite imagery and drones had pinpointed several areas around Oak Ridge where our targets seemed to be held up during the day. We tried sending in large forces both day and night, and these things go deep and hide. We can't use bunker busters for fear of killing innocents. A 30-mile outer perimeter was set up around the entire area with nothing or nobody getting in or out. National Guard troops have done a daylight sweep for survivors, but, gentlemen, there is a new development. Video, please. Oh, nobody expected this. This one vamp was seen in the middle of some sick Sasquatch and Dogmen, apparently directing them to attack people. Chuck asked if we knew their numbers. Ray said that this was the only video, but reports had come in from other areas of this same behavior. At 1900 hours tonight, we will hit all of these positions on the map. 2 men on each team will have MVGs. The rest will have dark goggles to protect your eyes from the incendiaries and the phosphorus rounds. A Ranger battalion is our QRF, and we will have Apache gunships on station. Your mission is to go neighborhood by neighborhood, house by house, and save our people. I raised my hand. Yes, Captain. Rules of engagement, sir? Your conscience. Spin up at 1800 hours, weapons check, MVGs, ammos, batteries. Corporal calls out, Captain Tate, we have an overnight package for you. It was from Akimi, a very nice short katana. Everybody was looking at me with eyes wide open. I strapped it onto my back and got on the phone for a quick call. I said, hey baby, it's beautiful. And she said she was glad it got there in time. And good luck and take care. And never forget, you're in my head and in my heart. We loaded up for the short hop. It was nothing I hadn't done hundreds of times, but this time it was over American soil and against American lives, even if they had become flesh-eating, blood-drinking monsters. And Chuck had asked me to be his number 2. He said Cousin Tommy was already on the ground with a team, tracking a group from the video. And Chuck said, Harry, I've always wanted to know how to use one of those swords. And I reached out my hand and said, deal, when this is over. We were dropped 5 miles from our target neighborhood. This one, backed out to a large national forest, so there was a good chance of an encounter with all 3 vamps, Sasquatch, and Dogman. And as we approached, I could hear one of our team members quietly singing an old gospel song. Nothing but the blood of Jesus. The co-pilot came over the comms and said, 2 minutes. And final equipment checks, comm set, and then it was exit. Hello. Part 5. Milchema, Hebrew for war. Let's get straight into that. When the rotor blades faded, it was eerily quiet. Not a living thing. There was a drone overhead, but we couldn't hear or see it. We were all divided into 10-man teams, and Chuck keyed his mic and said, Bird Dog, this is Foxhound 1. Status. Cousin Tommy keys mic and says, Bird Dog has Overwatch. Our GPS put Tommy 2 miles northeast on a hill overlooking a subdivision. He keys again and says, Large element heading your way. And Chuck says, Roger. Roadrunner, this is Foxhound 1. Engage element. Roadrunner, roger. In the distance, we heard 2 sounds. Rotor blades and the sound of a 2-75 rockets cooking off. About a half a mile out was a series of explosions, followed by white and yellow flashes. Then there were screams and howls, human and canine, and some unearthly screech. This cacophony of shrieks made me sick to my stomach. I thought, oh my God, how many souls did we just take? And when the flames settled, Foxhound Actual advised all clear. Advance. We made it to the subdivision entrance and pulled up about 100 yards short, and Chuck sent a point man left and a point man right to glass the terrain. They called clear, and we advanced and set up for a sweep. Hound Dog Actual keyed up and said, Clear to advance. Target is cul-de-sac at the end of the main road. This was a high-dollar subdivision with 3,000 to 4,000 square foot houses. A lot of people, or something, could be hiding in here. We had to hope that the National Guard troops had already cleared all these houses during the daylight hours. We had no reason to believe that any innocents were left. There were other explosions and flashes of light in the distance, and then we heard, Foxhound 3 in contact, and gunfire erupted. Chuck keyed up, Bird Dog, you have eyes on 3. Hey, roger, they are surrounded, en route. Hound Dog Actual directed Hound Dog 4 to pull off and coordinate with Bird Dog's 5-man team for backup. Roadrunner keyed up and said, No clear shot. And then we heard, Oh my God, they're overrun. And as tempting as it was, we knew we had the main objective and couldn't deviate. At that point, one of the point men whispered, Movement in the cul-de-sac. We focused and moved forward. Chuck gave the sign to halt and asked Hound Dog Actual for drone feed. Actual advised 3 heat signatures by the end house. Actual then gave the order to deploy the QRF. We pushed forward with 5 men on each side of the street, staying close to the houses. I whispered to Chuck that I had that something ain't right feeling. He said, Same here. And suddenly this man or another man jumped out of the 2nd-story window and landed right next to the last man in that column. It was all over him, and he had his hands and arms up trying to defend. It was too close for anybody to fire, and so I pulled the sword and took off its head. Luckily, it wasn't able to bite through any Kevlar, and across the street I heard this guttural growl, and for the first time in my life I got to see the Sasquatch. That SOB was well over 8 feet tall and grabbed up a man as he was putting round after round into it with no avail. A team member managed to put a couple of rounds in its ear and it went down. And then here came a Dogman charging at Chuck, and he lit it up, but it ran right over him and me. I sidestepped and sliced the back of its knee, almost cutting through the leg. And as it lay howling on the ground, the man behind me put 2 rounds in its skull. Chuck was screaming over the mic, "Troops in contact!" And Ray's idea to send in a small number of troops to draw them out, it was working. I shouted out contact 5, 12 o'clock. The team leader to our right shouted multiple contacts, 2 o'clock. The Sasquatch was coming right at me. I emptied a mag into its face, putting it down. Before I could change mags, a damn vamp jumped onto my back, and we rolled forward, and as it tried to bite me, Chuck put my sword right through its skull. Then over the comms we heard, "Rough Rider, -1 mic." That meant our QRF was close enough to see us now. About 10 to 12 vamps started pouring out from 3 storm drains. I hollered, "Grenade!" and threw an incendiary into a few, and we pulled back a little. Some grenades were thrown from other sides as well. I saw a Sasquatch light up along with a few vamps. One was almost on me, and I slid under and took off the leg at the knee. And Chuck was firing at the rest. The guys behind me were firing at a few coming around the back of the house. I pulled my pistol and shot another in the forehead. A fucking Dogman jumped about 30 feet through the air, and the man behind me lit it up before it landed on the element to our right. I was slashing away at the man under it when I ran over and put my sword right through its side and up into its chest. It knocked me about 5 or 6 feet back, and I was stunned. And that was when the whole area illuminated and all hell broke loose. A QRF rolled in and started cutting down anything that didn't have a uniform. A Black Hawk rolled in overhead with spotlights, and a minigun started singing. And within 2 minutes it was over and eerily silent again. As medics tended to the wounded, we heard the sound of a woman and child crying, and then somebody else calling out for help as people were emerging from dugouts and drain ditches. Ray came over the comm saying, "This is Hound Dog Actual. Excellent job. We have multiple survivors." We had apparently drawn huge numbers of those things out and killed them. Some of the vamps were holding people for food and we had rescued them. You could still hear shots in the distance as the QRF mopped up and the Apache chain gun sounded off. Unfortunately, half of Team 3 were either killed or badly mauled. We had lost one when the Sasquatch broke his neck, and another had some serious Dogman slashes and bites. The question is, will we have to do this again tomorrow? On the way back, Chuck told me how good that sword felt. I said that was your first lesson. During debriefing, Ray told us that going in with small numbers was drawing them out, whereas marching in with large force had kept them from showing themselves. I held up my hand and Ray acknowledged, and I said, "Pardon me, Mr. Drake. Will you be using us as bait again tomorrow?" You could have heard a pin drop as everybody looked at me. And then Ray smiled and said, "Our plan is evolving." We were dismissed at 0800. On the way out the door, Chuck smiled and told how everybody had tried to find out Ray's last name. Part 6. Quiet before the storm. Let's get straight into that. I immediately called Akimi. She said it was possible that they would have to move north due to the virus spreading, and that there were more frequent reports of animal attacks on people. When I briefed her on what had happened, she was speechless for a moment. She went on to tell how some of the elder sages in the mountains of Japan had concocted a plant and herb that had been administered to some infected people who were captured. They were being monitored and tested hourly. She asked if I was hurt, and I told her no, but we did lose some very fine men. She started crying and wanted me to leave there and now and come home. I said, "Hey, you know I can't, but I'm coming home to you and the baby. And I love you. You are in my head, and you are in my heart." In the dorm, Chuck said rumor was a drone would been monitoring the area we assaulted overnight for any further movement, but there were still reports of activity around a research facility, and we were to reconvene for a briefing at 0800. My cell rung at 0600, and Akimi said, "You won't believe this. That man in the middle of the video is a research scientist from the Oak Ridge facility. He was responsible for the study of that stuff they didn't take to the CDC. They were unknown DNA samples from the UN-funded laboratory. Location unknown, but the flight carrying the samples originated from somewhere near the China-North Korea border. Good news is the Japanese plant concoction is having a slow but positive effect on the patients." And then she said, "Harry, listen. I'm afraid they're going to drop you guys in and around that research facility in hazmat gear to try and capture the infected scientist alive. This is the worst place you can be. Satellite images show many cryptids' heat signatures at night." I told her not to worry and we will have a plan, and I had to have breakfast and get ready for the briefing. 0800 brief. Up on the big screen was the overnight surveillance of the areas our teams had hit the night before. With the exception for 5 or 6 heat signatures, the place was clear, and those individuals were tracked back to their daylight hides. And then Ray announced, "Gentlemen, tonight's objective, this Oak Ridge Research Facility. We believe this is the epicenter of the breakout and the general location of a certain Dr. Andre Fuji, a biotech scientist. The fact that he is seen in the middle of the Vamps, Sasquatch and Dogman, not displaying their ravenous behavior, but seemingly directing them, that's quite strange. Your objective, capture him alive, and we believe he holds the answers that we need. Inventory your gear and meet back here 1300 hours for thorough maps and the action plan." Chuck said we had lost 7 men and 5 had been bitten and infected. The Rangers had only lost 8 out of an entire company of 240, and with 10 seriously wounded. All troops surrounding the research facility in a perimeter had been pulled back another 2 miles. FLIR was used overnight to locate the heat signatures in boroughs, road culverts, and drain ditches. We will most likely be inserting on those positions. Another team will fast rope on a facility and breach the entrance. My cell rang and it was Tim. He asked how my wedding vacation was going, and I briefed him on what had happened. He said that there seemed to be an outbreak of vampirism in Europe, not seen since the Middle Ages. The good news was that the plant concoction was showing promise, but the problem was how to synthesize enough and how to effectively deploy it in sufficient amounts. Estimates were that of over 1 million people were infected throughout the EU, but strangely, no reports in China or North Korea. Russia had closed its borders in time to contain it, and less than 100,000 cases were reported. I asked him to keep me in the loop, and he said, "Oh, get a TV and see what is happening at the southern border. Gotta go." Part 6. The Countdown. Let's get straight into that. The ready room was full of people watching the TV, and Chuck called me over to say there was a briefing in 10 minutes. All the major networks were showing military convoys and mass troop movements along the border. Every state had mobilized their National Guard. Reporters were saying that Homeland Security weren't allowing access to any officials on the ground, but there were rumors of the government cremating people by the thousands. And Chuck announced to the room that a 0800 briefing was pushed up to 1000 hours. He then motioned me over and said, "I need you to lead a team tonight." And I said, "Affirmative." He introduced me to the 9 men of whom I would lead and ultimately be responsible for their lives. We gathered in the briefing room and Ray had the network coverage on screen. He advised us that there was a total lockdown along a line from Houston up to Amarillo, to Albuquerque, Flagstaff, and then on to Los Angeles that basically used Interstate 40 as the boundary. A free fire kill mission had been declared on cryptids in the Sam Houston National Forest and the Big Thicket. Homeland Security, along with FEMA and the CDC, had set up mass crematoriums to the south along this line, and my mind started racing about Akimi and her family. She and her family were only 10 miles north of that line, and we hadn't talked since early that morning. Ray announced that Master Sergeant Chuck Wolf will be in charge of tonight's mission and called him up. And Chuck said, "Ladies and gentlemen, last night we lost some honorable men. Tonight we will lose more. I wish to God I didn't have to be the one to lead y'all into this, but I am. But if we don't step up, who will?" He read from Isaiah 6 and 8. "I heard the voice of the Lord saying, Whom shall I send, and who will go for us? Then I said, Here I am, send me. Tonight we will assault this research facility," pointing to the screen. "I have asked Captain Harry Tate to lead Team 2, which will assault the rear entrance. I will lead Team 1 to assault and breach the front entrance. Teams 3 and 4 will deploy on the roof and secure floors 4, 3, and then 2. We will be backed up by 4 30-man QRF platoons to fast roll from Chinooks on either mine or Captain Tate's command. My call sign will be Badger 1, Harry is Badger 2, and so on. The Army Corps of Engineers has worked with the local power company to assure that there will be lights inside the facility when we call for them. We currently have 15 5-man fire teams deployed near the boroughs and coverts that Fleur identified as hides for the vamps and cryptids. When we breach, we expect them to come pouring out on us. An order was given not to breach the underground areas for fear of killing Dr. Andre Fucci. When we penetrate that level, the lights will come on to blind anything down there. Make sure to pull off your nogs when you hear lights on. You are dismissed until 1800. Break into your groups and get prepared." I called Akimi and she said that the Homeland Security had ordered everybody to stay in and put plastic around their windows and doors. Her brother Mike was a Warthog pilot and had flown missions over the Sam Houston forest. People were armed and buying up all the ammo for fear of animal attacks. At 25-30 miles south, entire families had been slaughtered. The Texas Rangers had teams out around the clock patrolling sighting areas. Her dad had plenty of guns and ammo, and their basement was stocked and generator ready. I felt better and told her that we were going in after the source tonight. And then she said something that really made me think. "Sweetheart, Dr. Fucci is a real megalomaniac and had advocated testing on humans. There were also rumors that he took part in a Chinese study of forced human injections. He's made millions with Big Pharma. Be careful, baby. Okay? I love you. I gotta go." I had to meet my second-in-command, Sergeant Rob Kowoll, Badger 2-2, and the rest of the team. We found an empty spot in a warehouse and laid out the maps and a floor plan. We rehearsed the movements until it became muscle memory. Then I told half of the men to put a bandana over their eyes and go through the drill again. I told them to use their other senses to compensate. Then I had the other guys put on bandanas and we practiced again. 1,700 hours in a ready room. Chuck has big machetes for everybody. He said that my sword antics had inspired him. The guys were holding up their blades and swinging them around. And I said, "Hold up, before somebody gets hurt." I showed him a few basic moves on how to swing with maximum strength and control, along with using a machete in one hand and a tactical knife in the other. We discussed vulnerable points and how best to strike. I told him that, from my experience, cryptids can be so fast that they can be all over you before you can change out the mag or reload, and these blades may make the difference between life and death. And Chuck called, "Briefs up." We headed into the briefing room. Ray introduced us to Lieutenant Cole Dix of the 75th Ranger Battalion, and he said, "Ladies and gentlemen, we are your QRF, call sign Harpoon, and this is Operation Armageddon. The only thing that we are authorized to leave alive is Dr. Fucci. Otherwise, if it moves and isn't spotting BDUs, we kill it. We will be orbiting 10 mics out in 4 Chinooks. And when we hear the command, lights, 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 we will deploy. We know innocents will most likely be harmed, but this choice has been made by people at the highest of levels, and we are soldiers." I raised my hand. "Yes, Captain. Fucci already has a god complex. We have seen how this virus affects cryptids. We don't really understand what abilities it has enhanced in him. I've encountered creatures that can put thoughts in your mind. This guy is your basic mad scientist on steroids. Calm your minds, be prayerful, and be prepared. Check your battle buddy, Look in their eyes and make sure they are under their own control. Part 7. Ready, set, Armageddon. Let's get straight into that. 1800 hours, briefing room. Lieutenant Kowoll was on the screen with his men standing behind him. The colonel said, "Gentlemen, the White House, every federal elected official, and every general and admiral with their staff is watching the satellite feed tonight. The brass in other countries are watching also. Most want Fuji alive. Many don't, but our mission is to take him alive. That is all." Ray then began giving assignments. Tommy Wolf and his team were already in place for Overwatch. He looked over to Chuck and said, "Sergeant Wolf." And Chuck said, "Mind's right, head's on a swivel." He asked me if I had anything to add. "May I offer a scripture or a short prayer?" He nodded. "I'll make this quick." Scripture, Hebrews 9:22. "And according to the law, almost all things are purified with blood, and without shedding of blood there is no remission. Almighty God, this night many of us will shed blood. Forgive us, and may your angels protect us. May we fight righteously in your sight, and please don't let our sacrifice be in vain." I started to sit down when I noticed people around the room clapping softly. Then up on screen, the colonel and his men joined suit. Then it became a loud applause with cheering and amen. Then Mr. Raymond Drake announced, "Grab your mop, mission, orientated personal protection, and gear, and head to the Hellos." I had just enough time for a quick call to Akimi. "Hey sweetheart, how are you?" She was crying and said she didn't want to lose me. I said no sweat, got plenty of backup, and then she shocked me. "We were watching the feed. I just saw you." "What?" I exclaimed. "Yep, I hacked the feed. Nobody at the DOD is really paying attention. Everybody is watching. Oh, I love you so much, and I'm so proud of the man I fell in love with. I feel like I should be there." I said I was so glad she isn't there. I don't have to worry about something grabbing her. "Are you all safe?" And she said, "Yep, we're in the basement for the night. The neighbors are helping watch out for each other. Come back to me, baby." "Roger that. I love you," I told her. On the Hello, nobody was talking, except for the faint sound of the pilots. Some people would remark on how this felt like the longest hop ever, and some about how short it felt. 5 minutes out, Chuck came over to comms and said, "Radio check. Badger 2-1, roger. Badger 3-1, roger. Badger 4-1, roger." We were being inserted 5 miles out inside the first perimeter. And co-pilot says, 2 minutes. Comms check. Equipment checks. Exit Hello. We hit the ground and formed our perimeter. When the rotor blades faded out, I took point and we moved on out. The last time I heard a quiet like this was in the deserts of Afghanistan. Chuck went left with a Team 3. I went right with Team 4. And the closer we got to the research facility, the heavier the air felt. Rob whispered over comms, "I could cut the air with this machete." I pumped my fist when I caught some type of light in the trees about 100 yards ahead. It looked like a ball of light floating in the trees. I ordered everybody to pancake. The light gently bounced and drifted out of sight from left to right. And Chuck came over to comms saying, "In place." We continued to work our way around the back when Tommy announced, 2 and 4, halt. And there was a Dogman moving about 300 yards from the rear entrance. He would take a few steps and then stop to sniff the air, and then move and repeat. 3 team reported a Sasquatch doing the same about 200 yards from the left side. Ray keys mic. "This is Badger Actual. Deploy drone." In the forest, back behind the facility, loud calls of Sasquatch growling, Dogman howling, and people screaming began to ring out. The Dogman and the Sasquatch perked their heads and ran towards the woods at full speed. And Tommy then said, 2 and 4, clear. We waited for 3 and 4 to climb the fire escape ladders, gaining access to the 2nd and 3rd floor entrances. And we heard, 3 ready, 4 ready. And then Chuck said, breach on 3, 2, 1. 4 charges sounded simultaneously, and the smoke cleared and we were in, advancing down the hall, 5 men to the left and 5 to the right, checking every office, every closet, and every air duct grate. After 45 long minutes, we cleared the first floor and met Team 1 at the main hallway juncture, while 3 and 4 continued to clear the upper floors. And there in front of us was the main stairwells going down into the basement labs and offices. Chuck's team took the left stairwell and we went right, and all you could hear was the light sound of our boots taking soft steps as we descended. Arriving on the basement floor, the only light was that from the dim emergency lights, whose batteries were just about spent. And Chuck looked at me from the other side of the hallway and motioned for me to my right, and he went to the opposite way. There were papers strewn, windows broken, furniture overturned and trashed, and there was blood. Lots of blood. In some cases, the blood, tissue and brain matter was strewn down the hallway and on the walls like it had been thrown out of a big bucket. And we were 5 on each side, depending on the size of an office or a lab. 2 or 3 men would clear it while the rest watched the hallway. I was starting to get hot inside the mop suits, and Rob shouts, "Movement," pointing to the end of the hall where the electrical and mechanical room is. He said it was a blur moving from left to right, and we still had offices to clear, and I ordered them to stay the course. And that's how men get killed, going after a target that could be a decoy. And Chuck keys up, "Status," and Rob briefs him, and he replied, "Roger, opening door to maintenance on our end." And facilities this size usually have large mechanical, electrical, and HVAC rooms where the main ductwork originates, and that was where we believed some vamps and possibly some other critters could be hiding. I suggested to Chuck that he assault maintenance, and we will hold up and cover HVAC to see if his actions flush out anything. Chuck comes over to comms saying, "Stand by for breach. 3, 2, 1. And flashbang sound in the distance. We hear gunfire for about a minute, followed by a couple of incendiaries. About 2 minutes later, Chuck says, "Clear." They had killed 5 vamps hiding in closets and cabinets. 1 man was cut and bitten. Another team member was to escort him up and out for medical attention. I told him that we were about to breach with the flashbangs and be prepared to call for lights if we were unable to give the command. We heard gunfire and flashbangs above us as teams 3 and 4 engaged targets, and Chuck's team began moving forward on our location. 4 were to cover the rear from about 40 feet. The other 4 would hold up about 10 feet back and enter after I either called out clear or we were in contact. Chuck keyed up, "Harpoon, Badger 1, stand by." And the QRF Rangers orbiting on the Chinooks began weapons and comms checks. Rob and I stood either side of the door, waiting for Chuck's team to come into view. I could hear a team member whispering, "Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death." And Chuck's team appeared, and I said, "On my mark, 3, 2, 1, and we tossed our flashbangs. And the smoke cleared and a called breach, with me in first going to the left, and Rob going to the right with the rest of the team following suit. There was furniture and equipment laying everywhere. There was a ductwork hanging down. Big holes in the walls with cabinet desks stood vertically over them. And then all hell broke loose. Vamps started pouring out of the ductwork. Desks and furniture catapulted from the holes in the walls as Sasquatch and Dogman rushed out. We opened fire, and I screamed, "Lights! Lights! Lights!" And Chuck repeated the command, and a wave of the creatures came at us from left, right, and above. We opened up and threw incendiary grenades, blinding several vamps. The Dogmen and the Sasquatch covered their eyes long enough for us to light them up. The guys with the 12-gauge steel slugs started pounding the cryptids, and they started going down. But more were coming. There were 2 or 3 vamps jumping each team member. Things were moving so fast, it was a blur. I emptied a mag into a Dogman. The Sasquatch charged me before I could even change mags. I jumped up into the air and rammed the muzzle of my rifle into its eye socket, dropping it right there. I pulled my pistol and double-tapped 2 vamps in the skull who were on top of a team member. We were being totally overrun when the lights came on, blinding many vamps. The Sasquatch and Dogman were turning their heads and covering their entire faces. A Dogman charged me, and I ducked, severing its leg with my sword. The Sasquatch was on a team member, pounding him, when I jumped and ran at him from behind, severing his Achilles tendon, putting him onto one knee. I put 2 rounds into his ear from my pistol. The battle raged on around me as I heard the screams of cryptids, vamps, and humans. It was then that I saw a man in a white lab coat who resembled the other vamps, but was also different. And I screamed out, "Data Fuji, freeze!" He looked at me with a set of unearthly eyes, as if he was staring right through me. His eyes didn't seem to be so bothered by the lights like the rest, and then he said, "Captain, you don't know what you are dealing with here." He was 10 feet from me, and it seemed as if we were inside a bubble where time stood still as all hell raged around us. And I said, "Why don't you explain it to me?" And he responded, "What I have will shift the entire human paradigm without the need for any other frame of reference. You see, the others knew I accidentally got it on my skin. They panicked after inhaling it. They did not know I injected myself also. While the rest began to lose their minds, I gained clarity that I have never had before. This ambrosia empowered me. It altered my state of being. It can alter your state of being also. You can look beyond the human horizon. I no longer need a god. I have become godlike. I can smell you. I can taste you by smelling the air. Although I don't know all of your thoughts, I do know your intent. I can tell these simple-minded creatures what to do. I cannot tell people what to do until, of course, they become infected." And I said, "My God, please let us help you." "Help me?" "For some reason, you are not afraid. You feel sorry for me, but at the same time, you would kill me without hesitation. How is that, Captain? Where are your Christian beliefs? Come, let me share this wonderful blood with you." I responded, "I am already covered by the blood." "I don't need those antiquated beliefs, Captain." He was trying his best to get in my head. I slowed my breathing, controlled my thoughts. The battle was raging around me as I considered my next step. Part 8. Point of No Return. Let's get straight into that. Even though the lights were on and Chuck's team was now in the fight and covering our 6, it was surreal like the Matrix, where you were in some kind of simulation. I heard voices shouting in the distance, cryptids roaring, vamps screeching, and men screaming. And Fuji said, "Come on, Captain, try this. Join me, and we can become subjugators, rather than subjugated." Trying as best I could not to betray my thoughts or my moves, I started to look at him with this curious face and my head slightly tilted. He began to smile, displaying those elongated teeth. And out of my peripheral vision, I saw team members fighting for their lives with their machetes and tactical knives. I gripped my sword and said, "You are coming with us. Now call your monsters off." Then I had to make a decision. A Dogman was on top of Rob, slashing him. I was close enough to grab Fuji, but I might save Rob if I acted quickly. I screamed over comms that Fuji was near the control panel and dove towards Rob, severing the Dogman's leg. And as it went down, I rolled up and cleaved the back of its neck. I turned and saw Fuji heading into a dugout in the wall, and a call for Chuck or any team member to get on my 6. Chuck and one more team member joined me at the dugout. Teams 3 and 4 were now coming down the steps, and you could hear explosions and gunfire outside. The 15 strike teams and the QRF were unleashing hell on something. And I keyed the comms and said, Badger 2-1, in the clear. Engaging dozens of targets lower level. Fucci escape via a dugout in the rear wall. Will pursue. I asked who had flashbangs, and Chuck and Stevens each had one. I quickly told Chuck about my conversation with Fucci. I advised that I was tossing my last grenade into standby. A flash followed by a bang, and the smoke slightly cleared. And 3, 2, 1, follow me. Oh, this was unnerving. The height of this hand-dug tunnel was about 4.5 feet high. We were crouched and inched forward. I had my .45 and Chuck still had his AR-10, but Corporal Stevens had a 12 gauge. I asked him to give it to me, and he said, "Sir, it will be an honor to take point." I nodded okay and he squeezed by me. We had attack lights pointed down the tunnel in hopes of impairing something's vision, just long enough for an advantage. And suddenly a huge pair of yellow eyes appeared. Stevens had just enough time to squeeze off 2 rounds. It was a Dogman. Stevens had hit it, but it didn't kill it instantly. Chuck put a round in its skull, and we drug it off at Stevens. He had a large gash down the right side of his face, running down his cheek and neck. He was bleeding out, and there was no way to stop it. He looked up at us choking on blood and said, "Tell my wife, my little girl," and he was gone. "That should have been me," I screamed, and Chuck looked at me and said, "Don't." I knew Chuck was telling me not to allow the guilt to eat me up. I took Sergeant Paul Stevens' AR-12 shotgun and ammo, and Chuck grabbed his last grenade and called out, "Badger 1 and 2 in pursuit alone." No response, but we moved out. I had lost my NOGs during the fight, but Chuck had his. We paused, and I asked what he saw. He said it looked like it was gradually opening up a little. We paused, killed our lights, and Chuck tossed another flashbang. And for that split second the light flashed, I saw a sight that imprinted my psyche. Burned into my mind was an image of small bodies crumpled and lying around. The smoke cleared, and we shined our lights into what looked like a small cavern. And I said, "Fucci, show yourself or we'll set fire to everything in here, including you." And slowly, movement came from behind and slightly under some bodies. It was mostly the bodies of women and children, and the stench of decomposition could be smelled through our masks. Fucci slowly emerged with his hands up, and I told him to slowly move forward, keeping his hands up. He was a small man, about 5'5", 140 pounds, but veins were bulging from his face. And I said, "Stop, face down, hands out in front." I told him I had a 12 gauge trained on his head and would blow his brains out without hesitation, and he responded, "Yes, you would." I told him to put his hands behind his back so Chuck could zip tie him. He slowly began putting his hands behind his back. Chuck knelt down and grabbed one wrist. As he put the other wrist on top of the other, Fucci twisted so fast it caught both of us off guard. Before I could fire, he and Chuck were rolling across the floor. I threw down the shotgun and grabbed an arm, trying to get one arm around his neck. And I'm telling him to give up, and he's making this shrieking sound that hurts our ears. Chuck managed to stick his tactical knife into his thigh, and Fucci threw him off like a rag doll. He sunk his long nails into my forearm. I loosened my grip, allowing him to throw me about 5 or 6 feet. His eyes were now beet red, and the only light we had was from our weapon lights lying on the ground. Fucci looked down at a big wound in his leg and a thick black mass oozing, and a rage came over his face. The Chuck was reaching for his rifle when Fucci pounced on him, pinning him against some dead bodies. While he was trying to bite and rip at Chuck's throat, I knew in that instant that another attempt to take Fucci alive would result in Chuck or possibly both of us dying. And I screamed, "Hey, Fucci, it's in the blood." He turned to look at me slightly, and I fired my .45, putting at least one bullet right into his skull. He looked at me and crumpled to his knees. For a split second, his eyes appeared normal, and then he fell face first. I zip-tied his wrists and ankles, and then used another zip to tie both together behind his back. Part 9. Does faith create martyrs, or do martyrs create faith? Let's get straight into that. I quickly checked Chuck's throat and put pressure against his wound with a field dressing. We checked the room for any signs of life, then secured Fuchi's body with our sling ropes. When we began dragging him out to him, we noticed that there was a complete silence. We tried calling over comms, but only static was received. When we were near enough to the lights, we went to weapons ready, and Chuck called, "Badger 1, radio check." And we heard, "Badger 3, location." He advised that we were about to emerge from the tunnel. We emerged back to the HVAC room to a scene of carnage. Bodies of every description lay everywhere. We advised 3 that somebody needed to retrieve Stephen's body, and Chuck looked at Sergeant Thomas and said, "Give me a count." Of the 40 men we went in with, 8 were dead, 10 seriously wounded. Medics from the QRF were pouring in now. They saw our wounds and said we had to be medevaced immediately for quarantine. En route to the hospital on the Chinook, they had started an IV on us, and Chuck looked over and said, "So much for taking Fuchi alive." And I said, "I'll take the rap." And he said, "No, we'll take the rap." The Chinook landed, and they rode us into ER. They were really working on our wounds and taking cultures for the lab. Everybody was in full hazmat gear. And Chuck and I were in a triage room together. I checked my cell and 3 missed calls from Akimi. I tried to make a call, but there was no signal. Probably the equipment. I sent a text, "I'm alive, call soon." Then a doctor came in and said that we both had an infection, and even though we were not yet displaying symptoms, we would have to be isolated. And I said, "How long we got, Doc?" And he said that unlike many of the others, it didn't appear that we had come into contact with any saliva or blood. And some of our team members who'd been bitten had already started displaying symptoms. I asked about the treatment that they were experimenting with overseas, and he said it was having some positive effects on people who were treated early, and too soon to tell if that would be affected on everybody. For now, we would just have to play wait and see in quarantine for 72 hours. But they came to get us for our trip to the isolation, and Chuck said, "Is this what all my men died for?" And I shook my head and said nothing. Akimi was so happy to hear my voice. She wasn't happy about me being in quarantine, and I told her we had lost many men, and at least I didn't get a saliva or blood into my system. She screamed, "Thank God," and described how I would probably only need a strong antibiotic and a strong steroid. The synthesized plant extract was being used to treat those who weren't too far gone. I asked how were things there, and she said, "Hundreds of cryptids have been killed and their bodies burned. Thousands of people have been cremated. Things were settling down and the infection rates were decreasing. About that time, Ray walked in and I told Akimi I had to go." "Well, Harry, your man did an outstanding job." "You mean that y'all ain't pissed that I killed Fuchi?" I said. "Killed? He's alive." And I said, "I shot that SOB in the head." "Yep, a perfect shot that knocked him out cold and didn't lodge in his brain." As I shook my head, he asked, "Not on purpose?" And I told him I wasn't that good. He said that, regardless, Fuchi was under intense security and study. "His blood will be used," I interrupted, saying, "used to create a super soldier, and when you release more monsters onto the public, you will expect us to hunt them down also. I wish I had killed the SOB." "Well, Harry, the good news is that you have 1 month's leave on Uncle Sam." He thanked me again and walked out. Part 10. Celebration. Let's get straight into that. When isolation was up, I was out and went back to Gramps' house and packed, and then I was on my way to the airport. I had asked Chuck and his wife to attend the wedding, and Tim would be the best man. And when Akimi met Chuck's wife Jeannie, they really hit it off. Akimi asked her to be a bridesmaid. I asked Chuck to participate also. It was a nice little wedding with family and close friends also. Akimi was such a beautiful bride. When she walked down that aisle, she looked like a goddess. When I looked up into those exotic eyes and said, "I do," it was surreal. And to our surprise, one Mr. Raymond Drake had paid for a very nice wedding reception. Akimi and I were sitting at the big table with Chuck and Jeannie, and Jeannie asked when we were coming to visit them. Akimi said she was looking forward to it. Then I said, "Hey Chuck, I know this old creepy swamp back home in a place called Booger Holler, where they say the frog gigging is really good." Before I could finish, both wives spoke up and said, hell no." Epilogue, Psalm 16:4. The sorrows of those who have parted for another god will be multiplied. Entitled The Pack. Let's get straight into that. Prologue. To understand monsters, you must hunt them. To hunt monsters, you must understand them. Part 1. A History. Grandpa Jack Wolf had 262 acres of beautiful land in the Appalachian foothills. It was rolling land with streams, creeks, pines, hollows, and bottom land backed up to a river known as the Devil's Elbow. Grandpa Jack was a big 6'4", no-nonsense Marine who served in World War II. His family was from Germany and he was none too happy about the Germans trying to take over the world. Grandma Esther Barnes Fawn was a Cherokee Indian whose family grew up in the area and had sold the land to Grandpa Jack on the promise he would never sell it or develop it. Grandpa Jack and Esther had 5 kids, 3 boys and 2 girls, and before he passed, he deeded each child 50 acres, and Grandma Esther would keep the home place on the remaining acreage running along the main road, and she deeded some 1-acre lots to her grandkids to build houses. All 5 children married and built houses on their 50 acres, with some of the kids building on there also. All the family had livestock of some sort. My Uncle Roger and Aunt Doris's property had joined, and so Uncle Jim and Roger were partners in the cattle business. And all told, there were 18 of us first cousins. 10 of them still lived there, including my oldest cousin Sally. She lived in Grandma's house and took care of her until she died. She was a spinster and never dated much, but she could handle a gun and a horse as good as any man. Her fiancé was blown up by an IED in Iraq. She had become bitter and very independent. And so we were called the Wolf Pack because, well, there were so damn many of us. Many other boys, including me, grew up hunting, fishing, and playing sports in school, and several joined the military, including me, and my younger brother Max, who died when his Black Hawk was shot down in Iraq. I remember how Grandpa Jack never talked much about World War II until about a year before his death. My dad Charles, the second oldest, served 20 years as a Huey pilot and was in Vietnam. He refused to talk about Max because he felt responsible for encouraging him to be a helicopter pilot. When Grandpa Jack would open up about things, I was usually there to listen intently to any story he told. I was also close to my Grandma Esther's brother Will, also known as Chief, who also talked about his service in Korea. And by the way, my name is Chuck Wolf. I'm an Army Ranger who served 2 tours in Afghanistan. And many times while growing up, Uncle Will, Chief, would take me hunting on the land to the north of Az, on the other side of the river, where he and his several family members lived. When we got a couple of miles from the river, he always seemed to be on alert. Or he would say, "Little Chuck, you gotta use all your senses when you're out here, and never go down to Black Creek Valley." One time I asked why, and he said, "The elders say the non-Yuniwi, or evil spirit who hunt humans, used to live here." Well, I got a little scared, but he said, "Don't worry, as long as you leave an offering. Besides, the hunting is always best here." I remember getting my first deer at age 13, and we left the organs, entrails and legs as an offering. I once asked the chief what the spirits looked like, and he said that people who saw them didn't like to discuss it, but that they came out at night and moved very fast. While I was away on my second tour in Afghanistan, several major events occurred. My Uncle Will passed, My cousin Tim went to prison for dealing drugs, and my little brother Max was KIA when his helicopter was shot down in Iraq. And it was a big drought, and a huge fire started from a lightning strike burning about half the land north of the river. Some of my grandma Esther's family's homes were destroyed, and Chief had died from a heart attack while fighting the fire. All of this hit me really hard because Grandpa Jack passed not long after I graduated Ranger School, and Grandma Esther passed during my first deployment. But when I had about 3 months left in my hitch, I decided to request the remainder of my leave and call the army quits. Hell, I had seen enough death and violence for one lifetime. And so 2 months later, I was home, breathing that fresh mountain air. At some point, I would need to drive up to Fort Bragg and finish out processing. Part 2. Homecoming. During the flight home, all I could think about was Max and my little boy Jackie. My wife Jeannie and I divorced because she couldn't take being married to an Army Ranger. I was met at the airport by my favourite cousin Tommy, who was about 2 years older than me. His dad was my oldest uncle Daniel, who was a Navy veteran / EOD expert, and now raised chickens. Tommy seemed genuinely glad to see me, but he also seemed a bit preoccupied. I was concerned about my mum, who was suffering from breast cancer, but he said that she was okay. And then it occurred to me that Tommy was a big-time hunting guide in Alaska. And I asked why he was home. He said, well, some things have changed. And when I asked what, he said jump in, and I'll explain on the way. I asked how Tim was doing, and he took a deep breath and said, he's out, and Dad gave him a job. Before I could say WTF, he was shaking in his head. During our ride home, Tommy seemed distant and worried. I asked him to tell me what was up. He began to tell me that after the big fire, a couple of my aunts and uncles began to lose livestock. I said, what do you mean? Is Uncle Dan losing some chickens? He said yes, many. And Aunt Doris and Uncle Jim and Uncle Roger have lost several head of cattle, and Uncle Greg has lost a foal and a pony. Now I immediately said, WTF? It must be a pack of coyotes or bears, and we'll go hunt these bastards down. Now he looked over at me and said, it ain't bears. And whatever it is, it's slaughtering coyotes also. Then I remember the time when I was 15 when I had stopped my trail bike to scope the Black Creek Valley, and I swore I saw this huge wolf. Uncle Will said not to speak of it, and never to go there again. When we arrived at Dad's house, it looked like the whole family was there. My dad had tied a big yellow ribbon around that large oak tree in the front yard. The yard was full of cars, and the house was full of my family. The place smelled like those Sunday dinners when I was a kid. Everybody was talking at once and asking how I was. A couple of my nephews wanted to know how many terrorists I had killed. But mostly, everybody was just glad to see me. And then, to my surprise, there stood my sister Ruth, and my mum along with my ex Ginny and my little 6-year-old boy, Jackie. And he ran to me, along with her, and for a few minutes the whole world slowed down. Mum cried, I cried, we all cried. After a huge feast and many cold beers, Tommy, my dad, Uncle Roger, and some other cousins sat on the front porch where they started telling me what was going on. Uncle Daniel and my Aunt Elsie's husband Greg weren't there yet. Dan and nephew Tim had to repair and reinforce some doors and windows on some chicken houses before dark and will be along shortly. My Aunt Doris's husband Jim and their son Eric were also putting up some security lights and repairing a fence. Uncle Greg, the computer engineer, and his son Bobby were installing some huge motion sensor lights and alarms around the horse barns and were also coming. My dad was the only one who wasn't really a farmer or rancher, but he did have some goats and a few laying hens. He said that something had taken 2 goats and 5 hens. At that point, I just had to say, everybody please stop, and somebody tell me what the hell is going on here. And that is when Jeannie spoke up. Jeannie told me about her and Jackie, and they were staying at the little A-frame I had built up on the hill overlooking my dad's place. She said something had been waking her up at all hours, running around outside the house, and at one point something or somebody had tried to turn the doorknob. That was when she called my dad to come get her and Jackie to stay here in my old room. I immediately asked her what it was, and She said she didn't know, but she could swear she saw a set of yellow eyes looking through the window blinds on the rear door. She also said she had peeped out the upstairs window to see something hairy, like a bear, but running across the yard like a small horse. Her and Jackie only stayed there 2 nights before they came to my dad's house. She said she hoped it was okay for her and Jackie to be with me in the same room. I put my arms around her and pulled her close. Now, whatever this was had just declared war on my family. Part 3. Reality Check. The following morning I went with Dad up to my A-frame to check things out, and we found large canine tracks around my place and a well-worn trail leading all the way down to the creek about 300 yards behind my house, towards the back side of Dad's property. Dad said that something had been spooking his goats and causing his laying hens to cackle all night. He said that every time he turned on the lights and came out with a gun, things would calm down. He said that one time he saw the bushes rustling and what he thought might be a panther running away. Strange thing was he couldn't find any tracks around the barn or the coops, even though a goat and some chickens had went missing. Dad was retired from the construction business and had a big warehouse on his property full of leftover materials. We decided to replace my wooden doors with steel ones and put some security bars over the windows. And we put booger lights, front and rear. I called Tommy to come over and have a look at these tracks. I asked him if we had any wolves come into the area. He said that there were no wolves south of West Virginia, but there have been reports of mountain lions making a comeback as far south as the Tennessee-Georgia line. I asked if he had seen any wolf tracks like this in Alaska. He said those tracks were large even by Yukon standards. I asked what kind of damn wild dog could make a track the size of my hand. He hesitated and asked if I remembered Uncle Will, talking about the non-uni-wee. I hesitated and said yeah, but that's a legend. He said yeah, but remember what you saw? I said wait a minute, I never told you about that. He said I know, but Chief did. I said, okay, tomorrow morning you and I are going to visit our cousins on the other side of Devil's Elbow. I got up early and Jeannie was already up, with breakfast made. I asked what was the occasion, and she simply replied, us. I said I thought you wanted to be a big city girl and couldn't handle being married to a soldier. And she smiled and said, you know there are predators in the city also. I nodded and said we could talk more later, and I had to go. Tommy arrived and we were off in his F-250 monster truck to visit Little Thunder, my Uncle Will's son. He got that name due to continually dragging the muffler of his dad's truck on our old logging roads. And after crossing the old covered bridge over the river, a lot of memories started coming back to me. It was as if nothing had changed in the 8 years since I had last been here. And then we rounded that long winding curve by the cornfields, and it looked like a totally different place. Everything was scorched, no crops and very few trees. Familiar houses were gone and FEMA mobile homes sat where my mum's people used to live. They no longer had livestock, not one pig or cow, not even a chicken. As we rolled up in the yard of this one trailer, I knew we were at Toby Little Thunder's house, because there were 2 old vehicles up on blocks. And before we could turn off the car or open the door, here came Toby out the door barefoot with jeans and an old sleeveless denim jacket with all the feathers and beads. He ran out saying, Oseo Ostadatselehi. Hello, welcome cousins. We've got to hurry, the elders are waiting on us. And before I could say, I didn't call anybody. Tommy was also saying, how did you know we were coming? He said the elders had been saying a great hunter and a great warrior will come. And so we began the bumpy ride up the old trail to the Nalegohi Lodge. There were no trees or vegetation to prevent erosion. The road was bumpy and washed out. It reminded me of some of the bombed-out shitholes over in the sandbox. And when we finally made it to the top of the mountain, all that was standing was the old concrete block building that used to be the restrooms. They were using it as a lodge with a porta-potty outside. And Toby led us into the entrance, and there sat the remaining 7 oldest of my grandma's people. The eldest was my mum's first cousin, Jake Barnes, a.k.a. Standing Bear. He stood and loudly announced, Oseo Ekwa, Danuwa Nalehi. Welcome, great hunter and warrior. The father said you would come. Please, sit. By now, Tommy and I were scratching our heads with an obvious WTF look on our faces. Jake said close the door, Little Thunder, and sit with us also. Standing there was my grandma Esther's first cousin from our youngest uncle, Ben. He began telling us that the Great Fire had destroyed many resources and game in our area. Now our animals and even we had become a food source for the Ulonga Doglala, long dog with knife teeth. And because the Keklek Kudle, Sasquatch, had also left, the wolves no longer feared anything. He said that we must make a plan to hunt them where they live, but first we must lure them into the open so that we can track them. We will need the wolf pack to fight these giant wolves, just as Big Jack and the Cree men once did. You must go see the old one who knows them the best. Then Standing Bear stood and announced that it was time for the elders to lock themselves into a chant and pray all night to the great spirits. He directed Toby to take us to meet our spirit guide. Part 4. The Reveal. Now my mind was racing with disbelief. I noticed how Tommy sat there nodding his head in agreement with everything. I started rattling off questions like, how big are they? How many are there? And do they hunt alone or in groups? Do they live in caves? And just how freaking big do they get? Now Tommy told me to chill out and we would get the answers. Toby laughed and said his dad Will always said that Tommy was more Cherokee than him when it came to this great spirit stuff. And Standing Bear had said the old one will tell you what to do. I'm thinking, what old one? And is this Big Jack my Grandpa Jack? As we drove out, Toby told us that the Department of Game and Fish had several game wardens in the area due to reports and complaints about these wolves, and that one of the officers was missing and a search was on. I asked Toby if he knew anybody that had seen or maybe killed one of these things. He said maybe. Turn left at the bottom of the trail. We're going to see Old White Feather. We drove on for what seemed like an hour on an even worse road than what we had been on, until we came to this old shack by a creek. And there, rocking out on the front porch, was an old leather-faced man called White Feather. Well, Toby said he was a Cree Indian who had settled here before the land had been completely divided up and was supposed to be over 100 years old. We walked up to the porch and Toby started to introduce us, but before he could finish his sentence, White Feather said, I know these Yoniga, slur for white man, but since they are half-breeds, I'll talk to them. White Feather rocked slowly with an old double-barrel rabbit-eared 12-gauge across his lap. I looked him in the eye and said, Sir, you owe us an apology. We're quarter breeds. He cracked an almost toothless smile and motioned for us to sit. He said, So, you are here to ask about them evil walking wolves. I looked at Tommy thinking, okay, how he knew, but I said yes, we are. He began to tell us that they had been around since the beginning, but weren't always this damn big. He said that his people believed that the government had done experiments to make them bigger and meaner. They had stayed far away from us because we shared land with the hairy man who they feared. But now that the hairy men are no longer here as a deterrent, they are afraid of nothing. But I know you have many questions. The first thing I will tell you is this. To understand monsters, you must hunt them. And to hunt monsters, you must understand them. How big, where to stay, how to track them, how to kill them. And the big ones get over 8, sometimes 9 feet tall. They can weigh 500 or 600 pounds, and they can run as fast as a horse on all fours. They prefer deer and wild boar, but will eat anything, even us. They have huge thick heads, but a high-power big bore rifle can kill them. They have a thick chest and back, but their sides are vulnerable. They love to open them big mouths and show their teeth. When they smile at you, put a load of ort bark right down their throat. He stroked his 12-gauge. If you can take out a knee on their rear legs, you will cripple it permanently. This can cause a big distraction because it will howl in terrible pain, and the others know they have to kill it. But most of all, they fear fire, and that is why people see them in water. Along with trying to catch fish, during the fires they run to the water, and when they are in the water, especially above their waist, they are slow and clumsy. He pulled out a canvas bag and showed us a huge dog skull. This SOB was in my creek one morning. I gasped at the size of it. They live in caves or burrow into brush-covered hillsides at the bottom of hollows under a thick canopy of trees. They are hard to track because they can run so fast and jump so high and far. My father said they would jump over the teepees just to show how they could rip off the top with their long claws. And they can smell blood a mile or more away. But what they cannot resist is the smell of organs like a heart or liver with fresh warm blood. You can lure them or trap them this way. Their sense of smell can also be used against them by mixing the juice from hot peppers to squirt in their eyes and nose. A very high-pitched sound or whistle will annoys them. My ancestors modified a flute to call them in and hurt their ears at close range. But always remember, they will know you are there long before you know that they are. And they are far more smarter than any dog or wolf. You must learn how they think and learn their travel patterns, just as your grandfather Grey Wolf did. I said, "You mean Grandpa Jack?" And then our phone started blowing up. We had almost no cell service there, but the text said to get home ASAP. And we thanked Whitefeather, and he told us, "Waiakwa, Daidandu Nalenega. May the great spirit wolf follow you." Part 5. A Crazy Day. As we got closer to Toby's house, we were able to call our folks, and one of Aunt Elsie and Uncle Greg's prize horses had been attacked, and the veterinarian was there. Aunt Doris and Uncle Jim had lost another cow, and worst of all, their dog Spike had been killed. We also found out that Uncle Dan's chicken houses were broken into again, and with several chickens killed or gone. I asked Toby if he or any of our folks here were planning to do anything. He simply said, "We are waiting on you." And when we arrived at my dad's house, it was already late afternoon. I asked Tommy if he would go see Uncle Jim and look for tracks, and I would go see Uncle Greg because I wanted to talk to the veterinarian. We agreed to meet at Uncle Dan's chicken house later. When I went into the house, my mum and Jeannie were sitting at the kitchen table. They said Dad had already gone to see Greg and Elsie because Elsie was a total wreck. I asked how they were doing, and by the look on their faces, I got my answer. And I was really worried about Mum because she had gone through her last round of chemotherapy. I gave Jackie a big hug and asked him to show me what he was drawing. He was drawing a picture of my younger brother Max flying his helicopter. I was really surprised because Jackie was barely 4 years old when Max died. I asked Jeannie if she would ride up to the A-frame with me, and she reluctantly agreed. And when we rolled up, she instantly noticed the new doors and bars on the windows, and she said, "Why are we here?" I told her I was getting my AR-10 and my .45 from the safe and going to see Uncle Greg. This was the first time we had been alone outside of Mum's and Dad's house. She came close and we kissed. I smiled and asked if she would feel safe coming back here for a little date now and then. And she said, only during the day. We jumped in my truck and I let her out at Dad's, and then I was off to Uncle Greg's. Dad, Greg, and the vet were standing in front of the barn when I pulled up wearing my tactical vest with my weapon slung. I noticed Dad had his 12-gauge pump and 44 mag in the holster. Greg introduced me to Doc Martin, who had been a veterinarian in that area for most of my life. And Doc said, "No intro needed. I know this young hero." I said, "No, sir, not a hero, just a survivor." He smiled and shook my hand, asking me to follow him into the barn, where he showed me Uncle Greg's prize, Appaloosa. And there were huge bandages all over the horse's hindquarters and back, and it was covering deep claw marks and gashes. It was also what he called canine bite marks on the back of the neck. And Doc said he'd only ever seen anything like this one time, when a panther mauled a horse. But these claw marks were deeper. I asked if the horse would be okay, and Doc said he thought so, if we can prevent the infection. And so, that is when I leveled with the dog and asked if he thought a wild hybrid dog/wolf did this, and if it's happening anywhere else. He looked at me stone-faced and said, "I see you have spoken to the elders." I raised my brow as he told me about the Scott family across the street who were big pig farmers and had lost a dozen or more pigs. Everybody knew the Scotts, and they had about 300 acres, where they grew corn, watermelons and beans, all kinds of produce in addition to a small pig farm. And my ex-wife Jeannie is one of the Scott girls, and she couldn't stand the smell of pigs. My dad used to joke and say the only reason she married me was because I smelled a little better than the hogs. And I asked the doc what he thought we ought to do, and he looked at me and said, "Question is, what are you and Tommy planning to do?" Well, I said first, I want Dad and I to go look for tracks, and told him that Tommy was over at Uncle Dan's. The doc said he had taken some hair, blood, and saliva samples for testing, and part of a tooth. He had another call to go on, but we'll be in touch. Dad told Greg to go on in and tend to release while he and I looked around. Now, Greg was a brilliant computer geek who had always dreamed of being a cowboy. Other than having a garden, neither he nor Aunt Elsie were hardcore country folks like the rest of us. Now, Elsie had met Greg in college, and they were really into the fraternity/sorority life. I think that soft, cushy life and being around all those urban-dwelling kids was what led Tim down the wrong road. He first got hooked on drugs, and then he started selling to support his habit. Part 6. The Investigation. His dad and I started looking around the barn. The sun was already getting low. He said, "Son, I don't feel good about us being out here after dark." I agreed and said, "Let's stick close and keep our heads on a swivel, and we won't go any further than the creek." We followed what appeared to be some faint tracks and a few drops of blood down to the creek, where all the signs disappeared. I think we looked at each other and both had the same idea. He said that a Viet Cong used to loop a rope over a tree branch on the other side of a creek and swing across so there would be no muddy footprints. I said there ain't no ropes here, so let's get wet. We cautiously crossed the creek, and on the other side we found tracks where something had landed hard, left the biggest freaking dog/wolf tracks I'd ever saw in my life. That was about a 30-foot jump, and the tracks faded as they led up into the thicket. I pulled out my cell and took the best pics I could, and Dad said, "Let's book it." On the way out I suggested we meet up with Tommy at Uncle Dan's and see what he had found. When we arrived at Dan's place, it was almost dark, but there stood Tommy, Dan and Tim. Something had ripped through the window and helped itself to about a dozen chickens, or more. Tommy said he and Uncle Dan had followed some partial tracks and feathers about 100 yards into the tree line, where it looked like a grand chicken feast had occurred. Tim had stayed behind to put plywood over the windows. I said, "Hey Tim, how's it going?" Well, he was obviously a little shaken. He told me about he had only had to serve 6 months of his sentence, and that the Department of Corrections paroled him for being a model prisoner. He was ashamed of what he had done and bringing shame to the family. I told him that if it wasn't for second chances, none of us would be here. He smiled and gave me a big hug. I think he thought I had judged or condemned him. I asked Dad if he was still current with his old pilot's license, and he said yes. I suggested we rent that old cub he used to take Max up in. He said, "What's on your mind?" And I said, "Recon." And we agreed to head out to the airport first thing in the morning. That night, Mum, Dad, Jeannie and I spent some good time talking while Jackie played. Mum said she felt so much better with me home along with Jackie and Jeannie in the house. I asked if the cancer was in remission, and she said we would know tomorrow. She asked how Jeannie and I were doing, and I told her that we were happy to be sharing some time together with Jackie. And she looked over at Jeannie and reminded her that she was always like another daughter to her. They hugged and began to chat because Jeannie would drive Mum to a doctor appointment tomorrow. And Jackie would spend the day with Jeannie's parents across the road. And I said, "Dad, tomorrow the pack starts getting ready for a hunt." And that's when the phone rang, and Sheriff Wills told Dad that they had found the mangled body of the missing game warden. He said that a SAR unit was dispatched from Fort Bragg, and they had found the body about halfway down Black Creek Valley. And I told Dad that I would be calling a friend at Fort Bragg tomorrow. Dad and I arrived at a small county airport at 0800, and there stood old Marvin, the airport manager and owner of a few aircraft stationed there. Marvin gave me a hug and said welcome home. I hadn't seen him since Max's funeral. He seemed so happy to see us. We briefly chatted about what had been going on, and he said he had initially participated in an air search until all civil aviation aircraft were ordered out of the area by the FAA. He said that 2 Black Hawks and a Chinook had landed here for fuel, and all they would say is they were asked by the suits to participate in the search. And Marvin said he bet the suits were some damn alphabet agency with a secret agenda. He said, "Anyway, you boys flying for pleasure or business?" I said a little of both, as he noticed we were both carrying sidearms, and I had a rifle case slung over my shoulder. He then reminded us that discharging a firearm from a civil aviation aircraft was a violation of federal law without a proper permits, and smiled. And we both nodded, and he handed us the key. And after a quick pre-flight, we were airborne. I always loved flying low and slow over these hills and streams, but the fire had devastated the beautiful scenery. My dad was piloting command, and I held a topo map in my lap. We rolled in and over our family land and made our way from Uncle Greg's over to Dan and Roger's place. Dad had that cob slowed to where the stall warning would occasionally squeak. I said, "Dad, take us over that power line right away that cuts across Dan's and Roger's grazing land." And we followed that right away across the river to where it made a slight turn, skirting Black Creek Valley. And Dad said, "Well, I'll be damned. That right away dodges Black Creek." I agreed and said that it should have at least cut right through the upper third of it. I asked if he could take us down low and slow and fly us a NOE, nap of the earth, back towards the river. And we were both trying to look for any clue we could see, when there it was, plain as day, a pile of animal carcasses just before the river. I asked Dad to circle around it as low as possible while I took some bearings, and Dad shouted, Look at that son of a bitch! In the tree line, standing on its hind legs about 50 or 60 feet from the bone pile, was the biggest, blackest dog/wolf I had ever seen. It had to be about 7 or 8 feet tall. I asked him to widen out orbit just long enough for me to aim my rifle, and I scoped that ugly SOB and put a bullet right where its neck met its chest. It fell instantly without a sound. I took some pics with my zoom and asked Dad to take us up higher to look for trails leading off from the bone pile. As we climbed, we started to hear growling and howling over the sound of the propeller and the engine noises. By the time we had gained about 200 feet, there were about 5 or 6 more of those things, raising hell and climbing trees like they were coming up after us. And Dad said, Son, don't shoot any more of them damn things. I got a bad feeling about this. Let's just get the hell out of here. After the adrenaline slowed down, I noticed some missed texts and calls from Toby Little Thunder. When I got him on the phone, he was frantic. He said, Get it quick! Something killed the elders! And as I hung up and told Dad, I noticed he was flying due north, throttle to the firewall, away from the spot. I said, WTF? And he said he was using an old trick to lead the enemy away so they wouldn't follow us back. I was just damn glad my dad was pick, pilot, in command. After about a 30-minute detour, we landed back at the airport where Marvin told us that something big had happened north of the elbow. We didn't mention what had happened. After we got into Dad's truck, he saw 3 missed calls from Uncle Dan, Uncle Roger, and Sheriff Wills. I also had a missed call from Tommy, and the sheriff wanted to form a posse/search party to meet at the lodge ASAP. and when we rolled into Dan's driveway, there was a yard full of cars and trucks. There was Uncle Dan, Tommy, and the youngest son Alex, the lawyer, Uncle Greg, Tim, and Bobby, Uncle Jim, and Marty, Uncle Roger, and Arthur. The pack was definitely back. It was already about 12:30 p.m. and everybody was clamouring and looked at me like, what do we do now? I remember thinking that Uncle Greg and Tim don't need to go with us. I easily convinced Tim that he and Sally needed to hang around and take care of the place. I told Uncle Greg we needed his computer expertise to research why the power line right away skirted Black Creek, and to see if he could come up with a way to create a computerized high-pitched sound weapon. He lit up at those two challenges. And Jeannie stopped me at the door and said, "Seems like we've been here before, but at least your mum got a good report from the doctor." I said, "Great, but don't worry, everything will be all right." And then we headed out to the lodge. Part 7. The Attack. I asked Tommy if he would drive, and I wanted Bobby, who had been at MP, and Alex to ride with us because I felt we might need a lawyer who was also a hell of a hunter. I briefed them on everything that had happened over the last couple of days, and neither one believed me. Tommy was stone cold silent when I explained it again. I got on the phone to my former top sergeant, Sergeant Beck, at Bragg. I asked him if he could step out and get on a secured line. He called me back on his cell using an encrypted phone app, and I told him about everything that had happened, and he said, "You are about to step in shit." He went on to say that over the past 3 days it had been alphabet soup around there with black helicopters, men in black, and the whole 9 yards. I told him there wasn't any turning back for me now because these things were terrorizing and killing my folks. I asked if he could find out anything that he could share, and I would owe him big time. And he said, "Roger that," and hung up. Tommy looked over at me and said, "You have marked yourself by killing that thing." And before I could speak, he told us about the Alaskan legends of those who kill and bring a curse on them. I said that this was a fucking big hybrid dog/wolf, not some damn supernatural legend. And he said that these creatures exist in Alaska also, and once they have your scent, they can find you. As we rolled up to the lodge, there was a state helicopter overhead, and the sheriff and some other elders met us. I asked where Toby was, and they said he was leading one of the search teams. Sheriff Carl Wills and my dad were good friends, and my dad said, "Carl, give it to us straight." And he said that sometime past midnight, something or several somethings had torn through the lodge like a whirlwind, and that only one elder was alive. It was Ed, Buck Hill, and he wasn't doing so well due to massive blood loss. The sheriff showed us claw marks and huge canine tracks all around the lodge and drag marks mixed with blood and mud. He was just asking if we could divide into 2 teams when gunfire erupted, followed by distant screams. We got a bearing on where it came from, and I suggested that we split up and flank that trail. The sheriff got on the radio with 2 teams close to the one that had made contact, telling them we were inbound and to watch out for us and not to shoot. Within about a minute, the shots and screams had stopped. Toby came on the radio and said, "I got one, but I'm hurt bad." At about that time, more shots rang out, and you could hear howls and screams. I started shouting at everybody to slow down and get their heads on a swivel. I also got on the radio and repeated it. We were moving along at a trot and could hear guttural sounds and men calling out for help. At about that time, I caught movement in my peripheral and called out, "Contact left." Tommy knelt down and put a 450 Marlin round right into the big grey fucking monster, knocking it down. And to my rear, I heard a scream. One of the Cherokee volunteers near Cousin Bobby was on the ground, and with this thing slashing at him. Bobby started pumping 12-gauge slugs into it, and it leapt towards him, and Tommy's 450 cracked off another round, and that wolf went down also. Something told me to look right, and here came another one, charging towards me from about 60 feet. A split second before I started firing, Cousin Alex started peppering it with buckshot. It turned towards him, and I remembered what White Feather had said. I put several rounds into its side where the ribs were exposed. It went down howling in pain, and I screamed at Alex to pump Buck into its knees. I got on the radio and called for a medevac when Dad came on and said that they had found Toby wounded and with a dead monster. When I found Dad, he said that one of these things had charged Uncle Dan, and they both started firing, but it was on top of Dan before they could think twice. Uncle Jim put a couple of 30-06 rounds into its side before putting one last round into the base of its skull. The chopper pilot came overhead and reported that those things were scattering to the east in the direction of Black Creek. He said the bodies of the elders were about 300 yards down the hill from our position. My Uncle Jim was scratched up and bruised, but otherwise okay. The volunteer in our group would need a bunch of stitches and surgery, but we were able to stabilize him. Toby's team wasn't so lucky. He had severe lacerations and a broken arm. He emptied both barrels of Ortbuck into that thing's mouth, but one jumped him from behind. Now he managed to pull Uncle Bill's old 45, long Colt, and get off a round, but it damn near severed his left arm. A cousin Hawk started emptying his 30-30 into that thing, but it jumped on top of him and started slashing. Now Toby managed to get a hold of the 45 one more time and put a round right up to that thing's 6, causing it to scream bloody murder and run off. He said that it was about then that he heard us coming, and some of the wolves turned their attention to us. Hawk and one other man didn't make it. Toby and another man were severely wounded, and they will both spend several days in hospital. Part 8. The Strategy. On the way back to the house, I asked Tommy who was marked now, me for killing the first one or him for killing 2. He said, "I can't believe I let you talk me into putting that wounded Dogman into the back of my truck." We had its mouth zip-tied and I had cut off its claws with my tactical knife and tied its arms for transportation to Dogman. What I can't believe is the sheriff went along with my plan and allowed us out of there with it. I said, "Hey, as long as it stays under that top, we're good." Tommy told me that he hoped we could get that thing secured before the pack came looking for it. He'd also told everybody there that they could not go home because those things had our scent. Dogman had a big practice on the edge of Scottsville and with a big enclosed barn. Now, he had moved many animals out to the alternative location due to his new patient, and when we arrived, several of the Wolf Clan had brought us fresh clothes because we were going to burn the ones we had on. We also told them not to have any contact with us. And Dad, Dan, and Jim had called everybody to prepare them for a long couple of nights. They were mostly honest with their hired help and told them a watered-down version of what had happened. They told them that they would pay them well and to hold up heavily armed and help watch the place with the family. And Dan and Dad went to buy some party favors. We pulled the tarp off of Doc's new patient and he said, "Damn, it stinks." I suppose we hadn't paid much attention until now, but he was right. He said that the hair samples he took from the Appaloosa didn't match any known dog or wolf. He had a sedative ready and wanted to take some blood and tissue samples. At about that time, my cell rang, and it was Sergeant Beck. And he said, "Heard you got a new pet?" I was flabbergasted and asked how he knew. He said that our little skirmish today had made it all the way up to DC and that we would have visitors shortly. At that point, I heard a helicopter in the distance and thought, oh shit. An all-black Black Hawk landed in the pasture behind Doc's barn, and out came 2 men in black suits and 7 black-clad guys who looked like Delta Force. The older dude, a bald leather-faced man in his 50s, introduced himself as Ray and said, "I take it you were holding a prisoner here." I said, "No, sir, a patient in need of medical care." He then said, "Tell me, Sergeant Wolf, how did you manage to stir up so much shit in the short time since you came home?" I explained to him that I had a lot of help from my family. He said, "Indeed. Now tell me exactly what you were up to, and we may be able to work together." I said, "Hold up. Who are you and under what jurisdiction do you operate?" And the door opened, and in walked Sheriff Wills. The sheriff said, "Please allow me to explain." He went on to say that my plan to lure these things in would have captured one was a good plan, but he was afraid of a bunch of people getting caught up and dying, and he had to make a call. Ray then asked one of his men to bring in a guest, and in walked Uncle Greg. Ray explained that Greg used his computer skills to uncover some historical data not meant for public consumption, along with the specs for a classified harmonic weapon that can be used against these big dogs. And one of his men also let Doc Martin in and said, "The good doctor can't keep the blood samples either." I said, "Okay, what do you want? And what would it take to get rid of these things?" He went on to say that, in return for our silence, they will help us, but our story will be that this was a bunch of large, wild feral dogs. He then turned to look at Doc Martin and asked, "What about the blood sample?" And Doc said, "Well, I don't have a DNA lab here, but I'm willing to bet that there is human DNA in them." And Ray said, "Correct, and that will also be our secret." He then asked for my plan. I said, "You gotta promise me our families will be safe." He instructed the other black suit to make a call and have 2 security experts at each house to assist. And my plan was to make this monster squeal and shriek and record it all. I planned to take this thing out to the big fields in the afternoon and cut it open, then tie it up in a tree with its organs hanging out. And just before sundown, I want to drag this thing back and play the recordings of it screaming and put it up on a pole in the middle of a field. My Uncle Dan is already working up some explosives to greet them, and that's where Greg came in. We were going to repurpose some carbolic mics to push out some ear-piercing sounds whilst hitting them with some heavy, extremely bright lights. Between my family, friends and the tribe, we were planning to surround the field with about 50 heavily armed men. Dad would fly overhead with a bright searchlight and another carbolic mic playing the sound of them shrieking in pain. This was in hope that they would get confused and maybe even attack a weak or wounded one. Ray looked at me and said, "Damn good plan, bud." But what, I said. He explained that so far we had skirmished with only the scouts, and not the strongest of the wolves. He also asked if we knew their true numbers, to which I responded, 20 or 30. He responded, 50 or 60. And about 15 of those would include the Alpha and his warriors. They are the ones that could be 9 to 10 feet tall and very hard to kill. Sergeant, I like your plan, but don't think you're prepared for the numbers of casualties that you will take. However, if everybody involved will sign one of these NDA forms, non-disclosure agreement, I think we can help. Part 9. A plan. I think. Ray told everybody to go home and rest, and we would all meet tomorrow at 0600 down the road from my Uncle Dan's in a big field. When I came home, there was Jeannie looking so good in a short tight skirt and skimpy top. She had left Jackie with her parents, and she asked if we could go up to the A-frame, and I said sure. As soon as we locked the door behind us, I was game on. After we laid there for a while in bed, I asked if she wanted to stay here tonight, and she replied, "Oh, hell no. Just because you got lucky don't mean we're going to be spending another night up here until I know them damn things are gone." I laughed because this was the genie I remembered. And Mum and my sister Ruth and her husband Jerry were at Dad's with dinner ready. And Jerry was a career cop and investigator and had taken time off to come help with our crisis. And he said, "I understand you have a pest problem around here." I began to fill him in on the details, but I asked him if he could please stay here and protect the family, and he agreed. We arose at 0500 for a quick breakfast before heading down to the big meeting. Mum hugged Dad and me, and then Jeannie came and told me she loved me, and I better come back or she would drive her brother's four-wheeled monster truck across my grave. I smiled and said, "Roger that." At the field was about 30 or more cars and trucks, along with Ray and 2 black SUVs with his man. Ray and his assistant went out in battle dress and also stood in the back of a flatbed truck that apparently belonged to the agency, and called for everyone's attention. He said that he couldn't give any specific details about these large, wild hybrid dogs, but that the agency he worked for was tasked with managing them. He thanked us for coming and explained that these animals had gotten out of control, and his agency needed help to eradicate them. He also explained that every single volunteer would be given $1,000 cash for one day's work, but must sign a non-disclosure statement under the penalty of federal law. And he advised everyone that it will be dangerous, but Chuck here has a plan, and we are going to provide some extra equipment, manpower, and firepower. Ray gathered everybody around the truck, and he had his assistant yank the top off the cage that held the Dogman I had shot, and he shouted, "Look closely. Yes, they are big and scary, but they bleed and die just like any animal." And my stomach sank because I knew he was giving a pep talk to some people who were going to die this night. He advised that his men would break us up into even groups and not to worry because 2 or 3 of his men would be with them, and explain exactly what they should do to win this fight. I asked Ray why we couldn't call in the troops from Fort Bragg. He said that the military absolutely could not get involved in this, and that it was a civilian agency matter only. He also added that his helicopter would be available after sunset and with a crew of 5, 2-door gunners, rockets, and a special weapon. I told him that sounded great, but couldn't we at least request a Ranger platoon and a couple of Apaches? And he again said, "Absolutely no military, but at least you and your dad won't have to shoot a rifle from a cub." And before I could speak, he asked if I would like to see the satellite video sometime. I walked off and proclaimed aloud, "Well, just fuck me." He then told his assistant to brief Tommy and I on the first step of the plan, while his men prepared as volunteers. Ken, the assistant, asked for me, Tommy, and one other person to join him. I grabbed my cousin Bobby and said, "Let's go." And as we covered the big cage with the top, I noticed what looked like either a large fan or an airplane propeller. When I asked Ken about it, he said, "That's just for ventilation." And so, we were off for a 30-40 minute drive to the big field against the Devil's Elbow. And Ken asked me to locate the spot on the GPS directly across from the river of Black Creek Valley. When we arrived, it was almost 1300. We jumped out and Ken told us that we were going to make this puppy bleed and scream. There was a hoist on the back of the truck that we tied to a strong rope. The other end of the rope was tied around the Dogman's feet, and Ken positioned us facing out for what I assumed would be a quick getaway. He pulled the top off to reveal one of those swamp airboat motors, and he handed Tommy and Bobby some field glasses and told them to keep their eyes on the tree line. I helped him hoist that stinking SOB, and we all put our headsets on, and then we started the motor, blowing the scent directly towards Black Creek. And Ken began to torture this thing by sticking an oversized candlebird into its testicles. This is no lie. The screeching and howls were drowning out the sound of the airplane motor. And for a moment, I felt bad about this and said, "Hey Ken, should we do this?" And he responded, "That's how your grandpa and the Cree warriors did it." I was speechless. I walked over to Tommy and told him what had just transpired. He replied, "Oh yeah, that's the legend." I shook my head and said, "Why doesn't anybody ever tell me this shit?" I said, "Listen, I have a bad feeling about all of this. I'm going to text Sergeant Beck at Bragg." I sent him an encrypted message in code saying, "Suits recruiting farmers for deadly livestock roundup. Blood moon harvest expected." I was sure he could figure out what the livestock was, and that the full moon would be up around 2000 hours. By then it was about 4:30, and the sun was getting low. Ken called me back over and informed me that the satellite imagery showed movement in the Black Creek Valley, and it was time to start dragging our pet back to the target area. And Tommy said he was sure he saw movement on the ridgeline above us about half a mile away, and by the time we reached the designated area in the big field, our pet was dead, but smelling even worse. And then we hung him up there on a utility pole and got behind our battle lines. Ray's men had been arming, drilling, and preparing the volunteers as best they could. Uncle Dan had helped them rig explosives and claymores. I asked Ray where my dad was, and he informed me that he and one of his best snipers were in that cob and would be equipped with night vision and phosphorus flares to set those bastards on fire. I discovered that we had 5 groups of men with about 9 or 10 in each group. There were 2 groups on each side of the big field, positioned for a flanking attack. The other group with 12 was behind us in case any wolves broke through. They were divided into 2 elements at the crest of the hill on either side of the hill crest. Ray said that our number 1 priority to win would be to take out the Alpha. I asked if there was a picture or a sketch of him, and he said, "Oh, you'll know him, black and grey, about 10 feet and 700 pounds. I turned to notice that the agency flatbed was now being fitted with twin 50s and a wire mesh cover with a cage on top. They were positioning it at the top of the rise and were putting down the outriggers. I asked where the helicopter was, and he said not to worry, it was standing by. And just then I looked north and I saw 2 aerial firefighting planes. My dad came over the radio and said, "Hey Ray, kind of shit are they dumping?" He responded, "That's just pest control." These aircraft were dumping some kind of dust into Black Creek Valley. I said, "WTF, Ray? You poisoned the water." He said the Corps of Engineers had already dammed and diverted the Black Creek headwaters to minimize harm, and that we were going to eradicate these things and do a mop-up on the survivors. I said no, and I said, "No, you mean you're going to take some of these pets for further experimentation, don't you?" Part 10. The Showdown. Let's get straight into that. As dark approached, we could hear some chants and a short round of drums, and somebody repeated, "Nawa dohi adev, ekwa dedandu," peace to the great spirits, and Nalanega danawa, danadlihi, strength to the warriors. You could also hear the Lord's Prayer recited. Ray had climbed behind the 50 cal and came on the radio to say, "Knock it off." I told him to cut my people a little slack, as some of them knew they were going to die. It was now completely dark, and the motion sensors Ray's men had placed down by the creek started to go off. Dad came over the radio and said, "Contact, 10 or 12 coming up from the creek." His backseater chimed in with, "I count 14 or 15, moving fast from the east." It was then that you could hear his rifle cracking off rounds, and some howls also. Ken was monitoring events from an infrared drone overhead and said, "Groups 1 and 2, open fire on my mark." He detonated a series of claymores and phosphorus flares, triggering the loudest firefights I had heard since Afghanistan. And there was a roaring and growling from these things, and I heard the first human scream. Ray told Tommy and I to take our positions with the 2 elements on the hill crest. He went left and I went right without even thinking, and we were about to have round 2 with these things. Just as I knelt down and aimed, you could hear more men screaming, and Ray said groups 3 and 4 stand by. He detonated another round of claymores and flares, and more howls thundered up the hill, and more screams. As groups 3 and 4 commenced fire, Ray got down with that 50 cal, and I heard Dad shouting, "A 3rd group advancing!" And that's when I heard the sound of rotor blades above. The 2 door gunners laid out and opened up with miniguns, and the roars and howls got even louder. At that time, the screams from Group 3 and 4 could be heard. I shouted, "Stand by for contact!" And several blurs appeared about 75 or 80 yards in front of us. I could already hear the sound of Tommy's rifle, and we all opened up. I went full auto and started going for headshots. At about that time, we were overrun by 5 or 6 of these things, and people went flying in different directions. I had taken a position at the outside to cover our right flank. I changed mags and opened up on one of these things right in front of me as it was slashing at a man on the ground. And I ripped into its spinal cord, and it went limp. Before I could turn, something hit me broadside, and I lost my rifle and rolled. I pulled my 45 and rolled onto one knee and fired twice, right into this thing's gaping jaws. Its head snapped back, and I double-tapped right into its throat as it went down. I swirled around to grab my rifle, and one was closing on Tommy from his left flank. I started running, screaming, and firing into its chest. And it was on Tommy in a second, and I jumped onto its back and shoved the pistol in its ear and fired. I only had 1 round left, and it put this puppy out instantly. The familiar smell of CS gas was in the air, and it was then that I figured those phosphorus flares had an ingredient to overwhelm the Dogman's sight and smell. A group of about 5 or 6 men gathered at my Uncle Roger's, and about that many at Uncle Jim's, and they could already hear the hell on earth less than half a mile away. They had brought the cattle close to the house, and 2 men were in the bar lofts for overwatch. My cousin Sally had left Grandma Esther's house and come to Uncle Dan's with Tim and 4 employees. And 2 of them got on the roof of each chicken house and waited. And the cattle in Roger's pasture suddenly erupted all at once and were running all over each other. There were at least 2 8-footers slashing cows just for sport. Cousin Alex trained his laser sight on one and opened up, along with the other men, and Uncle Jim's sons, Eric and Marty, saw 3 large figures barreling down the hill on Uncle Jim's flare, and they opened up. The cows were trying to jump over the fence, but 2 of the dogs got to them, and one of Dan's employees came over at Portable and said, "Do you hear the chickens?" At about that time, a large blam was heard as one of these monsters crashed into the side of the main chicken house. Sally hit a remote switch from the spotlights and illuminated 3 of those things. She had my dad's AK-47 and she started making it sing. Dad had asked Jeannie's father to take Mum along with the goats and the hens to his house. Uncle Will had given Dad a pet goat when he was about 5, and the rest, it was history. You know how they say, the fog of war can leave you confused. As seasoned as I was, I had never encountered anything like this. Although things tend to slow down during a firefight, these damn dogs don't. Tommy was cut up and bruised, and I managed to change out mags to my rifle. 2 men from our group were laying in large pools of blood. I could really hear the 50 cal sounding off now, as I heard more screams and howls. I remember Ray talking about special weapon. I thought now would be a good time to use it. I heard my dad's backseater shout, "Contact! Alfred utility pole!" And that's when I heard the most horrendous howl ever. Oh, it was louder than all the others. It had an intensity of a train whistle. Suddenly, this high-pitched shrieking sound erupted from above. It was confusing, disorienting, and nauseating all at once. I looked around and saw people going to their knees. Despite having a headset, I felt like my ears would explode and my eyes were out of focus. Tommy and I were on our knees trying to right ourselves when I heard Max's voice, plain as day, say, "Turn around, Chuck! Turn around!" And when I turned, there was one of those huge wolves Ray had talked about, not 40 feet away. Somehow, I managed to pull up my rifle and go full auto on it. The next thing I knew, it was on top of me, and Tommy was trying to push it off of me. I keyed up my mic and shouted, "Ray, you're killing us with that noise!" Part 11. A Turn of Fate. Let's get straight into that. Luckily for my folks back at the farmhouses, that high-pitched noise was far enough away that it didn't affect them the way it did us. But it did confuse the wolves long enough for our folks to kill, seriously injure, and run them off. Sadly, Tim freaked out when one of the dogmen jumped on top of the roof. He lost his footing and fell about 20 feet, breaking his neck. The noise suddenly stopped and I could hear screaming again. No howling. I began to hear snarling and growls now, and men calling out for help. I keyed up the mic and shouted, "Ray, what the fuck have you done?" A familiar voice crackled and said, "Mark your position, Ranger." But it was the First Sergeant Clinton Beck. I pulled out my tack light and made a lasso and heard, "Stand by." And then I saw the sweetest sight ever. As 2 Apache helicopters passed overhead and 4 Black Horse rolled into a hover. Spotlights were shining, 30mm chain guns were popping, and Rangers were fast roping down all around us. A medic came running up to ask if we were okay, and I could hear a voice over his comm say, "This is Mongoose 1, visual on Big Snakes. Roger, Mongoose, you are cleared. Hot." The familiar sound of a 275 rockets followed with the unearthly symphony of howls that you could hear over the choppers. Then in comes two Chinooks with what looks like hazmat teams. Then a voice saying, "Looks like Little Wolf killed some big wolves." I was so exhausted that I could only reach out my hand. Dad came over the radio to ask if I was okay. I said and replied, "Hoo-yah!" He said he had quite a seat overhead to watch those Apache gunships light up the big wolves as they made a run for it. I asked him, did they get the Alpha? He said that somebody had already put him down before the big guns rolled in. Sarge reminded me that I was still a member of the US Army. I had not yet officially been discharged. I told him that the last time I thought about that was just before landing at the airport. I heard a voice say, "Outstanding job, Sergeant Wolf." I turned to see Ray, all bandaged up with one arm in a sling. I asked how many casualties we got, and he responded, "Half my men and 10 or 12 are yours." And I hung my head and asked who got the Alpha. He said, Your Uncle Dan hit that SOB with an incendiary, and I lit him up with a 50 cal." Uncle Dan and Uncle Jim appeared then, and I was so happy to see them. But Dan had just got the news about Tim. I remembered how happy Tim was that I didn't judge him. Sergeant Beck told us that they had to mop up and go set a perimeter around Black Creek Valley by sunup. I told Ray that if any of his pets ever showed up around here again, I would make it my life's mission to put both arms in a sling. Well, he laughed and said, "By the way, I'll be in contact with you and Tommy with a lucrative offer." We looked at each other and said, "No fucking way." At about that time, the EMTs descended upon Tommy and I, and off to the hospital we went. Part 12. A New Beginning. Let's get straight into that. The doctor insisted that Tommy and I stay for the night for tests, x-rays, and observation. Tommy has some cracked ribs and needed 20 stitches. I had a big cut on my forehead and needed 4 stitches. I got a call from Sergeant Beck, and the official story about last night would be this. The 82nd Airborne was on a nighttime training mission to a deserted area called Black Creek Valley, about 10 miles north of the cattle land belonging to members of the Wolf family. Neither the Department of Natural Resources nor the Forestry Service felt a need to brief the Army about the roundup of the huge wild dog pack terrorizing the area. When the pilots and the team leaders saw gunfire and the detonation of some flares, they assumed their objective and landing zone had changed. And unfortunately, due to underestimating the size and ferocity of the wild dogs and people being in close proximity to simulated munition explosions, several people had lost their lives due to accidents and dog attacks. Well, I said, "Well, ain't that some shit?" Sergeant Beck asked me to be sure and come by for lunch when I came over for my discharge. Jeannie and little Jackie came to the hospital to take me home. It felt so good for us to be together. I told Jeannie it might be time to build onto that A-frame. She smiled with tears rolling and kissed my forehead. And then she said, "A-frame hell, you were going to build me a new house." Uncle Dan and Aunt Sarah were there to get Tommy also. They said Aunt Elsie and Uncle Greg were heartbroken. I told Uncle Dan to not be so hard on himself. And Sally said Tim was firing his shotgun at that thing when he lost his footing, and that gave her a few seconds to put several rounds into it, knocking it off the roof. I asked Jeannie if her father took good care of Dad's prize goats and laying hens, and she said, "Would you believe my mum has fell in love with one of those damn goats?" And we all laughed. Then Dad walked in and told Jeannie he traded that goat for her. I said I felt like I was back in Afghanistan. And then Toby Little Thunder walked into the room to tell us how they had saved his arm. He would be discharged soon to start physical therapy and have at least one more surgery. I told him about hearing Max's voice when a thing was about to jump me. Dad said he was thinking about him the whole time that he was flying, and that sometimes the kid's voice in the back almost sounded like him. Uncle Dan said that Max was with us when we needed him. About a week after Tim's funeral and some well-needed quiet time, I got a phone call from Ray. He wanted to compensate Tommy and me and meet us at 0900 hours the next day at the Doc Martens office. We agreed, and he had 2 bags of cash with 10k in it for each of us. I said, "Okay guys, one question. Why didn't you call in the 82nd? And he said that they were already spun up and my text to Sergeant Beck was incidental. I shook my head and said, "I thought you were just trying out your new toy." He said indeed they were, and the whole process that Tommy and I had started had provided the perfect opportunity to not only test it, but to use it effectively in the future. We just need to work on the adverse side effects to humans. And the agency wanted to offer the 2 of us a well-paid position, managing these things and making sure they don't hurt people in the future. He said that there will be some travel, but nothing outside the country, and that we get to live here with our families. And Tommy and I simultaneously asked how much. He wrote a number on a piece of paper and slid it over, and our eyes bugged, and Doc Martin said, "I'm already on the payroll." And Tommy said, "When did we start?" I said, "Whoa now, I'm still in the army, and I need to think about this." And Ray said, "You get discharged in 2 weeks. Call me then." Then he looked at me and Tommy with a smile and said, "Boys, I think this work, that's in your DNA." As Tommy and I started out the door, Ray said there was one more thing that he had to tell us, and that was, to hunt monsters, you must understand them. To understand monsters, you must hunt them. Well, Tommy and I looked at each other with a, "Oh shit," look, and then headed on home. When I came home, I told Dad about the job offer. He got this real serious look on his face and said, "Son, well, it's time I told you about what your Grandpa Jack really did for a living." History and myth are oft the same. Entitled Crypto College. Let's get straight into that. Prologue. Youth is wasted upon the young. Wisdom is not. Part 1. The video. It was a slow Saturday. Chuck and I had decided to spend the day going over reports for the newly formed Joint Task Force, Chimera, or JTC. After the Oak Ridge virus incident, even the United Nations agreed that a specialized group was needed to answer the emerging cryptid threat. Interpol, the European Union, and the CIA had formed us. Hell, even Saudi Arabia had signed on. And technically, I now worked for the CIA. I wasn't too thrilled about that. And Chuck and Tim, on the other hand, were still on the US Army payroll, but detailed as JTC. Akimi was now 5 months pregnant and on assignment in London, helping Interpol deal with the influx of Mideastern terrorists, of which a couple were reported to be Jinn. Chuck had been promoted to Sergeant Major, and Tim was now Sergeant Major also, and on his last mission before retirement. He was in East Texas, on a mop-up assignment in the deep woods and swamps, trying to locate any remaining sick cryptids. Chuck and I had been left at Fort Campbell as part of a 6-man team on call in case of any emergencies. We were also spread pretty thin, with our Nighthawk helicopter crews deployed between Texas and Oklahoma. And by the way, I am now Major Harrison Tate. My phone rang and it was Akimi. She asked me to open an email that she'd sent. It was an online video from some college kid claiming to be a cryptid investigator. Akimi said that I should get Chuck to watch it with me. He was across the hall and I hollered at him to come and join me. And the video started like this. "Hello, Truth Seekers. This is Chip Wilson for the Cryptid College. And tonight, we are streaming live from 2 rafts floating down the Cumberland River in an area known for strange sightings of unknown creatures. I am joined by my colleagues and fellow anthropology students, Angela Vasquez, Brad King, Kirk Brackett, Sherry MacDonald, and Kieran Deepak. Well, the video skipped about 2 hours later, and there were sounds now coming from the woods on one side of the river, where Chip began speaking. Okay guys, we're hearing some grunts and howls and growls and whoops coming from the northwest side of the river. Well, the sounds weren't too loud at this point, but about 2 minutes after, a loud ka-chunk and splash was heard. Well, that was followed by Chip talking very loud over the ghost screaming, and suddenly there was a series of loud plops and splashes. In the background, you could barely make out some growls and howls, and Chip was trying to narrate during the pandemonium, but the boys and girls were screaming. And then you hear Chip say, "Oh my God, a rock the size of a bowling ball just hit the raft." The video stops until you see them getting out of the rafts at a public boat ramp with the help of park rangers. Chuck and I looked at each other. I asked Akimi why she sent us this, and she responded that the Angela Vasquez in this video was the daughter of her oldest cousin, Naomi. As she and her husband Carlos couldn't attend the wedding due to being on lockdown from the virus in Jacksonville. Angela had met her boyfriend Chip while they were in high school there, and Chip's dad was stationed there in the Navy at NASJAX, but had retired and moved back home to Kentucky. Angela and Chip were going to get married, so she followed him off to college in Kentucky. The story goes, when Chip was just a young boy, his favorite uncle had disappeared while hunting in the land between the lakes and was never seen again. Only a backpack and his rifle were ever recovered. The Chip's dad had tried to get answers about the disappearance of his younger brother and had even searched for him. However, law enforcement officials were very cooperative, and park rangers had even escorted him out of the LBL more than one occasion. Chip had become fascinated with the tales of Sasquatch and Dogman and was determined to one day find out what happened to his uncle. Angela said that this incident had inspired Chip to study anthropology and cryptozoology, and Chuck responded with, "So, what has this got to do with us?" And Akimi directed me to open the other link that she had sent me. Part 2. The Dare. Let's get straight into that. There was a second video of Chip standing in front of a building on the college campus, but this one was Thursday afternoon. Chip began the recording by saying, "Me and my crypto college team will go this weekend and obtain video evidence of cryptids in the land between the lakes." You could hear voices in the background heckling and accusing his rafting video of being fake. He argued with some kid who accused him of having people on the riverbank to throw rocks. Then they accused him of damaging his own raft, and Chip angrily responded, "You just wait. I will show you. I will show you all." The next video stream was from Friday evening at 17:30 hours, where Chip, Angela, Brad King, Kirk Brackett, and Kieran Deepak had set up camp somewhere in the LBO campgrounds. The McDonald girl had refused to go after floating the river, and Chip announced that they will be putting out motion sensors and trail cams and will begin a long hike tomorrow. At 0200 hours, the camera comes on with the kids outside their tents, shining spotlights into the woods after motion sensors were triggered. And Chip said, "Well, we have sounds, movement, and possible eye shine." The next video was at 0700, with the kids having breakfast and preparing for their long trek. "So, you want me to go find these kids?" I asked Akimi. "No," she responded. "I want you to take a team and find them." "A team? Why?" I said. "Because they aren't camped where they said they will be, and in the past, park rangers have found campsites torn to pieces in that area. I just got off the phone with Naomi and she is hysterical. Please, go find them." Dad said, "Okay, baby. Let me see who I can pull in to help you. I love you, and talk soon." "Well, Chuck, there goes our steak grilling and beer drinking plans," I said. By now it was 15:30 hours and we needed to rally a team. And Chuck said that Corporal Jones's wife could go into labour at any time now, and he wasn't about to send him. He called in Sergeant Bill Foster, Specialist 4 Jim Dobson, and PFC. "Without Corporal Jones, who will operate our comms net?" I said, and Chuck responded, "How about Sergeant Martin?" And I said, whoa, she hasn't been completely read in, nor has she drilled with us." Tim then ran down her bio. Staff Sergeant Tammy Martin, 5'9", 145 pounds, jump school at 82nd Airborne, air assault school here at Campbell, and attended crew chief training at Fort Rucker. She was also the only female member of the Kentucky National Guard Long-Range Surveillance Unit, and was on the Army 3-gun competition team. She is assigned here as a comms tech to Spec Ops. After about 5 minutes, Chuck enters my office with a buxom redhead Sergeant Tammy Martin, and Chuck says, "Hawk, meet Tammy." "It's a pleasure, Major," says Tammy. "I have heard so much about you. How did you get the nickname Hawk, sir?" "Well, during my first deployment, I was the junior operator on a 9-man anti-insurgent team for almost 2 years. The team was called Hawk Team 2. I was Hawk 2 Niner, and the handle stayed with me even after I came back to Fort Campbell to start college. When I received orders to Fort Benning, a former teammate was there as an instructor due to a serious injury. He called me 2 Niner all the time, and I guess the handle just stuck." "Is it true your wife can hack into anything?" said Tammy. "No comment," I replied. By now, the rest of our team was filling into the room, and we shared the videos with them. Sergeant Foster spoke and said, "Are these kids out of their fucking minds going into the LBL?" "They're just kids," said Chuck. "And that's the problem." "So, Sergeant Martin, just how much do you know about this unit?" said Chuck. And Tammy responded, "Oh, you mean the Booger Squad? I even heard y'all carry swords on missions." "Roger that," I said. We chuckled and I asked her just what exactly did she know and had she ever seen a cryptid. Tammy said that she had grew up rural and had heard family and friends talk about boogers, but she had never seen one herself. Part 3. Spinning Up. Let's get straight into that. It was already 1800 hours, and during briefing, Tammy proved to be quite useful as we were trying to spin up a helicopter and crew for the hop to the LBL. She called a friend in the Kentucky National Guard and had a Huey and crew prepping to pick us up around 2100 hours. We laid it out straight to Tammy, and her eyes grew wide as Chuck and I told her about some of the shit we had seen and been tasked for. She pulled out a big bag with a drone and said, "Well, we're going to need eyes in the dark." She'd also been certified at Fort Benning to operate a combat-field drone. This thing had night vision, infrared, carbonic listening sensors, and could zoom in on targets up to a mile away. I told Tammy that she had just given us the edge that not having her own air crews provided. She then said, "Oh, our Huey crew needs the night hours, and they're going to hang with us as long as they possibly can." Sergeant Foster spoke up and said, "Tammy, you're hired." And she smiled and we began reviewing maps, doing our comms and weapons check. Tammy brought her MP4 and a .556 caliber and a sidearm in 9mm. Chuck quickly told her that we carried 308s or 458 SOCOM rifles and 45 ACP pistols. Spec 4 Dobson was our armory tech, and so he escorted her to the armory to draw weapons. It was now 1930 hours and Akimi was calling me. She says she watched more live stream videos from Chip Wilson. One was late afternoon where they had found both humanoid and canine tracks. Another showed them trying to fill movements in the tree line. The last one was where they were setting up camp before it got dark and they were planning a night excursion. She was able to get a GPS fix on his phone and had sent me the coordinates. And she said, "Harry, this is the location where his uncle was camped before he disappeared." I told her we were waiting on a helo, and she was also able to obtain Philip Wilson's cell number for me. And she said, "Hurry, honey, they are in a dangerous area." And she went on to say that a handful of park rangers were out looking but would not do a night search until the local sheriff and SAR teams could be gathered. I told her I loved her and to tell her cousin Naomi that help was on the way. A brief chuck on what I had learned and was about to call Philip Wilson. I dialed retired Navy Chief Petty Officer Philip Wilson, and he answered. "Flip here." And I said, "Mr. Wilson, I'm Major Harrison Tate from Fort Campbell. My team is waiting on a helicopter to insert us and look for your son and his friends." He thanked me and said he was already on the way there and should arrive within the hour. He went on to tell me that he suspected something was up when he discovered his 12-gauge tactical shotgun and CZ-45 missing from his gun safe. Chip had also taken a bandolier of 12-gauge ammo and a box of 200 grain overpressure flat-nose FMJ ammo. He said his son was determined to prove the existence of Bigfoot and Dogman and believed him to be headed for the area where his uncle disappeared 12 years ago. And Wilson said, "That was my baby brother, and I've searched that area many times. I've got to get there." He went on to say that a park ranger friend, who was a former Marine, was meeting him there. I told him I had the cell phone coordinates and asked him and the ranger to please wait for us before they pushed too far into the wilderness. He said he would send me the coordinates of the last clearing we could land in, but couldn't guarantee that they would wait. I asked if his son knew how to use the guns, and he responded, "Oh yeah, him and that bracket kid, well, they go shooting a lot." Part 4. Time passes. Let's get straight into that. 20-45 hours and Tammy gets a call from the Hello crew. "Be on the pad. They are inbound 10 minutes, she said. I texted Mr. Wilson that we were about to depart and should reach his coordinates in 45 minutes. We got airborne and I asked Tammy to monitor any video from Chip Wilson. And she immediately says, "Major, look at this." Chip had posted a video at 17:20 hours with the sounds of whoops in the distance. That was followed by a long howl that we had all heard before. I motioned Chuck over to watch and he looked at me and then shook his head. We had loaded on an older but well-kept Huey with 2 old-style door gunners and straps with M60s. Our pilot was a CW4 Ron Barnes, co-pilot W2 Skip Chester, and crew chief sergeant Jim Craig, and door gunner PFC Hal Jackson. "Are we on a SAR mission or night hunt, or both?" said Sergeant Craig. And Chuck responded by saying, "Our first priority is to locate and extract those kids from the area." "We know there are things out there," said PFC Jackson. "I grew up on the Tennessee side of the river." And Chuck nodded and said, "Let's just stay focused." And Tammy broke in and said, "Oh my God, there is another video." This video was from 17:42 hours and showed the kids running from something, with Chip speaking while out of breath. He appeared to say, "The roaring got within 100 yards of us and trees were crashing." Angela could be heard screaming in the background. Kurt Brackett appeared to be shouting at Kieran Deepak to catch up, while Brad King said, "I got a light on something." And I said, "Chuck, we better read the crew in." He nodded and crawled towards the cockpit, while Tammy briefed everybody else. Another video was posted at 18:25 hours. The kids seemed to be against an outcropping of rocks. They were huddled under an overhang with Brad and Kirk on their cell phones, trying to call 911. An iPhone seemed to be on the ground pointing up at an angle, and the video was spotty and poor quality. Angela was holding bear spray and a stun gun, while crying hysterically and saying what sounded like, "Oh my God, it got Kieran!" And Chip could be seen pointing a 45 towards something. Kirk was near Angela, holding a shotgun in a ready position. Shots then rang out and the video ended. The time was now 19:30 hours, and those kids were running out of time. I made a quick call to Akimi and asked if she had seen the video. She was watching as we spoke and told me that she could no longer get a GPS fix on them. The co-pilot announced, 5 minutes. I went through the usual comms and weapons checks. About a mile away, we could see somebody making a lasso with a tack light. As we flared to land, 2 men knelt in the clearing. When we settled, I told the pilot that we no longer had a fix on the kids. I showed him on the topo map the last known position and briefed him about the rock cliffs. And Chief Barnes looked at the map and said he would make a pass over the area before returning to the clearing. He only had about 30 minutes for fuel to spare. "Good idea," I said. "We may need the air support." I exited the Hello to meet the park ranger, Philip Wilson. Ranger Marvin Wood asked, "What the hell are you snake eaters doing here? I thought this was a SAR mission." And I responded, "Good help, well, that's hard to find." We all proceeded to introduce ourselves. "I'm Philip Wilson, but please call me Flip. This is my pal Gunny Wood," said Wilson. I briefed Flip and Gunny on the latest videos and described the rocky area the kids were in. He immediately said, "Ah, shit. That is the worst fucking place they could possibly be. And the cell reception there, well, that's just awful." I asked Tammy to show him the last video, and he hung his head and teared up. Part 5. Young Skulls Full of Mush. Let's get straight into that. I asked Flip how long it would take us to get to the rock cliffs from here. I had 7, maybe 8 miles, depending on where exactly they are in there. I'm hoping Chip will try to find high ground where they can get a signal or maybe defend themselves. I've been calling and texting Chip every 5 minutes, but there's no answer. If we double time, we can get to the general area in about 30 or 40 minutes. Problem is, once we get back in there, you gotta slow down and get your head on a swivel, or something might jump you. Flip told us that Kieran was overweight and had to use an inhaler. He and Brad King played video games all the time and almost never got outside. At least Chip, Angie and Kirk liked to hike and camp, but none of them had any damn business out here. That hard-headed boy of mine thinks he's Indiana Jones, and he absolutely loved my little brother Robbie. He was 10 years younger than me, and he and Chip hunted and fished together. Chip is adventurous just like him, but that gal Angie, she's a tomboy. She and Chip, they're inseparable. That McDonald girl told me he tried to get her to stay home on this trip, but she'd refuse. She sure is stubborn. I told him it runs in a family and explained that Angela was related to my wife. Thanks again, Flip said. Chuck shot at azimuth with his compass and said, "Let's move out." Flip responded, "Sergeant, Gunny, I know this area. Best if we lead." Chuck nodded. It turned out that Gunny was an old recon Marine and served in the First Gulf War. Flip was an ordnance specialist with a Marine Expeditionary Force. We headed northwest towards the rock cliffs. "Y'all the group that handled that shit over in Oak Ridge?" said Gunny. "We participated," Chuck responded. Gunny said, "If just half of what I heard is true, I don't want your damn jobs." So, Gunny, I asked, as a park ranger in the LBO, just what have you seen? "If you mean do I know that Sasquatch and upright walking wolves exist? Yes," Gunny said, "but I haven't killed any. I've been on hunts and seen a 7.5-foot tall dead wolf. That ugly bastard is why I carry an AR-12 with 3 Magnum slugs and a .454 Kessel. The state closed the section of the park where these monsters live. We found the kids' campsite, taught all to hell, about 1600 today. Looks like they plan on coming back to it. Somehow, they sneaked past us and into the closed section." Flip spoke up again and said, "I hope you folks don't report me to the feds for this full auto AR-10 or with a military IR scope." "You're safe," I said. "Sergeant Martin, time to deploy that drone," said Chuck. It was 22:10 hours when Akimi called. She'd been able to pick up one lost body video from Chip. I called Chuck, Gunny, and Flip over. We watched grainy images on my phone of Chip, Angela, and Kirk on top of some rocks. Angela was filming as Chip and Kirk fired random shots. And suddenly, Angela screamed, "Brad! Brad!" And then there were multiple shots fired, and the video ended. And the timestamp on the video was 9:42 p.m. Akimi was unable to get a GPS fix, but noted that there was what appeared to be a red blinking light of a cell tower in the distance. She was reviewing maps to locate it as we spoke, and Flip started dialing his son. After several rings, Angie picked up and whispered, "Hello? Oh my God, Mr. Wilson, we're laying between some rocks with limbs and bushes over us." And she started crying and said that a huge werewolf-looking creature had grabbed Brad from behind while he was holding the spotlight. Then a shh was heard and the call ended. I was already on the phone with Akimi, asking her to get a fix on his signal. "Stand by," she said. And Tammy called out, "Heat sources on IR." It looked like we were about to get a break until she said, "Some of these, they ain't people." Part 6. Dire Straits. Let's get straight into that. Akimi sent me the kids' coordinates. They were about 3 miles away. And Tommy says, "Found a path, Major." Flip looked at the map on the tablet and shook his head. "That's a potential death trap," he said. "Goes through the middle, a thick overgrowth surrounded by high rocky embankments." And Chuck said, "Sergeant Martin, if we make sure you don't fall, can you hover that thing right over us and be our eyes?" "You bet," she said. I radioed Chief Barnes in a Huey. "Roadrunner, this is Coyote." "Roadrunner, go ahead, Coyote." "Stand by for coordinates. Enemy contact imminent." "Roadrunner, roger." Gunny's cell rings. "Attention, troops. A state chopper with a SAR team is also en route. ETA 20 minutes. And Flip says, "Yes, the sheriff came through." "Let's move out," Chuck said. We approached the thick trees, intermingled with rocks. We penetrated the canopy and pushed on forward. Inspector Dobson had a strong grip on Tammy's backpack with one hand and his rifle pointed outwards with the other. "There are eyes on us," Chuck said. I felt it also. Gunny and Chuck were in the lead, followed by Flip. I had a bad feeling about this and whispered to Sergeant Foster in front of me to scan right, and I would scan left and to the rear. "Heat signatures all around us," said Tammy. PFC Goodson was in front of Sergeant Foster and whispered, "Movement left, 10 o'clock. It was then something told me to look behind me. I wheeled around with my rifle to see an 8-foot-plus Sasquatch standing about 30 feet from me, and he remained motionless. "Squad, halt," I said calmly. It looked as if this Sasquatch and I were in a stare-down. I lowered my rifle, and Chuck came up beside me. He put his right hand over his heart and then held out his right arm with his palm facing out towards the Sasquatch as he rubbed a pendant around his neck. He said in a calm but elevated voice, "Well, we mean you no harm. We only want to get our people and leave." The Sasquatch made a low, guttural sound and looked up ahead in the direction that we were headed. It then turned and disappeared into the trees. "Oh, heat signature's leaving," said Tammy. "Oh, that was interesting," I said. And Chuck said, "Well, the Sasquatch, they don't like the Oolonga dog la la, or long dog with knife teeth." "I think that look in the direction ahead of us was our cue to keep moving," Tammy said. "Stand by. I need to change batteries." She quickly brought the drone down, and before she could open the battery compartment to insert fresh batteries and get it airborne again, gunshots were heard, and lots of them. "We have a decision to make," said Chuck. "I don't like to ever split up a team, but some of us need to move ahead, and fast. Sergeant Foster, you and Spec Dawson stay behind with Sergeant Martin and protect our eyes." "Hooah!" they replied, and we moved out at a fast pace. Chuck was now in the lead, followed by Flip, Gunny, PFC Goodson, and me. The comms crackled with, "Coyote, this is Roadrunner. Believe muzzle flash is spotted 7 miles at 9 o'clock. "Roger. Bring the heat," I said. "Roadrunner, roger. ETA 5 minutes. At that instant, Tammy came over the comms with, "Coyote actual, multiple fast-moving heat signatures. Coming your way." We could still hear sporadic gunfire less than a mile ahead. "Squad, hold!" Chuck shouted. Flip wanted to keep moving, but Gunny grabbed him. "They will tear you to pieces," said Gunny. And Chuck said, "Form a skirmish line and move forward deliberately." Chuck, PFC Goodson, and I pulled out our MVGs, and that was when I started peppering the trees above us on full auto. The Dogman howled and landed not 10 feet in front of me. "Aim for the mouth," Chuck shouted. The gunfire was deafening, reverberating between the rocks. Goodson shouted, "Grenade!" and tossed an incendiary out in front of him, and quickly pulled up his MVGs. The area lit up, and he, Gunny, and Flip opened up on several of those ugly fuckers. And I shouted, "Chuck, 6 o'clock!" and we fired on several wolves approaching fast. We were about to be overrun when a spotlight shined from overhead, and the sound of 2 M60s raining down still was heard. The comms crackled with co-pilot Skip Chester saying, "These bastards are out of scattering. The kids are on a huge piece of granite about 300 yards at 1 o'clock. And Gunny held Flip to his feet after one wolf had slammed into him. Part 7. Steel and Granite. Let's get straight into that. We were about to double time it when Tammy's voice was heard over the comm saying, "Listen up, squad. We're coming up on your 6." The Huey moved up to provide cover for the kids. We made it to a small clearing with downed trees about 50 yards from a base of a rock cliff where the Huey was circling. "Coyote, this don't look good. These SOBs have the kids encircled." Roger," said Chuck. "Dobson, give me your MVGs. You and Tammy get on top of the rocks at 2 o'clock and call out our targets." I keyed my mic and said, "Roadrunner, this is Coyote. How's your fuel?" "About 15 minutes before we can't get home. But we ain't leaving you." Roger that," I said. "How about the state chopper, Gunny?" He shook his head and said, 15 minutes. They went the wrong way. This may be over in 5 minutes," said Chuck. Chuck keyed the mic and said, "Coyote actual to Roadrunner and Overwatch. We're going to divide the team and flank the rock cliff." Chuck handed Gunny the MVGs and then took him and Flip and went left. I went right with Foster and Goodson. It had been a while since we heard any gunfire from up top. Either they were out of ammo or conserving what ammo they had left. And Tammy called out, "Contact! Multiple contacts! Left flank!" Chuck and company opened up and the Huey moved towards them. And Tammy said, "Right flank, pancake!" And we went down. Dobson took out 2 wolves 20 yards ahead of us using his SOCOM and night scope. And Tammy called out again, "Right flank, 4 targets, 3 o'clock!" We whirled right and opened fire, taking out 3 dogs, but one got through and ran right over Foster, slashing at him. Goodson put a .458 round in its back, knocking it down, and I sprayed a burst of .308 down its throat. Foster had some nasty cuts and the breath knocked out of him. We quickly wrapped a field dressing around his arm and moved up into the rocks. A field of boulders lay ahead of us and looked like a great place for an ambush. I keyed the comm saying, "Sergeant Martin, anything behind these boulders?" And before she could respond, Dobson let out a round and we heard a howl about 50 feet ahead of us. That shot was followed by another, and he wounded a Dogman, and he was howling in agony. I told Foster and Jackson to freeze, remembering that Chuck had said they got confused for a second when one starts howling in pain. And sure enough, 2 of them moved forwards towards the wounded one, and I shouted, "Fire!" I don't know if it got them, or if it was Dobson, but they were dead. The dog gunners on the Huey were raining down some serious hurt on the left side of the hill. You could hear howls of pain, and then silence. "Coyote, this is Overwatch. I think I see the kids, but there's several targets that are approaching them." The Huey rolled in right on top of the cliff with the spotlight on. A voice came over the loudspeaker saying, "Stay put and stay down, kids." "Advance," shouted Chuck over the comms. The dog gunners opened up again. Tammy keyed up and said, "All coyotes, multiple targets scattering downhill." Dobson's SOCOM opened up, and down the hill came what looked like the entire pack. At this point, I didn't know what was worse, the Dogman or the rounds ricocheting off all of these rocks. We mowed a few of them down, but they kept coming, and I screamed out, "Brace!" and they ran right over us but kept on going. We shot a few more, and Dobson got a couple more also, but they kept running. And Tammy called out, "Hilltop clear! I see the kids moving!" And Chuck called out, "Team, converge on the hilltop." We found a very bruised and cut up Angela Vasquez, Chip Wilson, and Kirk Brackett. Flip, Angie, and Chip were hugging each other and crying. And Roadrunner called out, "Aircraft approaching, 5 miles. And I responded, "What did y'all do to these wolves to make them run away?" And Doggone Hal Jackson replied, "I seen this big grey sumbitch standing back there with his chest out and crowing like a big rooster. I filled that big mouth full of lead. He went down and the rest hauled ass." And Chuck responded with, Damn, you killed the Alpha? And Chief Barnes followed with, Roadrunner, low on fuel. We're out of here. And Chuck and I pulled Kurt Brackett to the side to get the grisly details. Part 8. A sad report. Let's get straight into that. Kirk Brackett broke down and cried as he told us what had transpired. While they were making a run for the rocks, Kieran couldn't keep up. He and Chip tried to shoot the dogs that were chasing them, but one was right behind Kieran, and they couldn't fire. It grabbed him and drug him off. They had no time to go after him because more were coming. And as they were trying to climb onto the rocky embankment, Brad was illuminating the dogs and actually blinding some of them, just as they were about to crawl into the hiding place. Kirk then broke down to his knees. The big one jumped about 25-30 feet from the trees and slashed Brad, taking his head clean off. He said he shot it, but there was nothing they could do but hide because they were low on ammo. Flip brought Angie and Chip over, and he said, "Damn it, kids, why did y'all come to this spot?" And Chip broke down and said, "Dad, we tried to run back the way we came towards the clearing, but they cut us off and we had to come here." "Yeah, they were hurting you," said Chuck. "They wanted you here." And the sound of an approaching helicopter got everybody's attention as the State Game and Fish chopper turned on its spotlight. Gunny was on the phone with somebody trying to explain the situation. And Flip was soaked with blood where the wolf had slashed his chest arm. They told him to sit down until medical help arrived. And Tammy and Spec Dobson called out from just below us. The State chopper turned on its spotlight as we saw the carnage around us. Brad's headless body lay not 60 feet from us, and there were dead dogmen scattered about. Chuck told Foster and Goodson to tag the Alpha so it could be studied. Any time an Alpha was taken, Ray Drake's group wanted it for study. Flip was going pale, and it wouldn't be long until he went into shock. I asked Gunny if there was any way the chopper could medevac him. The 6 men fast roped out of the chopper, and it hovered over the rocks where the kids were hiding just long enough to load them and Flip for a trip to the hospital. I called Akimi to tell her that Angela was safe and on the way to a hospital for exam, but 2 of the kids didn't make it. She started crying and wanted to know if I was okay, and I told her we were all right, and Chuck had arranged a Black Hawk to come and pick us up in about 2 hours. "Stupid fucking kids!" she screamed. I know. Just call Naomi and tell her that it's all okay." "Everything's calm now. I love you," she said. Me too. Gotta go." And I told Chuck that this had to be the fastest, shortest, and most heartbreaking mission that I'd ever been on. "Same here," he replied. "Let's get everybody together." "By the way, what was that pendant you were rubbing?" I asked. "Oh, this. It's a Dogman tooth the Cree Indians gave my grandfather." Unaccounted for was Sergeant Martin and Spec Dobson. "Where's Dobson and Sergeant Martin?" Chuck said. "Well, they're sitting over there on a rock, chit-chatting and looking at the stars," said Foster. "Damn, one mission and Dobson is already in love." We all laughed and started making wolf whistles. Dobson proclaimed, "Are you kidding me? This fine lady, she saved my ass." Dobson said while he was sniping the wolves around us, Sergeant Martin noticed a heat signature sneaking up on their 6. She whirled around one-handed with that AR and went all Rambo on that puppy. "Well, come join us," said Chuck. "Sergeant Martin, you did an excellent job. You ran that drone, or you saved that bacon," I said. "What do you think, guys? Can we keep her?" "Hooah!" they replied. And Gunny walked up to us and said, "You fucking snake eaters can keep this job." And we laughed, and Chuck told him we could use a man like him. "Not no, but hell no," he said. "I'm less than a year from retirement. Would you believe somebody woke up the governor, and he in turn woke up the general of the National Guard, and there will be more soldiers and game wardens here than you can stir with a stick. And you bastards are going to have me explaining why I was here, and writing reports for a goddamn month. Semper Fi, we said, and we all had a well-deserved laugh. Epilogue. With wisdom comes great suffering. Entitled Grey Wolf. Let's get straight into that. Prologue. A man can't hide from what he is. Part 1. A legend begins. It was 1927 Germany, and Erich von Wolf was an Austrian-born history professor teaching at the University of Berlin. His wife Marlena hailed from old country Hungarian aristocracy. Erich was weary of the current political climate in Germany and had applied for citizenship in the USA for he, his wife, and the children Jack and Liliana. Erich was a very popular professor who knew a lot about lore and legend of the old country. When it was even rumoured that his wife's family were vampire and werewolf hunters. He had even written research papers about Vlad the Impaler and the Van Helsing legend. Marlena was a dark-eyed beauty, with even darker hair, and she spoke English with a heavy Eastern European accent, while Erich's English was extremely good. Erich worried about the rise of the fascist nationalism and didn't want to raise his kids in that environment. He had also applied for associate professorships at several American colleges and universities. As he came home from work, Marlena greeted him at the door with a big smile. Our green cards have been granted, and the college in North Carolina has offered you a job. Marlena said they would use her family inheritance to buy a home there, and they will become Americans. When it was 1939, and the ever-increasing tide of Nazism was beginning to affect the world and attitudes in the USA, Erich had decided to legally change his name after obtaining citizenship, and he and his family dropped the von Wolf, and their last name is now Wolf. And they had bought an old house on 12 acres, backing up to a property owned by several Native American families, and it had beautiful rolling hills, thick forests, and a stream. Marlena said it reminded her of the old country where she had grew up, especially at night. Erich had become good friends with the local Cherokee peoples, and they had taught him how to hunt and fish. Son Jack had taken quite a liking to Esther Barnes, also known as Fawn, and she seemed to really like him too. A year later, they were both seniors in high school, and it looked as if their relationship was a serious one. Jack had also become friends with the tribe, and was now quite an outdoorsman himself. Jack was a big independent boy who nobody messed with, and everybody knew that he and Fawn were an item. The elders had invited Erich and Jack to travel to the other side of the river to camp out for a huge annual hunting trip near the lodge that overlooked the land. Esther's father, Jim Whitecloud Barnes, told Jack that it was time for his test of manhood. Now he and a couple of the other braves, including Will Little Chief Barnes, would be tested also. They had to spend the night on their own with only a bow and 3 arrows and a hunting knife. They were to bring back a kill by nightfall the next day and drink its blood. And Jack was actually excited about this. Little Chief was 3 years younger, but he and Jack fished together and even went hunting for squirrel and rabbit. And the boys sat around the fire and listened to the elders talk about the great spirits, the Kukle Kudla, big hairy man, and the Ulonga Doglala, long dog with knife teeth. And the elders told the boys not to venture into the Black Creek Valley, for that land might belong to the Nun Uniwi, or evil spirit who hunts humans. The boys were a little scared, but they couldn't show their fear in front of the others. Little did they know that their fathers and the other braves would be shadowing them throughout the night. Part 2. A Test of Courage. Let's get straight into that. It was now sunset, and the elders sent the boys out and wished them luck and protection of the spirits. 2 men were to follow each boy but stay back as far as possible. Eric and Sonny Crowwood were to shadow Jack, but Jack was very quiet and hard to track, He seemed to have a natural ability for this. Sonny was Cree and went with Eric because he was one of the best trackers in the tribe. As it got later though, Jack seemed to be tired and became a little careless, and Sonny whispered to Eric that Jack seemed to be following this game trail. And Jack had travelled for hours and stopped only once to pee, and finally this trail converged onto two other trails, and Jack had climbed a tree overlooking a stream about 60 feet below him. It was about 1 a.m, and it was time now to wait and see what Jack would be able to ambush, a deer or a boar from his perch. Eric and Sonny were about 75 or 80 feet from Jack and could make out his silhouette from the chest up against the clear starry sky with a half a moon. This was a mistake that they would have to tell him about, because people and some animals can spot you that way. About an hour had gone by when a commotion was heard down the hill and to the left. It sounded like more than one animal was approaching, but one was apparently bigger than the other, or others. The noise stopped, then commenced again, and this time a buck and 3 doe burst out of the bushes by the creek. They froze, and then it was a silence. The buck sniffed the air as the doe jerked their heads from side to side and twitched their tails. We watched Jack as he slowly nocked an arrow and started to pull back on the bow. He was acting slowly and quietly, just the way he should. He pulled the arrow back all the way and loosed it, striking the doe closest to him, just behind and below the shoulder. It jumped and gave out a distressed bawl while kicking up its back feet. The other deer bolted as it spun around one last time and dropped to the ground. Jack had hit the heart, and the deer was now on the ground. Sonny smiled and looked at me. Jack slung the bow across his chest and started to make his way down the tree. And just as his foot touched the next limb below him, a huge black mass burst out of the trees and pounced on top of the deer. Jack froze and gasped. It was a Dogman, and it had heard Jack's gasp. It looked up at him and snarled, making a deep guttural sound. I was in shock as Sonny gripped my arm, forcing me to stay in place. He eased the rifle forward and took aim as the stare-down continued between Jack and this huge wolf. Jack's bottom foot was on a limb about 8 feet off the ground, and then I saw something from legend. This wolf stood up on his back legs just like a human would. Its head was almost level with the limb Jack's foot stood on, and it picked up the deer with its clawed hands. It then turned around and ran off on 2 legs. And Sonny gave a sigh of relief and whispered for me to wait just a moment to see what Jack would do. Well, it seemed like 10 to 15 minutes, but Jack worked his way down the tree and immediately knocked an arrow and started to slowly back up the trail. As he got about 20 feet away, I called out to him in a loud whisper. He turned around with a look of total disbelief, and then knelt and started shaking. I reached down to help him up, and Sonny said, "Jack, you did the right thing, but we got to get out of here." And he stood up and led us back as Sonny watched our backs until we were back in the campground area. By now it was almost 5 a.m, and some of the elders were awake, and as we shared the story, all the elders gathered. White Cloud told all the men to go find the boys. We must break camp and go. Part 3. War arrives. Let's get straight into that. Although Jack was still in a state of shock, every elder and other participant told him that he did well and showed great courage and calm. A young Cree man known as White Feather brought Jack a headdress with grey feathers and presented it to him. Not many have faced the walking wolves alone and lived, he said. White Cloud then said, "Your name is now Grey Wolf." If there was any doubt that Esther's father approved of Jack, I was now gone. We didn't tell people about this because nobody would believe it. My wife simply said, "The legends were real, darling." As Jack's senior year in high school wound down, the war in Europe was ramping up. The Nazis seemed intent on conquering Europe. The Germany we had left was now in turmoil, and many young American men were being drafted into the military and prepared for the eventual war. I really wanted Jack to go to college, but knew that because he spoke German, he would be valuable to the cause. He was almost 18 years old, and it would be his decision whether to join or wait to be drafted. Being a history professor, I had read my son stories about the pirates of the Barbary Coast and how the Marines fought them bravely so far away from home. I wasn't surprised when not long before graduation, Jack came home from school and said he needed to talk to me, Milena, and Liliana. And he said, "I'm going to join the Marines, and Esther and I will get married before I leave." But I was speechless, but not shocked. His mum hugged him and said, "Son, you are a man now. You make your own decisions." On the following day, we went down to the Marine recruiter and watched Jack sign up. We then took him to the jewelry store where we bought him a wedding ring. He would graduate in May of 1939. Our whole family drove over to the Barnes house on the other side of the Devil's Elbow to have a party for Jack and Esther, and they would get to be together for about 3 months before Jack left for boot camp at Paris Island. World War II had already begun, and we and Esther and many of her family went to watch Jack's graduation. Jack was sent to England as they prepped for a possible invasion by Nazi Germany. Jack was summoned to his company commander's office, and as he waited to be called in, he sat and wondered what was up. After all, he was the only American there. Or so he thought. The door opened, and a voice said, "Private Wolf, enter." "Sir, Private Wolf reporting, sir." "At ease, and be seated," said Captain Winchell. Sitting in the chair next to Jack was a young Native American Army private. At the end of Captain Winchell's desk was an Army Lieutenant Colonel and a man in a black suit. Lieutenant Colonel James Atkins stood and said, "Private Wolf, relax, please." He then introduced him to the man in the suit as Mike Cochran with Army Intelligence. "Also, I would like you to meet Private Daniel Hawks." "So, Private Wolf, I know you are wondering what you are doing here," said Lieutenant Colonel Atkins. "Private Wolf, you and Private Hawks have something in common," said Cochran. "You two are the only 2 U.S. service members known to have had an encounter with a large upright walking wolf." Jack and Private Hawks looked at each other in shock. "Private Hawks, please share your story," said Cochran. The Hawks calmly talked about how when he was 13 years old, living on the Lakota reservation, he, his father and uncles took him and some other boys on a hunt. He had walked about 15 feet from the tent to take a pee, when he suddenly saw this creature rise up from the weeds and look at him. It looked like a giant wolf but on 2 legs, and he froze and slowly reached for his knife when he heard his father whisper from behind him to stay perfectly still. His father and his uncle slowly raised their rifles, and then an elder told them to lower their weapons. The elder then placed his right hand over his heart and held it out, saying, "Oa blekela, okinahan, shankaha, wanaki." Peace, great wolf spirit. Well, it seemed like forever, but within a few seconds, the wolf slowly dropped back down to all fours while making a low growl, and then turned and ran off. It had been about 7 foot tall. Cochran asked Jack to share his story. Afterwards, Cochran said, "Gentlemen, what I am about to tell you is classified. If you talk about this to any unauthorized persons, you will be court-martialed. Is that understood?" Both privates responded with, "Yes, sir." LTC Atkins stood and put a map of the Bavarian forest. He then displayed a picture of an SS colonel named Hans von Bülow. At the behest of Hitler, von Bülow and his men abducted this man. And holding another photograph, Lucian Moldovan. Moldovan is a Hungarian man who is rumored to have killed some of these creatures and kept the young ones to raise like pets. Hitler wants them turned into super soldiers to help Germany win the war. However, after initially cooperating with the Nazis, Moldovan escaped with the help of one of his pets. However, It appears he showed Von Bulow enough to train them before he escaped. He is on the run, and Von Bulow and his men still have an unknown number of these creatures. Their goal is to capture females and start a breeding program, and we cannot allow that. You two were chosen because you had very close-up encounters with these animals, and you, Private Wolf, speak German and some Hungarian. Is that correct? Yes, sir, said Jack. And you, Private Hawks, you're a good tracker. Yes, sir, said Hawks. Our mission is to form a team that will locate Moldovan, if possible, and use him to help us stop Von Bulow. Understood? Yes, sir, they responded. Part 4. A Journey. Let's get straight into that. How to infiltrate Nazi Germany and get into the Bavarian forest was one problem. The other was how the hell would you find Moldovan? After a drive to RAF Mildenhall Base, Jack and Hawks walked into a large hangar to meet the rest of the team. Mike Cochran of Army Intelligence introduced, Sergeant Church, and Corporal Hogue of Special Services. They are highly trained and also speak some German, he said, and they are going to familiarize you with the weapons that you will carry. Welcome to the UK, chaps, said Church. The four of you will trek through the old country into the dark forest, where the reports of a man with a huge wolf have come from. If you are unable to locate Moldovan and his wolf, you must trek on to locate Von Bulow. You will take diplomatic fight over France and Switzerland into Austria. Once you are deposited at the Austrian-German border, you will meet with Andres Baki and Ilek Abate of the Hungarian resistance. From there you will access whatever transportation possible into the dark forest with the help of local resistance groups. Here are your new passports. Private Wolf, you will be Jack von Wolf, and Private Hawks, you will be Klaus Berger. You will play the role of a speech and hearing impaired man who must use sign language. We cannot have you talking, so here is a booklet of sign language for you all. Fortunately, Corporal Hogue knows how to sign. Corporal Hogue will be RAF Hogue, and Sergeant Church will be Christoph Kirsch. Any questions? Did a Hungarian speak German or English? Some, said Cochran, but that is where you come in. On the long flight, the men were getting more acquainted and learning about their new identities. The big question for Jack and Hawks was about their Dogman encounters, and Hogue asked, "What can you tell us to prepare us?" "Well, there is no preparation," said Jack. "You become prepared after you look into its eyes," said Hawks. Hogue and Church looked at each other. "So, you men speak German?" said Jack. "Mostly phrases," said Church. "My grandparents were German," said Hogue. "Thus the name." "And you?" said Hogue. "Well," said Jack, "my father was born in Austria and taught history at Berlin U, and my mom was Hungarian." "Interesting," the two said. "And you, Mr. Klaus Berger?" "I speak English and my native dialect," said Hawks. "They say you can track anything," said Hogue. "Every Lakota brave is taught the way of the land," said Hawks. "And so does my wife's family," said Jack. "They are Cherokee and I learned a lot from them." "Well, gentlemen," said Church, "we should get on bloody well. Let's catch a bit of shut-eye, shall we?" The stewardess woke the men to the sounds prepping for landing. "Remember, chaps," whispered Kirsch, "we are now Germans." The men made it through the Zoll-Einwanderung, customs and immigration, with few problems, and Hogue had to translate sign language between Klaus and Hawks and the agent. And from the airport, they boarded the train for the Kufstein railway station on the Austrian-German border. Baki and the Bates were to meet them there. "Remember, Jack," said Hogue, "the challenge phrase is, 'Do you like winter?' in Hungarian, to which you will reply, 'No, I prefer autumn.'" "Roger that," said Jack. The men collected their bags and meandered around the park benches in front of the station. As Jack stood by a lamppost looking at a newspaper, a slight man with a traditional Hungarian-style vest and hat approached. "Sereted atele," he said, and Jack responded. "Nim Joban Zeretem, as Otomot." The man smiled and said, "Address Baki, follow me, please." He escorted the men to a wagon with 2 horses. He introduced the man on the wagon as Elek Abate. "Idvislam, hello," said Jack. The man nodded and said the same. "We thought you didn't really speak English," said Jack. "I have practiced," said Baki. "So, how did you know it was me?" He paused, looking for the words, and said, "Because it is you, the so tall one, yes?" Jack smiled, and the men loaded the wagon. Part 5. The Trek. Let's get straight into that. The plan was to get to a city named Regensburg in Bavaria, near the area where von Bülow was reported to be. "How will we bloody get to Regensburg with all these crowds around?" said Kirsch. "We would travel, how you say, on parallel to the main road, on the old roads of the forest. But first, we must collect the weapons." They travelled an old bumpy road in the woods until Abate said, "Aij," or stop. Baki dismounted the wagon and pointed to a spot under a huge tree and said, "Here." He and Abate dug up several canvas-wrapped objects and some olive drab-filled packs. They unwrapped the 2 British .303 carbines, 2 Thompson submachine guns, and a 1911 sidearm for all. "Do your men have weapons?" Hogue said. "Yes, under the wagon seat we have mostly Nagant rifles." "So, what is the plan from here?" says Jack. "To the south of Regensburg, we will meet a German man by the river. He does not like the Nazis. This German man, he knows where is this von Bülow." The men nodded and mounted the wagon. And as they rode, Baki told Jack and Hogue that the challenge question was, "Can we get petrol here?" And the German man, he will say, "No, the stations are closed." "What's the German man's name?" said Hogue. "We do not know," said Baki. They rode well into the night, having to occasionally hide the wagon in a heavy bush when they would hear vehicles in the distance. It was daylight, and they had camped without a fire, so not to draw attention. Abate had a small concealed fire behind some rocks, and the smell of coffee was in the air. Hawks asked, if Moldovan wanted to go back to Hungary, which way would he go? He cannot go through Poland or Czechoslovakia. Too many Germans are searching for him. We're travelling the shortest route, and he is coming our way. The Jack and Hawks pulled out maps and started looking at the most logical route of travel for Moldovan. "Can we camp far enough from the road tonight to have a large fire?" said Hawks. "Why would we do this?" said Baki. "I want Moldovan to come to us." Everybody but Jack looked at Hawks with puzzlement. And as the sun set, Hawk announced that he must trap an animal. "There are many, many," and he paused. Nyal," he said. "Rabbit, you mean?" said Jack. And back he nodded, saying, "Ilek can help you." As the rest made camp, Hawk and Ilek headed out. At about 7 p.m., Hawks and Ilek arrived with 5 rabbits. "Here are 4 for dinner," he said. "I will keep this one. Jack, come with me. We will ring the dinner bell." "What are you blokes up to?" said Church. "Make sure to find the scent to our north," said Jack. "We'll be back around midnight. You must post a watch." Jack and Hawks were back in their natural elements, the woods. "We're looking for a tall tree on the highest ridge," said Hawks. And they found their location, and Hawks climbed the tree like a cat. He then tied the gutted rabbit to the tree and started imitating a rabbit calling out in distress. This went on for almost an hour, until Hawk finally said, "Best we get back." He agreed and then rubbed the rabbit scent all over him and climbed down. "Let's go, Jack," he said, and as they made their way back, he would rub rabbit scent on random trees. It was about 12:30 p.m. when they called out that they were approaching the camp, and Hawk told the men we should sleep light. It was almost 3 a.m. when I awoke to Hawk tugging at my arm. "We have a visitor," he whispered, and we quietly woke the others. And Hawk whispered, "Stay where you are and pretend to be asleep, but watch every direction." About 5 minutes later, Hawk looked at me and pointed to our northeast. We readied our weapons and I peeked out under the wagon. And suddenly the horses became nervous and started pulling on their ropes. And that was when Deja Vu paid me a visit. The horses were now frantic, but Eleg had tied them down well and took a position close to them. Hawk and I saw the outline before the others. Low to the ground, on all fours it crept, almost undetectable. Then I saw a glint of yellow eyes. I gave Andres a sign to call out to Moldovan. "Moldovan, Azad, Vagiantit, Hogi, Sejisang." "Moldovan, we are here to help." The Dogman roared and leapt about 25 or 30 feet landing at the front of the wagon. The horses were going berserk. We all stood up, weapons ready. Hawk and I were staring it down at more than 15 feet from us, and then we slowly lowered our weapons. The Dogman made a low but powerful guttural growl. We were at a standoff when a voice called out, "Goliath, leki no young gote." "Goliath, be calm." Andres called out in Hungarian, saying that he was here with the Brits and the Americans to help. And as the giant wolf laid down on its stomach, Moldovan emerged from the bushes and said, "Greetings, I am Lucian Moldovan." We invited him around the fire and offered him what was left of the rabbit and the bread. And he and Andres chit-chatted in Hungarian, and when he had eaten and had coffee, he said, in understandable English, "How can I help you, gentlemen?" The Hawks and I have had an encounter with these creatures in the United States. We've never heard of a man taming them, said Jack. "Tame?" responded Moldovan. "No, they are never tamed. You must make an agreement with them. You help them and they will help you." "But it bloody obeyed you," said Hogue. "No, it trusted my advice." "Blimey," said the Brits. "We pissed ourselves," said Church. "When you see something that does not exist, it is fearful, yes," said Moldovan. And they nodded. "So," said Lucian Moldovan, "you want to find Van Bueller and the rest of the Goliath's family?" "That's his name," said Jack. "Yes, there are 2 more males who are jealous of the Goliath, and one would have killed me had it not been for him." "Why?" said Hawks. "Goliath and I had a connection from the beginning. He was also the largest and the smartest." "So, how do we find Von Bueller?" said Church. "Well, they have different locations. They took the dogs to a couple of villages on the border to test them. They killed almost every man, woman, and child." "We are supposed to meet the man who knows the location," said Church. "It's a place where 2 rivers meet." "Yes, I know this place. It is 1 day's travel." When the men got some rest and headed out at sunup. During daylight, the wolf looked even more terrifying. He was jet black with grey tufts on his ears and a bit of grey streaking down his back. When Hogue asked why, he looked at everybody as if they were dinner, except for Jack and Hawk. "They do not fear him in the same way the rest of you do," he responded. Moldovan said something to the Goliath, and he took off through the forest as the men loaded the wagon. "What's he doing?" said Jack. And before Lucian could answer, Hawk said, "Scouting." It was almost sundown when Goliath returned and Lucian said, "Stop. We are close to the river." "How do you know?" said Hogue. "He is wet," responded Lucian. And Hawk said, We should go on foot from here. And Jack, Hawk and Hogue crawled up to the crest of the ridge and saw the place where the Nayab and Danube rivers joined. There were 2 men fishing, but another man was just walking and looking around. That has to be him, said Jack. Here goes. Jack meandered inconspicuously out of the woods and approached the man. Konnen zwei hier Benzin Benkomen. Can we get petrol here? To which the man replied, Nein, die Station sind alle geschlossen. No, the stations are closed. The 2 shook hands and proceeded towards the rest of the team. Part 7. Tracking a Predator. Let's get straight into that. And back at the wagon, it was almost dark as Jack introduced Gunter Heinkel to the rest of the men. Heinkel spoke only a little English, and so Jack and Hogue would have to translate. They told him they had located Moldovan, and as they introduced him, he saw the wolf and almost fainted. After sitting him down, Jack asked him the whereabouts of Von Bülow. He said there was a small Nazi emplacement to the northwest, where the bunkers had been converted to cages for the wolves. It was Von Bülow, and his handlers along with about a dozen Nazi soldiers for guards. Heinkel kept looking towards Moldovan and the wolf and said he must ask a question. He wanted to know if this was the werewolf that so many have seen. Moldovan replied that this animal was born this way and was not a man who transformed. My people killed their parents, and we found 3 puppies. My family and I kept them and raised them. But soon we discovered they cannot be made into pets. The villagers started insisting that we kill them as they grew bigger. I refused and took them deep into the forest, where we lived mostly in peace until the Nazis came. My dogs killed several of them, but there were just too many. They tranquilized them and took us all to the deep Bavarian forest. Hans von Bülow threatened to kill all of my family members in our village if I didn't teach him and his men how to train and command these dogs. They are now well rewarded for carrying out the commands of their captors. On the following morning, they went their way with the map Heinkel had provided and a big sack of rations. They pushed deeper and deeper into the dark old-growth forests, the trail becoming narrower and bumpier. At some point, they would have to leave the wagon and go on foot. So, Lucien, we break into the compound where the wolves obey you, said Jack. Lucien looked down, shaking his head, saying, I just don't know. These wolves do never really have masters, and most do not display the type of loyalty, that of a domesticated dog. There is a part human aspect to them, an ancient one that is sometimes evil. Goliath is apparently the exception, but he cannot be controlled, only managed, and even that has its limitations. He opened his shirt to reveal several ugly scars on his shoulder and chest. The other 2 males are Gaius and Drago. We will have to kill Drago. I am not sure about Gaius. It was late afternoon when Andres said we could go no further with the wagon. I will send Goliath ahead to find this place, said Moldovan. The men grabbed their packs and headed out on foot. Eleg would stay behind with the horses. Jack, Hawks, Church, Hogue, Andres, and Moldovan headed out. The sun was sinking below the horizon, but it was already dark under the thick canopy when they decided to make camp. We had just laid out our bedrolls when Lucien informed us that Goliath was back. And something is wrong, he said. Goliath is agitated and uneasy. We could actually see that the dog acted nervous. What is it? Said Church. I do not know, said Lucien. We must all go there and see this for ourselves. All I know is that Goliath found something that we should be wary of. As Church started to give out watch assignments, Lucien stopped him and said, Oh, not necessary. We have a watchdog. Get some needed rest. May I give him some dry beef jerky? Said Jack. Yes, said Lucien, but be very still when you do, and talk softly to him. but Jack extended his hand softly, saying, "Here, Goliath, for you, friend." He took a piece and Jack handed him some more. And so, just for clarification, Jack was 6'4", and when Goliath stood on all fours, his shoulders came up to Jack's elbow. Part 8. Predator versus Master. Let's get straight into that. It was sunrise and the men were up for breakfast, and Goliath seemed to ask Jack for a treat. Jack handed him some bacon, and he actually wagged his tail just a bit. Hawk also gave a piece, but the others wanted nothing to do with it. They set out on foot with weapons slung, and Lucien Moldovan leading the way with Goliath. They stopped for a brief lunch, and Lucien sent Goliath ahead once more. "You know," said Lucien, "it takes a lot of bullets to kill them when they are charging you. When Goliath's parents were killing our goats and chickens, 2 men died, and my father was badly injured trying to kill them." "Well, hopefully we have better weapons," said Jack. "And a few hand grenades and flares," said Hogue. As they made their way, it was now late afternoon when Goliath returned. "He is still uneasy," said Lucien. "We must cover ourselves with dirt, mud, leaves, and whatever we find to conceal our scents. They can smell you a kilometer away, and they can smell a new scent even further." They covered themselves and moved on towards their objective. It was well after dark, and the team proceeded slowly and deliberately, not making a sound. And suddenly, Goliath started softly whining and lay down at Lucien's feet. He whispered that we should send a scout ahead to see what is there, and Hawks and Jack volunteered to recon the area with some field glasses. It seemed like Jack and Hawks were gone for an eternity before they returned. "It's about 2 miles," said Jack, "and we know why Goliath was upset. There's 5 cages with 4 wolves inside, 4 of them. If they are males, then we must kill them," said Lucien. "If they are females who have already mated with Draco and Gaius, we may still have to kill them." Jack and Hawks drew out a rough diagram of the compound in the dirt, and they planned their attack. And as the team crept up on the compound, they spied 3 guards standing watch. There were bunkers with doors on both sides of the cages where Von Bülow and the rest of the Nazis were staying. The plan was for Goliath to swiftly take out the 3 guards while the team assaulted the bunkers. Jack and Hawks would a toss a flare and a grenade into each cage, while Baki, Church and Hogue attacked the other bunkers. Moldovan whispered a word into Goliath's ear, and he sprinted towards the guards. He slashed the first guard before he even knew Goliath was there. The beast raced on and pounced on the other man, knocking him down as he tried to raise his rifle. Goliath made one large cleaving motion from the man's left shoulder to his right hip, and leapt about 15 feet to decapitate the other guard, as he only managed to fire 1 round. And then the unexpected happened. Von Bülow and his men were in the cages with the wolves, and threw the doors open, shouting ineligible commands in German. Our plan, I was gone. Not only were we outnumbered, but we were at war with both man and beast. Apparently Drago and Gaius had smelled or sensed Goliath, and Von Bülow was ready for us. The other soldiers started flowing out of the bunkers as Von Bülow's men stepped forward with weapons. Drago immediately burst out and paused for a second to smell the air, followed by Gaius. Goliath erupted from the trees and charged for Drago and Gaius, and they barreled towards him. And as the soldiers ran out firing, Church, Hogue and Baki opened fire on them, cutting several down before they could return fire. Hawks and Jack had been advancing towards the cages with grenades and their Thompson submachine guns ready. They were now facing 2 large female wolves and 4 armed Nazis. And at that moment, Goliath, Drago, and Gaius collided with a thunderous sound that was audible over the sound of the gunfire. Hawks and Jack went to the prone position and tossed grenades at Von Bülow and his men. And before they could open fire, a shot rang out from the 8 o'clock position. Elek had given Moldovan his Mosin Nagant rifle, when he loosed a round, striking one of Von Bülow's assistants in the chest. Jack and Hawks fired full auto on the advancing female wolves. They tumbled towards them and rolled up within 5 or 6 feet. Part 9. Claws and Steel. Let's get straight into that. 9 Nazi soldiers were now engaged, Church, Hogue and Backe, in a life-and-death firefight. 2 of the soldiers opened up with their GEW-43 automatic rifles, pinning down Hogue and Church, and Backe made a dash for a tree to get a better vantage point and fired a round, killing one of the machine gunners instantly. And just as he worked the bolt to the muzzle Nagant, the other machine gunner cut him down. Von Bülow remained stationary, and his 2 remaining men tried to flank Jack and Hawks as he fired his GEW-43, forcing Jack and Hawks to lay flat behind the dead wolves for cover. And Hawks said, "Grenades!" and they each tossed one in the direction of the advancing men. The kaboom was deafening, and they laid flat behind the wolves as shrapnel from the explosions not 50 feet away scattered in all directions. As the smoke cleared, the odds were now better as the grenades had killed one of the Nazis. Lucien was screaming at Gaius to stop as he and Drago and Goliath rolled, knocking down small trees. It was obvious that Goliath could defeat either of the wolves one-on-one, but every time he would get an advantage on either, the other would attack from behind. As the Mauser rifles laid deadly fire all around Church and Hogue, Church gave the signal for he and Hogue to flank their position and tossed their flares to blind the soldiers. They tossed flares followed by grenades, and they were able to take out 2 more of the Nazis. And while the smoke was still thick, Church tried to advance, and the machine gunner cut him down with a hail of lead. Hogue was now pinned down, taking fire from the Moses and the machine gun as a Nazi low crawled towards him. Moldovan pointed a rifle at Gaius and screamed for him to stop, and then fired a round at his feet. And he stopped as Goliath and Drago rolled, bit, and slashed each other. Gaius took a swift step towards Lucien and froze with his muzzle inches from him. The wolf looked confused as Lucien extended his hand and spoke softly. And Jack and Hawks were still behind the dead wolves' bodies and were now using their sidearms to return fire. They were getting low on ammo, and Jack told Hawks to concentrate fire on the advancing man to the left. And just as he moved to better conceal himself, a round struck him in the neck, and he gasped for air as blood filled his throat. At that moment, a dark brown blur came from the left to the right and tumbled Von Bülow. It was Gaius, slashing and biting him. Gaius erupted into a gallop and tore into the other Nazis, firing at Hogue, tumbling them like toy soldiers. The Nazi soldier screams could be heard over Gaius's growls. And as the advancing soldier whirled to fire at Gaius, Hogue put a .303 round right into his back. Now, all that could be heard was the chilling sounds of Goliath and Drago clawing and biting each other. Moldovan stood motionless and with his rifle ready to fire when Goliath shoved his head down under Drago with jaws wide open and flung his head up, clamping down on Drago's throat. The sound of the flesh tearing and Drago's muffled shriek, it was unforgettable as Goliath shook his massive head side to side, and suddenly Drago went limp. Goliath slowly raised his head, with blood dripping from his mouth, as he looked at Moldovan, let out a guttural growl. Moldovan kept the rifle ready, as he didn't know what would happen. Goliath stood up on his hind legs and let out an unearthly, deafening roar that shook everybody to the core. He looked at Moldovan and slowly went back to all fours. Moldovan lowered the rifle, and Goliath came to him and gently shoved his head against Moldovan's chest. And Gaius trotted over and laid down on his belly, putting his head between his paws in a submissive gesture. Hawks and Jack were in awe and completely silent until Jack shouted, "Church, Hogue, and Backe!" They ran in a direction to find Hogue kneeling over Church's body. He pointed to the tree where Backe lay. It was over, and it came at a great cost. Part 10. Victory without celebration. Let's get straight into that. They gathered the bodies of Church and Baki so they could transport them to Austria, because no man is left behind. Goliath and Gaius stayed slightly ahead on watch for Nazis during the journey back. And when they made it to the woods near the train station, Hogue went ahead to contact British intelligence and notify them that they would be waiting at the extraction point. And Moldovan and the dogs were transported back to England also. Upon arrival back at RAF Mildenhall, they were greeted by LTC Atkins and Mike Cochran. And Cochran extended an offer to Moldovan for he and the Wolves to return to the United States, and he accepted. And Jack and Hawks were to accompany them back to the States, and after helping Moldovan and the Wolves get settled into their new homes, they will be given 15 days leave to visit their families before going to their new units. A big homecoming party was held for Jack, and Esther told him that she was pregnant. And after a huge feast, Whitefeather approached Jack and said, "Grey Wolf, the Cree men asked me to give you something." It was a necklace with a large canine tooth mounted on a twisted leather strap. "With this, the Great Spirit Wolf will guide you." Epilogue. Many know the cost of sacrifice, but few know the value. And title: The Hunter. Let's get straight into that. Prologue. Heroes are made, not born. Part 1. A real myth. It was a picture-perfect dry autumn day in the town of Eureka, near the Flathead National Forest, just miles south of the Canadian border. The drought had been brutal that year, with the Flathead River not more than knee-deep in some places. The farmers hadn't had much luck with crops that year, and the deer population had suffered. Many ranchers were paying double in some cases to have feed shipped in. There had also been a much higher than usual amount of predator attacks on livestock. It was noon, and the group of 15 to 20 farmers and ranchers were gathered in town for a meeting with the Department of Agriculture, Game and Fish, and the local sheriff. A flatbed truck approached him, being driven by rancher Paul Drake, and on the back of his truck was a partially eaten prize bull. He pulled up to the crowd of men as they gathered around. Drake opened the door and remained standing on the running board and proclaimed, "4 cows, and now my prize bull," as he looked at Sheriff Lefevre. "I'm up all hours trying to protect my cattle. I can barely afford the feed, and my milk cows have all but dried up," he said. Sheriff Lefevre, Ranger Jack Fontaine, walked over to examine the bull. This bull had been really mangled by some large animal. Rancher Otis Frank said, "Looks like the work of one damn big grizzly." And a voice from the back of the group spoke up saying, "That ain't no damn grizzly, boys." It was retired outfitter and hunting guide Titus LeBlanc. LeBlanc was a burly old bearded man, over 70 years old, who spoke broken English and with a French slang accent. He had been an outfitter and a hunting guide for most of his life, from the Yukon all through Alaska. "Well then, what did this then?" said Sheriff Lefevre. "You won't be believing me if I told you, so," said LeBlanc in his gruff dialect. Drake looked down and said, "Try me. I need to know." "Them Tillamook's call them Gugways, but the Tingets just call them face-eaters," responded LeBlanc. "Are you saying this was some kind of Sasquatch?" said Sheriff. "No, man. Much bigger, much more worse," said LeBlanc. Ranger Fontaine remained very quiet as he studied the corpse. "What say you, Ranger?" said Drake. Ranger Fontaine said, "I can't say." "Can't says or won't says," responded LeBlanc. Fontaine stayed silent. Up walked Doc Chilton, who took a look at the corpse and said, "Boys, I ain't no veterinarian, but I can tell you These bite marks are from an animal far bigger than anything I've ever seen. Did you notice some blood on its horns? Said Doc. Looking straight at Fontaine, Doc said, Shouldn't you take this corpse to the state lab? Let me see if I can get my truck up here, said the ranger. Part 2. Preparation. As some of the men were dispersing, a man who was standing in the back walked up to Paul Drake, Sheriff Lefevre, and Ranger Fontaine, and introduced himself. I'm Thomas McCormick, but please call me Mac. What do you gents plan on doing? He said. LeBlanc responds. What do you think they're going to do about a 10-foot, 1,000-pound monster? You're crazy, old man, said Otis Frank. Yeah, well, I done heard you lost 2 cows. How crazy's that? Said LeBlanc. While the two were staring at each other, Mac said, I know a man, a big game hunter down near Callispel, who has a big ranch. Why, he's wealthy and been all over the world and killed everything from lions to elephants. Oh, you be talking about old Wild Bill Carnage? Said LeBlanc. Yep, he replied. I done led him on moose, elk, and Kodiak hunts. He rich and he crazy, said LeBlanc. He also has a reputation for doing illegal black market hunts, said Fontaine. Black market? Asked Drake. Fontaine stayed quiet and again LeBlanc spoke up. Yeah, he done offer me $100,000 to help him find and kill a Sasquatch. Well, did you? Said Otis Frank. No, said LeBlanc. They ain't too much human. Well, did he get one? Said Drake. I don't know nothing about that, said LeBlanc. Okay, said Drake to Mac. What's your connection to all of this? Oh, I occasionally work for Mr. Carnegie. I organize things. You think he would help us hunt down whatever did this? Said Drake. Maybe, said Mac. You want to drive down to Callispel? Paul Drake, Otis Frank and Mac arrive at a mansion of William Wild Bill Carnegie about 4 p.m. After the introduction, Bill asks, Why didn't you bring that damn old hermit LeBlanc with you? You know him, Bill. He can't even stand to be with himself, said Mac. So, I understand you got some big varmint killing cows on your folks' ranch, said Bill. Yep, said Drake as Bill motioned for them to follow him to the basement. He swung open a door, and there was every animal imaginable, either hanging on the wall or lying on the floor. Black bear, grizzly, Kodiak, mountain lion, panther, elk, buffalo, and even elephant's tusks. Well, just damn, said Otis. What kind of gun did you use to kill them big boys? 30-06, 458 Magnum and a 500 Nitro Express, said Bill. If it walks, swims, or crawls, one of those guns will do the job. Is it true you want to kill Bigfoot? Said Frank. Bill hesitated for a moment and said, Well, it's on my bucket list. Old LeBlanc says what they got up there is a good way, said Mac. The hell you say? Responded Bill. Now that's a trophy. I'll tell you what, boys. I'll meet you up there at the cafe around 7 a.m. tomorrow. Tell old LeBlanc that breakfast is on me. All the steak and eggs he can eat and carry. 7 a.m. at the cafe sits Sheriff Lefevre, Paul Drake, Otis Frank, Ranger Fontaine, and Titus LeBlanc. And in walks Wild Bill trailed by Mac, and 2 other men wearing shades and no expression on their faces. And Bill asks for a big table and announces that everybody's breakfast was on him. Now Bill reaches out to shake hands with LeBlanc and scowls, saying, Why you got to bring them 2 fills to Pute? Bill smiles and says, Just relax. We're here to help these folks and we need you. How can we track or trap one of these creatures? You can track it and you can even kill it, but you don't go and trap one, said LeBlanc. But they love some goats, and they can't resist the sound of one of them in distress. We need to find where they're coming from, and we need to cover our scent. We need to hide, and we need some of them elephant guns you got. Okay, gentlemen, said Bill. We need a plan, and we need a team, and I'm paying top dollar. Titus, you tell us what we need, and we'll go to work today. Part 3. Science. Let's get straight into that. Wild Bill and the two other men with shades returned to his ranch for guns, ammo, and equipment. He asked LeBlanc and the sheriff to follow Drake to his ranch and look for tracks or some sort of trail. Otis was out trying to buy some goats for bait. "Why don't you like those two men with Bill?" said Drake. LeBlanc responded, "They's some bad kind of souls. They soldiers of fortune or some kind of mercenaries," he said. "Them animals don't say much, but I heard they kicked out the French Foreign Legion for war crimes somewhere in Africa. That's where Bill met 'em while he was on a hunt. They supposed to have some skills hunting people and animals of all kinds. But I don't trust 'em, not one bit." As they walked into Paul's house, LeBlanc was greeted by wife Sarah, 14-year-old son Ray, and 12-year-old daughter Jenny. Ray was excited and said, "Are you that famous hunter, Mr. LeBlanc? Will you teach me how to hunt, please?" LeBlanc was all smiles over the attention that young Ray was giving him. It seemed there was an old softy under the rough exterior. Sarah thanked him for coming and gave him a fresh-baked apple pie, and then said she and Jenny were afraid and hoped he could help them. LeBlanc seemed really touched and said, "Yes, ma'am. We're going to do something, make you all safe again." And Paul grabbed his 12-gauge and some slugs and strapped on his 45 long coat. Ray was begging to go, but Sarah said no. And LeBlanc said, "Ma'am, old Titus going to look after this fine young man." And she relented and Paul allowed Ray to bring his 30-30 lever-action Winchester. "So, this is the area where my first 2 cows were slaughtered." LeBlanc looked around and saw what he thought might be a game trail. Then he was on to the location where the other cows were killed. And even though my bull stayed near the barn, I found him over there. LeBlanc looked closely at the ground and knelt down. And LeBlanc said, "Oh, there was one hell of a fight, right here. I think your bull gored his feels to put," said LeBlanc. "That bull was at your barn and heard something messing with the cows, and he got up here in a hurry. They went a fighting your big prize bull and stuck him good. Problem B is the bull don't got no hands the size of old King Kong, nor them dinosaur teeth," said LeBlanc. Ray stood there wide-eyed as Paul asked, "Can you track it?" "Well, let's go see," said LeBlanc. "Now listen here, young hunter," said LeBlanc to Ray. "You stay behind us, and don't you be getting out of arm's length. We?" Ray nodded and stayed close to his dad as old Titus followed the signs. And Drake asked, "Titus, is there more you didn't tell us about Bill's hired hands?" And LeBlanc responded, "Well, you remember I said he done hired me for a Sasquatch hunt?" "Yes," said Paul. "Them two and me set a trap for one, but we caught a little one, about the age of your son. Them two hoodlums heard it good, made it scream to lure in a big one. I tried to make 'em stop, but they beat up on me. I got my gun, I got my pack, and got old Titus up and gone." As they headed towards the tree line from the pasture, Ray asked, "What happened to the Sasquatch, Mr. LeBlanc?" "Well, they went and lured in the mama and killed her. She screamed real loud and old Daddy Squatch he come running. Then they killed him too." "And a young one?" said Ray. "They took it captive, and last I heard the state or federal government had it for study." Then suddenly LeBlanc held up his hand to stop. And there it was, a huge, human-like bare footprint in the soft dirt. It was as wide as 2 hands and about 20 inches long. "This here big boy," said LeBlanc. Ray saw the print and started to get scared. "This can't be," said Paul. "Shh," said LeBlanc, and they continued towards the creek. In the soft dirt and the mud by the creek was dried blood, old guts and some cowhide. "This the dining room," said LeBlanc. "And look here, another set of smaller prints. Folks, we going no further than this right here." And Ray asked, "Titus, how do you kill something like this?" And he responded, "When he open that big mouth and show his teeth, you feed him some lead. That's how." "Listen up. We don't want to be out here after dark. No how, no way. Let's get on back to the house. Gonna get our group and come back here tomorrow." Part 4. The Posse. At the cafe the early next morning sat Drake, Sheriff Lefevre, Ranger Fontaine, Otis Frank, LeBlanc, Mac McCormick, and Wild Bill Carnegie, and with his 2 employees, Jacko and Desmond, and 3 other men who hired, on for the hunt. They were to meet at Drake's ranch after breakfast to discuss the plan. "You helping out?" said LeBlanc to Fontaine. "I just here to represent the state's interests," said Fontaine. "What are those interests?" said Wild Bill. "Make sure you folks don't get carried away," said Fontaine. LeBlanc says, "You know, when Fontaine was just a pup, me and him worked for the US and Canadian government to eradicate these things. Looks like Canada quit trying to manage them, and they coming on back down here now." At Drake's ranch, the men were unloading a big truck with equipment and a horse trailer with 3 horses. The 3 hired hands arrived on horseback also, and Drake saddled his 2 palominos for him and LeBlanc. Young Ray come running out asking to go, and Father Paul told him he needed to stay home and protect the ranch. Ray was insistent, but LeBlanc came over and put his hand on the young lad's shoulder. "Now listen up," said LeBlanc. "Old Titus needs you to be a man and stay to protect your mama and sister." And Ray hung his head and reluctantly said, "Okay," and then walked back towards the house. Otis Frank arrived with his big 4-wheel drive truck, and Bill's mystery employees loaded needed equipment onto the truck, including a couple of goats. "Okay, Titus, did you pick up the trail?" said Wild Bill. "Yep," said LeBlanc. "You men come on and follow me." And the men saddled up and headed towards the creek in single file. Sheriff LeFouvre wished the men good luck and promised he and his deputy would be in the area to look in on the ranch. LeBlanc, Bill, Jacko, Desmond, Drake and Mac headed out and followed Otis Frank and his truck with Ranger Fontaine riding shotgun. Hired hands Chester, Roy and Gilbert rode behind the truck on horseback, and as they reached the creek where LeBlanc had found the tracks, he shouted, "Dismount!" Some of the men stared at the tracks in dismay as LeBlanc smelled the air and looked around cautiously. "Mount up," said LeBlanc. And these men were now headed for something they could have never been prepared for. Part 5. Who's the Hunted? Let's get straight into that. As the group moved on, LeBlanc found more signs that the Gugwe had been in that area. There were tracks and drag marks leading to a thick wooded area and with large rocks taller than a man. And Drake leaned forward to Mac and quietly said, "Don't them two ever talk?" referring to Jacko and Desmond. "Seldom," said Mac. "We in their home now," said LeBlanc. "Dismount." LeBlanc readied his 45-70 government and eased towards some large boulders. Wild Bill crept behind him with a 500 Nitro Express in his hands. Jacko and Desmond followed with their 458 Winchester Magnums. "The rest of you men, watch our perimeter," said LeBlanc, as he slowly approached the scene of carnage. It was a pile of partially eaten carcasses, and the smell to go with it. There were deer, horses, cows, and even a mountain lion. Most of their organs were eaten, along with the shoulder and the hindquarter meat. The rest was just left there. "This how these monsters do," said LeBlanc. "We're going to camp here tonight and set our trap." LeBlanc directed everybody to pull back about 150 feet to a small grove of trees. Otis parked the truck there, and the men began to secure the horses. "Only a small fire in a pit," said LeBlanc. "We don't like no fire, and we don't want to scare them off." Jacko and Desmond tied up one of the goats near the carcasses. The night fell as Wild Bill gave out watch assignments to the men. The group huddled around the little fire pit, and Paul Drake asked LeBlanc a question with a shocking answer. "Titus, how did you start hunting these things?" LeBlanc paused and looked straight into the fire. "Well, a long time ago, I married me an Inuit woman. We had us 2 kids. We lived in a little village in a place near Port Chatham, Alaska. Now, there was rumors about these things being in the area and killing all the game. In winter, it was a common, and we had to go a long way into the bush to find any game. Found me a lot of tracks around the deer and elk kills. Thought it was strange because they was only partially eaten. Them hairy men usually take all the meat, I thought. And as I paddled on back the following day, I couldn't believe what my eyes were seeing. This village was tore up something awful. I could hear 2 women crying and I ran to my little shack. I was nearly knocked down and I couldn't find my family. A man come and he said, "They's gone, Titus. The Goodway come last night and got 'em." LeBlanc's eyes teared as his gaze into the fire intensified. Out of 28 people, there was only 10 left. Them remains was too tore up to identify, but we buried what we could. I asked them men to describe Goodways and how we could find them, and 2 other men what lost families agreed to hunt them with me. A woman described what she thought was the Alpha as having a big grey streak on the top of his head. We took some smelly old fish, gathered our packs and guns, and started tracking. We found more remains of our people and what was left of my son. LeBlanc hung his head. We didn't even have no time to do a proper burial. We had to lure in them nasty monsters. One of them men was with me could make all kinds of animal sounds. And we hung the fish up all around that place. Then we climbed up some trees and waited for dark. And Sammy went to making sounds of deer and goats like they was trapped or hurt. Wasn't long until 5 of them Phyllis the Pute came sneaking in, sniffing the air, and one was over 10 feet. When they started eating them some fish, we opened fire. 2 went down, but the other 3 came at the trees we was in. Bullets, they didn't stop them before they pushed the trees so hard, causing Sammy and Colt to fall on out. They ripped both of them heads off. Now I managed to hang on and shoot one in the head and the other in the face. Now that big boy, he looked up at me and roared so loud, it almost knocked me out of that tree. I managed one last shot to his throat and he finally fell. I walked up on him with my 45 Colt long and shot both his kneecaps. Then his balls. He screamed as he drowned on his own blood. I emptied my 45 straight into that big, ugly mouth. Part 5. Hell Unleashed. Let's get straight into that. It was just after 1 a.m. when the goat started bleating, and it sounded like cries of a human child. Jacko and Desmond were poking at it with a stick. This went on for about 5 minutes, and they returned to take up their positions. The sounds unnerved most of the men, and everybody was awake now. In no more than 10 minutes, an unearthly roar was heard in the distance. It was as if you crossed a line with a horn from a large ship. The horses were pulling at their ropes and trying to run away, as some men went to calm them. In 5 minutes, another roar was closer now, answered by another roar a little farther away. Chester and Gilbert said they were saddling their horses and getting the hell out of there. Mac brandished his 1911 pistol and said, "Mr. Carnegie done paid you men $500 apiece. You ain't going nowhere. Now get your rifles and take a position." They reluctantly complied and Bill called them over to the truck. They pulled the top off the truck to reveal twin Browning bar rifles mounted on a pedestal. Now tree crashes could be heard in the distance as the horses whinnied and trampled about. And suddenly it was graveyard quiet, and the air felt thick and heavy. The goat that was tied to the stake was now in a panic, trying to free itself. The other goat tied to the truck joined in with its own screams. Otis Frank came and knelt down beside me with his 30-06 rifle ready. "What have we got ourselves into?" said Otis. And I said, "I don't know, but where's the ranger?" "Oh, he's in my truck on a radio with somebody," said Otis. "I done pissed all over myself." At that moment, a large figure rushed down to the trees and rocks and grabbed the goat, snapping its neck instantly. "Hold your fire," whispered Jacko, as he and Desmond took aim with their rifle scopes. The goat by the truck let out another long bleat, and 2 more figures emerged from the shadows, sniffing the air. Jacko and Desmond clicked off their safeties as the goat's bleating intensified and caused the hulking figures to charge towards us. "Open fire!" shouted Wild Bill, and the silence was interrupted by deafening gunfire. During battle, it is oft said, he who survives first contact with the enemy will triumph. Unfortunately for Chester and Gilbert, they broke our left flank and ran while yet 2 more monsters emerged from the woods, charging our way. And Roy screamed, "Come back!" to the top of his lungs and started firing at the two Gugwe who had focused on them. Ranger Fontaine joined in and started firing his 30-06, but the Gugwe were on top of the two men, ripping their heads off in an instant. And as Bill lit up 3 of the oncoming monsters with the bars, 2 more came from nowhere, heading straight at Jacko and Desmond. LeBlanc, Otis and I were now firing in different directions at what now appeared to be 7 of these Gugwe, seemingly doing little to stop them. I heard a loud scream to my right as a Gugwe overran Jacko and Desmond's position. Wild Bill had managed to put one of them down and cripple another. Roy and Ranger Fontaine had killed one and really pissed off the other one, when they ran right over them, knocking them both back several feet. That was when LeBlanc wheeled his 45-70 towards it and fired twice. He was empty and had no time to reload, and it was obvious that this creature was hurt as it limped towards LeBlanc. And now Bill's bars were empty, and he had no time to reload. Part 6. It ain't over till it's over. Let's get straight into that. It was a sleepless night for Sarah at the ranch. She turned over to see the clock displaying 12:45 a.m. and she decided to get the 12 gauge and go out onto the back deck for a look-see. The cows were huddled against the fence, ambling around relentlessly. She walked over to the far left corner and squinted as hard as she could, as the herd erupted into a panic wallowing over each other, with some trying to jump the fence. And suddenly, a towering figure appeared and grabbed a calf. And fearing she would hit the cows, Sarah fired 2 rounds of Ort buck over this thing's head. It froze, dropping the calf, and now it was staring at her. It charged in her direction, jumping a fence like an Olympic hurdler, and in 3 strides it was now under the barn security light, and Sarah was in shock at what she saw. It was as tall as the barn door, and charging at her. She fell back against the wall, frozen in fear. The creature was no more than 30 feet away when the back door swung open and young Ray started firing his 30-30. It paused for a second, roared, and then turned his attention to him. And as it charged, Sarah fired the 12 gauge at its face, snapping its head back. Ray remembered Titus saying to shoot them in the big mouth. It was in a rage and opened its mouth, showing jagged teeth, and made a guttural growl that caused Ray to pee himself. It was 1 stride away from the deck when Ray fired his last 2 rounds into its mouth, and Mum emptied her 12 gauge into the side of its face. It lay there, motionless, as Sarah grabbed Ray and pushed him back into the house. And Paula was screaming hysterically as Mum tried to console her, and Ray, he was in a daze. Now Mac had been on top of the truck, Cab firing his 30-06, while Bill dismounted the truck with his 500 Nitro Express and put a round into the beast that was mangling Jacko and Desmond, dropping it. Mac followed suit, firing at another. And Otis and I were trying to reload when LeBlanc put 2 rounds from his 45 in the eye socket of that ugly SOB, dropping it instantly. And as Bill looked left, another one was on top of him, but he managed to get off a shot into his chest before it ran right over him. Then, from out of nowhere, an injured one grabbed LeBlanc from behind and bit into his shoulder. Otis and I turned and opened fire, emptying our rifles, and it crumpled to its knees, dropping Titus, when shots rang out from over our left shoulder, as Ranger Fontaine emptied his 1911 into one's face and neck. More shots then rang out to our right, where Jacko and Desmond were, and it was Mac firing at a wounded Gugwe running away. His rifle was empty, but he had picked up one of the 458 Winchesters and ended the beast with 1 shot to the back. It was quiet now, except for the sound of the radio coming from the truck. Ranger Fontaine, this is Ranger Grant for the U.S. Forestry Service. Answer, please. Part 7. The Cost. Let's get straight into that. Jacko, Chester, and Gilbert lay dead. Titus, LeBlanc, and Desmond were seriously injured. Wild Bill, Ranger Fontaine, and Roy were cut up and bruised. And 7 Gugwe lay dead, but we just weren't sure if there was an 8th one or not. I handed a radio to Ranger Fontaine. Fontaine, to forestry service. We need a pickup. 3 men dead, 4 wounded, and 7 specimens down. 1 possibly wounded and on the run. 10-4, en route. So, Fontaine, do we still have a deal? Said Bill. Yep, said Fontaine. Deal? What deal? I said. We get to keep 1 for a trophy, said Bill. The Mac tended to the wounded and said, Desmond don't look good at all, and Titus has lost a lot of blood. If they don't get to a hospital soon, they won't make it. They'll be here in 30 minutes. Doc Chilton is with them, said Fontaine. Hey, gents, said Mac. Better keep watch until they get here. There could still be more. I looked at Otis and just shook my head. Hey, Roy, said Wild Bill. Why didn't you run like the others? Well, when the Japs had my marine rifle, squad trapped in the Philippine jungles, we were 100 yards from a berm and the safety of our platoon emplacement. Every man that tried to run or crawl, well, he was killed. The ones that held their positions lived and managed to kill the enemy. Well, Roy, you have a job with me if you ever want one, said Bill. And by the time the forestry people cleaned up and we got on our way, it would be just about daylight when I got home. Just before they loaded LeBlanc onto the truck, you ever heard Fontaine say, Chef Lefebvre, call me on the radio. Your family is okay, but your wife and boy put one of them things down in your backyard last night. And Titus smiled and said, You tell that young man old Titus gonna make a fine hunter out of him. I mounted my horse and pulled the other one along behind as I made my way home as quick as possible. I rode up just as the sun was peeking over the trees. Sarah, Ray, and Paula met me at the door. Are you okay? I said. Yeah, said Sarah. Come look in the backyard, said Ray. Under a canvas top was one of them stinking monsters. We sat down on the deck and waited on the forestry people to come collect it, while Sarah and Ray told me what had happened. And then Ray said, Dad, where's Mr. LeBlanc? I put my arms around him and told him that Titus was hurt really bad, but said you and he will go hunting soon. Well, he started to cry and said, One day, I'll become a monster hunter, too. Epilogue. If you stick a beehive, you'll get stung. Story and title. Project Achilles. Let's get straight into that. Prologue. And the Watchers taught men to wage war. Part 1. The first shall be the last. It was 2002 and the war on terror was ramping up. The sounds of the heavy excavators and monster dump trucks shook the ground for up to a mile away as the temperature soared above 100 degrees. The Tigris and Euphrates were low due to a drought, and there might never be a better time than now to locate the ancient tombs alleged to be under the waters. As much of Iraq was shut down after the invasion, the digging and grading continued, with crews and equipment brought in from other countries to supplement the indigenous workforce. And as the excavation went deeper into this area of myth, legend and prophecy, the locals became more anxious, and many walked off the job in fear. On that day, the machines breached a gigantic slab of stone. A chilling rush of air was felt to come up and out of the earth. The remaining locals ran in terror, while many others felt tired or uneasy and filled with dread. An archaeologist screamed, "Down here, Mr. Drake, down here!" And Drake called out, "Rope off the area and bring in the team." Men in hazmat suits with biological gear gathered to see a sight not seen since the Old Testament times or before. Part 2. End or Beginning. Several years had passed since Chuck and I had our first cryptid experiences. Joint Task Force Chimera, JTC, had become a very effective program, but our funding had been steadily cut and funneled into some top-secret program. Our numbers dwindled down to only 15 people assigned to cover the entire country, and Tommy Wolf was now in charge of the Department of Interior's Cryptid Monitoring program. His group tagged and tracked cryptids to study and record their movements and whereabouts. My old friend Tim Ross was now Interpol's cryptid unit director, and we were fortunate though to have 2 C-130s assigned to us as our forward operating bases, along with a support crew to maintain our equipment. Our Neuron-Harch drones were armed with 40mm grenade launchers and able to maintain overwatch for up to 12 hours. Akimi and I now had 2 children, and I had made Lieutenant Colonel. Chuck was now a Command Sergeant Major and had 2 kids also. And Raymond Drake had completely vanished. Reported sightings of strange huge men had trickled in from various forests. They were dressed in all black and in some cases were accompanied by huge dogs. Akimi had called me to say that she had managed to pull up some non-public reports alleging that slaughtered dogmen, Sasquatch and even reptilians had been discovered in remote areas. And she was sending me the reports and suggested that Chuck and I read them. A Kentucky eyewitness saw a large wolf cross the road in front of her car, being chased by a huge dog, followed by what she described as a huge basketball player dressed in all black that must have been 7 feet tall. She swore that when he looked in her direction, his eyes shined a bright blue. A Wyoming hunter in a tree stand just before daylight saw what looked like a Sasquatch, but bigger and with a snout full of razor teeth, stumbling through the woods, falling and getting up with an oversized arrow in its back. A giant dog suddenly appeared and blocked its path, and as it hesitated to look at the dog, a huge arrow ripped through its back and stuck through the front of its chest, and it fell to the ground. And all he remembered after that was a bright blinding light, followed by an ear-piercing sound. And when he awoke, there was no sign of the creature that was later believed to be a Gugwe. Campers near the Okefenokee swamp awoke about 0200 on a moonlit night to a loud screech and saw what they described as a man with lizard-like features running and trying to fight off a huge dog. And suddenly, a huge NFL lineman with a big sword emerged from the trees and decapitated the lizard. And they heard a dizzy and high-pitched sound, and the next they remember, it was daylight and they were waking up inside of their tents. And then there were 2 more serious reports. A group of a dozen or so environmental activists were camped out to prevent construction of a Canadian pipeline to the North Dakota border, were awoken to the sound of howling shortly after midnight. A Sasquatch stumbled out of the woods into the edge of their camp, and with a huge arrow in its back. They went to help it, and a giant wolf-pitbull mix suddenly attacked a man, almost biting his arm off. A huge man appeared and ordered them to get back, followed by a bright light and a confusing eardrum bursting sound. And they woke up a few hours later to law enforcement and EMTs on the scene. Strange thing was, the man's arm was bandaged with a pressure dressing, and nobody there did it. About 2200 hours, a group of men reportedly hunting werewolves in northern Wisconsin near the upper Michigan Peninsula made a free-fall pit with a net. What could be described as a dogman came running out of the woods and fell into the pit. And as it tore at the net trying to free itself, a huge dog described as a giant wolf bulldog attacked the dogman. A couple of the men opened fire on both animals, and the dog turned on one, biting his thigh down to the bone. As a second man aimed at the dog, this huge man leapt about 15 feet from the bushes, slashing the men with a huge sword. He cut their rifles in half, leaving huge gashes on 2 of their arms and chests. A bright light and piercing sound came again, and the men woke up bandaged and with the local sheriff and EMTs tending to their wounds. They described the man's eyes as an almost transparent blue. Part 3. Gods and Chimeras. Let's get straight into that. As Chuck and Harry were reading the reports, the sound of rotor blades was heard. Sergeant Jones shouted, "Come see this!" A new Sikorsky Raider with coaxial rotors was landed on the helipad, and Ray Drake emerged from the chopper. "We thought you were retired," said Chuck. "Never," he replied. "Let's get inside for a briefing." He told of how many years ago in the Middle East they had found some ancient Sumerian tombs. Some believed they had found the tombs of the Nimrod or Gilgamesh. DNA was extracted, and a top-secret program began, where subjects were injected before they reached puberty. And what if I told you just one man could do what JTC Kill Team could do? Subjects Alpha 1 and Alpha 2 were injected with DNA from the specimen Alpha, or the more human-like one. Subjects X-Ray 1 and X-Ray 2 were injected with DNA from specimen X, the more animal-like one, to compare results between A1 and A2. The Alpha's aggression was controllable with medication, but the X-Rays seemed to be losing their minds. But just as with Achilles of old, rage took over, for apparently mortal man was not meant for this. And Chuck angrily said, "So, you have created more monsters and come to us to fix it?"
"Indeed, gentlemen, you are the best,"
said Ray.
Alpha 1 will accompany Hawk to the northern border, where X-Ray 2 was hunting for Dogman and Gugwe. 2 hunters were killed at a British Columbia hunting camp just miles north of the Idaho-Washington state line, and 3 seriously injured. The report states that they fired at the large hybrid dog and huge man with disastrous results. Alpha 2 will accompany Chuck to Sam Houston Forest, where X-Ray 1 was hunting an aggressive Sasquatch clan. A Texas BFRO group was unfortunate to stumble into X1's hunt. While one poor man was having his arms torn off by a huge angry Sasquatch, X1 and his dog arrived. In the confusion, the BFRO reportedly fired at what they described as a hellhound, and it killed a man. 2 more were seriously injured as they fired at a giant and were shot with very large arrows. The mission is to locate, subdue or eliminate X1 and X2. The Canadian Security Intelligence Service, or CSIS, requested we meet them at the border at an airstrip near the Patterson frontier to the north of Northport, Washington. Chuck's team will proceed to a rural airport near Sam Houston. You will divide your personnel and receive assistance from local officials. Hawk will take one of my men and meet a Royal Canadian Mountie tracker. Chuck will also take one of my guys and meet with a park ranger and experienced pathfinder. Your C-130s and equipment are being prepped as we speak.
Ray opened a side door and said, "Gentlemen, please allow me to make a formal introduction. This is Alpha 1, or Eric Sorensen, 6'9", 345 pounds, and this is Alpha 2, or Jamal Smith, 6'10", 330 pounds. These men have enhanced vision, hearing, and eyesight, and they can run at speeds of about 30+ miles an hour. They both have extremely high IQs, with A1 being over 180. And needless to say, our jaws dropped at the sight of these men. Part 4. Myth ends where metamorphosis begins. Let's get straight into that. Just as Ray was about to leave, he shoved what looked like a rifle case at me and said,
"X1 and X2 have become quite the swordsman. You and Chuck may need these,"
and departed through the side door. We opened a case to find 2 of the blue swords like those we used against the reptilians in Japan. For a second time that day, my jaw dropped. By now, our team was beginning to file into the room as they stared in awe at our 2 new additions. And Chuck told them to take their seats and prepare to brief them. "Listen up, folks. Take a few minutes to read the classified reports on your laptops." As Eric and Jamal quietly chatted with us, Chuck called the brief to order and shared what Ray Drake had just told us. "Now allow me to introduce Eric Sorensen, or Alpha 1, and Jamal Smith, Alpha 2. We will be dividing into 2 teams. One will go with Hawk to the Canadian border, and the other will accompany me to the Sam Houston National Forest. Our C-130s and equipment are being prepped. I will now turn over the briefing to Eric and Jamal. Listen carefully. They are going to describe what we are up against." Then both men made a whistling sound, whereafter the dogs ran in from the open side door. Our team members instinctively braced themselves as they were accustomed to when encountering huge wolf-like creatures. And Eric introduced himself and said, "Please, meet Abishai, name for the famous warrior of
the Old Testament who killed 300 men with only a spear. He is well trained and well behaved. You can pet him without any fear. Just don't make any aggressive movements towards me. And those who will accompany us to the northern border will be hunting for Nikolai Ivanov, aka X-Ray 2. He's 7'2" and 385 pounds. His father was Alexei Ivanov, a Ukrainian man and bodybuilder who underwent experiments being injected with gorilla DNA as a teenager. He became very violent, killing his wife and routinely beating Nikolai. The program located and indoctrinated Nikolai when he was 11. X2, or Nicky, as we call him, is the largest and the strongest. He also has anger and aggression issues that medication has had little effect upon. He has removed his tracking chip along with one implanted in his dog Cerberus. He is arrogant and of an average intelligence, but relies mostly upon brute force. A 4-foot recurved bow and a heavy titanium sword with a 36-inch blade. Just as all of us, he is issued with a Desert Eagle 50 cal and a Barrett 50 carbine. He has become out of control and deadly. Our mission is to locate, subdue, or eliminate. Jamal takes the floor and introduces himself. This is my dog Samson, and I'm sure you know who that is. As with Abishai, he is friendly unless someone makes an aggressive move towards me. We want you all to get acquainted with the dogs and let them get your sense. Our team will proceed to the Sam Houston National Forest, where my counterpart John Ping was hunting what is said to be the most aggressive Sasquatch clan in the country. John is known as X-Ray 1 and stands 7 foot tall and weighs 340 pounds. He is proficient with a bow and sword. His family hails from the Liaoning province of China, known for extremely tall men. As a preteen, he had already become a problem for his parents and school. At age 12, he was sold to Arab slave traders and then purchased by the program. He has become careless, angry, and out of control. Hopefully, we can exploit his carelessness and use it to our advantage. And his dog Apollo was the hardest one from the litter to train. On the flight to our landing zones, we will get more acquainted and answer any questions within our authority to do so. Please use extreme caution on this mission. You have admirably dealt with cryptids, but now you are dealing with human intelligence combined with the abilities of a cryptid. These dogs are an Akita bull mastiff mix and were injected with the DNA of a canine-like animal found in the tombs. They can run at speeds close to 45 miles per hour, and their bite, they can break bones. Part 5. A Journey into Destiny. Let's get straight into that. Eric, Abishai, Hawk, Master Sergeant Tammy Martin, Staff Sergeant Bob Haynes, and 6 other team members loaded the C-130 with one of Drake's men named Zach Holt. Jamal, Samson, Chuck, Master Sergeant Bill Jones, Staff Sergeant James Rich, and 7 more team members along with Drake's man, Clint Black, loaded into their C-130. During the trip, Tammy asked Eric to please tell them more about himself and how he got those bright blue eyes. And Eric spoke eloquently as he described his Viking lineage back to the 10th century. His father was 6'5" weightlifter who won the World's Strongest Man contest. And due to his diet and too many steroids, his father died from a heart attack when Eric was only 9. The steroids had caused his dad to become abusive to his mother, and she had become depressed and turned to drugs and alcohol. When his father died, his mom was left with a huge debt, and they lost their home. About a year later, she died from an overdose, and Eric went to live with relatives who considered him a burden. He got into trouble in school and wound up in juvenile detention, and that is when the program found him and brought him into the fold. The blue eyes are a side effect from the DNA. It is said that the Alpha and X-ray subjects were 2/3 divine beings. And he looked at Tammy and said, I suppose I am, but a Shakespearean tragedy come to life. Alas, my passion is philosophy, Greek mythology, and reading the great authors of antiquity, he said. Well, Tammy seemed to be enthralled and fascinated with him, while the rest of Team Hawk made friends with the dog. When the crew chief shut the doors for Team Hawk's plane to depart at 0100 for the 2100 plus mile flight, and Corporal Kramer said to Tammy, "Sarge, thought you might be wearing a skirt and heels." And everybody chuckled quietly at the interference to her infatuation with Eric, where she scowled as the dog followed her as if he was her new protector. "Abishai merely senses my concern for you," said Eric. During the flight, Harry asked Eric how X2 got so big, and what should they expect. Because Nicky's father received injections at such a young age, it had affected not only his DNA but Nicky also. By the time Nicky received the DNA from Subject X, he already had transhuman genes and chromosomes. "What are his weaknesses?" said Harry. "He is arrogant and condescending, and just as Icarus had wings and could fly, when he flew too close to the sun, his wings were burnt and he fell to the sea. He is full of hubris, and I contend he shall fall to his own demise. He relies too much on brute strength and too little on intellect." Eric told Harry that he had read every account and report on his missions. He looked at Harry and said, "May I hold the famous Aerial Katana?" And Harry extended it, and Eric slowly unsheathed it, and he responded with, "I am truly in awe of this mythic blade that strikes fear into the serpent heart." Team Wolf's plane departed at 0500 for a 900 plus mile hop, and everyone was getting acquainted with the dog and listening to Jamal tell his story. His father was 6'6", a basketball player who got injured and lost his career and his wealth. He never really recovered from the disappointment and loss of his livelihood, and he turned to drugs and spent his wealth on frivolous things and real estate ventures that bankrupted him and left him broke. His mom left his dad and became an exotic dancer who was killed by a violent sexual predator. He went to live with an aunt who couldn't control him and got involved with a gang. He wound up in trouble with the law, and while awaiting trial, the program found him and gave him a new life. He was into reading science fiction and could recite lines from almost any sci-fi movie. His hobby was studying aerospace, but he was too big to be a pilot or an astronaut. Specialist/combat medic Ann Nix was also intrigued with his eyes, and he told her about how it was a side effect from what some believe was Nephilim DNA. He then told them all that nobody should expect a kind demeanor from X1 or X2, for they are more primal. "Science is about admitting what you don't know, and we just don't know how John will react to us trying to bring him in. And then there is the temperamental dog, Apollo, who is unpredictable." Jamal went on to say that Zhong Ping was immature and impatient and too often acted with haste. He believed Zhong could be provoked to excess anger and make a mistake. "But under no circumstances should we underestimate his martial arts abilities and extremely long arms and legs. He has fought well against the Cryptids, but is untested against a proper human adversary." Part 6. Trial and Faith. Let's get straight into that. As Team Wolf's C-130 approached a small airfield near Sam Houston, the pilot came over the speaker telling everybody to buckle up for a bumpy short field landing. And Sergeant Bill Jones leaned over to Chuck and said, "What are we messing with here? Isn't this against the laws of God and man?" And Chuck responded, "Bill, it's a mission like any other. Just stay grounded in your own faith." As the C-130 rolled to a stop, a white government F-250 truck flashed its lights, and out walked Forest Service Park Ranger Roger Grant. After a brief introduction, Chuck invited him onto the plane for a briefing. Grant rolled out a huge map of the forest and with the reported locations of Sasquatch activity and the sightings of Alpha 1 and Apollo as much as 30 miles apart in one day. "How can this be possible?" said Sergeant Rich to Jamal. "Things are only impossible until they are not,"
said Jamal. Ranger Grant announced that Texas BFRO groups and some professional hunters are on the hunt for Zhongping and the dog.
They do not realize what they are up against,
said Jamal. Grant said that park rangers and local law enforcement were out searching for people to evacuate them from the area and had found another BFRO member dead. It was not yet daylight, and the team decided to prep their equipment and head out at first light. And the long flight to the Canadian border was coming to an end as the sun peaked above the horizon. The team had gotten some sleep on the overnight plane ride, but were ready to stretch their legs. They strapped in for a short field landing and were met by a black SUV. And out walked CIS agent Frank LaRue and Canadian Royal Mountie Beau Montgomery. And Harry shook hands and invited them onto the plane. LaRue displayed a map and shared real-time data about a sighting of Alpha 2 and Cerberus at a fishing camp just over an hour earlier. LaRue stated that Beau would accompany the team, and he would head efforts to get the hunters, fishers, and campers out of the area. The team would prep equipment and head out on ATVs until they reached the trail's end. The drone was to take off before sunset, and Drake's men were armed with a portable ultrasonic weapon designed to disorient hearing, equilibrium, and vision. Sergeant Tammy Martin pulled Hawk off to one side and said, "Sir, I haven't been in the field since the new drones came online. May I go on the mission?" "What?" Hawk responded. "Briggs is certified to operate the drone and needs the experience," she stated. And Hawk hesitated and replied, "Okay, you just stay in the middle of the column and coordinate with Briggs." "Yes, sir," she snapped. Eric spoke softly and said, "But I fear these auburn locks a beacon like those which beguiled the fallen." Part 7. Tactics and Tragedies. Let's get straight into that. Chuck told Corporal Jones to have the drone on station before sunset, and Team Wolf began comms check with Vulture Base. Wolf 1, Vulture Base. Wolf 2, Vulture Base, and so on. Confirmed. Team to proceed on ATVs to trails. End, said Chuck. The crew chief and loadmaster stayed behind with the ATV to medevac any wounded. And after about 2 hours on foot, Jamal and Samson froze, with Jamal pointing to their 11 o'clock, where 3 BFRO members stumbled out of the woods carrying one wounded. The leader explained that their camp was attacked by a Sasquatch clan, and before they could escape, 2 men were killed. "As we were shooting at the Sasquatch, a huge dog jumped on one's back, and as it turned, I think a bullet hit it, and he thought that we were shooting at him. It charged me before I could fire, and this big-ass arrow hit my thigh. Then 2 more arrows whizzed through the air, hitting one Sasquatch in the back, and the other in the eye. We turned our guns in that direction, and they were gone. That man in the tree stand fired and then screamed and fell to the ground with a huge arrow in his chest. Then this giant man runs in with a big sword and cuts the head off the surviving Sasquatch." Specialist and combat medic and Nix tended to the man's wounds, and Ranger Montgomery called for a standby medevac to meet them at the C-130. The team pushed on until late afternoon, when Jamal abruptly said, "Halt!" A wounded Sasquatch stumbled out of the brush with an arrow in its lungs. The team went to alert with rifles pointed.
"Don't fire,"
said Jamal.
"This one is alone, and I smell that death will overtake him shortly."
"Jang is on the hunt," said Chuck.
"Yes,"
said Jamal.
"But this is a message for us to get out."
"Team Hawk comms check," said Harry. "Condor base standing by. Hawk 1, Hawk 2, until our team members sound off and hear." "Condor base received." "Roger that," said Harry. "Have that drone up on top of us before sundown, and a medevac vehicle and crew ready." After a couple of hours on ATVs, they stop as Abashi picks up a scent. The team proceeds on foot until early afternoon and discovers a neatly stacked pile of dead dogmen and a hunting camp in shambles. "Well, how are we going to capture somebody who could do something like this?" said Staff Sergeant Bob Haynes. "Worry not, as Perseus and Pegasus, so have I, Abishai," replied Eric. The team advanced another mile or so, and suddenly a log came flying, attached to a rope, and struck Private Davis, knocking him several feet through the air. Nicky had set a long trap meant for a Gugwe, but it had been tripped by a mere man with terrible results. Combat medic specialist Gerald Steiner checked the man's injuries and said, "Not good, Hawk. He has internal bleeding and a severe concussion." Hawk had no choice but to have 2 men carry him back to the ATVs for a medevac. The team was now 3 men down, pushed on until Abishai bristled and Eric put up his hand and all went to one knee. Suddenly, a wounded Gugwe rushed towards them and with its jaws gaping. Before anyone could fire, Abishai clamped onto its leg and Eric leapt forward, severing its head with one clean swing of the massive sword. And he turned and said, "This was Nicky's one, and only one into us, for he knows I am here." As Team Wolf plodded along, a hail of fist-sized rocks rained down upon them. John had made a catapult from a fishing net, using it to pelt the team with baseball-sized rocks, striking 3 people. One man had a serious head injury and would have to be medevaced. Jamal told the team to remain still because John knew he was here. But Drake's man Clint Black stood up and aimed the portable ultrasonic device in the direction the rocks had come from. John staggered through the bushes and with his hands over his ears, and suddenly Apollo came soaring through the air and bit down on the back of Black's neck. The team fired on the dog as it runs off yelping, and Jamal fires a tranquilizer, striking John in the leg. John was immediately able to pull it out and run for cover, and both the team member and Black were now out of play, along with 2 other team members who had to carry them to an extraction point. Chuck asked Ranger Montgomery and Private Walker to carry the men out. The sun was now behind the trees when the comms crackled with, "Wolf Actual, Vulture on station. We have heat signatures around your perimeter." Chuck had just lost 4 people and would now proceed with a team of 7 to contend with his angry Sasquatch clan and to hunt down John Ping and Apollo. Part 8. A Clash of Titans. Let's get straight into that. Team Hawk moved cautiously as nightfall approached, and from an undetermined distance, a booming voice echoed through the forest.
"What is this sweet scent? Who is this woman?"
"Nobody," said Eric. "She has a free soul just as you, but you seek to forsake your first estate."
She feels great affection for you, and you are entertained by her attention. I think I will have her."
"The only love you will ever have is that which you have for yourself." Tammy is frozen in shock as Harry orders 2 men to flank her. "Your hubris makes you akin to Sisyphus. Your ego is that rock you will forever be pushing up the mountain." And Nicky responds,
"Why do you continue to take orders from these lesser beings?"
"What you call orders is what I call a choice. You and I kill different kinds of monsters."
"Bellerophon was a slayer of monsters who slew many a chimera, not mortal man."
Nicky fires an arrow at Eric and he twists and the arrow pierces his left bicep, taking out a chunk of flesh. Hawk fires full auto, striking Nicky in the thigh. Nicky fires an arrow and Hawk veered as it narrowly missed. Tammy runs to Eric and applies pressure with a bandage. When Eric is kneeling and looks down at Tammy, it says, "As Antony died in Cleopatra's arms, I shall not die in yours." Eric grabbed Tammy's arm as they move for cover, while Cerberus rushed towards them. And from the right, a flash collides with Cerberus as Abishai attacks to defend them. Suddenly, the comms came alive from Vulture. "Wolf 1, heat signature spotted. 80 yards at 3 o'clock. Appear to be shadowing you." "Roger. Stay on them. Deploy ordnance if they advance. High explosives and flares."
Vulture, affirmative.
The team continued slowly, following Jamal and Samson, when the comms crackled with, "Wolf Actual, this is Vulture.
Target's moving on you. Stand by.
The team halted and took a knee as they heard Vulture proclaim.
A small object just flew through the air and struck one target. They scattered, and 2 new signatures are flanking them.
At that instant, the Sasquatch began throwing rocks at Team Wolf when a large boom was heard, followed by a bang and a flash of light. The Chuck orders Vulture to repeat and scan for movement. The boom and the flash hit again, followed by a few moments of silence. Then came a loud voice saying,
"Why do you serve these savages who inefficiently murder each other?"
And Jamal responded,
"Humans may kill each other, but they can distinguish the real enemy. Do you know the real enemy, brother?"
Vulture advises Chuck that 4 Sasquatch are down and 3 are retreating. And Jamal says,
"Show yourself, brother. We are here to take you home."
And Jung replies,
"No, you are here to imprison me like a captive zoo animal."
As Abashai and Cerberus rolled, snapping and clawing at each other, Condor came over comms with,
"Hawk actual, 5 targets approaching rapidly, 9 o'clock. All appear to be tethered together."
And Harry shouted,
"Engage!"
And the drone fired a volley of high explosives and flares that lit up the night. 3 targets were down, but 2 dogmen erupted from the bushes. The team opened fire, dropping them as they rolled to a stop just feet away. Nicky charged from the undergrowth with a sword held high. Eric rushed towards him, sword in hand, as sparks flew from the blades and steel as they collided. Eric moved more fluid and faster than Nicky, but Nicky's superior strength was proving a problem with Eric's injured arm. Nicky swung down violently with his sword using both hands, causing Eric's sword to fly out of his hands. Eric had left his tranquilizer gun with Tammy, and she fired at Nicky, striking his chest. But he immediately pulled it out. At that moment, Harry emerged from the right and swung his sword at Nicky, cutting his upper left arm. Nicky swirled with a counter-attack that Harry blocked, but Nicky executed a front kick so fast that Harry was unable to dodge and sending him about 7 or 8 feet through the air. Eric tackled Nicky and they rolled violently across the ground, fighting for control of the sword. Eric pushed his thumb into Nicky's injured arm, causing him to loosen his grip on the sword. And Nicky wrenched the sword away and emerged standing over Eric. And the team aimed their rifles at Nicky, and Eric shouted, "Don't fire!" Part 9. Brother versus brother. Let's get straight into that. John emerged from behind a tree, and Samson bristled as Apollo walked towards him with head down. Jamal walked towards John with a hand extended, and Apollo charged at him, and the dogs began to fight. Drake's man, Zach Walker, points the ultrasonic weapon at John and pulls the trigger, causing John to fall back onto the ground. He manages to pull his Desert Eagle and put a round into Walker's chest, sending him backwards onto the ground. Jamal, also aided by the ultrasonic weapon, leapt onto John as they fought for control of the pistol. They rolled and the pistol flew out as they both quickly came to their feet and with swords drawn. As they faced each other, Jamal said,
"There is a soothing wisdom from knowing you made the right choice. Make that choice now."
And Chuck remembered Jamal saying that he was no match for John with a sword. He shouted,
"Hold fire!"
and joined Jamal while pulling a blue sword. The sword seemed to reflect the light from John's eyes, causing him to freeze long enough for Jamal to attack. They had a momentary exchange, and John saw that Apollo was grievously injured from gunshots and Samson's attack. He ran to the dog to see him take his last breath. He screamed in anger and faced Jamal. He looked confused as primal hate took over.
"Are you a hero or villain? What will you see when you look in the mirror?" said Jamal. He rushed Jamal in a rage with sword overhead. Jamal already had his Desert Eagle as he pointed and fired 2 times. And Jamal was destroyed and fell to his knees, saying, "The seeds of our destiny are nurtured by the roots of our past. I fear I have sealed my destiny by killing my brother." As Nicky was about to charge Eric,
Hawk instantly threw his blue katana, and it tumbled through the air as Nicky charged towards Eric. Eric took 2 lateral steps towards the trajectory of the sword and grabbed it. He swung with all of his strength at Nicky's oncoming sword blow, severing the blade. And Nicky paused, and for the first time there was a look of fear on his face. And Eric calmly said, "You never forget the face of the person who was your last hope." He was silent, and Eric proclaimed, "Take my help, brother. Live and make amends." For a moment, Nicky looked calm, and then a huge smile came over his face. He said,
"This is my choice and my destiny, brother. Do not advance."
He then reached for his Desert Eagle, causing both Tammy and Hawk to fire their .45s. Nicky staggered back, and before he could regain his balance, Eric slashed his neck and blood spurted wildly. Nicky crumpled to the ground, and Eric knelt to hold Nicky's outstretched hand and said, "Brother, just as Narcissus fell in love with his own reflection in a pond, you were addicted to the love of yourself, and that hubris cost you your life." And after what felt like an eternity, but only about 30 seconds, Nicky took his last breath. It was over, and both ex-subjects lay dead, along with their dogs. One of Hawk's team members was in critical condition, along with Drake's man Clint Black. And one of Chuck's men was seriously injured, along with Drake's man Zach Walker, who was lucky to have been wearing a bulletproof vest that prevented a 50 cal round from penetrating too deep. Both teams called in medivacs for the wounded, along with the extraction teams for Nicky, John, and the dead cryptids. Eric walked up to Tammy and Harry, thanking them for their quick actions. And Harry excused himself and said he would let them talk. And Tammy asked, "How are you feeling, Eric?" And he replied, both sad but enriched for having shared time with you. She smiled and asked if she would ever see him again. And he paused and said, "Unsure, but just as Eros kept his affection for Psyche as a secret, so must I for you." Tammy reached her hand behind his head and pulled his face down and gave him a kiss, saying, "Oh yeah, who says?" Part 10. Legacies and Beginnings. Let's get straight into that. The following day, at JTC headquarters, Raymond Drake met with Chuck, Hawk, Eric, and Jamal. "Hawk, Chuck, you and your teams have served your country and your fellow man in a noble and admirable manner. Eric, Jamal, you have proven your potential. Gentlemen, you are looking at the future of cryptid intervention. 5 or 6 member human teams working with an enhanced human and aerial support from even more advanced drones. Hawk and Chuck, I'm sure that you both will want to retire into a not-so-distant future. You have set a standard for performance, and we will depend on you to train operators of the future." "What about the ex-subjects?" said Chuck. "Will there be more experiments? More guinea pigs?" "No," said Drake. "That part of the program is being terminated. Our future lies in the Alphas," he said. "And will they be allowed to have real lives with family and freedom?" asked Hawk. "Absolutely," said Drake. "Looks like your Sergeant Martin is ready to test those waters herself," as he smiled at Eric. "You know," said Jamal, "we stared into the face of death, and death blinked first. You would think that would make us feel brave and invincible." Eric looked at him with a sheepish smile and said, "How is it that you always seem to know the proper time to recite a line from a science fiction movie?" And Jamal responded matter-of-factly with a serious look, "How is it that you do not?" And we all burst into laughter. End title. Rejoice not, a serpent comes. Let's get straight into that. Prologue. We can forgive a child who is afraid of the dark. The real tragedy of life is when men are afraid of the light. Plato. Part 1. The Ancient One. The caves of Turkmen, China, went on for miles underground, but that was only the part open to the public. The ancient ruins and carved caverns went much deeper into the bowels of the earth. This was a place only recently explored by man, never intended for men. But the joint research team between the boss and the Chickums finally found the giant sarcophagus encased in ice. As they breached the chamber, the hissing and screeching was deafening as the Chickum troops were attacked by dozens of reptilians standing guard. Many men and lizards died, but the Chickums kept coming until most of the reptilians were dead, except for the females and the young ones that were captured. Back at the lab, the boss was present to see the prize. It was just another of his many evil conquests, but this one had the most potential to assuage his lust for global control. The Ancient One was laid out in a sub-zero containment bunker. He was 20 feet tall and weighed in at over 2 tons, and his long spiked tail flowed behind him. Finally, man had proven that dragons once existed. The DNA experiments began, but after many months, many of the subjects from the first few tests became so disfigured that their organs shut down and they died horrible deaths. The ones that didn't were completely insane and couldn't be controlled and would be euthanized. But the very young and those in their mother's wombs showed promise. But the alpha's male offspring was different. Well, he was younger, stronger than the rest, and much more intelligent. It had an ancient humanity about it, and after the DNA injections, it became primal, sinister, and evil as it grew at twice the rate of the other subjects. But some things can neither be controlled nor managed, and Long Shen, or the Dragon God, was no exception. He communicated with his hands and could put thoughts in your head. It was this ability that led to his escape. He continued to communicate with naive lab technicians, convincing them to open not only the containment chamber, but the huge steel doors to the compound. And the long-dead ancient terror was now free, and his almost mindless subjects followed him after feasting upon every human they could get to. Part 2. Some Things Weren't Meant to Be. It was a moonless night over the Korean peninsula at 30,000 feet. Eric and Abashe were aboard the US military C-17 with a 5-man team of South Korean Spec Ops. This mission was top secret, special access only. They were to do a ha-ho, a high altitude, high opening, jump and ride their special chutes into the communist Chinese territory. The buzzer sounded and a red light came on. 1 minute, announced the crew chief. Good luck and Godspeed, said Ray Drake. The ramp comes down, and then they stepped off into the black abyss. Well, the landing was uneventful as the team hid their chutes and set up a perimeter before proceeding. They would travel all night using darkness for cover and conceal themselves during the day. They couldn't afford being discovered by the anti-American elements within the Chickum government. On the second night, they reached the outskirts of a village in the foothills of the Tumen Mountains. What they were about to see was far worse than any battlefield carnage. The village was destroyed, and the people were strewn about with gaping holes in their chests and sides. Hearts, kidneys, livers, and even eyes were ripped from the people of all sizes. Children lay mutilated, locked into the grasp of their mother's arms. A couple of the hardened Spec Ops retched as even Abashai whimpered and turned his head away. This was the first time Eric had witnessed such horror. They pushed ahead in hopes of penetrating the caverns before sunup, and they silently entered the tunnels, taking out 2 sentries. Huang and Yun took flanking positions, each creeping down one side of the tunnel. Abishai alerted, but it was too late. The two were overrun by multiple evil spawns that looked like a cross between a reptilian and a Nile crocodile. They fought to the last second, but they were grabbed and torn apart. These monstrosities kept coming as the team threw grenades and flares. They looked like some biological mistake out of a low-budget sci-fi movie. They had stubby wings that they would flap rapidly, in unison, making a disoriented noise. Although it gave off their position, it made it hard to concentrate when combined with their ear-splitting hisses. Their skin was so tough and scaly that Abashai's teeth did little more than annoy them, until he discovered that he could bite and tear these wings at the root, causing great pain. Eric fired his Barrett 50 until empty, and with only moderate effect to these armored lizards. The remaining South Korean troops fired their 458 SOCOMs with only minimal effect. Eric deployed the ultrasonic weapon and called retreat. Lieutenant Moon and Sergeant Park narrowly escaped with their severely injured teammate, Private Soon, after tossing all of their grenades and flares. They were totally defensive and extremely outnumbered. When they finally made it to the daylight pouring into the tunnel entrance, the reptilians turned back. They escaped into the heavy brush and did what they could to treat Soon's injuries. But he needed a medevac soon. Eric began calling for help. "Valhalla, this is Viking. We are totally compromised." Eric turned to his teammates and said, "In Indian lore, the serpent god, Nagarajan, was worshipped, and his serpents could spit venom. I see nothing here worthy of worship." Part 3. Know Your Enemy. Harry and Chuck were now mostly instructors and usually conducted training missions, but at the moment Harry and Akimi were finally travelling to Okinawa with their parents to introduce their children to the extended family. They also had plans for a short trip to Osaka to visit Alexander, Sumiyoshi, and the karate school. And after a couple of days and a big feast with relatives, Harry and Akimi were off to Osaka and the karate school. They met with Mr. Sumiyoshi and discovered that his eldest nephew had made a bargain with the Yamaguchi family to undermine and take control of Sumiyoshi Enterprises. He had bargained with the Chinese triad to send them a Chinese sage to enchant the Kappa. PSIA had this man in custody, and he kept repeating, "Rejoice, not a serpent comes." Rumors were coming from China about actual dragons being spotted in the mountains. Alexander also told Hawk that a one Raymond Drake had commissioned the making of 2 huge Ayorio swords. While having dinner at the Sumiyoshi house with Alex and Jonah, the housekeeper interrupted dinner to say that there was a very important video call for them. The Koboku powered up the large TV on the wall, and it was a live feed, and was none other than Raymond Drake, flanked by Hawk's old teammate, Tim Ross. Akimi started cursing under her breath in Japanese, and Ray addressed them by saying, "Mr. and Mrs. Tate, congratulations on your new family, and please forgive the interruption." Tim nodded with a sheepish smile and waved. Ray went on to say that Eric had led a South Korean Spec Ops team into the mountains of China in an attempt to destroy a science project gone haywire created by a billionaire, Goyojo Sovros, aka the Boss. The team was now missing and without support for 2 days, and Eric had managed to send one message saying the mission was totally compromised. Master Sergeant Tammy Martin was currently on a military hop and with a new asset set to arrive in Seoul, SK, in about 10 hours. She is also accompanied by 2 new team members from Eric's family. "Hawk, you and Tim are our only hope to form a team and rescue our people. We need you to bring the blue swords and meet Tim and our package in Seoul tomorrow night." Akimi was furious, and before she could speak, Ray clasped his hands in front of his chest and said, "And dear Akimi, will you please be a part of this mission? We desperately need your cyber skills." Harry immediately wanted to know why JTC had deployed a team on foreign soil. Ray responded, "Yes, JTC policy was never to send teams overseas. But what Savros and the Chikoms have done is to create an evil of ancient biblical proportions. They have mixed actual dragon DNA with reptilians. Mr. Sumiyoshi, I know you to be a man of honor, so I will speak freely in front of you. The Chikoms secretly requested our help via the South Korean government, but the Chinese hierarchy is divided over whether to accept our assistance. Certain influential businessmen now understand the dire implications and have pressured high-ranking elected officials for help after villages were razed and the inhabitants slaughtered by these monsters. Savros owns a Chinese biotech facility, and he personally underwrote the research and bribed officials for an expedition into the forbidden caverns of Tumen. This is not too far from the Russian border, and they have granted us permission to ingress and egress from there. If what has been created here spreads, Asia and the entire world will be in peril. Drake was not his usual flippant self, and from the downward look on his face, he was dead serious. Part 4. Dragon Slayers. The following day at 1700 hours, Hawk and Akimi landed at Camp Eagle Airfield in Seoul. They were introduced to Alpha 3 Jacob, Tank Anderson, 6'7", 375 with Dog Thor, and Alpha 4 Alex Steele, 6'10", 360 with Dog Cujo. They were yet untested but will receive their OJT from Hawk and Tim. The dogs are outfitted with load-bearing vests to carry extra ordnance and supplies. But remember, the Alphas and their dogs have the same abilities as the others. They just lack the experience. They have already learned Chinese and will be carrying sophisticated listening equipment. Amazingly, Ray Drake explained that he himself would run the op from a C-17 command aircraft that would ha-ho the team. They will be carrying more ultrasonic weapons, street sweepers with incendiary exploder rounds, along with more grenades and as much armor-piercing, phosphorus-tipped ammo as possible, and some custom-designed claymores with exploding phosphorus fragments. The new stealth drone is equipped to jam radar and communications while remaining on station for up to 16 hours. And Tammy tearfully approached Harry. "Please, Hawk, help Eric." Don't sweat it, Sarge. We got this," said Harry. "You just work your magic from here with that fancy new drone." "Oh, well, it's got both high explosive thermite rockets and air-to-air missiles. You just send me some coordinates and it will be like the 4th of July. Drake speaks up. "Akimi will feed coal to the drone via satellite link to blind the Chicoms. Sergeant Martin will fly the drone for Overwatch. A squadron of F-22s will be on standby in case this mission turns completely to shit. A B-2 bomber will loiter over the sea with 2 cruise missiles designated as Thunder and Lightning. They are a 1-2 punch, with the first being a 2,000-pound seismic charge and the second a 2,000-pound thermite burning at over 5,000 degrees. The entire mountain will implode. You must be at least a mile away from the blast. And finally, a Delta QRF will be loaded on 4 Sikorsky Raiders. Gentlemen, your call sign is Dagger. We are Broadsword. The drone is Dagon. Eric is Viking. Folks, please allow me to introduce the operative, Chinese-American double agent Lin Song." The son walks up to Tim and lays a big kiss on him and says, "Where have you been?" And Harry stares and says, "Well, when were you going to tell me about her?" And Tim responds, "While you've been sitting in that cushy office at HQ, I've been busy saving Europe and Asia. Miss Song has obtained valuable intel." She explains, "It looks like the World Health Institute and the Disease Management Center teamed up with a biotech group owned or funded by Georgi Savros. This old SOB will burn down the world just so he can control the ashes. He is a former Nazi who has underwritten many expeditions to find forbidden things. It appears that they created some nasty hybrids and at least one huge abomination." Lim puts up some pics of destroyed villages and mangled bodies, explaining that China is in a state of panic over these dragon sightings. Rumors are that one has even spotted flying over remote areas. Akimi has an idea. "Oh, Mr. Drake, can we get a custom dragon paint job put on this drone ASAP?" I suppose so," said Drake. "Why?" "Diversion and terror," she responded. Drake smiles and says, "Let's do it." And Drake continues, "Several hours ago, Eric was sent an encoded message with coordinates to a rally point. He and Abashai have taken turns carrying a severely wounded team member. We know that 2 team members are already dead. When you arrive at the rally point, Lieutenant Moon and Sergeant Park will carry Private Soon out on a stretcher and get him into the nearby river with the help of some operatives. By now, they are all but out of ammo, and the ultrasound weapon battery must be spent. They have had to conceal during the day due to the Chicom troops and aerial searches, and were pursued on their second night by the Chimeras. Once you rendezvous, you must double time back to the cavern to eliminate the threat and get an exact GPS fix on the cave entrance, so these specially designed cruise missiles can seal off this cave forever. Now, Eric's encoded message said that they encountered some freakish 7 or 8 feet tall lizards with long spiked tails that run well on all fours, but are clumsy on 2 legs. Use this to your advantage. They instinctively rear up to hiss and growl just before pouncing on you, displaying their soft underbelly, or when they do, rip them from stem to stern. Part 5. Death is the easy part. Let's get straight into that. It was 2100 hours as the C-17 prepped for the team's HAHO jump from 36,000 feet. Equipment check. Comms check. Oxygen on. The buzzer sounds and the red light starts flashing. Hawk turns to look at Akimi as tears run down her face. He smiles, gives her a thumbs up, and steps off into the darkness. About an hour later, comms crackled with, "Broadsword, dagger, actual. Secure LZ." And Broadsword responds, "Roger, Dagon has ISR." In just over 2 hours they reached the rally point and discovered that Private Soon has died from his injuries. Lieutenant Moon introduces himself and says, "3 of our comrades are now dead, and we will do the difficult part and live on for them by completing the mission." Eric welcomes Tank and Alex and embraces Hawk. "What can we expect?" said Harry. "Well, they look like a cross between a reptilian humanoid and a Nile crocodile. They run about on all fours but can rear up on hind legs, using their tails to strike at you." And Tim responds, "Boys, let's go kill us some lizard gators." As they reached the tunnel entrance, more human remains lay strewn about. It was men, women, and children bearing the same wounds and missing the same organs. Tank and Alex turned their heads away, and Harry responded with, "Gentlemen, if the purpose of life is finding purpose, we sure found one fucked up purpose." And Tim said, "I don't think Delta training ever prepared us for this." And Eric responded, "If perspective is the path to wisdom, we are all about to either become very wise or very frightened." The Hawk took one side of the tunnel, followed by Lieutenant Moon and Alex. Tim took the other side, followed by Tank and Sergeant Park. Eric and Abashai took point and walked the center. The dog's teeth do little to harm the armored hide. But with first contact, I trust Abashai to demonstrate to Thor and Cujo the weaknesses of the short wings at the root. They can tear at them, causing them great pain. At that instant, Abashai and the other dogs alerted. 2 of these creatures raced down the sides of the tunnel, jumping towards Eric. He shouted, "Hold your fire!" and wielded his Ayoria katana, cleaving one while Abashi pounced on the other's back, tearing at its stubby wings. Thor and Cujo joined suit, rolling it over and disemboweling it. These are the outer sentries, positioned just as they were before we made first contact. As they penetrated further into the tunnel, they were suddenly hit with the hissing and wing flapping Eric had warned them about. "These creatures seem to be of a hive mentality and directed by some higher intelligence," said Alex. "No doubt whatever it is lies at the end of this tunnel," said Tank. "It doesn't make them any less dangerous with those big gaping mouths full of teeth," said Eric. At that instant, a deafening chorus of hissing and wings flapping began resonating throughout the tunnel, followed by a thunderous rumble, and Eric shouted, "Ready yourselves!" The dogs bristled, and the team readied their weapons, taking firing positions. At that instant, a wave of dark grey figures appeared galloping towards them on the floor, walls, and ceilings of the tunnel. They opened fire and deployed the ultrasonic weapons on more of these creatures than anyone ever cared to count. The flashbangs blinded a few in the front, long enough for some kill shots, but the following waves kept coming. Part 6. The Only Way Out. While on the C-17, a mission assistant said, "Mr. Drake, Joint Chiefs and the Director on Satlink." "Why, put him on a monitor," snapped Drake. And General Billings said, "Drake, what the hell have you stirred up? North Korea just started opening their missile silos. We're about to go into a DEFCON 1. We just scrambled 4 squadrons of F-22s and every B-2 bomber in the region. Delta QRF Hammer and SEAL Rapid Response Team Neptune are being spun up. South Korea and Japan are now on a war footing. There were enough damn troops on a DMZ for them to kill each other in a fucking rock fight." And Akimi spoke up. "General, please, just give us a chance. We need 2 hours. Will you please stand down to condition yellow?" And the general scowled and responded, "A chance to do what?" "Oh, I can't tell you exactly what, sir, but our team has just penetrated their objective. We need 2 hours, and we believe we can resolve this without any further conflict." "And who is we?" said the general. Akimi turned and allowed him to see Tammy and Ling Song. He shook his head and said, "You have 2 hours from right now, or until that goddamn lunatic in Pyongyang starts launching missiles." And Akimi promptly responded with, "Thank you, sir." "Okay, Tammy, time to pull Dragon off Overwatch and go to work." And Tammy began flying that drone down rivers, through valleys, over villages and small towns, between the scary custom Dragon paint job from the Warthog guys and the speaker playing roaring/hissing sounds. The Chinese countryside was convinced they were being attacked by multiple dragons. The drone began pointing a red laser beam and then firing phosphorus rounds into the trees behind ridges, where it gave the impression that a real fire-breathing dragon was on the attack. It looked as if the Dagon drone was scaring the shit out of the Chinese civilians and the military. Multiple reports of troop retreats came in, and even a remote listening facility was abandoning their posts. Akimi and Lin began sending false reports all throughout China, all the way to the countryside near Beijing. And Akimi and Lin Song were able to hack military command nets and decipher some code. During all of this confusion, they were able to get close enough to use the drone antenna to send a stand-down command to the Chinese military. The gals cheered and high-fived each other as the Chickums pulled military assets back. Then, Akimi discovered that there was a hardwired communication system with a satellite link built into the cave system. And she said, "Ray, I have a way to contact the team." Part 7. No sacrifice, no heroes. Tim fired his street sweeper until he was overrun. The creature pounced on top of him, attempted to bite down on his face. Tank rushed like a linebacker, knocking it off of him, and immediately put 2 rounds from his Desert Eagle 50 into its skull. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Well, other than feeling like the Almighty just yanked the magic horseshoe out of my ass, I feel just fine." "Oh damn, we gotta get you a tryout for the Houston Texans." Sergeant Park emptied mag after mag until he began firing his .45. A lizard knocked him down, but Cujo bit into its wing roots, long enough for Park to change mags and put a bullet into his throat. The armor-piercing phosphorus rounds were doing their jobs. The incendiary rounds from the street sweepers were causing the lizards to go up in flames. The dogs were conducting guerrilla-like hit-and-run attacks to confuse the lizards, but they still kept coming. And Harry shouts, "Gonna set off the claymores! Fall back and take cover!" The heat and the smell of the sulfur, it was overwhelming as dozens of lizards burned until they lay dead or scurried about engulfed in flames. They shrieked in agony until the team felt their eardrums would rupture. The few who were able to escape scampered back down the tunnel. On the other side, Hawk had emptied both his street sweeper and his Sokum, where he was now fighting with his .45 in one hand and the sword in the other. Lieutenant Moon had emptied both his rifle and pistol and was now backed into a corner by 2 lizards, when Alex took 2 large strides and beheaded both creatures. Harry looked around to see if everybody was okay and said to Eric, "What the hell is this with the Chinese and their fascination for dragons?" And Eric responded, "Well, it's not just China that is filled with dragon lore. Even Alexander the Great had a connection to a serpent. His mother, Olympias, was a princess renowned for being a snake handler. Legend says she became pregnant by Zeus when he took the form of a snake." And Harry shook his head and said, I had to ask. He then said, "Gentlemen, shall we push on and discover what lies at the end of this tunnel?" And Eric proclaimed, "Sun Tzu once said, when you confront an army, leave an outlet free. Do not press a desperate foe too hard. Thusly, it appears they will lead us to their king." And Hawk responded, "He also said that chaos brings opportunity. I'm a little concerned about what this opportunity is going to look like." And nonetheless, the team cautiously pushed on until their ears began ringing with strange thoughts and images in their heads. "Breathe and clear your minds," Hawk shouted. "Something or somebody is trying to get inside of our heads." And then a loud whooshing sound approached, and they saw the Alpha hovering with the remainder of the lizards in a skirmish line out front. He was a giant creature, standing over 12 feet tall, and with a long spiked tail and wings that would allow it to fly for some distance. One sweep of that tail would be deadly. If the force didn't kill you, the spikes would. And although he didn't breathe fire, when he roared, his breath had a purple/green tint to it that was toxic if you inhaled it. It had the same scales on its back as a Nile crocodile, but larger. But this Alpha could mind speak, and he also verbally spoke as he hissed. He cursed them and announced,
"I am Long Shen, and you are cockroaches and worms."
Part 8. Quench the fire. Quench the spirit. Let's get straight into that. Harry screamed, "Open fire!" as the remainder of the smaller creatures rushed them, but they concentrated their fire on the dragon, hurting it. But their ordnance wasn't nearly as effective as it was on the smaller lizards. It roared and swung its spiked tail, striking Moon and sending him about 15 feet through the air, crashed into the cavern wall. Luckily, the tail hit his vest, but he was severely injured and spitting out blood. His helmet was crushed and blood running down one side of his face. Tank managed to get inside of the arc of the tail to attack, but it struck him in the chest as he defended, with his arm knocking him flat. Thor jumped onto its back, going for the wings, but this reptile slung him off with great force, and before it could stomp one of his feet onto Tank, Alex and Cujo attacked from behind, and with Alex running his sword into its back all the way to the hilt. It roared in agony and instantly flexed its body, ejecting Alex and his sword about 10 feet through the air. The team was hurting it bad, but it had regenerative properties that caused its wounds to heal and its spikes and horns to grow back within minutes. Eric gave the command to deploy the ultrasonic weapons at full power, and Hawk shouted, "Fall back!" Amazingly, the dozen or so remaining smaller lizards didn't pursue and formed a protective wall between the team and the Alpha. Hawk's cell began ringing, and to his surprise, it was Akimi, accessing a Wi-Fi net built into the tunnels. "Baby, we're getting our asses kicked and kinda busy falling back right now." "I know, Harry. I was able to tap into some footage from the hidden cameras in the caves. Listen, to destroy the dragon, you must destroy its fire bladder. That's the answer. It's his essence, or spirit. If you destroy it, you kill the monster. You must use the incendiaries to melt down one of the blue swords and throw the molten steel down its throat. Get one of those large ceramic urns lying around and line it with some crystal fragments from the cave wall." "Okay, baby, we're on it. Gotta go." Harry immediately rallied the team to share what he had learned. "I will do it," announced Lieutenant Moon. "I will do it. That will allow the rest of you to deal with the other lizards." And Sergeant Park responded, "Sir, that is suicide." And he responded, "No, it's vengeance." Tank and Alex volunteered to flank the dragon with ultrasound weapons, while Park would run interference for Moon to shove the hot steel down its throat. That would leave the rest of the team to fight the smaller reptiles. And Tim said, "Boys, it's time we got comfortable with being uncomfortable if we're going to make it out of here alive." And Harry responded, "Now who's getting philosophical?" Part 9. A Warrior and a Dragon. Eric began to prepare an urn and melt down his sword, and asked Harry and Tim to please give him their katanas. "While you two fire your ordnance, I will use your swords for the Senpu or whirlwind to wade through the lizards. The Sergeant Park tells Lieutenant Moon that he will cover for him while he assaults the dragon. And Moon tells Park, I leave my team here. If I cannot lead them back, it's up to you to live and tell the story of Ghost 10. That is an order. I alone will avenge our brothers and throw the hot steel down that dragon's throat. Tank and Alex can distract it while I get close enough. And Eric proclaimed, Surely if Heracles could strangle his first serpent as a baby in his cradle, we can kill this one. And they start breaking some small crystals off the cave walls and putting them into an urn. Tim drops an incendiary into the urn, and Eric puts the tip of his Ayorio katana into the pot and shakes his head as it begins to melt. Farewell, old friend. You have served me well. Lieutenant Moon's head is now bandaged, and he has received an injection of morphine. Harry extends his hand and says, Lieutenant, it's been an honor. And Moon bowed and took the urn. Harry orders the team to form a wedge with Moon behind, holding an urn, and Eric out front with both swords held high. Say when, Eric, said Hawk, and Eric announced, Just as St. George slew the dragon, so shall we. Charge! Eric launched himself towards the centre of the group while the team fired their ordnance in both flanks. Tank and Alex fired their Barrett 50s into the crowd, dropping the reptiles left and right. Harry and Tim fired their street sweepers towards the dragon as it amazingly cursed at them in both English and Korean, calling them filthy dung. Eric spun like a true whirlwind, ducking and swerving while severing arms, legs and even heads as the lizard bit and slashed at him. Hawk and Tim landed several rounds on the dragon as he flapped his wings and flew side to side, roaring and hissing his foul breath at them. Sergeant Park was now trotting in front of Lieutenant Moon and firing his last mag as they advanced towards the dragon. And Harry shouted, The wings! Light up his wings! As he and Tim got close enough to score a hit on each wing, causing them to erupt in flames. The dragon fell with a loud thud that shook the cavern, causing rocks to fall. And Tank and Alex were now hacking away at the dragon's flanks as Park and Moon drew closer. The monster roared, spewing its hot breath and knocking Park to the ground. But this was Moon's chance, as he lowered his head and pushed forward within a few feet of the gaping jaws, throwing the urn right down the vile creature's throat. The dragon threw back its head in the air, and with an unearthly screech that shook the ground, throwing the team down as large rocks were dislodged from the ceiling of the cavern. A purple and green ball of gas was expelled from its mouth as its abdomen swelled to twice its size, causing an explosion, following by an implosion as guts and entrails erupted from the dragon. It went limp and slowly toppled to one side, falling to the ground with a thud that shook the ground. Lieutenant Moon was propelled several feet through the air, landing in a lifeless crumple. The few remaining lizards twisted and flopped as they fell to the cavern floor, and Eric, Tank, and Alex scrambled to their feet and ended the remaining lizards as their dogs locked onto the creatures with them. Hawk and Tim staggered to their feet to check on Sergeant Park and Lieutenant Moon. Moon was dead, and Park was suffering for what looked like acid burns to the side of his face. The dragon and the remaining lizards were dead, but this was no time for a celebration. Part 10. Evil has a face. Let's get straight into that. As the smoke cleared, a large security monitor recessed into the cave wall came on. It was Severus clapping his hands and saying, "Bravo! Well done." And Tim said, "Damn you evil son of a bitch, ain't you ever gonna die?" "On the contrary, I plan to live on with the help of my research," said Severus. "And I could use some men like you in my employ." "No thanks," said Harry. "They call that sleeping with the enemy." And Severus responded, "Have you ever heard of the term, the enemy of my enemy?" And Eric responded, "History is replete with the Arabs, the Mongols, and the communists proving a demise for the lesser of the two allies post-conflict." And Severus mused, "So says the super soldier whose veins pulse with ancient wonder." "Well, at least this wonder has a conscience," And Severus responded, Machiavelli cynically said that friends are people you can control and who depend on you. But reality is that our political friends are the ones who control the masses and make them feel good about it. For these people, a conscience is a waste of energy. And Hawk said, Upon that, we can agree. Problem is, you are drunk on the illusion of power and self-importance. Then Harry's cell rings with a call from Akimi, saying, The Chinese military are moving on that SOB's lab to destroy it as we speak. And Harry, you all have to leave now. Thunder and lightning are inbound. And Drake tells Lin Song to get a fix on Severus' signal. Lin informs him that it's bouncing off too many servers. And Severus says, My dear Colonel, no one is more enslaved than he who falsely thinks he is free. And Harry responded, George Washington said that he would rather die on his feet than live on his knees. You can expect no less from us. Then said Severus, Ah, yes, the beloved Washington. But in my case, it's safer to be feared than loved. Or so said Machiavelli. And Eric responds, In a little while, you will have forgotten everything. And in a little while, everything will have forgotten you. So said Marcus Aurelius. And Hawk shouts, Move, team, move! The team double-timed out of the cave with tank-carrying Lieutenant Moon. They sprinted down the mountainside, and as they got about 300 meters from the cave entrance, they observed the first cruise missile fly overhead, followed by the earth-shattering thoom that knocks them off balance as they rolled downhill. They got up and continued their all-out sprint as another missile passed overhead, followed by an intense heat and blinding light as they dove behind some large rocks for cover. Just as described, the entire mountaintop began collapsing. Harry's cell rang with the news that 4 raiders with the Delta QRF had penetrated Chinese airspace to pick them up at the rally point. The drone was still jamming, but they only had a little time left. They picked up the bodies of Sun, Huang, and Yun, and then raced to board the raiders. Part 11. Endings and Beginnings. Let's get straight into that. As the choppers landed at Camp Eagle, the team emerged with their honored dead wrapped in both South Korean and US flags. Both US and SK troops stood at attention and saluted as flags were lowered to half-staff and taps solemnly rang out from a lone bugler. South Korean and US troops saluted to honor Ghost Team 1-0. The mood was silent and surreal as Sergeant Park limped with his face bandaged in front of the gunnies carrying his brothers. Raymond Drake called for a debriefing inside the C-17 command center. Akimi threw herself at Harry, as did Lin Song at Tim. And then came Tammy running to Eric as he scooped her off the ground and held her close with her feet dangling. A large monitor was turned on displaying Chuck, Jamal, and the team at JTC HQ in Fort Campbell. Ray announces, Ladies and gentlemen, this was my last mission. And Drake teared up. Tim Ross will be assuming command, and I am retiring to open a facility in Montana for disadvantaged kids. It will be called Camp LeBlanc, and we will teach the lost art of outdoorsmanship. The door will always be open to each and every one of you. And who knows, the next great cryptid hunter may emerge from there. I have known no greater privilege of honor than having served with you. And people were embracing each other as tears flowed. And Harry announced, it's getting near the end of the line for me too. I've always felt sure that when I attacked those in front of me, it was because I was defending those behind me. Those lines had become blurred. And Eric responds, And people say I am the philosophical one. And Tim proclaimed, All that time around them Japanese sagas done made him go all Plato on us. Eric responded, 3 things cannot be long hidden, the sun, the moon, and the truth, said Buddha. But I say a 4th, the wit of a Texan. And then he smiled. Tim then told Harry that he wanted he and Chuck to train an entire JTC platoon and with 4 5-man teams and the remainder as our in-house QRF. As we bring on more alphas, teams will be ready to integrate. Hawk nodded and embraced Tim. By the way, Hawk said, we didn't have the chance to get acquainted with Tank and Alex. I know you guys have high IQs and are usually attracted to the study of some cerebral subject. And Alex responded, yes, my passion is the study of psychology and the human mind. And Tank proclaimed, actually, I'm a sports lover. I knew it, said Tim. I knew it. Football, right? And Tank responded, well, since watching my first croquet game, I have been fascinated and captivated with the knowledge required to appreciate the topography and the skill to master the biomechanics of this game. While the look on Tim's face, it was priceless. Epilogue. In appreciation to Sir Luke the Dragon Slayer and the fearful Forest Round Table. And title. Return to Kandahar. Let's get straight into that. Prologue. We were as grasshoppers to them. Part 1. Waken the Undead. It had been almost 2 years since the botched US pullout from Afghanistan. The Chinese made lucrative financial deals with the Taliban in exchange for access to rare earth minerals in the areas of the Kandahar Mountains. These areas were long known for their mysterious sightings of unknown humanoid creatures and giants. A Chinese mineral exploration team was now missing from the mountainous areas of Kandahar. And Taliban forces refused to assist in any search efforts, and the remnants of the Afghan army were disorganized, incapable, and afraid. As the Afghan economy worsened, the new leadership was concerned about what the loss of the Chinese financial investment would do to the fragile economy and governing authorities. They authorized the Chinese to bring in a military security unit to search out the mountains and hopefully claim the rampant anxiety among the local mountain tribes who had opposed any mineral exploration. And this would turn out to be a deadly fool's errand. A month earlier, Chinese Special Security Forces began their recon of the mountains. The last transmission was now 7 days ago, and they had found no sign of the mineral exploration team. Multiple efforts to contact them via radio and satellite link were to no avail. Several aerial searches had turned up no sign either. Prime Minister Rahim was holding a meeting at the behest of the Chinese mining director, Xing Pao, accompanied by a previously unknown Chinese official who had just arrived in the country. And the meeting was conducted in English, as that was the common language known to both parties. Mr. Rahim began the meeting in his heavy accent by saying, "Gentlemen, we have bad news." He went on to say that some goat herders from the mountains had found pieces of equipment belonging to the Chinese military units. His assistant, Mahmoud, brought out some canvas bags containing helmets, broken rifles, and some torn blood-stained uniforms. He then announced, "There were human remains there also. The men were ripped to pieces by something." The new man nodded his head and spoke in almost perfect English, saying, "I am Colonel Chen with the Ministry of State Security. We have a serious problem that we cannot solve alone." Part 2. A World Away. It was 2100 hours in Fort Campbell, KY, when the phone rang at the residence of Brigadier General Harrison Tate. Akimi answered the call from Hawk's old friend, Tim Ross, Director of Joint Task Force, Chimera. Akimi and Tim had the usual exchange about which football team was better, the Houston Texans or the Dallas Cowboys. After a moment, Akimi handed the phone over to Harry, and he heard the all-too-familiar voice say, "What's going on, buddy?" And Hawk responded with, "Aye, okay over here, but I'm betting that it ain't the real reason you called." And Tim responded with, "Well, let's just say there is something real shitty going on in Afghanistan." "Oh, no, said Harry. "Don't even think about sending me to Afghanistan." And Tim asked Harry and Chuck to muster the teams in HQ at 0700 for briefing. "You really won't believe this," said Tim. "The Chinese and the Afghans are asking for our help. I need all the hands in the TOC. Tactical Operations Command. First thing tomorrow. Well, at least you could have done was read me a bedtime story, said Hawk, and then hung up. Akimi looked at Harry with a true look of concern and said, Baby, I think I know what this is about, and it isn't good. Assembled at 0700 in HQ was Chuck, Hawk, Eric, Jamal, Tank, and Alex along with the entire cadre. On the big screen was Tim Ross and Secretary of State, gormlessly flanked by the Chinese Ambassador Ping. And Tim stated, Ladies and gentlemen, I think most of you have heard the legends about the giants of Kandahar. Well, it ain't no legend. He went on to say that the Chinese mineral exploration team had disappeared, and now some equipment and remains of the Chinese Special Security team tasked to find them have been discovered. Some goat herders in remote areas reported to the Taliban that they had seen a giant figure late at night carrying away 2 of their goats. And before Tim could say another word, Chuck was on his feet proclaiming, Hell no, we ain't helping the fucking Taliban. The Secretary of State Gormless spoke up. Gentlemen, I understand how you must feel, but we are not helping the Taliban. We are going to assist our allies, the Chinese. And Hawk responded, Mr. Secretary, with all due respect, when did the Chinese become our allies? And then Ambassador Ping spoke up. Gentlemen, please understand that there are many within our government who appreciate America and remember how you helped us with our dragon problem. Please, hear us out. Harry and Chuck sat down and reluctantly agreed to listen. Tim explained that without US military assets in country, we no longer had the ability to conduct proper bombing missions on the caves where these beings live. But we will have the blessing of the provisional government to bring in limited assets to prosecute this mission. That mission is, said Hawk. Tim put up a map and pointed at 2 spots. He said that satellite imagery had identified 1, possibly 2 different individuals, but 12 or more feet in height, emerging from these locations. We believe this may be the last of the giants that we were in the process of trying to eliminate before the hasty withdrawal. Chuck and Hawk looked at each other and simultaneously said, Hasty? And then Chuck said, More like a hurried clusterfuck. Tim gave a sheepish smile and continued. We're authorized to take all the alphas of the 5-man teams to prosecute this mission. A Delta and the SEAL team will be assigned here to the remaining JTC members for any homeland cryptid threats. We will have full access to some Chinooks and Black Hawks that we left behind. And, as we speak, 2 C-17s and crews are prepping your equipment for departure at 0600 tomorrow. I'll see you there. That is all. Dismissed. Part 3. A Bridge Too Far. The 2 enormous C-17s sat on the tarmac waiting for the teams to board. Tammy was present with her 15-month-old son Anders to bid Eric farewell. My love, Eric said. What classic will you be reading, our little Viking, in my absence? How about Paradise Lost? Tammy responded. Fine choice, said Eric, and kissed them goodbye. Their equipment was already loaded, and as the team reluctantly prepared to board, the dogs on the other hand seemed happy that they were going somewhere. Akimi handed Harry a thumb drive and gave him a big kiss. Jeannie bid Chuck goodbye, also as team members possibly hugged their children for the last time. The wives stood behind the fence waving with the children in tow as the planes taxied to the runway. The roar of the engines faded, and all that could be heard were the soft sobs of family members. En route, the Alphas checked their 458 SOCOMs, Barrett 50s, and Desert Eagles, loaded with the special alloy rounds comprised of rare earth minerals. The sonic weapons were programmed with unusual sounds resembling some ancient language. The 40mm grenade launchers were equipped with a penetrator/exploder rounds. All the blue steel katanas now bore strange, ancient-looking engravings. Each team was equipped with a powerful tranquilizer gun, and Harry plugged Akimi's thumb drive into his laptop to view a historical report of giants from antiquity to the more modern times. And he called Alex and Eric over to share the info. Upon landing, the teams were met by Tim, his longtime friend Len Song, 2 rabbis and 2 Israeli Mossad agents posing as archaeologists to accompany the teams. They had some ancient scrolls and tablets with strange letters and symbols. The Alphas reviewed these things, for they had already been studying the material. Now 2 Chinese men were present to make sure government investments were protected. And Hawk said, "Well, will I have to waste an asset by assigning a man to keep an eye on you?" "That's my job," said Lin Song, as they remained silent while they and Lin scowled at each other. It appeared that the Taliban had supplied no men. And Chuck said, "Well, that figures. The only monsters them bastards will go after is a defenseless woman." And the Mossad agents spoke many languages and had studied ancient Babylonian and Sumerian. They introduced themselves as Daniel Omer and Jacob Golan. They also introduced us to Rawais Cohen and Joseph, who smiled and said that they were present for both technical and spiritual assistance, even though they were all armed. Tim Ross smiled and said, "Huh, a preacher with a gun? You'd be welcome in Texas any time." And that seemed to break the ice, and we all had a well-needed laugh to ease the tension. Now Tim called out, "Briefs up. Tonight, 2 Chinooks will carry you to your primary LZ, where some of you will dress up as goat herders." He pointed to a map and said this location is about halfway between 2 cave entrances. "We have imagery of it. It is also near the location where the mining group and a Chinese security team were believed to be slaughtered. In the past, many an Afghan goat disappeared from here also. There will be 10 goats with tracking clips implanted beneath their hide. If the giants escape our ambush, and for some reason we can't track them, we'll home in on the GPS signals. We'll have gunners dug in to catch them in a crossfire. Just over the rise of this big hill is where we will land at 4 Birds and Lee. When we catch these bastards flat-footed, other team elements will attack from there. If we don't stop them, we'll have ISR and we'll launch in pursuit. Our objective is to take them down before they can reach the caves. Or if not, the Hellos will carry you to your respective LZs. I'll be standing by about halfway between a makeshift airfield in a C-130 TOC, Tactical Operations Command, which will also serve as a field combat hospital. Chinese allies and our Mossad friends will penetrate the caves with you. The rabbis, a team commander, and 4 team members will set up at the cave entrance. And the locals have been ordered to stay away from the area, so you won't have to worry about any RPGs flying your way." And Harry said, "Okay, Tim, since we know where these caves are, there can only be one reason for not collapsing them." "Affirmative," Tim replied. "These giants are believed to each have a female mate and offspring. Grainy night images revealed what appeared to be females with juveniles about 5 to 6 feet in height at the cave entrances. We no longer need DNA, blood or tissue, or if possible, we need a live male and a female specimen." And Chuck and Harry shook their head angrily. And Chuck said, "You can bet your sweet ass this is my last mission. We need to stop playing God." And Harry followed by saying that he would resign his commission and retire when it was over. Tim looked at him and pleaded, saying, "Please, I don't like it either, but this mission came down from the highest of levels. And if we don't do it, they will use private contractors." Among the grumbles and murmuring, the cadre agreed. And right on cue, Jamal quoted a line from the famous sci-fi movie. "God creates dinosaurs. God destroys dinosaurs. Man creates dinosaurs, and dinosaurs eat man." Part 4. A Deadly Destination. As the choppers landed over the hill from their designated area, 4 team members dressed as local goat herders made their way to the ambush point. They were to walk about shooing the goats from one place to another so the bells around their necks would sound off. 2 two-man fire teams were concealed among the boulder field and dug into the ground to catch the giants in a crossfire. And should the trap fail, Chuck would be tasked with boarding his Chinook and proceeding to the cave designated Armorite. Hawk was tasked with directing the Black Hawks to collect team members and proceed to the cave designated as Bashan. The high-altitude drones would fly over watching. A B-1 would orbit a high altitude on standby with Thunder and Lightning cruise missiles should the mission fail. And as the sun set, a feeling of isolation set in, as the only sounds were that of the goats rustling about and a few team members quietly chatting. The rest of the team was concealed just over the rise as a cold wind stirred the still of night. and Hawk called out over comms. "Hark to our elements. Acknowledge ready with one mic key." One by one the static was heard as the snipers and machine gunners checked in. Then, in the distance, drone imagery picked up 2 large heat signatures 7 miles away, moving at over 30 miles per hour. And the dogs had been left in the Chinook so as not to broadcast the smell, but they were now becoming agitated and pouring to get out. And Tim Ross's voice was heard over comms saying, "2 large tangos inbound from the west at a fast clip. Contact imminent." The goats broke into a panic as the 4 team members tried to control them. A sniper with a Barrett 50 and a machine gunner with a 30 caliber were dug into the north and south as a smell accompanied by a feeling of dread permeated the night air. Hawk motioned for Alex and Tang to return to the Chinooks and calm the dogs as the other elements aimed their weapons. And 2 hulking figures appeared over the rise. One stood over 12 feet, the other close to that. They paused and sniffed the night air with their massive heads tilted back. The choking smell seemed to be settling on the snipers and gunners as they tried to remain silent and stay calm. The giant figures crouched about 50 meters apart, as if contemplating the next move. The goat herders had managed to control about half the goats, while the others fled in panic, bleating and running as if their lives depended upon it. The ghosts that ran to the north were about to overrun the position of the gunner and sniper, when the giants broke into that direction in a full sprint. The plan to get them in a crossfire was now compromised as the goats ran almost over the dugout. The giants were now quickly converging upon the goats to a point about 30 meters behind the gunners. Chuck had overwatched for their position and began to call out, "Aboard! Aboard!" But it was too late. The gunners repositioned their weapons to their rear and opened fire out of sheer terror. They were met with a hail of small boulders as their targets were shrouded in a thick dust that they had kicked up. They were overrun, and all that was seen was one giant stomping them with his huge feet. The giants now rushed off on foot as the teams ran to their respective Chinooks to give chase. Team Wolf was accompanied by Jamal and Tank, while Team Hawk and Eric and Alex scrambled for their position. En route, they discussed their tactics and readied their equipment. In transit, the Alpha scrambled to put on some special equipment. And about 5 minutes after landing, they emerged wearing ancient-looking armor with shields, but made of modern materials. Well, there were strange symbols and markings on the shields, helmets, and even the blue steel katanas. Each team member had been given an electronic insert for their helmets, which purpose was to tone down the effects of mind speak. It was believed that the giants communicated telepathically, placing thoughts and images into people's heads. Hawk, having had experience with such things, reminded everybody how important it was to keep a clear head. Real-time video would be transmitted back to the rabbis so as to properly interpret anything lost by Mossad members while in the heat of battle. The rabbi's task was to discern any language or images and provide proper responses to the giants and mitigate their abilities. The action plan was for 5 team members to split off and penetrate the caves further in search of any female or offspring, while the main elements engaged the giants. Part 5. Revelations. As Team Jamal and Tank pushed into the cave, an aura of dread began to fall upon the team members. Some reported a ringing sound in their ears, while some said they felt tired or off balance. Lieutenant Trip Still was split off with his team to locate the female and offspring. Tank whispered to Jamal, "These caves have captured the ambience of a haunted Halloween exhibit." And Jamal responded, "Yes, one where the monsters devour the attendees." As they crept deeper into this huge cave, they saw what looked like ancient statues broken and lying about. Jamal raised his hand to stop and shook his head as strange images of ancient scenery filled his mind. Tank remarked that he felt as if he was hallucinating and shook his head. Team members were shaking each other for a reality check when a constant droning bass sound started. The sound quickly turned into a jabbering that the Alphas, particularly Jamal, were starting to understand. And suddenly, Jamal clearly understood a voice saying,
"Who be you, which are descended from Egypt, but have the Babylonian king's blood coursing through your veins? Even your eyes reflect the same, and you bring these creatures here, which bear the smell of the Sumerian warhounds.
Team Eric and Alex were now deep in their cave, and they began to see ancient carvings on the walls. Some team members reported feeling anxiety or dread as they plodded into the darkness. The NOGs seemed to be malfunctioning, and batteries draining. Master Sergeant Jack Goodson was to lead his team into the belly of the cave to locate the female and her young. He ordered the team to go red tactical lighting. Others reported feelings of sadness as images of dead friends and loved ones flashed through their minds. And Eric remarked that all he could think about was Dante's Divine Comedy. I feel as though I have skipped the part where Virgil leads Dante, and Beatrice is now showing me dark revelations. And Alex remarked, such a heavy feeling of dread could only emanate from Lucifer's prison in the ninth circle. Then a rapid jabbering began that thundered throughout the cavern. The jabbering slowly became a discernible language that Eric and Alex could understand, and suddenly a booming voice proclaimed,
Who art these pale-skinned Norsemen with the blood of my kinsmen?
And
why do you bring these filthy hounds of Sumer into my abode?
Jamal was now shouting, Who are you? And the booming voice said,
I am Amorius of Kadesh, descended from the Amorites. My people form the 36 tribes. My kinsmen, Gathanicus, and I are the last of our kind.
Amorius continued,
You are here with a pale skin from the north who shares your blood. The Watchers were fools to teach men such secrets. Are you here to torment me along with these pink-skinned peasants? Once we ruled together, and now they rule you? And you dare bring this Hebrew filth and Eastern savage into my abode?
Show yourself, shouted Jamal. Don't hide in the shadows. It was then that a 12-foot 6-inch giant stepped forward, and some team members soiled themselves as his glaring red eyes pierced them. Amorius shouted, causing small rocks and dust to be dislodged from the cave.
You miserable creations destroyed my once great people. We were here before you, and we once ruled. That is.
As he pointed upwards with one of his 6 digits and said,
Until he set you against us.
But now you must die. Jamal gave the signal for the team to attack as he and Tank engaged the giant with Samson and Thor seeking a lateral advantage. Lieutenant still motioned for his group to break off and head deeper into the cave in search of the female and offspring. As Eric and Alex ready for battle, the giant loudly proclaimed,
Who are you, and which circle of hell do you abide?
And then a thunderous response came. I am Gathanicus, descended from great Og.
And you allow this Hebrew worm to accompany you? And this would-be conqueror from Far East is with you also. Oh, but the fallen taught you mortal dung heaps alchemy and deceit, did they not? Join us, and together we can crush these insects under our toes.
And Eric responded, We do not allow monsters to rule. Gath paused and said,
Your kind once worshipped us. But I see that you took a mortal concubine and she bore you a bastard child.
Eric, filled with rage as Alex tried to restrain him, Brother, do not allow him inside your head. It was then that Gathanicus stepped into the dim red glare of the tactical lights to display his 12'2" hulking frame and glowing red eyes. He roared,
This world was ours, and now we live in a hole under the earth. For this you must perish, along with your refuse.
Eric rushed, followed by Alex, followed by Ashabi and Cujo to flank the giant. Sergeant Goodson and team members split off in search of the female and her young. Part 6. Gadal Milhama. A great battle. Let's get straight into that. Jamal and Tank, followed by Samson and Thor, flanked the giant left and right to distract him. They ordered the team to open fire as the giant proved agile and threw bowling ball-sized rocks striking a team member. The bullets caused the giant pain as he darted about with ease, dodging a 40mm grenades. He shoved his great spear into Jamal's shield, knocking him flat as the spear point pierced Jamal's shoulder. Tank fired his 50 cal Desert Eagle, hurting the giant but finding himself on the ground from a huge rock that struck his shield, great force, and putting a large dent in it. Thor and Samson locked onto the giant's ankles, and he screamed while grabbing them by the scruff of their necks and flinging them away with great ease. A 458 Socom round struck his right jaw, and he reeled back in pain, long enough for Jamal to right himself and fire his Desert Eagle, with the round glancing off the monster's skull, dizzying him for a moment. He roared and went on the attack again, swinging a mighty sword and kicking a man 15 feet through the air, where he crashed into the cave wall. Eric and Alex veered left and right, covering their shields and firing their Desert Eagles. The giant easily threw bowling ball-sized rocks, knocking them both down again. The giant raised his huge sword to strike Eric while on the ground, when a 40mm grenade struck him in the chest, knocking him backwards. This was followed by a hail of the special alloy rounds that caused the giant to retreat around a corner. Suddenly, an arrow the size of a tall fence post impaled a team member, followed by more arrows. The team was pinned down, and Jamal and Tank had to act before another team member was killed. Tank shouted, "Grenades!" And he, along with Jamal and other team members, tossed fragmentation grenades around the corner. The giant roared in pain and the team advanced before the smoke could clear. The bloodied giant charged as Abishi and Cujo locked onto his calves from the rear. A hail of bullets tore into his face as he threw rocks and charged through the formation, scattering them like toy soldiers. Deep into the cave, Lieutenant Steele and his team members, followed by Agent Wang, continued in search of the female giant and child. They were armed with a powerful tranquilizer gun and a sonic weapon meant to confuse the giants. Every 100 meters or so, they placed signal boosters to enhance communications. Ancient carvings and artifacts came into sight. Some crumbled and strewn about the ground. A rancid smell of death overwhelmed them as they put on their respirators, but they already had begun to feel tired and sluggish as their eyes watered. Piles of bones, both animal and human, lay about, and they began to experience confusion and dread as fearful images filled their heads. Agent Wang began hearing a woman's voice in Mandarin, and she convinced him the Americans were his enemy. He raised his rifle and pointed it at Lieutenant Steele, but before he could pull the trigger, Corporal Banks jumped him, and they rolled across the floor in a struggle for the weapon. Sergeant Goodson and his team trod deeper into the cave in their effort to locate the female and her offspring, stabbing over bones from both animals and humans. They started hearing a ringing sound and felt dizzy and nauseated as they tried to maintain their footing on the uneven floors. Suddenly, a hail of grapefruit-sized rocks were flung through the air, striking one team member's tactical helmet. Another rock struck PFC Grant in the shoulder, putting him down and knocking Trank Gun out of his reach. Corporal Haddad spoke Arabic, and, in his head, he heard a voice say,
"I am Samara of the Cimarran clan, and you dare bring this filth to invade my home?"
She appeared through the dust and dim light. She was frightening but at the same time beautiful, with the face of a Greek goddess under the grime and dirt. She had an almost hypnotic effect upon him. He found it hard to concentrate, and Sergeant Goodson tried to snap him back to reality, for this female stood over 10 feet tall and could easily crush him. She spoke to him again, saying,
"You desire me. You cannot harm me. Protect me."
And all he could think of was her dark, beugling eyes, her sculpted full lips, and her wild but flowing curls and olive-coloured skin. For a giant, she was captivating, and he was frozen in awe. He abruptly turned his rifle on Sergeant Goodson, and they struggled for control of the weapon. Part 7. Spirit versus Flesh. Harry and Rabbi heard the comms traffic from inside the cave, and yet another team member had gone down along with Agent Omar. And the Rabbi said, "Somebody must recite the verses. I have to go." and Harry told PFC Sykes to grab a 40 mic, and they entered the cave with the rabbi in trail. When the three arrived, Hawk immediately took the scrolls from the unconscious Agent Omar and gave them to the rabbi, who started reciting the Hebrew verses. The giant became enraged and trained his attention on the rabbi, and Hawk poured his blue steel katana for the giant to see. And he shouted, "Come get this motherfucker!" And Corporal Sykes fired a 40mm grenade, striking the giant in the abdomen, doubling him over. The two team members who could still stand fired their special alloy rounds at the giant, causing him to pick up a double handful of rocks and dirt, flinging it at them as they pancaked to avoid the debris. Harry grabbed the sonic weapon and pointed it at the giant. The giant seemed bewildered at the sounds and confused by the Hebrew verses as the rabbi chanted them loudly. Eric and Alex attacked from behind with their huge blue steel katanas, and Eric shouted, "By the force which moves the sun and the stars, your perverse existence must end!" He plunged the 3-foot blade up through the giant's ribs and into his heart. The giant backhanded Eric, knocking him flat as he slumped forward, in great pain, roaring so loud that the glass of the MVGs were cracked. Alex leaped through the air with his Ioria katana held overhead, and while Gaz Anarchus was still on his knees, Eric swung down with a mighty blade, severing the giant's head. He fell to the ground with a loud thud. It was over. And Maria screamed at Jamal and Tank.
"You poisoned our water. You tainted our food, and then you dropped your thunder upon us. You killed our young and old, and you destroyed our temples and holy objects."
Agent Golan shouted, "There was nothing holy about Baal and Moloch," and recited ancient text to anger the giant as the team re-engaged. At that instant, Agent Golan threw 2 flashbangs at the giant, blinding him. He staggered back and was struck in the chest by a 40mm grenade, knocking him backwards into the cave wall. The remaining members fired as Jamal took the opportunity again to flank the monster. And Jamal and Tank engaged in a violent pitched battle, with Samson and Thor biting chunks from the monster's legs. It was then that Chuck arrived with 2 men who took aim at the giant's face. A round from the Barrett 50 struck the giant at the hairline, taking out a huge chunk of flesh and knocking him down. And as he tried to regain his feet, Jamal swung his blue katana in an attempt to behead the giant. He managed to get his left arm up to defend, and the blade severed it at the forearm. He screamed and stared at his arm in horror, and Jamal proclaimed, "Be this the pandemonium that was at Solomon's temple, or merely stone, it represents the false hope of your paradise lost." As Amoreus fell on his side, he made a mighty swipe with his good arm, knocking Jamal flat. Blood sputtered wildly from his severed arm as he crawled to get his sword. And Tank kicked the sword out of his reach and emptied his Desert Eagle into the giant's face. And he gasped and cursed, saying,
"You think the work commanded by the Holy of Holies is done?"
And Tank drew his katana and took the giant's head. As the rabbis monitored the actions of the team members, Rabbi Joseph radioed Sergeant Goodson and team that Corporal Haddad was under the female giant's control and to recite a verse in Hebrew. Sergeant Goodson recited the words, and it apparently worked, and Corporal Haddad became confused as they struggled for control of his weapon. Suddenly, Corporal Crane smacked the side of Sergeant Haddad's helmet with a strong forearm, knocking him to the ground and bringing him back to his senses. The female giant and her male offspring were proving to be quite the task to defeat. Rifle fire was heard as Agent Fong had engaged a mother from behind a boulder. Another team member lay flat after being struck by rocks. And Corporal Crane had now picked up the 40mm and fired on the female, striking her shoulder, and then she went in a high-pitched, ear-busting scream. The young male charged with a large club but had already become groggy from the tranq round that hit him earlier. They dodged him as he swung the club, narrowly missing Corporal Crane. Another tranq round was fired, and suddenly Alex appeared subduing the young giant. Sergeant Goodson yelled, telling the rest of the team to fire on the mother. And as she rose to grab a large rock, a .450 edge Socom round struck her just under the chin. She slumped, gasping for air and choking on her own blood. She drew her last breath, cursing at them. Sergeant Banks had knocked Agent Wang unconscious and zip-tied him, and the team regrouped to open fire on the mother and the offspring. Sergeant Foster, Spec Dobson, and Sergeant Banks moved closer as the feeling of dread was replaced by fear when a sudden hail of rocks the size of grapefruits and baseballs came at them. They were encountering a desperate, angry mother and a female offspring. Agent Golan grabbed the trank, putting 2 rounds into the female offspring, while team members fired on the mother. Jamal suddenly appeared with a net and restrained, screaming, "Fire on the female!" He picked up the 40mm and fired it one-handed, striking her in the chest as she went down hard. The female offspring was now almost unconscious as Jamal restrained her, and the team advanced upon the giant. She looked at Sergeant Haddad and said,
"Your people once worshipped me, but you have helped this filth destroy me."
And he responded, "I have never worshipped an abomination like you," and fired his 458 SOCOM into her forehead. Part 8. Chapters closed. Books opened. 4 team members were dead, another 4 seriously injured, one of whom might not make it. And Harry shook his head as he said this just wasn't worth it. The team had been ordered to collect any tablets, scrolls or artifacts lying about and photograph the statues and carvings. The rest of the team were busy recovering bodies and the wounded, while some set explosive charges. The alphas emerged from the caves carrying the unconscious offspring, a male and a female that would no doubt be the object of study for many years to come. After returning to the airbase, surviving team members and those who were able gathered in one of the C-17s for debriefing. Both Lieutenant Steele and Sergeant Goodson reported discovering torn uniforms with patches that said SGI Cerberus Group International. And Tim said, "Yep, the boss made a play for this and was planning another. He was already recruiting former Russian Spetsnaz. If we hadn't done this, he might have got a hold of it, and we all know how that would be." And Jamal, as if cued, recited another line. "Genetic power is the most awesome force this planet has ever seen. The problem is, no longer that we can't, it's should we." And Tim responded with, "Well, at least our scientists will have it instead of his." And to that Tim said, "Oh yeah? Like we can trust our scientists more than his." Then Tim went on to make an announcement. "Ladies and gentlemen, listen up. When we get back to Campbell, Lin Song and I are going to finally get married. Everybody is invited." As the teens were boarding the C-17s, Agent Omar and Golan called Hawk and Chuck over. Agent Omar whispered to them, "Gentlemen, it was an honor, and rumor has it that these helicopters will never fly again." And they smiled and embraced each other as they parted ways. At the wedding reception, Tim called for everybody's attention. He announced that Harry and Chuck will be retiring next month, but will stay on as consultants for a while. "I'll be moving on also when they find a replacement for me. Lieutenant Tripp Steele, Harry's longtime understudy, will be promoted to captain and assume command of Joint Task Force Chimera. At this time, I would like to introduce you to the 2 newest additions to the Alpha family." The 2 huge men strode in from the side entrance. "May I present Abdul Gabriel, 6'10" and 375 pounds, and Lars Elstad, 6'9" and 395 pounds. The team members were already busy in the crowd, making bets on what hobby or passion the new Alphas would espouse. Tim asked them to speak and share something about themselves with the crowd. And Abdul introduced himself and announced that his passion was archaeology, and especially ancient hidden civilizations. And it was as if a silent drumroll had begun as Lars slowly came forward and stated, "Well, I enjoy gardening and it seems as if I was born with a green thumb. And in my spare time you will find me playing in the dirt." And needless to say, nobody won that bet, and the cadre came forward to welcome their new brothers in arms. Epilogue. Past and present coexist. And title. Wings of Thunder. Let's get straight into that. Prologue. Not all monsters have fangs. Part 1. A theft of innocence. Eric was away on a mission while young Anders celebrated his second birthday. In a nice semi-rural neighborhood on the outskirts of Fort Campbell, Tammy had a small party for the young prodigy, with only a handful of kids from the cadre's children and her family. He was already bigger than the other children, and proven to be quite a mess getting into computers and electronic devices. At age 2, most children couldn't formulate sentences and read words from picture books without some coaching, but he was an exception, and proven to have superior intelligence. And the kids enjoyed the usual party with cake and games, and Anders seemed to have a great time despite his tendency to become easily bored. And as the evening wound down, the guests had all left. It was time for a bath and the usual bedtime story for some classic novel. This night, it will be a chapter from Canterbury's Tales, as Tammy and Anders settled in. As Tammy read, they both became drowsy because they were tired from the day's activities, and before long, they were both fast asleep. At about 2 a.m., Tammy was abruptly awakened by the sound of a crash and a loud car horn coming from the road in front of their house. She jumped up and stumbled to the window to see a car overturned in front of their house and with the horn blaring. She instinctively grabbed a weapon, a tack light, and her cell phone to call 911, then threw on a warm-up suit to go investigate. She locked the door behind her and advanced on the car while talking to the 911 dispatcher. She approached the car cautiously while describing the scene to the dispatcher. And as she shined her light in the car, she discovered the car was empty of a driver or passengers. She instantly dropped her phone and drew her pistol as an overwhelming feeling of panic overcame her. And she screamed, "Oh my God!" and turned to run into the house. The dispatcher heard the commotion and had already dispatched 2 deputies, but it would take a few minutes for them to arrive. And as Tammy made it into the bedroom, she shouted Anders' name, but there was no response for he was not there. She looked under the bed, made a quick search of the closet and bathroom, and ran downstairs towards the kitchen to find the back door standing partially open. She ran out of the back door in a panic, screaming for Anders, but there was only the sound of a police siren in the distance. She frantically searched, but there was no sign of her baby. As the first deputy arrived, he was met by an almost hysterical Tammy Sorensen in the front of her house. The horn was still sounding while she cried hysterically. He made his way to the car and pulled the fuse to the horn, and now all he could hear was Tammy's uncontrollable crying as she repeated over and over, "My baby's gone! My baby's gone!" Deputy Rick Poole tried to calm Tammy as Deputy Wanda James arrived, and they were now calling fire and rescue as Tammy woke Capt. Trip Kane and fell apart as she informed him of the events. Deputy James embraced Tammy and her cell phone fell to the ground with the voice of Captain Kane saying, "Hello? Hello?" Deputy Poole picked up the phone and heard Trip say, "I'll be there ASAP." And within minutes, a fire truck and rescue vehicle arrived along with a neighbour down the street. It was Tammy's old teammate, Sergeant Jack Goodson. He tried to console Tammy as he joined Deputy Poole and the fire and rescue personnel to search the house and the grounds for Anders. Part 2. Iwablu Tanka, a Great Storm. Upon arrival at the Sorensen residence, Captain Trip Kane had already called cadre members to form a search team. A helicopter and search dog would arrive at first light, and it was almost 0400 as Tammy's family arrived to console her. Tammy looked at Trip and said, "Captain, please call Hawk and Akimi. I need them." By now, a detective from the sheriff's office had arrived and ordered everybody out of the house because it was now a crime scene. Captain Kane also had a forensic team from Fort Campbell on the way. Trip stepped off the side for a moment to make a call to retired Brigadier General Harrison Tate. Akimi answered, and Trip asked her to put the call on speaker. Harry and Akimi got dressed and made plans to take their kids to a secure place on base before heading to assist in the search effort. By daylight, a crowd of both civilian and military personnel were gathered at the Sorensen residence. The entire house was being processed for evidence as a grid search was now being conducted in the surrounding area. It was discovered that the overturned car on the street was stolen the night before. A Black Hawk helicopter with a sensitive search equipment rolled in overhead. The search continued into the night, but there was no sign of young Anders. On the following morning at JTC HQ, the entire cadre, along with the Army's CID and intelligence, were gathered. Alex, Tank, Jamal, Abdul, and Lars were present also. The group were clamouring as Captain Trip Kane entered the door. CID Agent MacDonald said that he had talked with the Sheriff's Office and to look out at all agencies, and a lookout at all agencies local, state and federal were posted. The Sorensen phones were tapped by the FBI, and we are now waiting a ransom call. And Trip asked, "Who could this be? Russians? Chinese?" In walks Harry and Akimi, and Hawk said, "There won't be a ransom call because they have what they want." Army Intelligence Agent Gray asked, "Then who did it?" "That bastard Severus," said Akimi, as the cadre began murmuring slurs. Agent Gray pointed to the big screen and pulled satellite imagery. A chopper left this field about 2 miles from the Sorensen residence and flew to this small airport, where 2 men boarded a high-performance twin-engine jet to this abandoned Air Force base in South Dakota. This jet was really souped up because, according to the FAA radar data, it flew at 95 Mach all the way. Your average private jet can't do that. It was then that Comtech Jones announced, "Incoming call from Director Tim Ross." Tim put up imagery of the abandoned US Air Force base in South Dakota and explained, "2 F-16s just made low passes over this base and there was no sign of the jet. It has not departed, therefore it must be underground. We're trying to pull up satellite imagery for the last 48 hours. A dumb, deep underground military base was constructed under this base but was closed and sealed after the Cold War ended. About 10 years ago, the land was sold to Cerberus Agricultural. They renovated a large hangar and a dorm, built some greenhouses and a few dome structures there, and that was about it. Everybody just figured that they discovered that South Dakota weather wasn't conducted to big agriculture. And just over 2 years ago, somebody started an excavation into the tunnels and resurfaced the main runway. Upon further examination, it looks as if they have unsealed and reopened the tunnel entrances. Over the last 2 or 3 months, the activity has intensified, and there are images of large steel containers being brought in. Now the tunnels start out with a diameter of 30 feet and narrow to 20 feet deeper in. They run for miles underneath the ground, and the kidnappers might be planning to smuggle young Anders into Canada. And Chuck, there's something you should know. This is the location where your Grandpa Jack and Daniel Hawks brought 2 giant upright walking wolves to the US during World War II. Eric already has returned from his op, and he and Tammy will meet us at the airfield in 2 hours. The C-17s are prepping, so get ready to move out. Dismissed. Part 3. Kuta, Makochi, the Underworld. The teens boarded the C-17s as everybody tried to show support for Tammy and Eric. On the ride over, Abdul and Dog Phoenix got acquainted with Team Hawk. Lars and Dog Beowulf did the same with Team Wolf. Upon arrival at the base, Chuck's cousin Tommy Wolf was waiting at the airfield with a Native American man. Tommy introduced him as Wilson Hawks from the Bureau of Land Management. "My pleasure," said Wilson. "I am also the grandson of U.S. Army Sergeant Daniel Hawks, who worked with your Grandpa Jack to bring the 2 Shang Manitou Tonka, great wolves, to mix with the other wolves of this land. Your Uncle Daniel was named after my Tankashila, or grandfather. This is the land of the Wakin Yan, or Thunderbird, as the white man calls it. Rumor says they are the reason the U.S. Air Force abandoned this base. They are still reported to be here, and about a year ago reports of men killed by them began. It is said they live underground, and this construction has disturbed them. The Chiitanka, or Bigfoot, has also been attacked, and we have found dead dogmen with their intestines ripped out. This is the way predator birds attack and eat their prey. while still alive. It is believed the cave of the great king of the Wakinian is in our lands. We do not know how the men who came here are coexisting with them. Tommy explained that a thorough search of the buildings had been conducted and nobody was present, but there were signs that people had been here. Somebody tried to cover their tracks but wasn't completely successful. There were signs that stopped at the main underground entrance. The jet was located in a makeshift hangar dug into the side of a big hill. We will have to breach the entrances, and that is where you guys come in. Hawk and Chuck gathered with the Alphas to formulate a plan. They would split the teams, one half to the front entrance and the other to the back. Wes and Hawks explained that their shaman said this base was abandoned only after they dug the tunnels underneath and disturbed the ancient ones. There were many men killed or just never found again. It was only after the tunnels were sealed that it stopped. It was when the Wasiku, white men, reopened the tunnels that the attack started again. Team Hawk, accompanied by Eric, Alex, Abdul, Tammy, and Sergeant Goodson, prepared to breach the front entrance. Team Wolf, accompanied by Jamal, Tank, Lars, and Captain Kane, loaded the two Black Hawks for a short hop to breach the rear entrance. Team Hawk would wait until Team Wolf was in position before detonating their breach charges. The Black Hawks deposited Chuck and company about a half a mile from the rear tunnel as a combat drone flew overwatch at 3,000 feet. The team moved forward on foot until about 100 yards from the huge rock outcroppings surrounding the tunnel entrance. Chuck ordered 5 men to move forward and set charges while the rest covered them. The men were about halfway there when ISR called out, 3 airborne bogies rising up from the northeast. A thunderous whooshing sound was heard as 2 huge birds swooped down on the forward team, and one headed straight for the drone. The dogs bristled and charged forward as 2 giant winged creatures came in at about 20 feet and reversed their wings, knocking the 5 men off balance with a downwash of wind like a helicopter. Chuck shouted, "Fire!" but it was too late for one team member, who was grabbed and the creature flew off with him. The other was attempting to rip at a man lying on his back as teammates fired. A round from a Barrett 50 struck the one carrying the man away, and it dropped him from about 60 feet in the air, where he landed with a sickening sound. These thunderbirds looked like a cross between a vulture and a pterodactyl. They had long, sharp talons, and one had extended out from the middle like a velociraptor. This is how they were so easily able to disembowel their prey. They had long rows of backward tilted sharp teeth, about 3 inches long. Their wings made a rumbling sound and caused a strong gust of wind that could be felt as they flew overhead. The comms came alive with Team Wolf. "Hawk, this is Wolf Pack. Under attack from huge winged creatures." Hawk shook his head and gave the order to breach. They pulled back and detonated the huge steel doors, and the ground shook as the creaking sound of steel was heard. The Alphas rushed forward to push the 20-ton doors open, and the team was in. And the tunnels were enormous and smooth with a set of rail tracks in the center and evidence of recent activity from tire tracks. The periodic dim lights in the walls gave enough light to see, but it was dimmed as they moved deeper inside the tunnel. Hawk froze and saw something on the wall that he had seen before. A surveillance camera and a TV monitor recessed into the wall, like the cave in China. And pushing deeper in, they began to discover bones from humans, deer, and small game, and empty food containers. It was at this point that Eric gave Abashai and the dogs Anders' baby blanket to sniff. The dogs were equipped with a ballistic shroud around their bodies to protect from attack, and each had a body cam attached. Eric said to Abishai, "Go, my friend, and hunt." Abishai took off, followed by the other dogs, all of whom had body cameras. Eric then looked at Tammy and said, "Stay back, my love, and cover S6. Either all of us will return, or none of us." She gave him a big hug and a kiss as her eyes teared up. Hawk looked at Tammy and said, "Get to the rear, see what Akimi has discovered, and get your toy airborne. That's an order." She responded with, "Yes, sir," and moved back. Part 4. Kizar Nigai, a battle of the soul. Let's get straight into that. As Team Wolf drew closer to the Thunderbirds, the drone was trying to shake the one off that had put a talon into its fuselage. Jamal, Tank and Lars rushed the bird before it could carry off a man it had pinned down. Samson, Thor and Beowulf were on their heels. Chuck and Captain Kane grabbed up the breaching charges and proceeded to the huge steel doors while the battle raged. And as they neared the door, the bird that had already dropped the man came barreling down from about 200 feet. It sounded like an airborne locomotive as it screeched and bore down on them. And before they could begin firing a 40mm incendiary grenade, struck it, and it veered off screaming in pain as its feathers lit up. The other bird with an 18-foot wingspan lay dead, but the man who was dropped from the air had hit some jagged rocks and was instantly killed. The drone used a high-pitched sonic weapon to confuse the bird, just long enough to disorient it and gain a firing advantage. It opened up with a .30 caliber minigun, seriously hurting the bird, and it flew away rapidly. The comms then crackled with Captain Kane's voice. "Overwatch, stay on that bird's ass. I want to know where they're coming from." Team Wolf set charges and blew the doors, allowing Jamal, Tank and Lars to push the massive chunks of steel open. Team Hawk divided into two elements, one on either side of the tunnel, one led by Harry and the other Sergeant Goodson. As they eased forward, taking cautious steps, Tammy's micro-spy drone sped by overhead to transmit back real-time data on what lay ahead. In no more than 5 minutes, Tammy called out, "Teams, halt! Incoming images!" On their tablet, Hawk and Goodson were viewing real-time video of what was apparently Sevros men. They were tall and muscular, and it appeared that they were on steroids or some type of growth hormones. They appeared to be mercenaries or soldiers of fortune, and carried the scars and tattoos to prove it. Tammy further advised the team that there was a fork in the tunnel, and she had went left and saw no sign of the dogs. Akimi then came over to comms and said, "I have facial recognition." She went on to say that one of the men was a former Spetsnaz operative named Kachenko, who was now working for SGI. He was a war criminal wanted for slaughter of villagers in Africa, and he was known to have a team of 7 or 8 other soldiers of fortune from different countries. "Roger that," replied Hawk. "Tammy, get that drone down the other tunnel ASAP and locate those dogs." "Roger that," she responded. Harry looked at the team and announced, "We're going to have to split the team, half left and half right." Eric announced that he must go right, for that is where he believed the dogs and Anders to be. And Team Wolf made their way into the tunnel at a fast pace. Sergeant Jones sent the micro-drone ahead for recon. About 300 yards into the tunnel, a strong stench was smelled, and they discovered the remains of humans, dogmen, and the juvenile Sasquatch. Their chests and abdomens were ripped open, with the intestines and organs gone. Sergeant Jones called out, "There's a big blur, and the drone just went offline about 200 yards ahead." Trip Kane had just enough time to call out, "Take positions," when a thunderous whooshing sound followed by a blur and a gust of wind hit them. Several men were knocked to the ground as the bird landed on the back of one of the men, tearing and ripping his vest open. Another man screamed out as the bird struck its long middle talon right through the top of his chest and neck. Everybody was on the ground except for the alphas, who immediately engaged the creatures. Jamal, Tank, and Lars fired their Desert Eagles to give the remaining team members time to right themselves. Samson tried to bite onto one of the birds, but it swept him through the air with one mighty sweep of its wing. Lars picked up the Barrett 50 and managed to fire 2 or 3 rounds before the giant fowl clapped its wings together in front of it, creating a gust of wind that knocked his 395-pound frame on his back. Thor went left and Beowulf went right to flank one of the monsters, distracting it long enough for Corporal Davis to put a 40mm grenade right into his chest, knocking it back, setting fire to his feathers. Team Hawk was now preparing for battle as they crept down the tunnel with weapons ready, and Hawk whispered and then motioned for NOGs off and red tack lighting. Corporal Grant was a big man, about 6'4" and 245 pounds, who could throw a grenade better than anybody in the cadre. He looked at Grant and held up 2 fingers and pointed to his flashbangs, then gave the signal to throw them along, and signaled for the rest to advance and throw fragmentation grenades. 1, 2, 3, and all hell broke loose with explosions resonating throughout the tunnel, and causing a choking smell of sulfur to fill the air. A hail of bullets now flew in both directions as Team Hawk low-crawled and crept forward. There appeared to be about 8 or 9 mercs versus Harry and his team of 10 Spec Ops. The firefight was ferocious, with one of Hawk's men struck in the hip and thigh and bleeding profusely. Corporal Grant grabbed him and dragged him to safety, while Hawk risked his life to lay down cover fire. Spec Dobson had just bettered the odds by shooting one merc in the face. The medic tended the wounded man and Corporal Grant got on Hawk 6 as he motioned for more grenades, and they inched closer. At that instant, a loud explosion occurred about 50 or 60 feet away that knocked the team off balance, causing debris to fall from the ceiling. Part 5. Wham Naomi. A whirlwind. Team Wolf pressed the attack as the Thunderbird now had its sights set on Jamal. It grabbed him with one talon and with one whoosh of its wings lifted him up into the air and slicing his ballistic vest with the other. Tank and Lars rushed to him and saw huge gashes in his chest and broken ribs. They applied pressure bandages and wrapped him tight, and he quipped, "I think we need a bigger boat." They smiled and turned to face more bad news as another set of shrieks resonated throughout the tunnel. 3 more shadows blotted out the pale light as things were about to get worse for the team. And Chuck called over comms, "We're now engaging 5 of these damn things. Somebody find out where they're coming from and stop them." And Tommy Wolf and Wilson Hawks had set up near the rear entrance to observe where these birds were coming from. They were determined to stop any more from entering the tunnel. And Tommy, Wilson, and 2 other BLM employees waited with high-powered rifles, hoping to interdict the birds. The damaged drone was now repaired on a station, joined by another one as they flew overhead at 5,000 feet. An ISR called out, "We got 3 more coming from a cave about 5 miles to the north." "Roger that," said Tommy. "Engage and then go sit off that cave." Both drones dove at the oncoming birds and another dogfight erupted. And as the drones and birds rolled and pitched, Tommy and company took aim at the oncoming giant bird. This one was huge and had a wingspan of close to 20 feet. Sergeant Goodson and team split right in search of the dogs, accompanied by the Alphas. About a minute after Tammy's drone passed overhead, they heard a rumbling sound that reverberated through the ground. Tammy was only able to call out, "Brace!" and a gust of wind hit them. A huge mass of feathers with 2 large amber eyes sitting atop instantly rounded a bend. 2 creatures with 15 to 16-foot wingspans crowded the tunnel and swooped in reversing the angle of their wings to produce a blast of chilling air that knocked many team members off their feet. They were on top of a couple of team members in a second. Thor and Phoenix were close behind, but Abashai was missing. The dogs leapt onto the tail feathers of each bird, causing a minor distraction and giving Goodson and company a precious second to take aim and open fire. A hail of lead and 40mm grenades struck the lead bird as it pressed forward, slashing a man with its talons. Eric and the Alphas hugged the tunnel wall to get into firing position on the trailing bird. He and Alex fired their Desert Eagles, and Abdul pulled his Barrett 50 off his back and began emptying the magazine into the monster. It screeched so loud that it drowned out the gunfire, but managed to sweep its wings, knocking the Alphas back. It immediately turned and sped down the tunnel with the Alphas and dogs in hot pursuit. Meanwhile, at the rear entrance, Tommy and Wilson Hawks had ambushed and severely wounded a bird trying to enter the tunnel. With one wing broken, and it flopped about attempting to flee, Wilson and another man flanked it, firing several rounds from their 45-70s and finished it off. About 2,000 feet above the drones, and birds were locked in an almost dead heat. Then one of the drones slid over its foe and fired a 40mm high explosive round, breaking its wing, and it tumbled to the ground. The other drone made a run on its foe with a burst from the minigun, but the fowl managed to swipe at the drone, locking its talons into it. The drone pilot called out, "I can't shake it off, we're going in!" And its talons were now stuck in the drone's wing as they spun wildly towards the ground, resulting in a huge explosion of fireball. The remaining drone called out, "ISR to Tommy," and Tommy responded, "Go ahead, ISR." "The other drone is down and I'm rolling in on that cave and you won't believe this.
There's an old Indian man dancing around in front of the cave, waving some big staff with 4 more men sitting around a fire, banging drums.
Wilson Hawks responded, "That's our shaman. He's trying to make peace with the Wakin Yan, Tatanka, Great Thunderbird." As the old man chanted, a huge white mass of feathers emerged from the cave, and ISR announced,
"Holy shit! There's one of them fucking birds with about a 30-foot wingspan, standing over him, and it looks like he's talking to it."
Part 6. Oizui Wanagi, the Warrior Spirit. Team Hawk was now within 50 or 60 feet of Kuchinko's team as bullets ricocheted off the tunnel walls. Another of Hawk's men was down, but they had killed 2 more of Kuchinko's people. Suddenly, Kuchinko began waving a white bandana and shouted, "Cease fire." Hawk followed suit by ordering his team to cease fire. Kuchinko stepped from behind a vehicle and spoke in his thick Russian accent. "Well, well, the famous Hawk 2-9er. Finally we meet." And Hawk responded with, "Forgive me, but you have me at a disadvantage." Kuchinko continued, "Yes, but you briefly met my younger brother, that is, just before you shot him in the face." Hawk paused and said, "I have shot a lot of people in my time. As I recall, I didn't shoot any of them for sitting on the front bench at the church." Kuchinko scowled at Hawk and said, "How about we, maybe, stop this gunfight then? You and me, how you say? We go mano a mano." Hawk motioned for his team to lower weapons into a ready position. Kuchinko only had 3 men left to Hawk's 8, and Kuchinko knew he was beat, but now this was about revenge, the up, close and personal kind. They squared off as Kuchinko lunged at Hawk, pulling out a huge tactical knife. Hawk sidestepped and swept the Russian's legs, causing him to tumble to the ground as he swung the huge knife, narrowly missing Hawk's face. Team Worf was engaged in a cramped close-quarter battle with 3 birds in the confines of the tunnel, and it was difficult to maintain fire for fear of striking other team members. Jamal was out of the fight due to his chest injuries. Tank and Lance had applied pressure dressings and wrapped him. They and the dogs turned to press the attack against the birds to the rear. Sergeant Haddad managed to get to one knee and fire several rounds from his 458 Socom into the lead bird, when suddenly the birds turned, cocked their heads to one side, and sped out of the tunnel with no forewarning. The gust of wind from all 3 pushed everybody off at their feet, and Chuck called out over comms,
"Clear the entrance. 3 tangos coming, balls to the wall."
And Tommy and Hawk pulled back from the entrance as 3 blurs came by and headed north. This all unfolded as the shaman stood in front of the cave chanting, and the gigantic Thunderbird had thrown its head back moments earlier, letting out screeches so loud that it was heard all over the valley. As Chuck and team emerged, they reported hearing the noise deep inside the cave. It was as if somebody had flipped an on-off switch to the Thunderbirds. Eric, Alex and Abdul came to an abrupt stop as they reached a dead end, where the wounded bird huddled with another one, even bigger. But there was a large igloo-like structure behind them. They stopped as Eric sniffed the air and announced, "I smell my son." Then a whimpering sound was heard on the opposite side of the tunnel. It was a severely injured Abashi. She was badly cut and covered with blood, and the blood of the bird. Eric was enraged and he shouted, "You evil fowl have made your last fight." The birds suddenly froze as if they were hypnotized. They tilted their heads to one side as if they were listening to some unknown sound. Alex looked around and said, "I detect a high-pitched sound." And suddenly, the birds bolted, knocking everybody in their path to the ground. After the dust settled, Eric screamed, "Attend to Abashai," and rushed the igloo structure entrance. His large body could barely fit through the short tunnel entrance as he crawled inside. And suddenly a woman came running out shouting, "Please don't kill me," and fell to the floor. Then Eric appeared with Anders in his arms. "My Abishai," he said. Alex and Abdul tended to the deep wounds and applied pressure dressings to stop the bleeding to one leg cut very deeply. And after using several compression bandages, Alex scooped up Abashai and made a mad dash out of the tunnel. And he was followed by Eric carrying Anders. Tammy met them halfway around the bend, screaming with joy. and Eric informed her about Abashai, and they sprinted for the field hospital. The intense fight between Hawk and Kachinko continued on as both sides were oblivious to everything that had transpired, but this epic struggle between two special operators, while they were engaged in a hand-to-hand battle as both sides stared on as if it was a paid spectator sport. Kachinko was larger and obviously ingesting chemicals to enhance his performance, but Hawk still had his edge, as the two would engage, tumble, release and re-engage. Kachinko was in a rage and spat at Harry as he cursed him in Russian, saying, "Yanni Mozik," or dirty white trash. Harry smiled and calmly replied, "Bitsa Nasilnik," or murderer and rapist. Kachinko was enraged and screamed, "Now you die!" and charged at Harry with a tactical knife again. But only feet away, he threw dirt at Harry's eyes, causing him to cover his face for a split second, and Kachinko sliced Harry's arm as he sidestepped, trying to regain his vision. Suddenly, Harry breathed deep and slowed his movements, allowing his mind's eye to take over. Kachinko charged again and plunged a knife towards Hawk's abdomen. Harry deflected the attack by striking Kachinko's forearm with a strong blow, and then kicked the side of his knee, resulting in a loud crack. Kachinko groaned and crumpled to find his kneecap was dislocated. He whirled around on his good knee, pointing a small pistol that was concealed in his belt. But before he could fire, Harry dove to one side and drew his .45 from his tactical vest, ending Kachinko with a shot to the forehead. His remaining mercenaries threw down their weapons and put their hands in the air. Part 7. The rules have changed. Let's get straight into that. Harry's cell rang with a cell from Akimi, and she said, "I was ready for that SOB this time. I knew he'd be watching via some of those tunnel cameras. I've hacked the feed and about to put him on screen." And Eric and Hawk ran to the nearest monitor, and there was the surprised face of Gyogi Silveros. They stared each other down for a few seconds, and then Hawk spoke. "You have stepped over the line this time." And Eric spoke up, saying, "I will not rest until you and your evil empire are done." And Silveros responded, "Nothing personal, but my empire will live on long after we are all gone." Eric scowled and said, "A famous author once wrote, 'From hell's heart I stab at thee.' You can make sure that there is no place from which I will not seek justice for this theft of innocence." Silveros's face erupted into an evil smile. Suddenly the screen went black. Now Eric, Tammy, and Landis huddled around Abashai in the field hospital as the dog clung to life. The doctor shook his head and said, "We done all we can, but he has lost so much blood and we aren't veterinarians." Little Anders reached down to touch Abashai and said, "Love, doggy." And it was as if someone breathed a cleansing breath into him. He was barely able to open his eyes and slightly move his massive head, while ever so slightly wagging his tail. Then Alex spoke up. "Abashai and Cujo share the same blood, as does Samson." The doctors hurriedly prepared to withdraw blood from the other dogs as they began their efforts to save Abashai with a transfusion. The noise of the teams mustering outside near the other C-17 for debriefing was now audible. Eric departed and left Tammy with Anders to stay near the severely wounded Abishai. And as Chuck, Wilson and Tommy departed the tunnel entrance to board the choppers, Wilson proclaimed, "Just damn, the shaman made peace with the Wakin Yan." At the debrief, Team Wolf reported locating an area inside the tunnel not far from the entrance, where it appeared that Silveros's men had been feeding the birds. They had somehow befriended them, and the creatures apparently considered the JTC team to be their enemy. As the team ambled up to the C-17, Hawk emerged from the field hospital after getting 7 stitches in his arm. Akimi put her arms around his waist, and as they walked, she said, "Darling, you're no spring chicken anymore, and we have 2 beautiful kids. Don't you think it's time to hang this up?" He gently kissed her cheek and responded with, "Yeah, I keep threatening it, but I guess you're right. It went on to share how his team lost one good man and had 2 others in critical condition, and that these things were weighing heavy on him. Chuck agreed and said, "Yep, and they cost us 2 great men and 3 seriously wounded." And Hawk pondered for a moment and then said, "The rules have changed, and our biggest threat is no longer from cryptids, but from evil men." Prologue. The lust for power is the real monster. And title. The Chimeras. Let's get straight into that. Prologue. Men continually find new ways to perpetuate evil. Part 1. A Call to Arms. Several unsolved assassinations of high-ranking government officials have occurred across the EU. The world economy was suffering, and that even included the USA. Separatist groups and insurgent factions had formed, not only in the third world countries, but industrialized nations also. As usual, the elites and power brokers prospered, while those not in the loop were less fortunate. The growing anxiety and animosity towards world governments was believed to be the reason for the tensions. These assassinations were not your average hits of the privileged. They happened quickly, and there was little to no evidence left behind. But what was unusual, or even strange, was the brief descriptions people gave of the perpetrators. They were superhumanly fast, and a handful of witnesses described seeing animal-like figures. Some dismissed it as disguises or some type of high-tech suit, but some swore they saw people with the characteristics of apes, lizards, wolves, lions, or even bats. But what was sure was that the police and Interpol were facing increasing pressure to solve the murders and find ways of protecting dignitaries. The Joint Task Force Chimera budget was going through another phase of cuts due to the less friendly priorities of the current administration and due to several foreign policy debacles and unsuccessful attempts to correct domestic issues. Unrest was growing on the home front also. But, despite all of this, there had not yet been any assassination attempts on US figures. The CIA and Secretary of State were calling for a meeting with the JTC heads. Retired Navy SEAL Lieutenant Commander Jack Rogers had just assumed the director role and called on Major Trip Steele to muster the alphas along with the ranking cadre individuals. Present in the JTC briefing room were Director Rogers, Major Steele, Eric, Alex, Lars, Jamal, Tank, and Abdul. Sergeant Major Goodson, Master Sergeant Jones, Master Sergeant Tamay Sorensen, and Sergeant Haddad and Sergeant Grant were also present. The meeting began with Secretary of State Gormless and CIA Director Lynch and an unidentified Asian American woman in the background. Lynch spoke. "Ladies and gentlemen, this meeting is top secret special access only. We have intel on the assassinations in the EU, and we believe we have picked up chatter indicating a possible attempt on yet to be determined official in the USA. And Jack Rogers spoke. "Sir, I believe you know the type of threats we deal with here, and our budget has been cut to the bone. Why are you reading us in on such a matter?" Director Lynch turned to the woman behind him and said, "Please allow me to introduce Miss Lida Chan, a former genetic biologist who once worked for Georgi Soros." And you could hear a pin drop in the room as Eric and Tammy tensed up. She spoke saying, "I once worked for Soros Group International, when I was hired under the guise of doing genetic experiments to cure cancer and other diseases. I was young, ambitious, and naive. But about a year into my work, I began to question what we were injecting people with. There were all kinds of deformities with people taking on the characteristics of animals. I protested and wanted to quit, but they promised me things would get better. Well, things got worse, and one day I saw a dead specimen of a child who had the appearance of a rodent and a bat combined. It was heartbreaking, and I lost it. I pretended I was having a nervous breakdown, hoping they would let me leave. Instead, they put me on the guard until I faked a seizure, causing them to take me to the hospital emergency room, where I escaped, and here I am. Part 2. A New Challenge. Major Steele spoke. "Sir, you know there is no love lost for Saras here, but it is your expectations to have my people become glorified bodyguards?" Director Lynch responded, "Not exactly, but we don't want to send elements to JTC abroad and to DC in an attempt to stop these assassinations and apprehend the culprits. And Jack Rogers asked, just exactly what and how many of these Chimera assassins are we dealing with? Miss Chan responded, about 15, I think, Director Lynch said. We believe they are working in groups of 5, and intel suggests there will be attempts made soon in Belgium or the UK. We also have credible intel on targets here in the US, possibly even Secretary Gormless, and others yet determined. Eric whispered to Jamal. You know, in the UK, Gormless is the old English slang word, meaning stupid, dull, or clumsy. Jamal responded with a stern face. How fitting, given our current state of affairs. And Tripp held his head down and bit his lips so as not to laugh. And CIA Director Lynch announced, Ladies and gentlemen, listen up. You are to formulate a plan and divide your team among the aforementioned locations. Miss Chan will accompany the group going to Europe. You will be in plain clothes and you cannot take the dogs with you. And you will only be allowed to carry sidearms concealed. You will be moving out at 0600 tomorrow. Several groans and growls erupted from the group as even the usually stoic Jamal seemed angered. Then Jack Rogers spoke up. First, there is a matter of great concern here. And Director Lynch leaned forward and said, Yes. Then Jack continued. Most of our funding was pulled and we still have 2 young alphas in the program at the almost deserted Langley training facility. Eric and Jamal stood up and protested. How can you allow these young men to languish there? Lynch looked over at Secretary Gormless and then looked back at Jack and said, Continue. Jack, Eric, and Jamal were now on their feet at the front of the room, joined by the other alphas. And Jack continued, Sir, we want you to bring them, the docs, and the handlers here, and provide enough funding to at least complete their training. And I want to make this crystal clear right here, right now. This government will one day regret killing this program. Lynch stared at Gormless for a few moments, and then the secretary said, Deal, I'll make it happen. You could expect Miss Chan there this afternoon. The JTC went to work on a plan with Jack assigning Tripp to be with Leader Chan to head up the European team. Jack, Jamal, and Tank will remain stateside. Jack will call Hawk and Chuck to coax them out of retirement to participate with the domestic protection detail. They decided to have the young alphas brought there by morning for some of the job training. The worldwide simulcasted teleconference was coming up at the EU HQ in Belgium. That would include the UK and the USA. Intel suggested that there might be simultaneous hits there, or it might be a distraction from the one in London, or vice versa. Tripp met Leader at the airfield and introduced himself. On the way back to JTC HQ, they chatted. So, said Tripp, you don't look or sound like you're all Chinese. And she smiled. Well, my father was Dr. Tom Chandler, and my mom was a registered nurse, and they had medical practice in Chinatown. Dad died after a 2-year struggle with cancer. And I was determined to find a cure. While I was a grad student at Caltech, Mom met a Chinese biochemist. He seemed like a very nice man, and they got married about 1.5 years later. China wanted him to return to work at a special laboratory to study cures for diseases. He explained how I could work on a cancer cure there without the restrictions that we have here. Still, being very emotional after Dad's death, I agreed. He suggested I use the last name Chan so as not to arouse any unnecessary suspicion. And at first, things were okay, but I slowly started to hate it. Then Mom and I gradually became prisoners. The Chinese were constantly pressuring me to marry some influential government or businessman. But when I saw the specimen, that was it for me. I sent encrypted messages to a friend in South Korea who helped smuggle Mom and I out of the country to the American embassy there. We spent 3 days in the bottom of a stinky rat-infested fishing ship to conceal us from the Chinese Navy. That trip was very taken by Leader. She was an attractive, athletic woman. You might not think she was a brilliant biochemist. So, tell me about you, said Leader. Well, West Point graduate in mechanical engineering, played linebacker for the Army, went to Ranger School, made Green Beret. I speak Arabic, some Farsi, Russian, and a little Chinese. General Tate took me under his wing about 2 years ago, and here I am. Her face slightly revealed a warm smile, and she said, "For the first time in a long time, I feel at ease." And she and Trip seemed very drawn to each other. Part 3. Unfinished Business. The teams met at the airfield to board the C-17s for Europe. Tammy, Anders, and Abashai came to the airfield to see Eric off. The dog had survived his Thunderbird injuries, but now had to use a prosthetic leg. He would live his days happily as a guard dog for the young prodigy Anders, who was almost 4 and reading books at 3rd and 4th grade level, and developing a real knack for math. He was also the size of a 1st grader and never seemed to run out of energy. Also arriving for the trip was the young Alphas, Bartholomew McGregor, aka Bart, and Marco Penzoni. They were almost 17 years old and both at 6'5" and around 275 or 280 pounds, and with a lot of growing yet to come. Bart would accompany Team Britain, and Marco would be part of Team Belgium. Chuck, Harry, and Akimi arrived to wish the teams good luck and proceeded to the JTC HQ for a briefing with Jack Rogers. The domestic mission would be to supplant the federal agents assigned to the Secretary of State's event at the International Hotel Convention Center in DC. They got busy pulling up intel on all dignitaries, guests and vendors. Stopping or preventing a terrorist attack or assassination on US soil was priority 1. But for Harry, it was bagging one of Sovros' assassins to get valuable intel on his nefarious organization. On the plane ride to Europe, they decided to get acquainted with Marco. "What are your interests?" said Trip. "I have a passion for chemistry, specifically mixing up everyday ingredients into special concoctions." Leader responded, "Great, we have something in common. Are you interested in biochemistry?" Marco responded, "Actually, I enjoy mixing things that react, especially the breaking or making of interatomic bonds." With a puzzled look, Leader responded, "You mean explosions?" "Most definitely," Marco responded. She gave a sheepish grin as Trip tried not to laugh. Leader went on to brief Trip and Alex about how people were injected with DNA from Sasquatch, Dogman, tigers, lions, reptilians, and even bad human creatures. The unfortunate guinea pigs took on their characteristics and mannerisms. Some were strong and fast, able to jump and climb and even fly for some distances, but all shared one trait. They were angry and full of despair at what had happened to them. These poor souls volunteered for experimental treatments, thinking that they might be cured of cancer or other diseases. All they found was a misery much worse than death. I cried bitterly over the part I played during those 2 years of torture. And Trip responded, "Maybe if Savros were injected with all that shit, his organization might crumble." Alex suggested that, although personal vengeance might feel good, capturing one of the tortured experiments might glean useful information to undermine his empire. On the plane, Eric sat in a dark, brooding mood. Revenge for the kidnapping of Anders was on his mind. And Abdul whispered to him, "Brother, I sense your animus and beseech you to be reasoned and of clear mind." And Eric responded, "Yes, retribution is at the forefront of my thinking. This evil psycho fan thinks himself above morale restraint. Someone must relegate him to history." "Do not compromise safety for satisfaction. Your family is one of greater value," said Abdul. Eric nodded and placed his hand upon Abdul's shoulder with a smile. Sergeant Goodson quietly listened and offered a suggestion. "As much as we would love to throttle old Georgi's neck, maybe that's the wrong approach." The Alphas listened intently as Goodson continued. "You see," he said, "that old son of a bitch is about 90, and killing him won't hurt him the way ending his empire would. We need to expose him for the whole world to see. Instead of killing his pets, maybe we need to capture one or two who might be in the mood for revenge." Then Bart spoke up with wisdom beyond his years, saying yes, we should persuade them that they have more in common with us than with their evil masters, so that they will reveal needed secrets. Abdul suggested they change the subject and get acquainted with young Bart. And Eric asked, "So, tell me, lad, what are your interests?" "I am an inventor. I like to improve upon mechanical things or create new mechanical gadgets." Have you invented many things? Said Eric. Bart responded, Well, not so much since combining the leaf blower with a propane heater. Mentis found it ingenious until the storage building combusted. Sergeant Goodson put his face in his hands to hide the laugh as Eric remarked, the folly of youth. Part 4. The Home Front. Let's get straight into that. As Team DC mingled among the dignitaries, more VIPs and government officials began to arrive. Boosting the economy and decreasing the growing unemployment was on everybody's mind. A terrorist attack against these key figures on US soil could impact not just the country, but the entire world. Preventing any coordinated international attacks was the imperative for the JTC. Although the feds already had people at entrances and on rooftops, they weren't necessarily equipped or prepared for what was coming. Nor did they know what to look for. Hawk, Chuck, Jamal, Tank, and Sergeant Grant split up with other team members and got their heads on swivels to watch for any sign of an attack. It was hard for two men as large as Jamal and Tank to look inconspicuous, even though they were dressed in suits. Sergeant Jones operated a drone from a control room and had access to all the video feeds. The usual federal agents were puzzled about these new no-name security specialists and what exactly they were looking for. But JTC was looking for things not previously seen or even recognizable to the average Fed. In the ballroom, the gala and dining commenced with security 3 deep everywhere. But while the usual security experts focused mostly on things occurring inside, JTC's attention was focused more on the outside. And as nightfall sat in, drone footage caught 2 large men jogging through a nearby park. A seemingly homeless man walked oddly with what appeared to be a deformity or a hump on his back before he settled onto a park bench about 100 meters across the street. There were so many homeless that this wouldn't usually glean attention, but given the circumstances, everybody was a suspect. Suddenly, an overnight delivery van from a well-known company sped down the street on the other side of the park towards the barricades. Horns blared and brakes squealed as the van swerved in and out of traffic before slamming into a concrete barrier. Security had no time to open fire before the vehicle erupted into a huge explosion, knocking people off of their feet for a block in every direction. Windows were shattered in the conference center as the wall shook and plaster fell from the ceiling. The regular security detail began reacting to the panic and trying to move the dignitaries to predetermined safe locations within the building. But JTC turned their focus to the outside and towards the sky. External security cameras were knocked offline, as Sergeant Jones's drone was momentarily blinded by the explosion, but came back into focus long enough to catch a glimpse of a small humanoid winged creature flying from a high-rise across the street and land on top of the convention center. Hawk, Chuck and Jamal covered the main entrance to the ballroom as Tank and Sergeant Grant went to the side entrance near the kitchen. Sergeant Jones called over comms. Winged figure just landed on the roof, and I see 2 hooded tangles rushing the front entrance. Hawk called out. We got the front. Tank and Grant get the service elevators. Suddenly gunfire rang out as bodies of security agents were flung through the air, and a commotion approached Hawk and company. 2 huge men in hoodies approached rapidly. Their faces were like hairy Neanderthals, and they wore heavy body armor. Chuck and Hawk began firing at 45s, but the men charged onwards. Tank and Sergeant Grant heard screams followed by what could be described as a howl when service employees ran or were knocked down. A man on all 4s rounded a corner and sliced the throats of 2 security guards before they could react. But it wasn't really a man. It looked like the werewolf from the old black and white Wolfman movies. Tank and Grant drew their weapons, and the creature veered so fast they couldn't take a shot for warrior striking innocence. The creature was by them in an instant, and Tank gave chase, followed by Grant. There were too many people in the close proximity for Hawk and company to continue firing. Jamal tackled one of the Neanderthals, and they rolled across the floor. Chuck and Hawk chased the other one. Hawk screamed over comms. This is a diversion. Get a team on the roof. And Sergeant Jones responded. Shit, now they're reporting some kind of lizard creature coming up from the basement sewer. Part 5. The EU Dilemma. As Team Brussels surveyed the area around EU HQ, vehicles containing military heads from around the EU began arriving. A successful hit on any member could further increase internal tensions and invite aggressive actions in the already volatile Eastern Europe. The NATO Security General was scheduled to speak at this regional event for member nations. Assassinations of Secretary or other key officials would further destabilize regional and world conditions. Tripp and Lars covered the main entrance, while Alex and young Marco took a position near the side service doors. Leader would remain in the surveillance room, looking for anything unusual. Other JTC members were in plain clothes throughout the venue. A night surveillance camera spotted two hooded figures ambling down an alleyway 1 block over. One was large and muscular, the other smaller and walking with a strange gait. Suddenly, another camera pointed at a tall building across the way, and it caught a momentary glimpse of a figure gliding horizontally while clinging to vertical surfaces. The leader called out over comms, "I think a reptilian is scaling the building across the plaza." And Corporal Crane called out, "Drone just caught a winged creature land on the top of the elevator shaft." A second later, a figure ran effortlessly about on all fours in front of the convention center, causing confusion and shrieking like a large cat. Security and bystanders were knocked down while nobody could get a clear shot in the confusion. The leader screamed, "Oh my God, that must be Lexa, the Tigress." And Tripp called out, "Get people on that elevator shaft." When a rumble was heard from above, the elevated cars began to plummet. Another explosion went off as two drones came flying out of alleys across the plaza and detonated in front of the building, shattering glass and setting off vehicle alarms. Two large, hooded figures charged the front doors, scattering people, as security tried in vain to get a clear shot. The two figures rushed the main ballroom entrance and were met by Tripp and Alex, while Lars and Marco covered the service entrance. Tripp fired 4 rounds into what appeared to be a man with ape-like features and wearing body armor, before the man ran over him, knocking him flat. Alex fired 2 rounds from his Desert Eagle 50 cal, knocking his target down for a split second. This lizard-like creature agilely went onto all fours and sped down the hall in the midst of the chaos. Lars and Marco reacted to the commotion from the service elevators as 2 figures erupted from the doors. A cat-like figure sprinted on all fours, knocking people and equipment everywhere. A man-lizard raced up the walls and ceilings as Marco fired his 50 cal round, narrowly missing it. A woman with bat-like features flew through the dining hall, trying to get to the podium as security fired shots, missing the agile creature. Now, this protection detail grabbed the Secretary General and tried to usher him quickly out when somebody screamed, "It's got a bomb!" Alex pulled Tripp to his feet as screams got louder from within the ballroom. The ape and lizard man were now in the ballroom attacking people and working their way towards the front where the logjam of VIPs was. Plainclothes JTC members were now converging on the ballroom as a pandemonium unfolded. The bat creature darted about as if looking for a proper place to toss the small backpack she held in her hands. Lars picked up a round table and broke off the legs, then hurled it like a frisbee at this bat lady, knocking her to the ground. He and Marco held her under the table until the EOD team could arrive and cover her with thick ballistic blankets. A JTC member reached under the table while she shrieked and shot her before she could press the plunger on the explosive charge. But the danger wasn't over, as the ape man with the help of the reptile had managed to grab the Secretary General and run down the hall with him over his shoulder, like a tow sack. 2 security personnel confronted the man with weapons drawn. Before they could react, the Tigress charged from behind and sliced their throats. The JTC team had shot and killed the reptile man, but now had to figure out how to save the Secretary General when the comms crackled with, "Another reptile creature just burst out of the elevator shaft." Part 6. The Tempest on Downing. As Team Britain staked out the convention centre near Downing Street, dignitaries from around Europe began arriving for the economic summit. A disruption in proposed economic policies could affect a struggling economy and further disrupt recovery efforts with an unhappy populace. Destabilizing the currency could lead to a devaluation and hostile takeovers of key sectors from aggressive entities. Eric and young Bark staked out the main meeting entrance, while Abdul and Sergeant Goodson set up at the service entrance. Spec Dobson remained in the surveillance room, getting ready to launch a drone. It was now nightfall as the festivities got underway. An IR camera caught a fleeting image of what appeared to be a winged figure glide through the air from a high-rise to high-rise. For just a split second, the image of the figure moving cat-like on all fours was caught by the drone as it flew over a neighboring alley. 2 JTC members hurried to the main elevator shafts, accompanied by 2 British MI6 agents. They called out, "Get eyes on the roof," when a security detail below the penthouse reported hearing noise in the ductwork. The comms crackled with, "There's some bloke running about on all fours clinging to the ceiling at the basement parking garage." And at that instant, simultaneous explosions were heard from both above and below, shaking the building. All hell erupted as 2 hooded figures ran at superhuman speeds, crashing through guards and jumping the barricades out front. A voice called out, "We got a bloody werewolf and an ape man!" As shots rang out, Eric and Bart ran towards the main ballroom entrance as Abdul and Sergeant Goodson drew their weapons and peered down the hallway towards the kitchen and service elevators. A woman screamed as one man flew through the air, followed by a rush of people. No more than 2 steps behind the crowd was a man running on all fours, with the features of a lion and the mane to go with it. Suddenly, another figure appeared and ran up the walls and hugged the ceiling as Sergeant Goodson fired a round, grazing the creature's arm as it shrieked and took a swipe at Goodson, slicing his arm when it ran by. Abdul and the lion man collided and rolled into the main entrance area, overturning tables and chairs. Eric tackled the Neanderthal and was in the process of beating him down when out of the corner of his eye, young Bart and the Wolfman were rolling towards him in a pitched struggle. He slammed the ape man in the face with a strong forearm and released just long enough to grab the Dogman. When he did, the Neanderthal squatted under him and into the meeting area as he and Bart had to guard against a barrage of claws and teeth. Goodson was now chasing the lizard into the ballroom as Abdul fended off slicing attempts from the lion man as it tried to sink its teeth into his neck. At that instant, the bat creature flew into the room and threw 2 large gas canisters as a JTC member shot her, but it was too late because a loud boom and a flash blinded attendees, causing them to choke and cough from the smoke. Then a woman screamed out, "It's got the Prime Minister!" and hysteria ensued. The large lizard man had the PM over his shoulder, running out of the main room. Sergeant Goodson screamed over comms for the team members to block the exit and the elevator shaft, but it was too late. The lizard scurried up the elevator shaft with the PM holding on for dear life. Bart, being the smallest and most agile of the alphas, ran into the shaft and started climbing up after them. Surveillance cameras spotted the lion man running up the stairwells in an effort to no doubt meet the reptile at top of the elevator shaft. It seemed now that the idea wasn't to kill, but to kidnap the PM. The Dogman and the Batwoman now lay dead from 50 cal rounds, and the ape man was tranquilized. But the danger was far from over as teams desperately sprinted up the stairwells and blocked elevator shafts. A helicopter circled above, ready to fast rope 4 men onto the roof, but nobody was sure that the PM would survive being dragged up the elevator shaft. Part 7. The battle raged on. Let's get straight into that. As the security team surrounded Secretary Gormless in an attempt to usher him out, an explosion erupted in the elevator shaft, startling the crowd. Bodies flew about as one of the Neanderthals and a Wolfman charged towards the security team. Tank overtook and tackled the Wolfman, and as they rolled across the floor, a team member with a trank gun tried to get a shot. Hawk and Chuck jumped onto the ape man and rolled across the floor with it, and just as it looked like the situation might be de-escalated a bit, the reptile ran across the ceiling drawing fire. Screeches came from down the hall as the bat creature flew flashbangs and gas canisters. The lizard creature quickly descended upon the Secretary's security detail, taking 2 of them out before anybody could react. Tank had successfully subdued the Wolfman, and Jamal had beat one of the ape men into submission long enough to be tranquilized. Sergeant Goodson launched his 6'4", 250-pound frame onto the back of the reptile, and they rolled across the floor as the remainder of the Gormless security detail huddled around him with weapons drawn. Chuck and Hawk were engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the other ape-man. Hawk had him in the submission hold around his thick neck, but he was able to shake him off. It turned his rage on Chuck, and he drew his .45 and commanded him to freeze. He ignored him and charged, causing Chuck to fire 2 deadly headshots. The bad woman settled near Hawk and cried out, saying, "I surrender. Please don't kill me." Another shot rang out as the reptile had Grant pinned against the wall, attempting to plunge its claws into his throat. The team member put a round into the side of his head, and the remaining Neanderthal was now hog-tied. The bad woman was in restraints, and the wolfman was sound asleep. The tigress was backed into a corner and about to pounce when 2 tranquilizer rounds struck her. Alex tackled the reptile and held him long enough for a team member to fire a tranquilizer round into its neck from point-blank range. The ape-man raced around the corner, heading for the back exit, with young Marco hot on his heels, as 2 JTC members tried to follow. The other reptile was waiting by a large window it had shattered. As Marco tackled the ape, a JTC member tranquilized it. The secretary had toppled onto the ground and was grabbed by the reptile, who dove out the window and began a vertical ascent up the building. Marco hit the stairwell, bounding upwards at a staggering pace. The Neanderthal in the hallway charged the 2 JTC members, another security resulting in several shots killing it. As the Batman tried to escape the ballroom, it pulled 2 grenades from the vest and was immediately met with a hail of bullets as it fell to the floor, dead. The drone fed real-time footage of the reptile scaling a high-rise wall with the secretary. It started to end its trek on the roof, but was met by security forces. It turned downwards and burst through a large window. The drone pilot called out on the location, and Marco burst out the stairwell on the 15th floor and met the lizard man before it could reach the elevators. A few seconds later, Alex bounded out of the other stairwell, and the lizard man was boxed in. Alex drew his Desert Eagle as Marco inched forward, and Alex said, "Whatever evil has befallen you, allow us to help. Your life isn't worth it." The reptile hissed a reply, saying, "I have no life," then dropped the secretary to the floor and crashed through the window, falling to its death. The 2 JTC members and 2 MI6 agents burst into the penthouse hallway from the roof as the Lion Man emerged from the stairwell. They drew their weapons and ordered it down onto the floor to be restrained. An MI6 agent said, "Come on, mate, give it up and let us get you some help." It stood motionless for about 3 seconds and replied in a raspy voice, "There is no help for me," and charged him. Multiple shots rang out as they put it down. It was then that a reptile burst out of the elevator shaft with the PM still over his shoulder. A stare-down began as the agent said, "Easy now, mate. Nobody needs to get hurt. Think about it." The creature slowly backed up when Bart burst out of the shaft and tackled the lizard, causing it to drop the PM. The MI6 agent grabbed the PM and carried him away as Bart and the JTC members tried to subdue the reptile. Neither of the JTC members had tranquilizers, and Bart tried to knock the lizard unconscious with several forearms to the head. It scratched Bart across the face, causing him to loosen his grip. It made a beeline towards the stairs and to the roof, but Corporal Sanders stood there with his weapon drawn and pointed at the reptile's head. "Don't do it," he said, and the creature abruptly lunged at him, resulting in a double tap of 2 rounds to the tortured soul's face. The storm on Downing had ended, with the PM safe and all of the chimeras either dead or subdued. Part 8. A never-ending story. Let's get straight into that. Stateside, Hawk and the team readied video equipment to record statements from the surviving chimeras who wanted revenge on Cerberus for these cruel genetic experiments. Jerome the Wolfman and bat-like creature named Susie were ready to talk. But before they could begin, the Secret Service rushed in and broke up the party. And Agent Bush said, "We cannot allow you to record this." Hawk was furious as Jamal and Tank protested. Little did they know that their counterparts in Belgium and the UK were being denied the same opportunity to obtain video evidence about Cerberus and his evil actions. In Belgium, Leda was trying to console Lexa, the tigress whom she remembered from the laboratory. Leda was in the process of recording her statements with her phone when NATO security agents burst in and snatched the device. Tripp bristled and confronted him as his 6'1", 225-pound frame tensed up for a fight. Other JTC members stood ready behind him. His phone rang with a call from Director Rogers, who asked him to put the call on speaker. "Stand down, troops. That's an order from way above our heads." Rogers went on to tell them that they had done an outstanding job and to allow the feds to take it from here. The scenario was repeating itself in London as Raoul, the Neanderthal, prepared to tell all about the Cerberus genetic experiments. Several MI6 agents burst in, saying no recording will be allowed. Eric was furious and had to be restrained by Abdul and Bart. Hawk and Chuck now shook their heads in disgust as the Secret Service took custody of the Chimeras. Chuck proclaimed, "When are we gonna fucking learn to stay retired?" And Hawk looked at Chuck with a stark face and responded, "Should we stay retired or should we use what we know?" And Tank responded, "Maybe it's time for a well-deserved European vacation." Jamal pondered and replied, "The right information at the right time is deadlier than a weapon." Now in Brussels, Leda cried as Tripp put his arms around her, and she said, "Please, don't let go of me." Sure thing," he responded as he smiled and held her close. She looked up at him and said, "You know, this is far from over." But in London the mood was much different as Eric displayed his indignance over the events. He looked at Abdul and Bart saying, "That your plans be dark and impenetrable as night, and when you move, fall like a thunderbolt." The young alphas nodded in unison and said, "Sun Tzu, the art of war." Epilogue. Those who seek to control others should first control themselves. Miyamoto Musashi. And title: The Bunker. Let's get straight into that. Prologue. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Part 1. The Diversion. A crescent moon provided little to no light over a dark Romanian forest full of myth and lore. They crept slowly and silently in the shadows of the thick trees, shrouded by special ghillie suits hiding their body heat. The lead man held a device that revealed the locations of the motion sensors. As they reached the top of the rise, an old castle lay ahead of them. But this was no normal castle, as it bristled with low-level lighting and surveillance cameras. Genetic experiments on blood-borne viruses were believed to be conducted here. Two huge figures silently scaled the stone walls undetected and unexpected. As they reached the top, their enhanced hearing and sense of smell revealed two guards nearby. Two 40mm grenades were launched from the tree line, one towards the rear entrance and the other towards the front. An explosion followed by a blinding light took out the forward sensors as the grenades hit the entrance doors. Alex and Abdul leapt over the ledge and took out the two guards as they quickly breached the roof entrance. The front and rear entrances were simultaneously breached by the 40mm grenades as gunfire rang out and the dogs emerged from behind a smokescreen to rip weapons from two guards and crush their throats with their gaping jaws. The frozen Siberian tundra crunched under their feet as they deliberately made their way under a clear star-filled night. They occasionally stopped and huddled under the snow-white parkas to check for motion sensors or cameras with their own high-tech equipment. The searchlights of the pristine two-story white facility scanned the area, but their IR sensors were confused by the parka's reflective layer. At the rear, a huge polar bear ambled along, scratching at the ground as if scavenging for food. The camera in the control room paused for just a moment as a security guard documented the bear and continued his scan. A herd of elk trotted towards one side of this big chemical facility believed responsible for the creation of weaponized viruses. The bear was no longer under the viewing area of the cameras when it suddenly stood up to reveal the figure of an extremely large man in a bear costume, and Eric began scaling the wall. As the elk herd trotted next to the far wall, a man released his tether from a large bull and rolled up to the base of the wall. He donned climbing claws, and Hawk shimmied up the walls like a ninja. The remaining men breached the front and rear entrances with explosives, and the dogs took out guards before they could react. A sprawling new warehouse sat in the middle of the clearing, at the bend of a huge river. The steamy Amazonian jungle seemed to wrap itself around them as they crept methodically towards it while watching every single step. The heat and humidity made it almost impossible for Fleur to detect a heat signature. A crocodile slowly propelled itself towards the docks of the facility as the searchlights panned the river. The lights reflected of the reptile's eyes, causing the lights to pause for a second and then continue its arc. This facility was believed to be the world's foremost location for the creation of enhanced performance drugs. Most of their security apparatus was focused on the cleared area to the front and sides, but no measures were in place for an enhanced human, almost 7 feet tall, concealed inside a fake crocodile filled with equipment and explosives. Jamal exited the crocodile suit and pulled out a large waterproof bag, held his breath, and swam rapidly towards the dock, while the crocodile decoy impacted a wooden swinging gate at the river entrance with an explosion, causing it to fly off by the hinges. Blinding explosions accompanied electronic interference, along with more blasts as the other men fired their weapons and rushed the building. Lars kicked in the huge double doors, and the firefight started as the dogs quickly took out the guards. Part 2. A Divergence. The 4-story Romanian castle offered almost no resistance as Tim Ross, Sergeant Bill Goodson, Spec Jerome Hooks, and Corporal Ted Brown worked their way down a dark corridor, encountering only 4 guards who were quickly dispatched. Dogs Cujo and Phoenix ran ahead sniffing out the corridors with the intent of meeting Alex and Abdul at some point. Screams rang out as Tim directed his men to double time to find the source. The dogs had 5 people cornered in a large laboratory on the 3rd floor as 2 gunshots rang out directly above. Momentarily, Alex and Abdul emerged, having taken out the last of the guards. The lab employees were now huddled in a corner as Cujo and Phoenix snarled at them. Tim stepped between the dogs as the huge frames of Alex and Abdul flanked him, and Tim said, "Looks like we have a captive audience here. Question is, will you talk, or do the dogs need to take a little bite?" And the lead scientist, Mr. Singh, began telling them that a week ago a crew of men came and removed all the test subjects, and all they were doing now was studying the genes under microscopes. Tim pressed them, wanting to know where they took the people, but Mr. Singh and the others swore that they did not know. And Alex said, "I sense their honesty, for their fear is palpable." Tim told the lab crew that they'd better cough up some possible locations, or they will be dog food. A woman named Natalia Omarova spoke in her thick accent and said, "Not necessary. They took them to the bunker. It is a place called the bunker in Syria." "What kind of test subjects?" said Jamal. She slowly pointed to a computer screen with winged vampire-like creatures. "Oh, Lord," said Tim. "Grab what you can, men, and get ready to implode this freak house. We gotta split. Our hellos are inbound." Hawk took out a guard on the east side of the 2nd story, while Eric did the same on the west. Eric kicked in the huge metal door on the roof that they swept through, clearing the 2nd story. Tank breached the front entrance, followed by Corporal Gomez, while the burly Sergeant Grant and PFC Wood breached the rear. Dog Zeus and Thor were turned loose to clear the building. A brief exchange of gunfire came from above as Hawk and Eric eliminated 2 lone guards. The dogs began to bark and snarl as 2 guards screamed, "We give up!" The team converged on a main laboratory to discover several people in white lab coats and with their hands up as the dogs stood only inches from them, crouched and ready to pounce. And Hawk spoke up. "Tell us what kind of experiments you do here, or we will walk out and shut you in here with the dogs." They looked at each other momentarily, when Dr. Rousseau said, "They took them a week ago. They took them all." Eric then said, "I am a large man of little patience. Tell us who and where, lest the worst fate befall you." And Dr. Rousseau directed them to a computer terminal, where he brought up videos of what could be best described as men being transformed into werewolves. "Where are they now?" said Hawk. "A place in Syria known only as the bunker," said Rousseau. "Grab these hard drives and start setting charges," said Hawk. "This place is coming down. Contact at Chinook for egress." And Hawk paused, looking directly at Rousseau, and asked, "Why Syria?" "They are being prepared for a war," said Rousseau. Hawk directed PFC Roger Wood to send an encrypted message to Akimi relaying this intel, and that they needed to rally in Israel. Chuck followed Jamal and Sergeant Marcus Jones on his six. Lars and Spec Dobson and Sergeant Ron Haynes similarly took out 2 guards at the rear entrance. Chuck, Jamal, and Jones encountered only minimal resistance from 3 guards, taking 2 out with 1 surrendering. Doc Samson and Beowulf began sniffing out the huge warehouse. It was only a couple of minutes until a woman screamed in a thick Latin accent, saying, "Please, don't hurt us. We only work here." Lars dragged the guard in by his collar and deposited him on the floor with a thud. Chuck told the woman to tell everything she knew, or they would be dog food. And she responded, "Please, sir, we don't know where. They took them." Chuck snapped back, saying, "Tell me who is them and who is they?" And Miss Vega said, "Look here," as she pointed to a computer screen. There were videos of experiments involving humans and reptilians, at least a dozen. "Where did they go?" said Chuck very sternly. "I don't know for sure," she said, "but I think it's Lebanon or Syria. They call this place the bunker." Jamal said, "For what purpose would they take these tortured souls to a war-torn place like this?" Miss Vega paused and then said, "They are super soldier experiments that are done here. They are being prepared for war." Chuck looked around and said, "Boys, grab up any evidence you can carry and start setting charges. This place is about to burn." Jones keyed up his mic and called for the speedboat extraction. Jones transmitted a message via satellite link to Akimi, saying mission accomplished. Part 3. All roads lead. Let's get straight into that. It had been 2 years since the Cryptid terror attacks on the EU and the USA. The war in Eastern Europe had found the boss on the side of the aggressor, but financial sanctions had also disrupted his ability to manipulate world leaders and the currencies of their countries. But this chink in his armor was about to be exploited. He hadn't given up, though, on his research programs. However, few knew he had consolidated to a central and more secure facility in Syria. He felt safe and untouchable there. He would soon discover otherwise. He also thought his large wilderness spread in America would be off limits to the US agencies. Joint Task Force Chimera Director Jack Rogers remained at JTC HQ with Captain Trip Steele. Leader Chan, Bartholomew McGregor, aka Bart, and Dog Ronin, along with Marco Penzoni and Dog Attila. Both young men were now 6'8" and 6'9", respectively, and weighing around 375 to 380 pounds. They would remain in the US with the majority of the cadre, and all would claim that they had no knowledge of clandestine missions against Sovereigns. As a matter of fact, they were about to conduct a mission in a cryptid-rich area near the northeast Texas-Oklahoma border, where Sovereigns had purchased 1,000 acres of wilderness land and built a huge mansion with a state-of-the-art security and what appeared to be a huge warehouse behind it. There was a fleet of vehicles, a helipad, and a 5,000-foot airstrip, along with a large security team. The stated purpose of this mission was to investigate elevated and even aggressive cryptid activity in the area, but the real mission was to probe the facility and investigate the warehouses behind it and its contents. After the teams destroyed the 3 Sovros facilities, they planned to rally to Haifa, Israel, where they would seek the help of Mossad agents whom they worked with in Kandahar. The Mossad had already been tracking the movements around this facility known as the Bunker. They believed the boss was putting together a team of cryptid soldiers to supplant his steroid-hyped mercenaries. The Mossad planned to have a diversionary mission on troop movements followed by an airstrike on a Syrian terrorist camp for the JTC team. Akimi and Lin Song set up a full stock trading company and hacked into Sovros International accounts. They spread rumors and false news stories about the destruction of the Sovros facilities, saying it was perpetrated by local governments for illegal activity. These stories persuaded thousands of investigators to sell off millions of stock held in his companies, causing a huge sell-off and devaluation. CIA contacts and their operatives circulated rumors with foreign entities that Sovros was under investigation by the EU and several countries for crimes against humanity, causing his assets to be frozen in some countries, resulting in the US finally following suit. He had lost over $2 billion in a matter of days. It was just before daylight at the Haifa International Airport when Agent Daniel Zomar and Jacob Golan met the group in 2 large vans. They proceeded to a hangar facility with accommodations for the clandestine team. The agents called a briefing with General Rubin and Colonel Kaplan, who would brief the team on the plan. The team would embed with the Israeli Defense Force troops as they swept towards the border near where Israel, Lebanon, and Syria converge. It was to be a routine military exercise and bivouac, which both Syria and Lebanon were accustomed to. Air assets would be on standby with a stealth drone flying reconnaissance. Recent satellite activity showed both helicopters and large vehicles arriving at this mysterious bunker facility. A steady stream of food, equipment, and other supplies have been arriving every day. The layout of the building showed it to be 2 stories, with an underground level and having 4 entrances. A plan involving a diversion followed by simultaneous breaches was in order. Hawk and Tim called the teams together in a large tent for the brief, and Hawk spoke up and said, "Gentlemen, it looks like Sovros has created a small army of vampires, werewolves, and reptilians. The purpose is yet unknown. Let's saddle up for a trip." Part 4. A Convergence. The IDF troops stopped at the tip of Lake Tiberias to set up a FOB and command center and get some needed rest after a long day's journey. They were now just 30 kilometers from their intended target, a mysterious and fortified place known as the Bunker. They would camp for the night and brief on the latest intel. The troops needed rest after the long day's travel and would await any overnight fresh intel for use in the final plan. At 0700, the team mustered in a large tent for a mission briefing as Hawk and Tim relayed what they knew to their Israeli counterparts. It was then that Agents Omar and Golan interrupted the brief, directing their technical assistant to put up some satellite imagery on the screen. Agent Omar announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is intense." The video began with a timestamp of 0215 hours, overlooking a small refugee camp. 4 armed men stood around a large barrel while a fire burned in it. Suddenly, a large reptile-like creature rushed in from the left, while a canine-like creature being charged from the right. The guards were almost instantly killed in a vicious attack. Muzzle flashes were seen in the periphery as more creatures rushed in. A few people attempted to flee their tents to no avail, and the whole thing was over in less than 5 minutes. A winged bat creature landed on top of a man who had tried to run. It bit down into his neck and ripped out his throat. Agent Golan held up an envelope marked Top Secret and said, "We believe the boss has created a cryptid army for hire, and Syria intends to use them to eliminate its refugee problem." And the JTC team arrived by helicopter in a rural, unincorporated place called Brown Springs, Oklahoma. As dawn crept into the early morning sky, they proceeded on foot to recon the area. A drone would be on station by sunset. The dogs abruptly stopped as Bart and Marco stepped forward to examine some large barefoot human footprints in the ground. They pushed on as the dogs became more and more on edge, as Bart proclaimed, "Jack, we are being watched." Marco shouted, "Dog!" as softball and grapefruit-sized rocks, along with tree limbs the size of large fence posts, flew through the air. 2 large-mouthed Sasquatches charged them, holding what looked like large tree limbs. The team fired their .458 Sokums as Bart and Marco drew down with a Desert Eagle 50 cals. The beast tumbled to a stop only feet away. They had just encountered highly aggressive Sasquatch, unlike any seen before. They were dressed in animal skins and had leather straps around their necks with crude pendants. They bore face and head paint, and it was very unusual for Sasquatch to use weapons in this way. It was as if they had been taught this. The Alphas believed the rest of the clan was in retreat. For now. The plan was to split up and recon the mansion and warehouse from 2 sides. Part 5. Dead Reckoning. Let's get straight into that. It was now nightfall at the IDF encampment as the troops planned a diversionary attack on a location believed to be a terrorist encampment about 15 kilometers from the bunker. The JTC element was to attack the bunker 5 minutes after the assault began. And suddenly, a 5-man recon team interrupted the briefing by dragging a man in who was bound and tied. He worked at the bunker, and the team had managed to abduct him while on his way home. He told him in Arabic that there were many unhuman creatures there, and he was very frightened and believed that the place was full of jinn that his people feared so much. When asked to describe them and tell their numbers, he began trembling and said, "Raju, Azawahif, Masasi, Dima, Diab Daria, Ammin." He had just said reptile men, vampires, werewolves, dozens of them. The room was silent as Tim and Hawk wondered if they had enough troops to fight this battle. Harry contacted Akimi and Lin Song to see if they could hack into the facility to bring its defenses down. She briefed him on how she and Lin Song had caused Sovereign Group International to lose about 1/4 of its value. The rumors were that the 90-year-old Sovereign was furious to the point that he had to be admitted to a hospital. It seemed that they were really getting him both financially and personally. Agent Omar made a call and now had a flight of F-15 Strike Eagles on standby just across the border to attack both the bunker and the terrorist encampment. Director Jack Rogers, along with Bart, led their element to the north side and rear side of the compound and took a position about 700 yards away. 2 of Sovros's guards ambled about, and they fit the bill as the typical mercenaries he employed. They were large men, apparently ripped on steroids, and suddenly Bart motioned for the team to take cover as a small drone approached. After the drone was out of range, the team continued their stealthy trek towards the rear of the compound. A creek ran behind them and made enough noise to conceal their careful movements. And after advancing about 15 to 20 yards, Attila alerted and growled as a loud splash was heard, followed by another as large rocks were thrown from across the creek. Spec Washington pulled out the micro-drone and sent it in that direction. Jack quietly made a call to Master Sergeant Tammy Martin back at Fort Campbell to initiate attempts to hack into the compound's computer network. He wanted her to hack into the power grid and shut down the power, long enough for his team to take out the generators. Spec Washington motioned for Jack to look at the video feed from the micro-drone. Its IR images of several large humanoid figures slowly shadowed their movements from across the creek. The rock throwing had now stopped, but the targets were now at the water's edge, barely 50 yards away. Captain Tripp still, and Marco proceeded to the southern or main entrance and concealed themselves about 900 yards away. Just as with the north entrance, this entry point had 2 of Sovros's famous guards, noticeably hyped up on performance-enhancing drugs. Suddenly, Marco loudly whispered for the team to low crawl for cover as the drone veered in their direction. The teams concealed themselves as the drone passed over them. It was now obvious that this compound had eyes in the sky, in addition to all of the surveillance cameras and motion sensors. Jones pulled out the micro-drone and readied it for the night ISR. The sun was now completely down, and it was almost dark. It was obvious they would have to find a weakness for the teams to probe at an exploit. As Tripp and Sergeant Jones quietly discussed some sort of diversion, Ronin bristled. They started looking behind them as he sniffed the night air. It was then that 2 whoops were heard, followed by 2 wood knocks. All the lights of the compound came on, and the searchlight on top of the mansion began making passes. The question was now whether that was routine, or if the whoops and wood knocks had triggered this for some reason. Regardless, it was going to be a long night, but the teams would have to watch their backs, as well as Sovereign's thugs. Part 6. Tribulation. Let's get straight into that. On the other side of the world, the clandestine mission was now underway, as Hawk and Chuck readied their troops along with their Mossad counterparts. Real-time satellite imagery showed video of movement around the camp and a small convoy approaching on the main road to the bunker. The IDF Special Forces team, the Winged Snakes, slowly advanced on a terrorist camp not 15 kilometers away. Agent Soma and Golan believed that the truck convoy was purposed to take the Cryptid super soldiers to a large refugee camp to the north. They waited to assault the camp until after the abominations were loaded onto the trucks. 2 high-flying drones would launch their 4 Maverick missiles at the trucks, and the team would take out any survivors. 2 F-15s would streak across the border and bomb the bunker, while 2 more bombed the terrorist camp. Omar's radio crackled. "Samson's axe. This is Gabriel's sword. Awaiting command." "Roger, Gabriel's sword. Stand by." The 6 large trucks pulled up to the bunker's front gate, while 4 lightly armored vehicles with machine guns flanked them. 10 hooded figures of varying sizes loaded into each truck, and guards closed the rear doors. The convoy lined up with an armored vehicle in front and one placed between every other vehicle, with one at the rear. Agent Omar keyed his mic and spoke one word. "Megiddo." The comms crackled with "Gabriel's sword, Roger," followed by "Angel fire, Roger, inbound." To the east, the night sky lit up as the attack on the terrorist encampment began. Hawk gave the command for the team to fire their shoulder-mounted rockets, and the drones high above launched their Maverick missiles as the convoy started to roll. Jack Rogers had positioned his men to the rear of the warehouse behind the mansion, awaiting Tammy to shut down the power grid. 2 lone men had sneaked up near the fence by the generators, ready to cut the main cables running from the 2 massive generators, when the lights went out. Suddenly, the lights flickered and went out, but as if on cue, 5 Sasquatch rushed across the creek towards the main element. Jack told his snipers to take out the guards, and they braced for an attack from the rear. Jack and Bart squared off against what appeared to be an alpha male charging them. He fired his .458 Socom as Bart fired his Barrett 50, dropping it only feet away from them. The remaining 4 Sasquatch flanked each side 2 by 2 as they rushed into a hail of bullets. The 2 team members tasked to cut the power lines emerged firing their Socoms on full auto. 1 Sasquatch on the left fell and tumbled over 2 men as the remaining one grabbed a man off the ground, about to decapitate him. Before it could snap off his head, Ronin pounced through the air, biting down on the back of its neck. As it spun wildly, trying to break the grip, Bart slid in, severing one of its legs with a massive blue sword. He instantly drew his Desert Eagle 50 and ended the beast with a skull shot. Jack had turned his attention to the other flank, where 1 Sasquatch was wounded after stomping a team member. He fired a round into the back of its skull as the remaining cadre killed the other. It was then that 5 guards poured out of the warehouse, firing automatic weapons. Jack called out to Bart and said, "Go back up, Tripp. We got this." Captain Tripp Steele was now at the tree line, about 300 yards from the front entrance. The 10-foot high fence surrounded the compound and extended about 100 feet from the epicenter. 2 snipers ready to take out the guards as the compound went black. But growling and tree crashing erupted from their 6 o'clock, and Tripp said, "Fire!" The other guards went down, but the team had to immediately turn their attention to what sounded like several small bulldozers approaching. Sergeant Jones observed 7 tangos advancing from his small tablet via the micro-drone feed. This was just supposed to be a recon mission to see what was inside the warehouse, but it was about to be a full-on war with 7 Sasquatch against a team of 6. A huge alpha male, almost 9 feet tall, led the way as the element opened fire. Marco stood up and faced him from about 50 feet and put a round into his eye socket, dropping it instantly. Usually when an alpha like this was killed, the rest of the clan would either retreat or hesitate, but these kept coming. Tripp, Jones, and another man trained their weapons to the right as Marco and two more turned their attention to the left. Two screams were heard over the deafening gunfire as the Sasquatch overran them. Attila locked down on the calf of one beast, causing it to scream and turn its attention away from a team member who it stood over. Marco cleaved his blue sword into the side of its neck, severing its spinal cord. But it appeared too late for another team member as the Sasquatch trampled him. Part 7. Twisted Fates. Let's get straight into that. In the desert, the lead armored vehicle exited the huge gates and exploded in a ball of flame and flipped over onto its back. The other armored vehicles took direct hits except for the one in the rear, which suffered an explosion from only 3 meters away, flattening its tires as shrapnel killed the driver. Small shoulder-fired rockets struck the cabs of the passenger trucks, triggering a small fireballs as the team advanced in a dead run. Eric, Jamal, Abdul, Alex, Tank and Lars led the pack with their Barrett 50s held at the ready. Chuck and Hawk angled towards the remaining armored vehicles to eliminate its twin PKM machine guns. And suddenly, the hooded figures began to pour out of the trucks. Some limped, some crawled, and some were on fire from the missile strikes. Several took to the air as the team tossed grenades at the survivors and fired their weapons. Of the 30 or so that charged towards the team, they took out a few, but most advanced. Some ran on all fours, some scampered and darted about to avoid gunfire, and some swooped down from above. This battle was on in a fierce way, as the Cryptid soldiers came into close quarter contact with the troops. Eric and his front-line element were now in hand-to-hand combat with swords drawn as they battled the wolfmen and reptile men up close and personal. Tim Ross led the second element, firing at the Batman with a saw, putting one down and wounded another. The machine gun fire from the PKPs was suddenly silenced as Hawk and Chuck had thrown grenades under the vehicle's fuel tanks, causing it to erupt into a fireball. The second flank of the team was now suffering attacks from the bat-like creatures that circled from behind and attacked swiftly, inflicting deep wounds by slashing their long claws. Several of the reptile and wolfmen now attacked from the flanks. Chuck and Hawk approached from the left, firing their 458 Sokos. Agent Omar and Golan advanced from the right, firing their Tavor 308 automatics at both creatures in the air and on the ground. Chuck shouted to Hawk and said, "Is it just me, or does this remind you of Oak Ridge?" And Hawk nodded as they engaged the Cryptids. At Brown Springs, Bart rushed out of the bush, firing his Barrett 50 as Ronin ran towards a Sasquatch that stood over a downed team member. One beast went down from the 50 cal fire to the head, and Ronin locked onto the crotch of another as it roared and grabbed the dog by its neck. Just as it started to twist the dog's head off, Attila locked on to its wrist, causing it to let go of Ronin long enough for the massive dog's jaws to rip a part of the Sasquatch's face off. Bart and Marco now backed up the rest of the team, firing at Desert Eagle 50s into the backs of the Sasquatch's heads. The two beasts that remained standing faced off against Bart and Marco. They holstered their pistols and drew their giant swords. The Sasquatch froze and stared at the pale lights reflecting off of the blades. And for an instant, it was as if they were mesmerized, but this would prove to be a deadly mistake for these primitive beasts. The Alphas charged the beast, slashing and ducking and sidestepping as the beast tried to grab them. As Bart and Marco squared off with them again, Ronin and Attila attacked from behind, clamping down onto the calves of the Sasquatch. As they roared in pain and turned their attention away, Bart and Marco launched forward and beheaded the beasts, and they fell to the ground with a large thud. They rushed and tended the injuries of one man who suffered several rib fractures and internal bleeding. Now all that remained was the sporadic gunfire from the warehouse, and they readied to secure the mansion. Jack had one dead and another wounded as he and Spec Washington tried to flank the remaining 3 mercenaries. Corporal Banks and Sergeant Goodson laid down cover fire long enough for Jack to toss 2 grenades silencing one of the guards, but now Automatic gunfire commenced from the warehouse doorway, causing the team to pancake and low crawl for cover. The two remaining guards outside tried to make a run for the warehouse door, when one was hit by a burst from a Sokum, putting him down. The other guard narrowly made it through the door. Tripp and Sergeant Jones arrived to back up the troops, and as the gunfire paused for a moment, Jack shouted, "Lay down your weapons and come out! You're surrounded!" And there was silence for a moment, and a voice was heard to say, "We surrender! Don't shoot! We coming out!" Two men emerged from the doorway, carrying a third, who was seriously wounded. They laid the man down, went to their knees, and placed their hands over their heads. While 4 team members secured the mansion, Jack and Tripp began searching the warehouse. They found refrigeration units containing boxes with vials of liquid and small glass containers with what appeared to be blood and tissue. At that point, Sergeant Jones dragged a small Asian man through the door who was hiding in the mansion. And Jones said, "Captain, this is Dr. Chang. He has something to say." Go ahead." "I was hired by SGI to maintain the genetic material. Please don't hurt me. I'll cooperate." Akimi and Lin Sung sat in their control room in Heifer, scrambling to get clearance for the US Global Hawk drone on station at 30,000 feet to fire its Maverick missiles. But drone footage now showed that the fighting was at close quarters, and a missile strike was no longer an option. Eric was locked into a pitched battle with 2 wolfmen, when a 6'4" Sergeant Grant grabbed one from behind and ran his tack knife up through its neck as he held it off the ground. Eric quickly slammed the other one to the ground and snapped its neck. He gave Grant a quick smile and said, "I think you are one of us." Alex and Abdul had emptied their weapons and now used their swords to engage several reptile men. Beowulf latched onto one long enough for Lars to behead it. Abdul impaled another as Alex grabbed a bat-like creature from the air, in mid-flight slamming it to the ground. Tank looked like a bulldozer as he rammed a werewolf and a reptile into the side of one of the wrecked trucks. Thor jumped the wolf, biting down on its face as Tank rammed his large tack knife into the reptile's throat. As Tim lay on his back, defending against the slashes of a wolfman, Jamal snatched it off of him and broke its neck. Brown, Gomez, and Wood stood back to back, firing their pistols as they expended their rifle ammo. Hawk, Chuck, along with Agents Omar and Golan, were also down to their pistols now. And Eric shouted over comms, "Cover your ears! Deploying sonic weapon!" The piercing train whistle-like sound began as the team covered their ears, while each alpha pointed their miniature sound wave machines in all directions. First to fall were the remaining bats, who instantly fell to the ground screeching in pain. The wolves and reptiles rolled across the ground in agony, covering their ears. The sound stopped just long enough for Agents Omar and Golan to start shouting, "Fall back! Inbound!" The troops ran for the rise in the hillside, hoping to jump over as the F-15s dropped their ordnance with a loud explosion, followed by searing heat. Part 8. A closure of sorts. Let's get straight into that. A busy whirlwind of battle was now over as the bunker lay in ruins, and the remaining chimeras were either dispatched or surrendered. Some simply begged for mercy, while others asked to join JTC for an opportunity to get revenge on their cruel masters. They all wore a type of electronic shock collar to control them, but when the bunker's computer net went down, so did the ability to control them. Spec Washington and Sergeant Jones continued their search of the warehouse, finding several computers and boxes of files and pictures. Jack called in emergency medivacs to collect the casualties and asked Tammy to turn the lights back on. Nobody knew where Severus was, but one thing was for sure. His empire was now in shambles, and his wealth had been decreased by over half. And hopefully, he would be investigated and prosecuted for possession of illegal biological material he had smuggled into the country. And 2 days later, at Fort Campbell, a huge party and farewell celebration was underway for Hawk and Chuck. The cadre drank and toasted the JTC founders. The 2 old friends embraced each other and loudly announced, "This time, we really quit. and laughed out loud, and the attendees cheered as a long overdue celebration raged. Epilogue. Heroes live on through the memories they create. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Suddenly another one. Wow. From start to finish, this entire series has been nothing but heart-stopping, emotionally thrilling, and really quite epic. I want to give a mighty thank you to the incredible author, Rico, for choosing this channel to bring his incredible work to each and every one of you at home listening. I feel very honoured, Rico, for you approaching me and giving me the exclusive rights to narrate this incredible work on the show. And I really do hope you've enjoyed this process as much as I, and I cannot wait to dive into your sci-fi adventures. I hope you and your family are well, and look forward to the next one. Well, guys and girls, as ever, you know the drill. Please do let us know what you thought down below in the comments box. Please do like and share. It really does help build the channel and our community further. And why not hashtag TeamFEAR and DMT's Cryptid Crew. Now if you think you can keep up with the standard that's becoming this channel, or just want to have a crack at things like myself, then please do get in touch with me with the contact email, which is as on screen. contactthedeadone@gmail.com. I really look forward to hearing from you. As ever, guys and girls, I hope you're all well and happy, your family and friends alike, and you're making the most of the beautiful summer sunshine and days out exploring the wild wilderness. Most of all, I hope life is treating you well and you're staying fit and focused. But above all, guys, remember, be safe, not sorry.